Chapter 968, Employee Purchasing Power. Okay, that's about it for the new project. All the funds will be transferred to your company's account one after another before the end of the month. How to build the rest is up to you. When Mei Yun heard Mr. Chen's words, he quickly took out a small notebook and quickly recorded it. Okay, Mr. Chun, I have recorded the details of the project. When the remaining work in the community is handled tomorrow, I will leave to develop new projects. Well, just take control of your own time. I don't set a deadline for this project. Chen Montag spoke accordingly. He just wants to use up the system funds now. As for when this project will be completed, he doesn't care. Okay, Mr. Chun. The time soon came to noon. Chen Mo watched all the employees collapse on the ground, especially Wei Yin and Fong Chong, and then left with satisfaction. Mr. Chun, aren't you having lunch here? Li Maota asked as he followed Mr. Chun. If you don't want to eat, I'll go back to the group. Chun Mo shook his head. He had finished watching the training, and there was no point in continuing to watch it. So he went directly back to the Tomorrow group. He has already spoken to Shinro on the phone, and the cafeteria will prepare meals for him when he returns. Then I'll give it to you, Mr. Chun. Li Maota spoke, and Mei Yun followed him. The two watched Mr. Chun get into the car and leave. How about Mr. Mei having lunch with us? The food in our cafeteria is not bad. Li Maota turned to look at Mei Yun. The food here is not only not bad, but also better. Because of training, both veterans and group employees need more nutritional support. Therefore, the food here will be more nutritious. That's what I had in mind, and Mr. Chin has arranged a new project, so I just happened to go and discuss it with Mr. Wei. Mei Yin nodded and said, Wei Yin is the #1 person under Mr. Chun. There is nothing wrong with discussing new projects with Wei Yin. Okay, they should have rested during this period. They have basically gone to the canteen. Let's go and take a look. Limauda nudda. The two of them walked towards the cafeteria together. Canteen. Mr. Wei, why don't you make an appointment for a massage today? Fong Chong walked to Wei Yin and said, Can't you hold on anymore? Wei Yin turned to look at Fong Chong. I can hold on, but my body feels too tired. I felt much more comfortable after the last massage. I want to massage it again. Fong Chong felt the pain in his legs and feet and spoke slowly. After the last massage, he felt that his body had recovered a lot, and the training the next day did not feel strenuous. But today, after he was promoted to Team 3, he once again felt soreness all over his body, so he thought about pressing it again. We may not be able to do it today, but tomorrow I will make an appointment tonight, and we will go there together with Li Shun, Wu Yu, and the others tomorrow. Wei Yin thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Okay, then let's go there together tomorrow. Fong Chong smiled when he heard this. After the massage that day, he realized why so many people like massage. It turns out that massage is so comfortable. While the two were chatting, they finished their meal and sat down at a dining table to start eating. Subsequently, Li Shun, Wu Yu, and Pang Tao also came over and sat down aside. Perhaps because they were too tired, the few of them didn't speak much and all ate their lunch in silence. Mr. Wei, you are here. Mei Yin looked around the cafeteria and soon spotted Wei Yin and walked over. Mr. Mei, Mr. Li. Wei Yin looked up and found that it was Mr. Li and Mr. Mei who were coming over. Mr. Wei, you are really amazing. Mr. Chin really started investing in new projects after the construction of Tomorrow Community. The land you mentioned can be used. Mei Yin placed the dinner plate opposite Wei Yin and said excitedly. The last time Mr. Chin invested in an employee dormitory building, he and Wei Yin discussed the location of the construction of the employee dormitory building. His initial idea was to build an employee dormitory building on the north side of the school. There happened to be an open space that could be taken over there, so that it would be much more convenient for employees' children to go to school. Wei Yin gave another suggestion, pointing to a place about 2 kilometers away from the school. Although the employee dormitories built, there will be a little far away from the school, they will be closer to the various companies of the Tomorrow Group. Moreover, the location next to the school is a very good location. It would be too wasteful to build a staff dormitory building. He also pointed out that now that the Tomorrow Community will be completed soon, Mr. Chun will definitely propose new projects, and the area on the edge of the school will be better used for the development of new projects. After listening to it, he felt that what Wei Yin said made sense, so he adopted Wei Yan's suggestion. But he didn't expect that not long after he and Wei Yin finished discussing this matter, Mr. Chin would ask him to develop a new project. Isn't that just right, building a new subdivision there? Wei Yin smiled when he heard this. Things are definitely a good thing, but Mr. Chun has made some changes to this project. First of all, there are some restrictions on the size of the units and the price. Mei Yin explained in detail some of Mr. Chin's requirements for the new project. Wei Yin listened to Mei Yun's story and couldn't help but admire. I think Mr. Chin's arrangement is very correct. Mr. Wei, what do you think? Mei Yin asked. Although he did not question Mr. Chin's project, he did not know how correct this project was. Wei Yin smiled when he heard it. You know, Mingri community is a high-end community. Its advantage is that it is high-end, but its disadvantage is that it is too expensive. How many people in Jiangxing can really afford to buy Mingri community for 20 million? If people can buy Mingri community, they are the managers of our Mingri group and those above the manager level. Although the salary and benefits of employees below the manager level are good, it is still difficult to come up with 10 million. If they take out a loan, there will be some pressure. So Mr. Chun took this into consideration. This time, he did not build a high-end community. Most of the units are set at 100 square meters, and the house price is 20,000. In this way, 2 million can be bought. At the price of 2 million, I believe all employees in the group can afford it, and there is no pressure. Mei Yin showed a trace of doubt when he heard Wei Yan's words. But didn't Mr. Chun build the staff building? Those employees can live in the staff building. There is no need to buy a building. No, you are wrong. Wei Yin shook his head when he heard Mei Yun's words. Chapter 969, Visit Nanshi Takeaway. Mei Yun heard Wei Yan's words, but did not answer, quietly waiting for Wei Yan's next words. Wei Yin looked at Mei Yun's confused expression and explained. First point, the apartments in the staff buildings all have an area of 70 to 80 square meters. This area can be said to be large or small. If there are only 2 people living there, there is no problem. But if there are 1 to 2 children, then it's very crowded. Under such circumstances, if financial conditions permit, would you choose to change places? Another point is that the apartments in the staff building are 3 households per staircase, while the apartments in the new project are 2 households per staircase. From an environmental point of view, the houses in the new project will be better. And employees of Tomorrow Group basically don't worry about money. Without the pressure of money, they are definitely thinking about how to improve their lives. Then there is a better house. Do you think they will choose it? Wei Yin briefly analyzed the situation and found out why the staff building is so popular. The core reason is that the current social and economic pressure is too great, and employee buildings can greatly reduce the pressure on employees to buy a house. But at Tomorrow Group, unless there are some special circumstances, he can be sure that more than 90% of employees will not face financial problems. So that's it, Mr. Wei has thought enough. When Mei Yun heard Wei Yan's explanation, he immediately understood the reason. I just judged it based on the projects arranged by Mr. Chun. In fact, Mr. Chun is more powerful. When the Tomorrow community came out before, many employees in the group regretted that they couldn't afford the houses in the Tomorrow community. The buildings in these new projects cost 20,000 square meters per square meter. This time, all the employees can afford it. Wei Yin spoke slowly. That's true. It is estimated that after the construction of this new project community, many employees below the supervisor level will buy the buildings in this new project. Li Shun interjected from the side. Yes, I was worried before that the employee building was completed and it would not be able to accommodate all the employees in the group. But now it seems that I have worried too much. It is estimated that many people will choose to buy buildings in the new project instead of live in the staff building. Fong Chong also spoke. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for your advice. Then I know what to do. Mei Yun nodded slightly when he heard the words of several people. With this conversation, he understood the positioning of this new project more clearly. He also had a new idea for subsequent construction. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. After Chen Mo finished his lunch, he returned to the lounge and took a nap. An hour later, Chen Mo walked out of the lounge and then out of the office. Go downstairs. Yang Dehai had already parked his car and was waiting at the entrance of Tomorrow Building. Open the door and get in the car. Yondahai drove slowly and finally stopped in front of a store. The store entrance. When Wang Maoyan saw the big black Jeep parked in front of him, he knew it was Mr. Chen's car and hurried to meet it. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Well, how is the store prepared?" Chen Mo glanced at Wang Maoyan, and then his eyes fell on the store in front. At this time, there was a red cloth covering the store, and inside was obviously the plaque of Nanchi Takeout. "Mr. Chen, everything in this store is ready, and other stores are also under renovation." Wang Maoyan quickly followed Mr. Chen. "Can everything be done by the end of the month?" Chen Mo continued to ask. This is the issue he is most concerned about. If everything is done by the end of August, he can open the Nanchi project to other cities, which will consume part of the funds again. It can also further improve the success rate of settlement. "Mr. Chen, according to the current progress, Nanchi Takeout can be fully opened in Jiangcheng by the end of August," Wang Maoyan said. Chen Mo nodded slightly when he heard this, walked into the Nanchi Takeout shop, and looked inside the takeout shop. In the center of the store, there are stands which look like a fruit and vegetable supermarket. "Mr. Chen, these tables are used to place vegetables. Each area of the table is equipped with a camera. The audience can see the freshness of the dishes through the live broadcast. When they are waiting for their order, the corresponding personnel will live broadcast to come here to pick up the food, so that the ordering personnel know that the ingredients they order are all fresh. This is the frozen section, this is the fresh section, and this is the seasoning section." Wang Maoyan introduced the functions of each area as he walked. "What about the cooking area?" Chen Mo looked around and didn't see where the cooking area was. "Mr. Chen, the cooking area is upstairs. You can go up from here." Wang Maoyan pointed to the elevator in front of him, then took the lead and walked over. "Come to the second floor." Chen Mo looked around and saw kitchens similar to stalls in the distance. "Mr. Chen, the second to fourth floors here are the cooking areas. Each kitchen has a chef and an assistant." Wang Maoyan took the lead and walked to the front of a kitchen. Chen Mo looked into the kitchen. At this time, the kitchen was already equipped with various kitchen utensils and tools needed for cooking. It was enough for a chef and an assistant to cook in it. After walking around the second floor, he confirmed that Wang Maoyan was well prepared, and then nodded and turned to go downstairs. "Mr. Chen, don't you want to visit upstairs again?" Wang Maoyan followed behind and asked. "No more visits. Just make sure that Nanchi Takeout can be fully opened by the end of August." Chen Mo shook his head. He came here mainly to confirm this matter. Now that he saw that the store was almost ready, he felt relieved. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We will all be able to open by the end of August." Wang Maoyan quickly spoke and assured. "That's good. I'll wait for your news. By the way, how is the training base doing?" "Mr. Chen, the training base may be much slower. Now that the location has been found, it is currently under construction. The construction period will take about half a year." "Well, don't worry about this. Just do your best." Chen Mo nodded and finally left the Nanchi takeaway shop. He has already spent the money to build the training base. As for when it will be built, he doesn't think too much about it. Leave Nanchi Takeout and return to Tomorrow Group. Sitting at the desk in the office, I thought for a while and then called Song Xia from Nana Coffee. Now Nanchi's Takeout is basically confirmed and will be ready by early August. So now the only thing left is Nana Coffee. If Nana Coffee can also be completed on time in early August. He was relieved. Chapter 9, 70 Song Xia's Suggestion. Nana Coffee. "Teacher Sue, this non-Rue coffee is really going to fight against us to the end." News came from the Nana Coffee branch in the Magic City. Non-Rue Coffee has also taken action again. Now it has begun to open stores near our Nana Coffee. "Go to the store." Song Xia sat opposite the Sultan and said angrily. She originally thought that this time Nana Coffee would open 88 stores at once, and Non-Rue Coffee would give up. But I didn't expect that Non-Rue Coffee would not give up and open all Non-Rue coffees near their Nana Coffee. Now that we have reached this point, we will definitely not give up easily. However, they will definitely have difficulty recruiting employees when opening a store this time. If we continue to maintain this pace of opening stores, Nari Coffee won't be able to hold on for long. Sudan put down the coffee in his hand and looked up at Song Xia. She is very confident about the employees. She also arranged for people to get to know Nari Coffee. There is no sign of training and reserve employees. So if this continues, Nari Coffee will face the problem of recruiting employees sooner or later. But will Mr. Chin really continue to open Nana Coffee Shop? There are now 15 coffee shops in Gyeongchang, 78 coffee shops in Kyoto, and 113 coffee shops in Magic City. There are more than 200 coffee shops in total, but none of them are profitable anymore. Will Mr. Chin really continue to invest in Nana Coffee? Now, Sangshua Games, boring short videos, and Corner Pet Park are making hundreds of millions in profit every month. Song Xia looked worried. Although Mr. Chin said not to worry about the coffee shop's losses, would he really keep investing in losing projects? She still had no idea. Well, now it is a critical moment for the battle between Nanha Coffee and Nari Coffee. I believe Mr. Chun can see this opportunity clearly, so he should continue to invest. Sultan thought for a moment and then spoke. Having been with the Tomorrow Group for so long, she has also learned a lot about Mr. Chin's far-sighted thoughts among the managers. Therefore, she believes that with Mr. Chin's foresight, he must have seen the current predicament of Nari Coffee, so he will definitely take action. Song Xiao nodded when she heard Sultan's words, and when she was about to say something, the cell phone next to her suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and took a look at it. He found that it was Mr. Chun and quickly answered the call. Hello, Mr. Chun. Do you have any arrangements? I don't have any plans. I just want to ask if all the coffee shops in Shanghai can be opened by the end of August. Chen Mo heard Song Xiao's words and spoke directly. Mr. Chen, the coffee shops over there are now being renovated. There is absolutely no problem in opening them all by the end of August. Song Xia answered, then thought about Nari Coffee and asked quickly. By the way, Mr. Chen, now Nana Coffee has opened 88 Nana Coffees in Shanghai, and Nari Coffee has also opened Nari Coffee near our Nana Coffee shop. If this continues, all of our coffee shops in Shanghai will be at a loss. Should we make some changes? Has Nari Coffee also taken action? Chen Mo was stunned for a moment when he heard Song Xiao's words, and then smiled. Chong Rui from Nan Rui Coffee did not disappoint him. He's indeed his good ally. 3. If this continues, Nana Coffee will only suffer more and more losses, which is exactly what he wants to see. However, Song Xiao's idea of changing her mind must be eliminated. Song Xiao must get rid of this idea in time. Otherwise, it would be bad if it disrupted his plan. After thinking for a while, he slowly spoke. Change? Why change? Our current development rhythm is the best rhythm. We cannot disrupt our own development rhythm because of our opponents. Otherwise, wouldn't it be just what the opponent wants? So we don't need to make any changes, just continue to develop according to our own development pace. As for the losses, don't worry too much. I have my own plan. Song Xiao nodded after hearing Mr. Chen's words. I know, Mr. Chun. Okay. Finish opening Nana Coffee in Shanghai as soon as possible, and then plan the development of Nana Coffee's next city. The location of the new city will be Suzhou and Hangzhou. At one time, Nana Coffee will be fully opened in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Chen Montag spoke slowly. Suzhou and Hangzhou were also a big city, and enough coffee shops could certainly be opened there. As long as enough coffee shops were opened, he could consume enough funds. I know, Mr. Chun. I will arrange this matter as soon as possible. Song Xia heard Mr. Chen's words and quickly replied. From Mr. Chen's words, she could at least know that Mr. Chun had no plans to give up on Nana Coffee. After communicating for a few more words, he hung up the phone. Mr. Chen's phone number? Seeing Song Xia hang up the phone, Sudan asked. Yes, Mr. Chen has just arranged the next step. When Nana Coffee in Shanghai is fully open, our next step is to develop in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and we will open it to saturation at once. Song Xia smiled and said, I said that Mr. Chen will not miss the opportunity. He opened Nana Coffee to full capacity in Suzhou and Hangzhou at one time. This must be because Nanrui Coffee does not have enough reserve staff. When we fully develop Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Nanrui Coffee will face the problem of lack of employees. At this time, Nanrui Coffee has only two choices. The first is to give up opening Nanrui Coffee. In this case, our Nana Coffee has achieved a preliminary victory in this business war. The second is that if Manhwa Coffee chooses to continue opening stores, the quality of the recruited employees will definitely not be good, and there will not even be professional baristas, resulting in poor taste of coffee. In this case, the reputation of Manhwa Coffee will decline, and the competitiveness of our Nana coffee will be greatly improved. So no matter what, the next development will be beneficial to our Nana coffee. Sudan smiled and analyzed. Song Xia heard the analysis of Teacher Sudan and showed an excited look on his face. Teacher Su, do you mean that this time Nana coffee will develop in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and this business war will be decided? Whether it can really win depends on the response of Manhwa coffee. If it responds well, it will still have an impact on the development of our Nana coffee. Sudan shook his head. If the business war is so simple, it is not called a business war. After all, even if the development of Manhwa coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou is affected, the influence of the three cities of Jiangxing, Kyoto, and Modu still exists. Chapter 971 News about Tina. As long as Manhwa Coffee does not close all stores, Nana Coffee in Jiangxing, Kyoto, and Shanghai will still not be profitable. The best result is that the coffee shops in Suzhou and Hangzhou can enter a profitable state. But this is only the best result. For Nana Coffee to completely enter a profitable state, Nana Coffee needs to completely defeat Nari Coffee in this business war, so that Nari Coffee can completely withdraw from the competition. Sudan spoke slowly and said that although he also wanted Nana Coffee to make a profit quickly, he still couldn't do it in the current situation. I know, Teacher Su. Then I will make arrangements for Suzhou and Hangzhou and send a few people there to conduct inspections first. Song Xia nodded. Now the coffee shops in Magic City are already saturated, and the final decoration and opening are just needed. Lu Ming and Lu Xiang can be asked to find the person in charge of the Magic City office in Magic City, and then let Lu Ming and Lu Xiang find the person in charge of the Magic City office. I want the two of us to go to Suzhou and Hangzhou for inspection. These two people have inspected Kyoto and Magic City. It would be better to let them do it, Sultan suggested. Okay, Teacher Su, I'll go down and talk to Lu Minglu later. Tomorrow, group. Office of the Assistant to the President. Shunro rubbed her eyebrows after reading the information sent to her today. He reached out to pick up the coffee on the side and found that he had drank it without realizing it. Just as he was about to get up and make another drink, the cell phone next to him suddenly rang. Shunro picked up the phone and took a look and found that it was a call from Tina. Tina. Seeing this, Shunro quickly answered the phone. It had been a few days since she visited the cannery, and she had been waiting for news from the other party. Hello, Miss Tina. Miss Shunro, we have been communicating about the canned food these past few days, and today we finally have the result. Tina's words came from the phone. Ms. Tina, tell me, what is the result? Shunro asked, unable to help feeling a little nervous. Ms. Shunro, through the content of the video, we all agree that the specifications of your cannery are very consistent with our standards. But a video is still a video, so after discussion, we still hope to personally confirm the authenticity of the cannery before making a decision. Tina said slowly. Then how are you going to confirm the authenticity, Ms. Tina? Shunro asked. Since the other party did not refuse directly, it meant that there was still a chance for cooperation. If you want to confirm the authenticity, naturally our people will go to your cannery to confirm it in person. However, we have some business that needs to be handled recently. It will take some time before we can go. I wonder if Ms. Shunro has any problems on your side. Tina directly expressed their thoughts. Is that so? There is definitely no problem in visiting. We welcome you to come and visit at any time. Shunro smiled and said after hearing this. She was not discouraged because she did not reach direct cooperation this time. Since the other party wanted to come and visit in person, it showed a great intention to cooperate. As for the tour, there should still be some trust issues in their cannery. She also understood this. Then it's settled. I will definitely lead the visiting team this time, but it will take time until I finish handling the matters here, so I'm not sure of the specific time yet. Tina spoke. No problem. Then I'll wait for news from Ms. Tina. 3. Shunro responded. After a brief chat, he hung up the phone. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, he called Meng Xiaohong directly at the cannery and briefly explained the situation at Tina's side. After finishing everything, Shinro stood up and made a cup of coffee and took a sip. Then she thought that Mr. Chen's coffee should be about the same. So she opened the door and entered Mr. Chen's office. I found Mr. Chen sitting in front of the computer and looking at it intently. Without interrupting, he made a cup of coffee and carefully placed it in front of Mr. Chen's office desk, and then turned around and returned to his office. Mr. Chen was working seriously there, so it would be better for her not to disturb him. Inside the office, Chun Mo controlled the mouse and quickly marked the signal to initiate an attack. When his teammates saw someone coming to help, they clearly launched an attack to exchange blood with the opponent. Wait until both parties enter to participate. Chun Mo seized the opportunity and rushed out of the grass, using a set of skills to directly take the opponent away. Brother, it's okay. This is the first time I've seen your style of play. Oh. After Chun Mo finished catching people, he went directly into the opponent's jungle area and saw messages from his teammates in the chat channel. He had seen these words many times. Basically, every time when he was playing jungle, his teammates didn't understand what he was doing. Even some people with bad tempers have started to troll others. But when they saw him constantly catching people with rhythm, they all changed their opinions. Didn't you think I was fooling around just now? Chun Mo smiled, then edited a sentence and sent it out. Is it because I don't understand? I didn't expect this gameplay to be so powerful. Please teach me how to play it. Oh, don't teach. Chun Mo replied without hesitation. Teacher, how is that possible? If he knew how to play jungle, would he still be able to play so well? The game will be over soon. Chun Mo looked at the victory interface and reached out to pick up the coffee beside him to take a sip. Just after he finished drinking, he was stunned for a moment. Looking at the full cup of coffee, he realized that he had already finished the coffee while playing the game. I thought that after playing this game, I would make a drink myself. I just didn't expect that the coffee would suddenly be filled. Chun Mo looked at the coffee and shook his head. Without thinking too much, he knew that Shinro had brewed the coffee. After taking another sip of coffee, he continued to play the next game. After 2 more games, he can advance to the diamond rank. Magic City. In an exhibition hall. Backstage. Sister Linda, the game will start in a moment. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Su Yining looked at Linda nervously. It was her first time to participate in such a competition, and she was still very nervous. Everything is ready. There is nothing we need to pay attention to. The next thing we need to do is to appreciate the clothes designed by others. It is also helpful to us. Linda said with a relaxed look on her face that she had already arranged for the models to wear the clothes they designed for the catwalk show. The final result would need to be scored by the judges. As for being nervous, she has participated in this kind of competition so many times that she no longer feels nervous. And she became famous because of participating in such competitions. Chapter 972 Design Competition begins. Watch other people's designs. Su Yining asked in confusion. Yes, designers who can participate in this level of design competition are all capable in design, and watching the clothes they design is also helpful for us. So after the competition starts, you can look at other people's designs. Linda explained. I understand, Sister Linda. Su Yining nodded after hearing this. She had no doubts about Linda's suggestion. During this period of time designing clothes with Linda, she found that her design ability has improved a lot. Let's go to the stands. Linda glanced at the time and knew that the time for the competition was almost up, so she got up and walked towards the stands. Seeing this, Su Yining hurriedly got up and followed. When he came to the stands, Su Yining found that Linda knew many people in the stands, greeted each other, and chatted with them. Is this how famous Linda is? Su Yining was moved, but the only thing that puzzled her was why Linda, who was so famous, chose to join their clothing factory. Chongfeng Clothing is not well known at present. Sit here. Linda took Su Yining to a stand with a good view. Wait a moment. The game is about to start. Okay, Sister Linda. Su Yining nodded, thought about it, and turned to look at Linda. Sister Linda, the clothing brand you were in before was a very well-known brand. Why did you choose our clothing factory that is not well known? This question has been in her mind for a long time, and today she finally couldn't help asking it. This question, Linda smiled when she heard it, and then answered. The brand is indeed well known. I was very happy to be able to enter this brand at that time. However, after a long time, you will find that there are naturally many veteran designers in well-known brands. These veteran designers have become very proud because of the success of this brand. They insist that their designs are the most popular, and the new things you design because of some new ideas are discordant in the eyes of these people. They are not wrong. They are just unwilling to innovate. They are worried that the innovative things will be unpopular and ruin their own signs. But for me, it is destroying my creativity. Strictly speaking, even if your Changfeng clothing did not exist, I would leave that brand sooner or later. It's just that I happened to meet your Changfeng clothing and accelerated my departure. Another point is that your Changfeng clothing brand is not very famous at present. So with my help, it is also very fulfilling to raise the brand of Changfeng clothing to a very high level little by little. Su Yining nodded in agreement when she heard Linda's answer. Creativity is very important for a designer. In addition, it is also her goal to increase the popularity of Changfeng clothing. Sister Linda, let's work together to improve the brand of Changfeng clothing little by little. Of course, this competition is the first step. Linda smiled faintly. During the conversation, the clothing competition has begun, and models wearing various designers began to walk on the catwalk. 3, Su Yining carefully observed the clothes designed by those designers and found that Sister Linda was right. Many of the ideas in those clothes were things she had never thought of. These novel design ideas were very helpful to her. But after seeing these novel designs, she couldn't help but start to worry about their designs. Time passed little by little. The clothing display ended, and the scoring process began. Sister Linda, do you think we can advance? Su Yining turned to look at Linda. This competition was equivalent to an audition, and a total of 64 designers would be selected to advance. There will definitely be no problem with advancement. Don't worry about this. This time I came here just for a formality. If I can't even get into the first round, then this designer doesn't need to be. Linda said confidently. Seeing Linda's confident look, Su Yining gradually relaxed. About 20 minutes later, the final promotion results have come out. Su Yining looked at the promotion list and was completely relieved. Their design was on the promotion list. Let's go. We have already advanced. We should prepare for the next stage of the competition. After Linda confirmed the promotion, she stood up and walked out. For today's promotion, she did not feel any pressure. Coming here was just a formality. The next competition is the real competition. Seeing this, Su Yining hurriedly got up and followed behind. The next competition will be in half a month. In the next half month, they need to prepare another design to participate in the next competition. How do you feel after watching the designs of other designers? While walking, Linda turned her head and looked at Su Yining, who was following her. I have seen a lot of novel designs, and I have some design ideas in my mind. I can try them when I go back. Su Yining said slowly. Then you will do the manuscript this time. Linda said without hesitation. Sister Linda, forget it. My design ability is far inferior to yours. It's better for you to do the manuscript. Su Yining hurriedly shook her head. Although she has some talent, her design ability is still far behind Linda. Your idea is not good. As a designer, you need to be confident. I know you are worried about losing the game, but you can't always rely on me. This time, letting you do the manuscript is also a training for you. I will only give you some suggestions and will not participate in the design. If you lose this game, then you lose. We can wait for the next game, but I don't want you to rely on me. You are you. Every famous designer has his own design style, and you are the same. But if you rely too much on me, you will never be a good designer. Linda looked at Su Yining and said very seriously. During this period, when she was designing the first design draft, she discovered this problem. Because she is very strong, Su Yining has always been based on her ideas. This is what she least wants to see. Su Yining is very talented. If all designs depend on her, then Su Yining will slowly lose her own ideas. Then no matter how talented she is, it will all be wasted. So she had already made plans. After advancing to the next round of the competition, all the next designs will be completed by Su Yining. Chapter 973 Su Yining's Choice, Sister Linda. Then this competition, Su Yining hesitated to speak. What Linda said made sense. She was indeed a little too dependent on Linda during this period, which was not a good thing for her. She herself has thought about it, but this competition is very important. If she can get the ranking, she will have the opportunity to change the current situation of Changfeng Clothing. She didn't want to fail this time because of herself. There are many competitions, but not many designers have their own ideas. Even if you don't advance in this competition, there will be more other design competitions in the future. But if you can grow up and become a famous designer, you will bring more benefits to Changfeng Clothing. And as long as you are strong enough, you can participate in any design competition in the future. You may even bother to participate in some small competitions. So I've made it clear to you the pros and cons. In the end, you can make your own choice. I won't help you make the decision. Linda watched Su Yining speak slowly. She saw Su Yining's hesitation, so she left the choice in Su Yining's own hands as Su Yining fell into silence after hearing this, and it was really difficult to make a decision for a while. After all, if we can achieve a good ranking in this competition, then the Changfeng Clothing brand has a great chance to become famous in this competition. But if she chooses to do the design herself in the next competition, there is a high chance that she will fail to advance, which will cause Changfeng Clothing to lose an opportunity to become famous. Su Yining was very hesitant, thought for a long time, and finally took a deep breath to make a decision, then turned to look at Linda. Sister Linda, let me do the design manuscript this time. That's right. Her last choice was to improve her abilities first. She thought clearly that as long as she stayed in Changfeng Clothing, the higher her design ability would be, the more help she would bring to Changfeng Clothing. Although this choice may cost Changfeng Clothing an opportunity to become famous, she believes that as long as she grows up, she can bring more to Changfeng Clothing. And another point is that she may not fail in this competition. Besides, Sister Linda is not completely unhelpful and will also give suggestions. After much consideration, she finally made the final decision. Okay, then you need to complete the manuscript alone. I will only provide some suggestions in the subsequent environment. Linda smiled when she heard this. She knew that Su Yining would make this choice, and it was also the choice she hoped for most. That Su Yining is a very thoughtful designer. If she can grow up, she will have one more person to discuss design with, which will also be of great help to her. Okay, Sister Linda. Su Yining also showed a smile, and she felt relaxed after making the decision to at the same time. There was a hint of excitement in her heart. This feeling of excitement was common when she just graduated, full of passion for design and full of challenges. But after joining Changfeng Clothing, she felt a little more comfortable because of Changfeng Clothing's salary and working environment. The original passion for design gradually became more comfortable in such a working environment. But she found that after taking over the design of this competition, in order to achieve results in this competition, she found her original passion. Again, time passes. Fast forward to mid-August that afternoon. Feiwu Security Company. Chen Mo stood in the stands, looking at the employees of the group, feeling unhappy that he didn't expect that half a month of training time would pass so quickly. Mr. Chen, we've all lined up. Do you want to say a few words? Li Maota came over and asked. No, just make arrangements. Chen Mo waved his hand. These employees were about to be liberated. What did he have to say? He wished he could let these employees train for another half month, but the system didn't allow it. Okay, Mr. Chen. Li Maota nodded and finally arranged for Yi Fan to handle the next thing. With Yi Fan's arrangement, this time the training camp for the leadership of the 4 companies Tsangshui Games, Boring Short Video, Lampion Entertainment, and Corner Pet Park has come to an end. It's finally over. This training camp is really tiring. It is indeed very tiring, but it also feels really good. I used to feel a little tired, but after half a month of exercise, I found that I am very energetic. Even if you don't train, you can be very energetic even if you only control your time for half a month. Who can bear it twice a day? Can't I control this? Then how did you control it this time? I'm too tired and can't do it anymore. Mr. Wei, have you made an appointment for the massage? Fong Chong walked to Wei Yan's side and asked in a low voice. I've made an appointment. We'll go there together after I get off work. Wei Yan turned to look at Fong Chong with a strange expression. During the half-month of training, he thought for a moment that Fong Chong had already gone for massage 5 times. If today's is included, it would be 6 times. 0.3 of them. He helped make reservations, And then Fong Chong went there by himself. That he has seen all kinds of addicts, but this was the first time he saw one addicted to massage. Can. Fong Chong smiled and nodded. Strictly, we have some time tonight and may not be able to go. At this time, Li Shun and Wu Yu came over and said apologetically, normal situation, he will basically never break an appointment, and he will basically cancel normal things. But in this case, he couldn't withdraw, and if done well this time, it may be a qualitative leap for their boring short videos. So they must go. Ugh. When Wei Yin heard this, he glanced at Li Shun and didn't ask any more questions. That he knew Li Shun very well, and he would basically not break the contract unless it was a very important situation. Soon it was time for the next broadcast. Chinamo took one look at the training employees and then got in the car and went home. That he is nothing to see here. Mr. Wei, let's go first. Li Shun and Wei Yin said hello, and then left Feiwu Security with Wu Yu first. Brother Shen, do you think what Professor Yuan said is true? Wu Yu walked beside Li Shun and asked. It must be true. Professor Yuan would not joke about such a thing. Li Shun said without hesitation that he didn't have much contact with Professor Yuan. Basically some cooperation contacts. But what Professor Yuan did made him know that Professor Yuan would not joke about those things. Chapter 974 Zhang Lan's new program. Shall we go directly? Wu Yu nodded when he heard this. Li Shun was right. With the things Professor Yuan had done, he would never joke about these things. It's still early. Let's go back to wash up and prepare gifts. We can't go there empty-handed, Li Shun said, then opened the door and got in the car. Seeing this, Wu Yu opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. At the same time, on the other side of the parking lot, Zhang Lan opened the door and got in, then turned to look at Lu Shui in the cab. Not bad. You got started so quickly. It's been a month. If I don't get started, I won't have to be this assistant, Lu Shui said with a smile. Not long after she entered the company, Zhang Lan asked her to apply for a driving school. She also learned for the first time that the expenses for applying for a driving school while working at the Tomorrow Group would be reimbursed. Just last month, she successfully obtained her driver's license, but because she had just obtained her driver's license and was not yet proficient at driving, she had been in the familiar driving stage during this period. After just 1 month of familiarity, she was already able to drive skillfully on the road. So today, she took the initiative to drive over to pick up Zhang Lan. It's already great, Zhang Lan praised her. She knew that manager Song Xia of Nana Coffee had not yet passed the driver's license test. The AS for her and Yang Yao Yao. It has been a long time since they passed the driver's license test, but they have not touched a car since taking the test. Ask her to drive now. She can't do it. Sister Lan, where are we going? The assistant smiled and then asked. Wait a moment and then go back to the community. Zhang Lan said. Okay, Sister Lan. The assistant nodded. By the way, Sister Lan, there is a new variety show recently, and I would like to invite you to participate. In Zone. Zhang Lan turned around and asked. As a musician, what she pays most attention to is music. That I end this way. While participating in the show, it will not have much impact on her creation. It's not a music show this time, but this program is somewhat related to Sister Lan's training camp this time, so I didn't refuse directly. I want to ask Sister Lan what you think. Assistant Lu Shui said. What variety show? When Zhang Lan heard Lu Shui's words, a trace of curiosity appeared in her eyes. The name of the variety show is We Are Men. The main content of this show is that a group of celebrities enter the army for training. The training is also conducted according to the rhythm of the army. I heard that it will be very strict. I thought that the training intensity that Sister Lan undergoes at Feiwu Security is also very high. In this case, it is quite appropriate to participate in this program. Lu Shui recounted his thoughts. Zhang Lan nodded slightly when she heard Lu Shui's narration. If this is the case, it is indeed very appropriate for her to participate in this variety show now. When will the show start recording? If the schedule is right, she can participate. After all, Feiwu Security has been training for half a month, and she has basically adapted to the current intensity of adaptation. And if she participates, she will have an inherent advantage. The program has been prepared and recording started in early September. Early September. Zhang Lan roughly calculated that it does not conflict with her current schedule. In this case, she can participate in this variety show. Thinking of this, Zhang turned to look at his assistant Lu Shui sitting in the cab. I'm participating in this show. You go and communicate. Okay, Sister Lan. Then I will communicate with the program over there as soon as possible. Lu Shui nodded. Conversation room. The door of the back seat was opened, and Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei opened the door and walked in. Sister Lan, what program are you going to participate in again? Young Yo-Yo asked. When she opened the door and came in, she happened to hear the two talking about participating in the show. It's a program called We Are Men. The main content is to train employees according to the military model. Zhang Lan opened his mouth to explain. Train according to the Army's model. Isn't that similar to our training camp? Yang Yao Yao was a little surprised when she heard Zhang Lan's words. She didn't expect there to be such a variety show, and it was quite interesting to think about it. That's true, so it's good to go and participate. Zhang Lan smiled and spoke. Then when the show comes out, I'll have to watch it carefully. The show will only start recording in early September. I'm afraid it will take a long time for it to be released. But I will tell you when it is broadcast. Zhang Lan said that this should be the first variety show she has participated in that is not a music variety show. Jiangcheng Orchard Experimental Base. Professor Yuan, these are some gifts we prepared for the experimenters in the orchard. Li Shun and Wu Yu walked into the office carrying boxes of gifts. There were several experimenters behind him, also holding gifts. Yuan Chenghua glanced at the gifts brought by Li Shun and the others. He had already prepared for this matter and turned to look at the two experimenters behind Li Shun. You can distribute these gifts to other staff members. Okay, Professor Yuan. The two experimenters nodded and quickly left the office with the gifts in their hands. Mr. Yuan, this is a gift for you, Li Shun said, handing out the gift in his hand. I'm determined. Professor Yuan looked at the gift handed over by Li Shun and did not refuse it this time. It had been so many times and he was used to it. And the other party really just brought some gifts and did not think about obtaining some privileges by giving gifts that he reached out and took the gift from Li Shun and then put it on the cabinet beside him. Everyone sit down. I called you here today. You should already know what is going on. Yuan Chenghua pointed at the seats in the reception area. I heard that the official side is very satisfied with our boring short video platform, but I still need to ask Professor Yuan to explain it in detail. Li Shun sat down in the reception area and looked at Professor Yuan expectantly. Yes, I submitted the boring short video to the above 2 months ago. After such a long period of investigation, I have made a decision to promote the boring short video on the CCTV channel. Of course, I still need to ask for your advice when it comes to promoting this matter, so I called you here today to talk about this matter. Yuan Chenghua's eyes fell behind Li Shun and Wu Yu, and he spoke slowly. Are you promoting it? This is a good thing for our boring short video. We must agree to it. Li Shun spoke without hesitation after hearing this. Nowadays, the user growth of boring short videos has not increased significantly for a long time, but if the official side can really promote their boring short videos through CCTV. Chapter 975, Actions of a Boring Short Video CCTV. That is very convincing. If the official can really promote their boring short videos on the CCTV channel, then the number of users of boring short videos will once again experience a surge that I remember that the last time the number of users of boring short videos surged, it was because Professor Yuan promoted boring short video during an interview, which directly caused boring short video to become a hot search that Li Shun thought in his mind, but soon realized something, looked up at Professor Yuan and asked, Professor Yuan, the government wants to promote our boring short video. Do we need to do anything here? He is definitely looking forward to the official promotion, but if this promotion needs to harm the interests of boring short videos, he will definitely not agree. When Yuan Chenghua heard Li Shun's words, he smiled and shook his head. The only thing you need to do is to maintain the current mode of boring short videos. As long as you stick to the teaching content, the official side will always support you. The most fundamental reason why the official helps promote boring short videos is the 3 sections: teaching section, agriculture section, and breeding industry section. The teaching section makes it easier for families to teach their children to learn. Some parents are not well educated and have no way to help their children with homework. But because of the existence of boring short videos, even parents with little education can tutor their children through the live broadcast of boring short videos. The emergence of the agricultural sector has also solved various problems encountered by farmers during the planning process and avoided some catastrophic problems caused by small problems. For example, if some infectious disease crops are not dealt with in time, it is very likely that all crops will become diseased. This situation happens often. Because some farmers lack agricultural knowledge, they simply cannot find good solutions to problems when they encounter them. This year, he specially asked people to make statistics on the situation of this year's crops. Finally, it was found that the large-scale lesions on crops today were due to crop particulate matter, which was less than half of previous years. And the biggest contribution to this is the boring short video. This year, many farmers have used boring short videos to solve various problems encountered by their crops. Another point is that the agricultural items sold by boring short video are all quality guaranteed. So this year, the purchase of poor quality seeds has been much less likely to reduce crop yields. Another thing is the breeding industry. Like agriculture, there are far fewer records of problems in the breeding industry this year because of boring short video live teaching. AS for the above problems. They're trying to solve them every year, but the results are not very satisfactory. But the boring short video is different. In less than 2 years, it directly solved the problem that they had not been able to solve for so many years. Such a platform is worthy of official promotion. And when boring short video becomes more and more famous, more and more users will use boring short video, and by that time, more and more people will be helped. This is what officials want to see. After all, according to the current situation, boring short videos are currently the best way to change agriculture. Professor Yuan, you can rest assured that the rules for our boring short videos are set by Mr. Chun and will never change. We will try our best to ensure the reputation and quality of our boring short videos. Li Shun hurriedly spoke after hearing Professor Yuan's words. Well, I believe this, otherwise I wouldn't have applied for the boring short video platform from above. Professor Yuan said with a smile. Not that he believed that both Li Shun and Wu Yu were human beings, but he knows that these two people are not fools. The current success of boring short videos is due to word of mouth and various teachings. These 2 points are exactly what the authorities need. Anyone who understands will know that as long as the reputation and various teaching models of boring short videos are maintained, boring short videos will continue to be popular. But there are still some small things that you need to do. Professor Yuan, please tell me whatever we can do. We will definitely do it. Li Shun said. The thing is very simple. Since it is a promotion, it definitely needs a promotional video. So I need to go to your boring short video to take some photos and record some short videos. Professor Yuan briefly explained some requirements. This matter, there is no problem. Professor Yuan, should we film it ourselves and leave it to you? Or should you let someone go over to film it? Li Shin nodded quickly. Wasn't he just taking some photos and videos? There's nothing to refuse. You need to film it yourself, and it's best to make a promotional video. Professor Yuan answered. Okay, Professor Yuan, I wonder when I want this promotional video? Li Shun asked. Of course, the sooner the better. The official side has already communicated with us and can promote it at any time. Professor Yuan spoke. I know, Professor Yuan. Then I will finish the promotional video as soon as possible and send it to you. Li Shun nodded. The faster he made the promotional video, the sooner the boring short video would be publicized. After chatting in the office for a while, Li Shin confirmed that Professor Yuan had no other arrangements, then stood up and left in the car. Brother Shin, this time the boring short video is officially promoted. It will definitely attract more and more users. The income of our boring short video will increase again. Will the income of our boring short video still maintain the #1 ranking? 1. Wu Yu turned to look at Li Shun and said slowly in the past, the revenue of boring short videos has always been the first in the Tomorrow Group, but some time ago, Sangshua Games Freedom Battle was launched as a result. There is a high chance that the revenue of Sangshua Games will exceed that of boring short video. However, if boring short video is officially promoted this time, boring short video's revenue will also increase to a certain extent due to the increase in registered users in that case. Counting the income from the videos, it is very likely that boring will return to the first place in the Tomorrow Group again. This is indeed possible, but whether it can return to the first place depends on the final publicity effect. Li Shun said, well, then let's go back and make the promotional video better and more attractive. This should attract more people to download the boring short video. Wu Yu spoke. This must be done. I will send a message to the work group later. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, all leaders above the supervisor will go to the conference room for a meeting. Li Shin looked at the road ahead and spoke slowly. Chapter 976. Tinga Club's actions the next day. Early morning, tomorrow group, boring short video. Conference room. Li Shin looked at everyone in the conference room. The latest news is that the live broadcast of our boring short video is of great help to people's livelihood, so the official side is preparing to promote our boring short video. As long as there is official publicity, the number of users of our boring short video will increase significantly. If the number of users of boring short video increases, our workload will definitely increase accordingly. There is also quality control. If there is not enough manpower, I will immediately add more manpower. I don't want to hear that due to the increase in users, insufficient manpower will lead to negligence and some quality problems that should not occur. Li Shin turned to look at the person in charge of the quality control department with a very serious expression. Official publicity is a good thing and can increase a lot of user downloads, but if they don't handle it well, it could be a bad thing. After all, official propaganda means the officials trust in them, which is also a golden sign. But they must also grasp this trust. If they are not careful and cause some reputation problems for boring short videos, then not only will this golden brand be damaged, but there will also be backlash. Okay, Mr. Lee, I will strictly control this. There will definitely be no quality control problems. The head of the quality control department hurriedly spoke. Elisha nodded when he heard this, and then continued to speak. Since it is publicity, we definitely need a promotional video. So we need to make a promotional video, mainly to truly show the working environment of our boring short video. This work is done by the publicity department. Li Shin looked at the head of the publicity department. According to Mr. Chin's publicity regulations, the publicity department basically had no tasks in the company. After all, Mr. Chin's publicity policy is not to publicize anything. But a complete company cannot have a publicity department. Currently, Mr. Chin's policy is not to publicize the policy, but if one day Mr. Chin changes the policy and wants to publicize it, it will be troublesome if there is no publicity department. And although the current publicity department does not have publicity work, it is not completely idle. Occasionally, it will go to other departments to do some helping work. Okay, Mr. Lee, we will make the promotional video perfect. The head of the publicity department couldn't help but become excited when he heard Li Shin's words. Their propaganda department finally has a job that belongs to their propaganda department. For such a long time, they have been helping other departments and have never had any work in their own department. This time, I finally have a job that belongs to the propaganda department, and they must do it beautifully. Elisha looked at the excited expression of the head of the publicity department, nodded in understanding, and then looked at everyone in the conference room to continue arranging the next work. However, the main work arrangements for today's meeting have been implemented, and the following arrangements are all daily work arrangements that it didn't take long for all the work to be arranged. Okay, that's the content of today's meeting. You only have 3 days to make the promotional video, so you must make it as soon as possible. After Li Shin finished speaking, he stood up and left the office. When Wu Yu saw this, he got up and followed him. Brother Shin, how much do you think our user base can increase after this official promotion? This cannot be determined, but the number of users will definitely increase, so no matter what, it is acceptable to us. And according to my guess, the official propaganda will be very strong. After all, they want to change some people's livelihood issues through our boring short videos, so they will definitely promote it comprehensively. Of course, this is just my guess. I'm not sure what will happen. Li Shin opened his mouth and analyzed that he didn't know how the official publicity was going to be. Therefore, he is not very sure about the results after the publicity. The two of them walked back to the office as they talked. Jiangsheng, Tange Club. Is everything done? Chen Song looked at Du Ziding, who was walking over, and asked. Well, the decoration has been completed. The people from the Kyoto Tangaka Club will be able to move here in the next 2 days. Du Ziding nodded and said, they have been coming to Jiangsheng for a while, and now they have acquired a piece of land in the east of Jiangsheng. IT is planned to build Tange Game Club and an office building for mobile game companies and Haha Bicycle Company. At the same time. An office building was rented, which was temporarily used as a place for Tange Club, Mobile Game Company, and Haha Bicycle to work. Now that the rented office building has been renovated, it is time for the people from the Kyoto Tangaka Club to move here. I have already made arrangements for the Kyoto Club. They will be moved here in the next 2 days. How are you preparing for the mobile game company? Du Zeding looked at Chen Kong. After the two of them came over, they also had a division of labor that he was responsible for construction, decoration, etc. Chen Song will be responsible for the establishment of Tange Mobile Game Company. Well, all the employees of the mobile game company have been recruited, and they are just waiting for the renovation of the office building to be completed. Now that the renovation of the office building has been completed, it is time to notify those employees to go to work. Chen Song said slowly. Where's Tsangshui Yushi? Du Zeding asked again. They knew nothing about game development, and the people in the mobile game company were all newly recruited. If they wanted to get their work on track, they would definitely have to run in for a while. During this period of running in, the work efficiency would not be very high. At this time, Sanshui Games needs to send technicians to provide guidance. I have already communicated with President Wei about this. As long as we start the mobile game company, they will send technicians at any time. Chun Song said. And Haha Bike has been launched in Jiangxing and Kyoto for half a month. According to the feedback from those users, they like it very much overall. In just half a month, the number of users who have registered for membership of our Haha Bike has reached 20,000, and the number of registered users has reached 200,000. Already 200,000 registered users? It seems that Haha Bike is indeed very popular. Du Zeding was a little surprised to hear Chun Sung's words. He didn't expect that Haha Bike had already had 20 registered users just half a month after it was launched. I asked someone to do an offline survey, and 90% of people were very satisfied with the emergence of Haha Bike, saying that it made their travel much more convenient. So far, the Haha Bike project is very successful. Of course, the fact that 200,000 users registered in half a month is also related to the tens of millions of advertising expenses we spent. Chen Song said with a smile. Chapter 977. Quantity of units sold tomorrow, that's true. We have invested tens of millions in publicity expenses. If there is no effect at all, it will not be justified. Du Zeding nodded in agreement. They had already started promoting the Haha Bicycle before it was launched. By the time Haha Bicycles were launched in Jiangxing and Kyoto, many people already knew about them. When they saw Haha Bicycles, they already knew how to use them. This is also the reason why Haha Bicycle was able to have 200,000 registered users in such a short period of time. Based on the current situation, this project can definitely make money. Mr. Chun is so generous that he directly handed over such a profitable project to us. Chun Sung couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although the 200,000 registrations are due to their promotion, it is the project itself that attracts customers that if the project is not good, even if they spend hundreds of millions to promote it, no one will pay for it. Needless to say, Mr. Chun, being able to start from scratch and develop the Tomorrow Group to where it is today in just over 2 years is definitely not something we and others can compare to. Du Zeding also sighed with emotion. However, Mr. Chen also said about this project that if the project makes money, it will definitely attract a large number of people to invest in this project. By then, all the companies investing in the bicycle project will be involved in each other, and the bicycle project will most likely fall into a state of loss. Well, I know this, but this can be easily solved. As long as we prepare enough funds, those companies with insufficient funds will naturally leave. Chen Sung smiled. Now they are very confident in their funds. But now that the Haha Bicycle project has just been launched, there will definitely be no competition in a short period of time. It can still be profitable during this period. It is good news after all. I can report it to Mr. Chun. You can indeed report it. Du Zeding nodded. Well, you can do the report. Now that the office building has been renovated, I will arrange things for the game company and develop the mobile games of Dragon and Extreme Survival as soon as possible so that we can work together again. One more profitable project. Chun Sung spoke slowly. Good. Du Zeding nodded. That I thought about their current projects in my mind. The game club has always been profitable, and Haha Bicycle has also started to launch. As long as they have enough funds, this project will definitely be successful. Then comes the mobile game project, let alone this project. As long as it is developed, it will definitely be a popular mobile game. Profitability is definitely no problem. After this calculation, they now have 3 profitable projects. Of course, these 3 profitable projects are closely related to the Tomorrow Group. Needless to say, Haha Bicycle and mobile game companies. The gaming club was able to make a profit initially because Songshua Games authorized them exclusive tournament rights. It is precisely because of this exclusive right to host events that their Tange club can make a profit. Sure enough, if you follow the Tomorrow Group, you will have meat to eat. In the future, we still need to follow the footsteps of Tomorrow Group. Night, at the gate of the community tomorrow, Mayan looked at the management of Tomorrow Group gathered at the entrance of Tomorrow Community and said with a smile, "I've kept everyone waiting for a long time. I just took care of some things. It's okay, Mr. May. We came here today to cause trouble for you." Wei Yin walked to Mei Yun and spoke slowly. Now that the Tomorrow Community has been completed, the remaining work is to clean up the park. After learning the news, many employees who bought houses in the Tomorrow Community are curious about what the built Tomorrow Community will look like. So he communicated with Mei Yun and finally decided that after get off work, all those who bought the Tomorrow Community could come to visit the Tomorrow Community. What's the trouble? Without you, my built Tomorrow Community would be hard to sell. Mei Yun smiled and spoke. He was telling the truth. Although the construction of Tomorrow Community is very good, few people can afford it at the price of 50,000 per square meter. Coupled with the non-publicity policy, not many people know about the existence of Tomorrow Community. Therefore, if there are no employees of the Tomorrow Group to buy, then there will definitely be no way to sell the houses in the Tomorrow Community in a short period of time. Such a good community must be purchased, and we also have the ability. When I came here, I counted and found that there were 267 employees buying Tomorrow's Community this time. These people's positions in the company are supervisors and above, with the position and benefits offered by the group's current manager, even if there is no way to buy the house in full. But there is no pressure to buy through a loan. It can be paid off in about 1 or 2 years, or even shorter. Wei Yin spoke slowly. 267 employees purchased houses in Tomorrow Community. Mei Yin was stunned when he heard Wei Yan's words. Although he knows that many employees of the Tomorrow Group have purchased houses in the Tomorrow Community, he has not made detailed statistics and does not know how many employees have purchased houses in the Tomorrow Community. But he had no idea that these 267 employees had purchased houses in Tomorrow Community. These 267 were purchased only by employees of Tomorrow Group, but there are also some other people who bought houses in Tomorrow Community. For example, Chen Song, Du Zeding from Tinga Club, and his friends. Each of those people bought at least 2 houses. In this way, Tomorrow Community has sold nearly 300 houses. 300 houses. According to the housing prices in Tomorrow Community, the price of a house is 10 million. Then 300 houses are 3 billion. This means that by the end of August, when Tomorrow Community delivers houses, there will be 3 billion in income. This income alone has made Tomorrow Community profitable, and the entire Tomorrow Community has a total of more than 390 houses, which was originally exactly 400, but Mr. Chun changed the house type, so there are a few fewer houses. Now that 300 houses have been sold at once, there will be more than 90 houses left in Tomorrow Community that he is not worried about not being able to sell these 90 apartments. After all, there is a school in front of the Tomorrow Community. When the school is built, the Tomorrow Community will be a school district house. Moreover, the school built by Mr. Chun will definitely have a good reputation in the future. So as long as the school is built, the Tomorrow Community will definitely be very popular. Of course, in addition to the school, he is not worried about sales for another reason. That is, with the continuous expansion of the Tomorrow Group, the number of employees of the Tomorrow Group will increase. And the number of people in positions above the supervisor position will also increase. As long as there are enough people above the supervisor position, they are likely to come and buy the Tomorrow Community. Chapter 978, the purchasing power of Tomorrow Group employees. So no matter what the reason is, he is not too worried about not being able to sell it tomorrow. Let's go in and talk. Mei Yun glanced at Wei Yin beside him, then turned to look at the many employees gathered at the entrance of Tomorrow Community, and then turned around and entered the community at the same time. After entering the community, Mei Yun looked at the many employees following him and spoke loudly. Everyone knows where to buy a house. The door locks are all fingerprint password locks, and the initial passwords are all 4 zeros. You can go and view the house you purchased by yourself. There were more than 260 people, and he couldn't show them one by one. He could only let them find the house they bought and see it by themselves. That as Million finished speaking, all the employees obediently looked for the location of the house they wanted to buy, walking and talking. It is indeed a community built by Mr. Chen. The greening alone is not comparable to other communities. I heard Mr. Wei say that there is an artificial lake over there, and it's the kind where you can fish. Really, I'm an experienced fisherman. It would be so happy if I could fish downstairs. What Mr. Wei said is still true. Let's go to the artificial lake first. I heard that the community activity building is also good. Let's take a look at it together. Finally, we will see how the house we bought looks like. Okay, let's go see the artificial lake. If you can really fish, that would be great. It would be great to buy this community. By the way, are you ready with all the loan information? It has been prepared for a long time. When the house comes down at the end of August, the bank will provide the loan directly. I'm also ready. I have to thank Mr. Wei and the others for this. They have already communicated with the bank in advance, so our loan is so convenient. After buying a house, you will be in debt immediately. There is nothing to worry about. Our salary, plus year-end bonus and project bonus, will be repaid in 2 to 3 years. That's true. I am now a director of the Freedom War Department. Now that Freedom War is booming, my project bonus and year-end bonus will definitely not be low. Maybe I can pay it back this year. I still envy you. You are in a game company. What's there to envy? Your boring short videos are not bad at all. Anyway, we will be able to move in a while. I'm quite looking forward to it. Mr. Wei, you have already visited this community. Let's go to the artificial lake. Now it has been completed and the fish have been put in. I also prepared some fishing rods just now. Let's go fishing at the artificial lake. Mei turned to look at Wei Yin, who was following him, and Li Shun and others spoke. Okay, I would like to experience fishing. Wei Yin nodded. He was quite interested in fishing, saying a few people arrived at the artificial lake. Hello, Mr. Wei. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Mei. Some employees who visited the artificial lake saw Wei Yin and others coming and said hello. You visit yours and don't worry about us. After Wei Yin said something to the employees, he followed Mei Yun into the pavilion by the lake. These fishing rods are all new ones I bought. You can choose from them. Mei Yin pointed to a few fishing rods on the edge of the pavilion and said these fishing rods were prepared by him in advance. Wei Yin took a look and couldn't see any difference, so he picked up a fishing rod and sat down on a lounge chair in the pavilion. There are 3 deck chairs in a pavilion facing the direction of the lake. There are fishing rod holders on the sides of the deck chairs to place fishing rods. Here's the bait. Mei Yin saw that several people had already selected the fishing rods, took out the bait and distributed it to the people inside, and at the same time taught him how to hang the ears. Okay, it's time to fish. Whether you can catch it or not depends on everyone's strength. As Mei Yun spoke, he hung bait on the hook and threw it into the artificial lake. Put the fishing rod on the stand aside and sit down comfortably on the recliner. How about Mr. Wei? Mei turned to look at Wei Yin, who was lying on the lounge chair next to him, and asked, It's very comfortable. When we retire, we can just lie on the deck chair and fish. This kind of life will be very good. Wei Yin said with a smile. Retirement. I'm afraid it will take a long time. Tomorrow Group is in the rising period of development. At least for now, we still focus on the development of the group. Mei Yin said, This is natural. I have a hunch that as long as Tomorrow Group continues to expand according to the current trend, sooner or later it will become the #1 group in China. And I will naturally work hard to contribute my strength before Tomorrow Group becomes the #1 group in China. Wei Yin smiled and spoke with some confidence on his face. The #1 group in China? It's such an attractive title. Then let's work hard together. Mei Yun sighed. If Tomorrow Group really became the #1 group in China, then as the manager of the company, he would be very proud. By the way, Mr. Mei, how is the new community project going? For the new project, the land has been acquired. There are still some procedures to be handled, but it will be done soon. It seems that the progress is still very fast. I have done a small-scale census in the company these 2 days and interviewed the company's employees. If the community of the new project is built, will they choose to buy it? More than 90% of them said that if the new community is built, they all want to buy one. Wei Yin looked at Mei Yun and said, "This is a small census he did a few days ago. The census population is only employees of one department. Although it is only employees of one department, it can basically reflect the current views of all employees of Tomorrow Group on the new community." Is that so? That's even better. The housing price of the new community is not high this time. If most employees are willing to buy it, then when the community is completed, it is estimated that many suites can be sold in an instant. And according to the current number of employees in Tomorrow Group, the number of employees who buy new communities will definitely be much higher. If you calculate carefully, the community of the new project may be more profitable this time. Mei Yun smiled when he heard Wei Yan's words. Tomorrow Group has tens of thousands of employees, and these employees have the purchasing power for the new community, so even if the unit price of the community is low, the number of people who buy it is also increasing. Moreover, this time Mr. Chin invested 2 billion yuan, and the apartment type is no longer limited to 200 square meters. So the number of rooms in a building is at least twice that of Tomorrow Community. Chapter 979 Wei Yin organizes team building also. The decoration requirements for the community this time are not to be decorated like the community tomorrow. They're all overall decoration, and the requirements are also some simple hard furnishings. For example, ceramic tiles, latex paint. These are the most basic decorations, but not appliances and furniture. People who need to buy a house have to buy these things themselves. In this way, the cost of decoration of the new community project will be much smaller, and the project capital will be 500 million higher than that of Tomorrow Community. This new project will definitely build more buildings, and there will only be 400 households in the community tomorrow. Then this new community will have at least 3,000 households. If all were sold, it would be at least 6 billion. And if all the houses in the community are sold tomorrow, it will only be 4 billion. Mei Yin thought in his mind, and had already begun to fantasize about the sales situation of the new project community after it was built. Why are you in a daze? Did you take the bait? Wei Yin saw that Mei Yun's fish bobber was sinking, while Mei Yun was still there in a daze, so he couldn't help but give a reminder. Ah! Upon hearing this, Mei Yun quickly came to his senses, and then hurriedly closed the pole, only to see a big fish hanging on the hook. President Mei is quite capable, Li Shun praised from the side. Luck, luck! Mei Yun smiled, and then put the fish into the bucket aside. After the employees have finished their visit, we managers, let's go out for a meal and get together. Mr. Chun has developed many new projects recently, and we can also discuss them with each other. Wei Yin suggested. Can. Mei Yin nodded that I came here today to visit Tomorrow Community. Basically, all the managers came over, so we took advantage of the opportunity to get together. I'll go over and talk to the managers, Mei Yun said as he stood up and walked to the side. Some of the managers had just gone to visit their own houses, and some of them had followed him here to fish at tea this time. We are fishing in various fishing areas. Tell them that I will pay for all the expenses for today's dinner. Wei Yin saw Mei Yun stand up and said, as the proposer of the party, he naturally wanted to show off, and with his current income, the cost of the party was nothing at all. Okay, Mr. Wei. Mei Yun nodded and then walked away. Jiangcheng, Xingyu Restaurant, that I in a large private room. Are any of you familiar with this restaurant? Wei Yin looked at Li Shun, and Wang Maoyan and others asked. It's familiar. How could it not be familiar? Li Shun and Wang Maoyan spoke one after another. This Xingyu Restaurant was the place where they had their first team building. Thinking of the scene during the first team building, several people couldn't help but feel nostalgic at that time. They were just ordinary employees in the clothing factory, but now they have become managers of various companies. Mr. Chen had never treated these old brothers badly. At that time, every old employee in the garment factory was basically in a supervisory or above position. Everyone, take a seat. The food has been reserved and will be here shortly. Wei Yin looked at the many managers of Tomorrow Group who came in and said hello. Mr. Wei, tell me about your team building at that time. Is it like team building now, where you have to drink red wine every time? Yao Beiguo approached Wei Yin and asked curiously. Companies under the Tomorrow Group basically have team building once a month, And this team building has always had a legacy, that is drinking red wine during every team building, that he never understood this. Red wine is not refreshing at all, and its stamina is stronger than beer. The tradition of drinking red wine has been around for a long time. As for why Mr. Chen asked us to drink red wine, he was probably worried that drinking too much would harm our health. If nothing else, when it comes to drinking beer, most of us don't even think about it, and we're basically very drunk. But red wine is different. People like us don't like the taste of red wine, so when we drink it, we don't drink so much. Wei Yin opened his mouth to explain. He had never understood much about drinking red wine during team building. However, after many company gatherings, he gradually discovered that because many people disliked the taste of red wine, company employees were not very active in drinking. He is sure that if the red wine is replaced by beer, many more employees will get drunk during each team building. But because of the red wine, there were far fewer drunk employees. Even he is the same. He usually only drinks 10 bottles of beer, but if he drinks red wine, he doesn't want to drink it after one bottle. Mr. Chun, you really think about our employees. For our health, you would rather spend a lot of money to drink red wine for us. Yao Beigwa couldn't help but sigh. He knew the price of the red wine, 1,000 yuan a bottle, 1,000 yuan, enough to buy more than 200 bottles of beer. Mr. Chun has always treated the company's employees very well, but there are not many companies on the market that can treat their employees as well as the Tomorrow Group. Wei Yin said with confidence, for those companies on the market, let alone the treatment of Tomorrow Group, even half of the treatment of Tomorrow Group may not be achieved. That's true. Yao Beigwa nodded in agreement. During the conversation, the waiter came in from outside pushing the dining cart and placed the prepared meals on the table. After the waiter served all the meals, Wei Yin poured himself a glass of wine, stood up and looked at the many managers of Tomorrow Group in the private room. As Tomorrow Group continues to grow, our managers have fewer and fewer dinner parties. It is rare to get together today and let everyone eat and drink well. We will not continue the legacy of team building by having a private dinner. Everyone can drink whatever they want. I will pay for it tonight. Here's a toast to you all. As Wei Yin spoke, he raised his glass and drank it in one gulp that I in the private room. All the managers heard Wei Yan's words and responded one after another, then raised their glasses and drank. Lao Wang, how is your takeaway shop prepared? Wei Yin looked at Wang Maoyan and asked. Since the last time he and Wang Maoyan discussed the takeout project, he has never heard any news about takeout. The takeaway shop is already in the final stages and will be officially open for business by the end of the month. Wang Maoyan replied, will it be online at the end of the month? Once it is online, I will give you a lot of support. Wu Yu immediately spoke after hearing this. Although there is a company canteen at work, there is no company canteen after get off work or on Sundays that he is too lazy to cook, so he basically has to order takeout several times every time he has a Sunday off. However, the taste of those takeaways is completely inferior to the taste of the company canteen, but I am too lazy, so I can only make do with takeaways. Chapter 980 Progress of the Real Game Club, but it's different now. He also understands the process of Nanshi takeout, that he doesn't have to worry about his cooking skills at all. Wang Maoyan, the manager of Nanshi Takeout, is a star chef, and the chefs he recruits will definitely have no problem with their cooking skills. As for the hygiene issue, let alone that. Even if there is no live broadcast, he still believes in the hygiene of Nanshi Takeout. So as long as Nanshi Takeaway is online, he will definitely order takeout from Nanshi Takeaway. I support this. There are also many young people in our company who order takeout on their holidays. If we recommend Nanshi Takeout to them, they will definitely like it. Yao Beigwa smiled and spoke. The internet-addicted teenagers in the club want to order takeout every day and then stay in the esports room all the time, that if there were no hard and fast rules, those internet-addicted teenagers would probably live in the esports room. I also told the employees of the Nanshi Takeout Platform Company they should like it very much. Song Xia also spoke. Thank you all so much. Wang Maoyan heard the speeches of many company managers and thanked them. According to Mr. Chen's non-publicity policy, after the Nanshi Takeout is built, it is not allowed to actively promote it. That if you don't publicize a newly built food delivery platform, how will anyone know about it? No one knows about Nanshi Takeout, so how could anyone place an order for takeout on Nanshi Takeout? So he has always been worried that no one will order from Nanshi Takeout after it opens. But now, after listening To the words of these managers, I feel more relaxed. No matter what, Nanshi Takeout will not have no orders after it opens. By the way, Mr. Liang, how's your real-life game club doing? I really want to go there and play. Li Shun's eyes fell on Liang Jiming. Yes, Jiming, that real-life game club has been under development for some time. Fong Chong also looked at Liang Jiming. Liang Jiming came from his department, so he would be relatively familiar with him. Well, the current design has been completed. Due to the location, it is impossible to replicate the extreme survival map 100%, so some modifications and deletions have been made in the design. For example, the issue of vehicles. Considering safety issues, we have customized some vehicles that are protective but not very fast. There is also the construction of the house. In order to ensure safety, all windows of the house above the second floor are equipped with protective bars to prevent players from falling from the windows. Behaviors like jumping out of the windows in the game cannot be achieved in reality. So, based on the current progress, it may take at least half a year to complete. Liang Jiming quickly described the situation of the real-life club when developing this project. He has always insisted on 2 points. The first is to retain the gameplay of extreme survival as much as possible. The second point is player safety. Does it still take half a year? I can only wait until half a year before playing again. Li Shun and Wu Yu sighed. They played the game Extreme Survival, so they really wanted to experience a real-person, extreme survival. Mr. Liang, do you have any ideas about the real-life extreme survival project in the future? Wei Yin suddenly spoke while listening to the conversation between the two of them. What are your future thoughts? It seems that I haven't thought too much about it yet. Now I am just thinking about how to develop the real-life extreme survival project. Liang Jiming shook his head. He really had not considered the future development of the real-life extreme survival project. I think we can think about it. Half a year is not fast, but it is not slow. It is also time to consider the future development of the project. For example, in terms of attracting customers, the current point of attracting customers is real-life extreme survival, which draws on the popularity of extreme survival. But for those who don't play extreme survival, the appeal of this real-life extreme survival game is much less attractive. Wei Yan's eyes fell on Liang Jimmy. This kind of entertainment project could not only attract customers, still need more attraction points to attract more customers. What Mr. Wei said makes sense. I'll go back and think about it carefully. Is there any way to increase the attraction? Liang Jiming nodded when he heard this. I think we can imitate the routine of the corner pet park and add some competitions. As long as you win the competition, you will get some rewards. Pang Tao said. The pet competition at the corner pet park is very popular, and many tourists bring their own pets to compete. The reason why it is so popular is because there will be cash rewards after winning the competition championship. This is a good idea. You can set up several more rewards, such as cash, gifts, discount coupons, etc. Wei Yin spoke. The gifts can be set with some figures, and since it is a real-life extreme survival project, the rewards can be set with some extreme survival-related figures. The figures can be made into limited editions and can only be obtained by the champion of the extreme survival competition. In this case, for some people who like figures, this competition is also very attractive. Yao Beigwa said that the production of figures is now managed by their BL Game Club, but he still has a lot of ideas about figures. For those who like figures, this limited edition figure is fatally attractive. Immediately afterwards, a few more managers made suggestions that could improve attractiveness. Liang Jiming listened to the suggestions of many managers and deeply experienced the enthusiasm of the managers of Tomorrow Group Company that he originally wanted to go back and think about how to improve the appeal of the Real Person Gaming Club. But he didn't expect that these managers of Tomorrow Group would directly help him solve the problem of attraction. Since he became the manager of the Real Person Gaming Club, because he is not very familiar with those managers, he has basically been in a state of diving after entering the manager group. Although Mr. Fong and Mr. Wei had told him that the managers of Tomorrow Group were very enthusiastic, and if there was anything they didn't understand, they could ask him at any time. But he didn't go to those managers for consultation. Today, for the first time, he experienced the enthusiasm of the managers of Tomorrow Group. They really tried to help him think about the problem, and the suggestions they made were all feasible. Thank you everyone. These suggestions are really good. I will go back and integrate them and make a detailed plan. Liang Jiming thanked him. If you have anything to say, thank you too. They are all managers of the group. We should help each other, Li Shan said with a smile. In our Tomorrow group, the intrigues of other companies are not popular. We here can only work together to grow the Tomorrow group. Chapter 981, the next step for Nanchi takeaway. That's right. You don't have to be restrained, no matter what position you held or what you did before. But now that you have become the manager of Tomorrow Group, it means that you have the ability, and Mr. Chin's vision is not bad. So don't look at us as seniors, relax your mind. There is no difference between my managers. Wei Yin saw the restraint in Liang Jiming's heart and emphasized it that he often pays attention to the manager group. After Liang Jiming entered the manager group, he basically didn't speak except for some key matters that he guessed that the other party should not have fully integrated into the manager circle. And today, observing Liang Jiming's state, he was more convinced of his previous guess. Okay, Mr. Wei. Liang Jiming felt more relaxed when he heard Wei Yan's words that he was indeed a little restrained here. After all, these managers were all veteran managers, and he was just promoted directly from a basic employee. Okay, no more words. Let's eat and drink. Wei Yin poured himself a glass of wine and then raised it. Isn't it just restrained? I will be less reserved after drinking a few bottles of wine later. Time passed by little. Chinamo drank tea, sat leisurely in the boss chair, and looked at the victory interface in the game. It is now the end of August. During this period, there were some unexpected things in the agency fees of Sanshui Games' Freedom War. In addition, the launch of Freedom War led to an increase in the overall revenue of Sanshui Game. According to the detailed statistics, Sanshui Game made 300 million more profit this month than before. Originally, Sanshui Game made 2.2 billion profit a month, but this month it has made 2.5 billion profit. Add to that the 500 million live broadcast licensing fee for Freedom War, a total of 3 billion. However, he invested 2 billion in a new community project sometime, AtoZ. He now has 1 billion system funds left to AT this time. There is still 1 month before the September settlement. This month, due to the emergence of Freedom War, the profit of Tomorrow Group has been raised to 2.5 billion. However, the popularity of Freedom War is still rising, so the specific income of Mingri Group in September is still uncertain. The only thing that is certain is that it will definitely not be less than 2.5 billion. Adding the remaining 1 billion system funds, if there is no accident. He only needs to spend another 3.5 billion. And he now has 2 expenditure projects, Nana Coffee and Nanchi Takeaway. These 2 projects can spend at least 1.5 billion. Then he still has 2 billion funds to support, but he still has 4.4 billion additional investment. Overall, he still has 2.2 billion in roundabout funds, and there is only 1 month left. Now all the projects of the group that should make money have made money, and basically there will be no more profit points. Basically, if there is no major change, there will be no problem with this settlement plan. However, he can't be too careless. In this month, he still needs to pay more attention to the development of each company in the group. His eyes continued to fall on the computer and started the game again. In the past 2 days, he gradually discovered that some people have started playing the jungle position. In 10 games. He can encounter 1 to 2 people playing the jungle position. If this continues, I am afraid that there will be more and more junglers. He needs to play 2 more games during this period to get more points. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Chinemo rubbed his arm. He had just finished a game and was about to take a break when the door of the office was knocked. Then Wang Maoyan pushed the door and walked in. Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan walked to the desk and greeted. Sit down. How is the progress of Nanchi Takeaway? Can it open normally tomorrow? Chun Mo pointed to the left and right of the desk and asked. Mr. Chun, Nanchi Takeaway is ready and can open normally tomorrow. But we don't do any publicity for Nanchi Takeaway. It is estimated that no one will notice our Nanchi Takeaway for a long time. I am afraid we will lose money in the early stage, Wang Maoyan said with some concern. Although there will be employees of Tomorrow Group to support Nanchi Takeaway after it opens, there are only so many employees of Tomorrow Group. If all of them order takeaway, it will not be enough for Nanchi Takeaway to make a profit. Moreover, employees of Tomorrow Group have to go to work, and there is Tomorrow Canteen during work. So if Nanchi Takeaway wants to make a profit, More people need to know about the Nanshi takeaway platform. Chinmo heard Wang Maoyan's words and looked at him meaningfully. Promotion still want to promote? How is this possible? My policy of not promoting is that I don't want to make money. After going online, no one knows the Nanshi takeaway platform, so there is no way to order Nanshi takeaway. No one orders Nanshi takeaway, which means no income. No income means losing money. This is exactly what he wants. Promotion is not possible. This is a long-standing heritage of our Tomorrow group. And Nanshi takeaway has just been built, so it is better to familiarize yourself with the work process. If there are many people ordering takeout from Nanshi at the beginning, can you ensure that every order is completed smoothly? Chinmo looked at Wang Maoyan seriously. This. Wang Maoyan hesitated, but then he spoke. Mr. Chun has thought carefully and will not publicize it yet. He just thought about it and realized that what Mr. Chun said actually made sense. The Nanshi takeout had just been prepared and had not yet officially opened. The business model of Nanshi takeout is different from traditional takeout, so after opening, you still need to be familiar with the production and delivery process of takeout. What I mean by not publicizing first is that before I change the company's non-publicity policy, I can't publicize it, you know? Chinmo glanced at Wang Maoyan seriously. I know, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan nodded. It's good to know. Now that the Nanshi takeout in Jiangxing has been completed, you can consider going to other cities to continue opening Nanshi takeout. Chinmo nodded when he heard Wang Maoyan's story. Mr. Chun, where should we choose the next city? Wang Maoyan heard Mr. Chin's words and asked quickly. Next place, go to Kyoto. Chinmo heard Wang Maoyan speak without hesitation. Kyoto was the city he had thought about for a long time and finally decided on. This time he mainly focused on consuming funds. The population density in Kyoto is very high, so there will be many more Nanshi takeout shops that need to be opened. Another point is that the housing prices in Kyoto are also much higher, so renting a house is also a big expense. Chapter 982. Suhong's investment 600 million was invested in Jiangxing. The housing prices in Kyoto are high, and because of the high population density, there are more stores. In general, the investment in Kyoto must be at least doubled or tripled. In this case, the investment must be 1.2 to 1.8 billion. Then, Nana Coffee will also invest in Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Nana Coffee store is not as large as Nanshi takeaway, so the investment may not be as much as Nanshi takeaway. But the overall investment must be around 1 billion. In this way, the total investment in Nana Coffee and Nanshi takeaway must be at least 2 billion. After careful calculation, this is much more than his previous budget. Mr. Chun, the investment in Kyoto may be much larger. And the project in Jiangxing has just ended, and we don't know what it will be like after it opens. Should we wait for some results in Jiangxing before considering expansion? Wang Maoyan made a suggestion when he heard that Mr. Chun chose Kyoto as the location. Although he didn't know much about Kyoto, he knew that the housing prices and commodity prices were much higher than those in Jiangxing. Jiangxing has already invested 600 million yuan, so he couldn't imagine how much investment Kyoto would need. Another point is that Nanshi takeaway in Jiangxing has just opened, and it is still uncertain what the future development will be. And according to the no advertisement policy, Nanshi takeaway has a high probability of being in a loss-making state in the early stage, and if he were asked to go to Kyoto to continue developing Nanshi takeaway in this state, he would be a little panicked. Not to mention going to Kyoto, he has always been a little nervous about the 600 million yuan investment in Jiangxing. If Wei Yin hadn't given him advice, he would have been in a mess that he is just a cook. Not only did he take over a 600 million project, but he also had to take over more than 1 billion. He really couldn't handle it. No, Nanshi takeaway must develop quickly and can't be delayed. Just look at Nana Coffee. Nana Coffee was a little slow in development in the middle period. After Nana Coffee became profitable, it was seen by others and then copied the model of Nana Coffee. Now they are fighting a business war with Nana Coffee, which has not ended yet. If Nana Coffee was fully developed at the beginning, regardless of whether Nana Coffee was profitable or not, and Nana Coffee was quickly developed nationwide, would competitors still compete? Even if they want to compete, they need enough funds. They also have to see if they have enough funds. And now Nanshi takeaway continues to follow the path of Nana Coffee. When it becomes profitable, if it wants to expand, I am afraid that competitors will have appeared by then. So this time, Don't think about whether it's profitable or not. What we need to do now is to quickly open Nanchi Takeaway to the whole country. In this way, even if Nanchi Takeaway is profitable and there are competitors, our Nanchi Takeaway has already opened to the whole country. I know you are very worried now. Nanchi Takeaway has no publicity and no users. Nanchi Takeaway will definitely be in a state of loss in the early stage of profitability. I understand this and I won't blame you. The policy of not promoting is mainly to reduce the attention of others and buy more time for the development of Nanchi Takeaway. So now you have to consider not how to make Nanchi Takeaway profitable in Jiangcheng, but how to quickly expand Nanchi Takeaway in Kyoto with quality and quantity. Chen Mo heard Wang Maonian's words and said in a very serious tone, "But he secretly complained in his heart that I wanted Nanchi Takeaway to lose money. The more I opened, the more I would lose, and it can also consume more system funds, and consume more current system funds that if Nanchi Takeaway can make a profit, he will not invest in Nanchi Takeaway." Wang Maonian fell silent after hearing what Mr. Chen said. Sure enough, what Mr. Wei said was right. They were all still considering the temporary profit and loss of the project, but Mr. Chen was always considering the overall situation. I understand, Mr. Chen. Then I will deal with the development of Nanchi Takeaway in Kyoto as soon as possible. Well, it needs to be fast. Give me a budget in the next 2 days. Chen Mo looked at Wang Maonian and nodded. Okay, Mr. Chen. Wang Maonian nodded, then got up and left the office. Chen Mo watched Wang Maonian leave, then picked up his phone and called Song Xia of Nana Coffee. Now Nanchi Takeaway has opened at the end of August, and I don't know if Nana Coffee has completed the task he arranged. Soon the call was connected, and Song Xia's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chen, what are the arrangements? Have all the Nana Coffee projects in Magic City been opened? Chun Mo asked directly. Mr. Chun, all the stores have been opened, and a new office has been established in Suzhou and Hangzhou. According to the survey of Suzhou and Hangzhou, it will take about 72 stores to open Nana Coffee to saturation in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The overall budget investment will be more than 500 million to open all the stores, and we have also conducted a store survey in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and basically the location of the store has been determined. Now all the preparations have been made, except for the funds to open the store. Song Xia heard Mr. Chen's question and immediately recounted the preparations made during this period. She attaches great importance to the opening of Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After all, this is Nana Coffee's counterattack against Nanrui Coffee, so she doesn't want any mistakes or delays. That is after Mr. Chen gave the order. He asked Lu Ming and Lu Xiang to take the team to Suzhou and Hangzhou to conduct a series of store opening surveys. Chen Mo was stunned when he heard Song Xia's words. He just asked whether the Nana Coffee in the Magic City had opened a store, that if the coffee shop in the Magic City had been opened, he could make the next investment and open a Nana Coffee shop in Suzhou and Hangzhou. But he didn't expect that Song Xia and his team were so efficient. Not only was the Nana Coffee in the Magic City ready, even all the preparations for opening a store in Suzhou and Hangzhou were done, and even the budget was ready. He only needed to invest the funds to start. This was very different from Wang Maonian, who had just left the office. But this made him happy and a little worried. The good thing was that he could spend the funds quickly. What he was worried about was, with this work efficiency, who knows when Nana Coffee will be able to turn a profit again, that he felt more at ease with Wang Maonian, who was slow at work and was a chef by birth. So he wasn't very good at management. Chapter 983. Mr. Chen's counterattack. Shen Mo muttered to himself. But now is the critical moment to spend money. He has no time to care about these, and now Nana Coffee has a good ally. It is still very difficult to make a profit. After thinking about these clearly, he immediately spoke. Since you are ready, just start opening a store in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I will give you 600 million yuan of funds of more than 500 million yuan. Open the store in Suzhou and Hangzhou as soon as possible. The funds will be transferred to your Nana Coffee account within 3 working days. There is still a month to settle, so spend the money first. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will deal with this matter as soon as possible. Nana Coffee Shop. Song Xia hung up the phone with excitement and looked at Sudan sitting opposite. Teacher Su, Mr. Chun has already started to act. He has just issued a task to open a Nana Coffee store in Suzhou and Hangzhou as soon as possible. The funds can be transferred to our company's account within 3 working days. It seems that Mr. Chun has made up his mind to fight a decisive battle with Nanrue Coffee, and we have enough reserve store managers, so we can develop rapidly in this way. But Nanrue Coffee doesn't have them, so it depends on what Nanrue Coffee chooses. Sudan smiled when he heard Song Xia's words that he also admired Mr. Chin's decisiveness in his heart. The reality maintained a slow pace of development, which made Nanrue Coffee always think that they had the upper hand and were complacent. But what Nanrue Coffee didn't expect was that we had been accumulating strength and slowly cultivating reserve store managers. Now that the number of reserve store managers has been cultivated to a sufficient number, Mr. Chun took decisive action at this time. First, opening Manhwa Coffee in the Magic City to saturation. After waiting for the opening of Manhwa Coffee in the Magic City, he opened Manhwa Coffee to Suzhou and Hangzhou without any stop, and it was still in a state of full development. This speed obviously does not want to give Nanrue Coffee more time to react. After we spread Manhwa Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Nanrue Coffee may react. By then, it will be more troublesome for Nanrue Coffee to deal with it. I want to see how Nanrue Coffee will deal with it this time. Song Xia snorted coldly. After being disgusted by Nanrue Coffee for so long, now she can finally get some face back. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinemo slowly hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Nana Coffee invested 600 million yuan at once. Although Nanshi Takeaway did not have a specific budget, it was estimated that it would cost at least 1.2 to 1.8 billion yuan. These 2 projects can spend about 2 billion yuan. However, the specific amount still needs to wait for Wang Maonian to make a budget to determine. But he is still very satisfied with this expenditure. While thinking, the office door was opened, and Shin Ro walked in with a thermostat. Mr. Chin, it's time for lunch. Is it time for lunch? Chinemo looked at the time and found that it was already time for lunch, that he got up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Shinro had already placed the food on the table. Sit down and eat together, Chunemo said happily. Nana Coffee and Nanshi Takeaway completed their tasks according to his regulations and started the next task accordingly. Although there were some minor accidents in the live broadcast licensing fee of Tsangshui game, the overall situation was still under his control, and there was hope for settlement in a month. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded and went back to the office to get the tableware and sat opposite Mr. Chin. Looking at Mr. Chin's expression, she guessed in her heart that I don't know what happened to Mr. Chun, but he was so happy. Tomorrow's canteen, the dining table in the corner. Wang Maonian looked at Wei Yin sitting opposite and told him in detail what Mr. Chun had arranged in the office. Well, Mr. Chun is right. Nana Coffee has indeed encountered competitors. If Nanrue Coffee also develops along the development path of Nana Coffee, it is very likely to repeat the current situation of Nana Coffee. So now Mr. Chin's rapid development is indeed very likely to avoid the situation of Nanshi Takeaway that Nana Coffee had before. You are right to worry. There are great risks in such development. But have you ever thought that the greater the risk, the greater the return? The current business model of Nanshi Takeaway is unique in the market and the most hygienic and safe. If Nanshi Takeaway can be successfully liked by many people after expansion, then our Nanshi Takeaway will grab a large part of the takeaway business. So you just do it according to Mr. Chen's requirements. As long as the takeaway store is well done, the chef's cooking skills, the hygiene of the takeaway, and the service quality and speed of the takeaway staff are all guaranteed, you can basically attract a lot of customers. Wei Yin simply recounted his thoughts. But Mr. Wei, the price of takeout is also critical. Mr. Chen has already asked for the price of takeout to be set at twice the normal price of vegetables. Such a high price can still discourage some customers. Wang Maonian talked about his concerns. In fact, he has always been worried about this problem, but there is another problem that needs to be solved first. But his proposal to promote was directly rejected by Mr. Chun, so he thought of the issue of takeout prices. The price problem is actually easy to solve, and the double price is not much. Because the normal takeout price is more expensive than the normal vegetable price, then the price of Nanshi takeout is twice the normal vegetable price, which is just a little more than the normal takeout price. And the vegetable price issue can be compensated through other operations. For example, the amount of my takeout can be appropriately more than the normal takeout amount. Of course, I also know that some people will only buy those cheap takeouts due to economic problems. In fact, we can also take advantage of this. Since we cook by ourselves, the ingredients for cooking must be there is consumption and damage. For example, some vegetables are not fresh because they have been stored for a long time. It is definitely impossible to use these vegetables according to normal takeout. But these vegetables are just not fresh, not inedible. If they're thrown away, it will be a waste, so we can make use of those unfresh ingredients. My idea is to use those unfresh vegetables to make a takeout blind box. The price of this takeout blind box is uniform and very cheap. The only difference is the uncertainty. You don't know what dishes you bought, and all the dishes are made based on the remaining ingredients. Chapter 984 Takeaway Blind Box. Of course, we have clearly stated the purchase rules for this blind takeout box, so that buyers know that the dishes in the blind vegetable box are made from stale ingredients. But we also need to let them know that those ingredients are only stale, but it's not broken. It's completely edible. One more thing you can pay attention to is that this takeout blind box can be noted. Buyers can note their preferences, such as whether they can eat spicy food or what vegetables they are allergic to. These are still necessary. Wei Yin watched Wang Maoyan recount his thoughts. Takeaway blind box. Wang Maoyan was stunned for a moment when he heard Wei Yan's words. This was the first time he heard the term takeout blind box. But if you think carefully about what Wei Yin just said, there is still a lot of room for possibility. And blind boxes are very popular now. If you create a takeout blind box, it may be an attractive point. Mr. Wei, your proposal is really good. I think it is very feasible, Wang Maoyan said with excitement. I do have some detailed suggestions here. Li Shun sat aside and said, Mr. Li, tell me. Wang Maoyan turned to look at Li Shun. It's like this. For takeout blind boxes, it's not good if the dishes are too different. We can make two kinds of blind boxes. One is a vegetarian blind box, and the other is a meat blind box. The vegetarian blind box is cheaper than the meat blind box. A little. In this way, people who buy takeout blind boxes can have a relatively accurate choice. Li Shun gave his suggestions. Wang Maoyan nodded after hearing Li Shun's words. This is indeed something that needs attention, that if a customer wants to eat a meat dish but is unwilling to spend so much money, he can just buy a takeout blind box of meat dishes. Wang Maoyan sighed his heart. He didn't have much confidence in Nanshi Takeout before, but after hearing the words of Wei Yin and Li Shun, he felt more confident that he could make arrangements at the takeout shop these days. Make a detailed plan for the takeout blind box project as soon as possible, and then implement it. Lunch is over. Wang Maoyan quickly left the Tomorrow cafeteria. Wei Yin shook his head and smiled when he saw Wang Maoyan rushing forward. It was very similar to how he felt when he was promoted, and everything was full of motivation. Very nice. Brother Wang is still very motivated. Li Shun walked to Wei Yin and said with a smile, Isn't this great? Only in this way can we run the company well. We were all like this at the time, weren't we? Wei Yin turned to look at Li Shun. Ha ha ha. That's true. I still remember the scene when we went out to buy clothes. Li Shun laughed. When Wei Yin heard this, he couldn't help showing a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. At that time, it was just a small clothing factory. At that time, after the original boss sold the garment factory, he was thinking about changing jobs. Later, when he saw Mr. Chen, he made a big reform in the garment factory on the first day he came. Pay wages in advance and install air conditioning in the clothing workshop. That he decided to take a closer look to see what this new young boss was going to do. But he never expected that he would be there for more than 2 years and never thought of leaving the Tomorrow group. While the two were talking, after entering the Tomorrow building, we took the elevator directly back to our respective floors. Wei Yin returned to the office and just sat down when his cell phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID and was stunned for a moment that I rarely get this call. American Extreme Survival Game Agent Matt. After Extreme Survival was authorized to Matt, he did not communicate with the other party. More work content was handled by the people below that I don't know why the other party called him at this time. Wei Yin was confused and then answered the phone. Mr. Matt. What's the matter? Mr. Wei Yin, there is something I want to discuss with you. Matt's voice came from the phone. What happened? Wei Yin spoke in confusion. He didn't know what the other party needed to talk to him about. It's a matter of freedom war. You Sangshua haven't found an agent yet, right? Mr. Matt's Freedom Battle has just been launched not long ago. The specific results are not yet certain. It may be due to lack of stamina and lack of subsequent traffic. But if you want an agent, I will not lower the agency fee because of those inaccurate factors. And based on the current data of Freedom Battle, we have reason to infer that Freedom Battle may surpass Extreme Survival. So the agent of Freedom Battle will not be lower than Extreme Survival. The price here is twice that of Extreme Survival. When Wei Yin heard that the other party was coming for the Freedom Battle, he thought about it and spoke directly. Freedom Battle has just been launched, and it is unknown whether it can maintain continued popularity. So if you come to him to talk about the agency of Freedom Battle at this time, it is very likely that the price of the agency fee will be lowered through this matter.so in order to avoid lowering the price. He blocked the matter from the beginning. This is why he is not in a hurry to find an overseas agent yet. After all, if you talk about agents at this time, you will most likely be priced out by those who want to be agents because the traffic of the game is not stable yet. Mr. Wei, the price of double is a bit high, right? After all, the current freedom war. Matt was stunned for a moment. Then he spoke, but before he finished speaking, Wei Yin interrupted him. Mr. Matt, if you want to use the current unstable traffic of the game to talk about the price, then there is no need to continue the discussion. If you want to continue the discussion, it will not be too late to wait until the traffic of Freedom War stabilizes. At that time, the price will be what it is. Matt heard Wei Yan's firm tone and knew that if he wanted to negotiate the agency of Freedom War now, he must follow Wei Yan's plan. Otherwise, there would be no way to negotiate. But he originally wanted to see if he could lower the price by taking advantage of the fact that the traffic of Freedom War was not stable at the time of its launch. But now it seems that it is definitely not possible, that if it was a normal game, he would have hung up the phone and given up the idea of downloading the game. But now it is different that he has carefully learned about this game and played it for a while. He is very optimistic about this game. This is a game mode that has never appeared before, and it is also very playable. Especially the 5v5 competition, this kind of competition against each other can easily arouse the player's desire to win. Chapter 985 Blizzard News, and with the popularity of the game, all 4 major live broadcast platforms in China are live broadcasting Freedom Battle, and the current popularity is comparable to Extreme Survival. Even in the United States, people have begun to play it, and it is very popular. He sees great potential in this game, so he wants to get the agent of this game in advance. Now the game Extreme Survival has made him a lot of money. If he takes over the agent of the game Freedom Battle again, he will wait until the popularity of Freedom Battle reaches the height of Extreme Survival. His Blizzard games will have one more place to make money. But the agency fee Wei Yin asked for caught him off guard. The licensing fee for Extreme Survival was 100 million, plus a 40% profit share. So twice the licensing fee for Freedom War is 200 million, plus 40% of the revenue share. 200 million. Although this price is high, it is not unacceptable. After all, they have made a lot of money by distributing the game Extreme Survival. If you invest 200 million, it will be very worthwhile to get a game that can rival Extreme Survival. But the only thing that makes him hesitate is that Freedom Battle has just been launched. It is still difficult to judge whether the current popularity can be maintained. In history, there are also some games that were very popular when they first came out, and then there are also many games that quickly faded away from their popularity in a short period of time. So he couldn't tell whether the game Freedom Battle was just a temporary hit. Mr. Matt, if there is nothing else, I will hang up first. Being a company manager is very busy. Wei Yin waited for a moment and saw that Matt didn't reply, so he slowly spoke. Wait a minute, Mr. Wei Yin. Matt heard Wei Yin's words and quickly spoke to stop him. Anything else? We can talk about agency matters. I have already said that the price I want is twice that of Extreme Survival. There is no need to talk about it. Wei Yin said firmly, and he did not relent because of the previous cooperation between the two. He would not change the price for twice the price, and he also believed that the other party could afford it. During this period, Extreme Survival made them a lot of money. I can accept twice the price. Matt heard the words and spoke directly without any further hesitation. $200 million are gone, and Extreme Survival can make a profit soon, but if the agent of Freedom War is snatched away by others, it will not be worth the gain. Although the current popularity of Freedom War is still uncertain, It is better than falling to other game companies. Then find a time and send someone over, or come over in person, and sign the contract. Wei Yin nodded when he heard this. He had expected Matt's choice. Okay, Mr. Wei Yin, then I will buy a ticket for tomorrow and make an appointment with you when I arrive in Jiangcheng. Oh, in the office, Wei Yin put down his phone and fell in a deep thought that he had been waiting for the popularity of Freedom War to completely stabilize before considering overseas agents. But Matt's phone call just now reminded him that there was no need for him to wait until the popularity of Freedom Battle stabilized. Just like Matt, he is willing to win the Freedom Battle agent for twice the price, that he probably also understands Matt's psychology. He would rather win the game by himself. If the popularity drops in the future, it will be nothing more than a loss of 200 million in funds, and it may not necessarily be a loss. For a game that is so popular now, even if its popularity drops, it can still remain profitable, but the profit will be relatively small. But if this game falls to other game companies, it is okay to say that the popularity has dropped, but the popularity has remained or even increased. Wouldn't it mean that there is a more powerful enemy? Therefore, in order to prevent other companies from getting the agents of Freedom War and becoming powerful, they can only take down the agents of Freedom War in advance.in in this case. He can take advantage of this and talk to other game companies that represent extreme survival about Freedom Battle agents.as long as the other party thinks the price is too expensive and doesn't want to be an agent. Then he can just announce the agency that he believes that some people with sufficient funds are willing to take risks. Because as long as Freedom War continues to be popular, their profits will be very high. Businessmen pursue profits as long as there are enough benefits, someone will take the risk. Wei Yin thought for a moment, then got up and left the office. Finally, he came to Fong Chang's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. Mr. Wei, what's the matter? Fong Chang led Wei Yin to the reception area and then poured a cup of tea. Tell you about the Freedom War. Wei Yin opened his mouth. Both of them are managers of the company, so they definitely need to communicate with each other about the Freedom War agency matters. Did you encounter any problems in Freedom War? Fong Chang raised his head and looked at Wei Yin. It's not a problem. Matt, the agent of extreme survival in the United States, just call me. Wei Yin recounted in detail what happened to Matt's phone call just now. Matt accepted twice the price. Fong Chang spoke unexpectedly. He didn't expect that Matt would even accept double the price. Even if it maintains its current popularity, or if its popularity rises again in the future, it will be almost the same as extreme survival. Even if it surpasses it, the price will not double. This made him confused. The purchase at twice the price is currently for the agent of this game to fall into the hands of other companies. Peers are enemies. If your peer has obtained the agent of Freedom War, and his strength has improved a lot because of Freedom War, that is disguised support for the enemy. So he would rather take the risk to win this agent than other companies to win Freedom War and not give other peers any chance to improve. Wei Yin opened his mouth to explain. So that's it. As expected of Mr. Wei, if you hadn't explained it, I wouldn't have thought of these things. Fong Chang looked at Wei Yin with some admiration. As the management of Sanshui Games, Wei Yin actually does more things. What he is good at is more game-related content. Things like negotiating with the other party are still handled by Wei Yin. We all have our own areas of expertise. If you ask me to develop games, I can't do it, so there is no need to belittle yourself because of these. Wei Yin smiled and then continued to speak. Chapter 986, Mr. Chin's Operation. Not to mention these, after thinking about Matt's incident, I don't have to wait for Freedom War to become more popular before looking for an agent. I can go talk to those extreme survival agents now. The battle for freedom, but what if those agents don't think like Matt and think twice the price is a bit expensive? Fong Chang heard Wei Yin's words and expressed his worries. There is no need to worry about this. If some agents think the price is expensive, then we can definitely find other agents to buy the product. I believe there will be game companies who will choose it. Wei Yin spoke confidently. Okay, I believe Mr. Wei. Then we can directly arrange for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to communicate about this matter. Fong Chang nodded. He still trusted Wei Yin's judgment. After all, Wei Yin was the #1 person under Mr. Chun. In terms of ability, the entire Tomorrow Group, except for Mr. Chen, is also Wei Yin. Moreover, there are never any surprises in Wei Yan's decisions. Okay, I will go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to communicate with them later and let them handle these matters as soon as possible. Wei Yin nodded, communicated with Fong Chang about other company work matters, and then left Fong Chang's office directly. Nari coffee door. Chen Mo wore a mask and held his peaked cap, then quickly walked to the big G parked in the distance, opened the door, and got in. Mr. Chen, let's go there. Yang Dahai asked. Although he was curious about what Mr. Chen was doing at Non-Rue Coffee, as a driver, he knew that these things were not his place to ask. He could just drive the car. Go back to Changbai Jingyuan. Chen Mo replied. It was already afternoon, and there was nothing to do back at the company, so he might as well go home directly. Moreover, he had just informed the store manager of Non-Rue Coffee that Nana Coffee was going to Suzhou and Hangzhou for full-scale development, and the store manager would inform his good allies that I in this way. It can also prevent Nanha Coffee from opening a store too quickly and Non-Rue Coffee not being able to react. Chen Mo smiled slightly. While spending money, he could still ensure that the project would lose money. This is the right way to spend your money. Soon, Yang Dahai parked the car in the underground garage. Chen Mo got out of the car and turned to look at Yang Dahai. I have nothing to do tonight. You can move around freely. Okay, Mr. Chen. Yang Dahai nodded. Nanhu City, in a hotel, Sister Zhanglan, you will be participating in the show tomorrow. I heard that in this show, you will be asked to hand in your mobile phone and any cosmetics you have. Lu Shui sat opposite Zhanglan and said, I know this. I train according to the requirements of the army. This is normal. Zhanglan nodded when she heard Lu Shui's words. She did not wear makeup during Feiwu security training. That IT wasn't that he didn't want to put on makeup, but it was useless. He was sweating all over from training, and the makeup was all gone. Everything I brought is ready. Right over there. Zhanglan pointed at a trolley suitcase in the distance. Sister Lan, what did you bring? Lu Shui asked curiously. You'll know when you open it and take a look. Zhanglan said slowly, by the way, put my pajamas in it. Okay, Sister Lan. Lu Shui nodded, then went to the bed and picked up a folded pajamas, walked to the trolley case, and opened the trolley case. When I was about to put my pajamas in, I found that there were only a few sets of changes of clothes in the trolley suitcase, and nothing else. Sister Lan, just bring these things. I heard that the training there will be very difficult. How about I put 2 bags of snacks for you? I think the program team won't mind. Lu Shui said. Zhanglan likes snacks very much and eats several bags every day. This time she entered the army, but she had to record for 2 months. Is it really okay to go without snacks for such a long time? No. Even if I take 2 bags and I'll eat them all in one day, it's better not to take them at all. The army is a very serious place. Don't be too playful. Since you have chosen to participate in this program, you are already prepared. Zhanglan said seriously that these ideas were all experienced by her during group training some time ago. She learned how hard military training is. And during those 15 days of training, she also listened to some stories from those coaches in the army that in this regard, she gradually developed respect for the army. That is so since you go to the army for training, you must abide by the rules of the army. And you cannot ask for some privileges just because you are a star. I know, Sister Lan. Lu Shui nodded obediently. Well, during the time I'm participating in the show, I may not be able to receive messages from you at any time. If something happens to the music department and you can't contact me, you can go find Mr. Luo from Blue Picture Entertainment. Or Mr. Wang. Zhanglan opened her mouth and reminded her that she had to hand in her mobile phone to participate in this show, so she would definitely not be able to keep an eye on the music department situation. However, she has arranged all the work in the music department in advance, and the contestants of The Voice of China currently have their own schedules that is under normal circumstances. There is basically nothing going on during this period. She just told Lu Shui because she was worried that the music department would encounter some unexpected problems and there would be no way to solve them. The next day, early morning, Zhanglan walked out of the hotel with her trolley suitcase, got into the show's commercial vehicle, and then headed to the filming location. Vehicles moving slowly after an unknown amount of time, the vehicle finally arrived in a town. Zhanglan knew this place. There was a Special Forces training brigade here, and their next training location would be here. The vehicle stopped slowly and the door opened. Zhanglan picked up the trolley case and got out of the vehicle. After looking around, he quickly noticed that there were several people waiting there in the distance. Those people were looking over at this time, and at the same time, several people walked over quickly. Zhanglan took a brief look. These people had all seen the personnel list and they could all recognize them. There are a total of 6 people in this show, 3 men and 3 women. Hello, I'll do this. A man stepped forward quickly and reached out to take the trolley case from Zhanglan's hand. It won't sink. I can do it myself. Zhanglan did not give the trolley case to the other party. The other party's name was Li Yi, and he was an old actor who had been famous for a long time. But now that we have entered the filming stage, if a senior is asked to carry the luggage, if it is broadcast, it is very likely that he will be accused of being a big name. Our whole family likes the songs you sing very much. Our family watches every episode of The Voice of China. And by the way, our whole family also goes to see Li Ying's concert. Li didn't insist when he saw this. After knowing that Zhang Lan was going to participate in the show, he came here with a mission. Chapter 987. Joining the army, his daughter is a loyal fan of Zhang Lan. This time she came here and asked him to ask Zhang Lan for autographs and photos. Thank you, Senior Li. Zhang Lan thanked him. He was a senior, so she still had to respect him. You don't have to be so polite. If I'm older, just call me Brother Li. I'm here to get an autograph for my daughter. Li smiled and spoke. Of course it's possible, but I don't have a pen right now, so I can't sign. When I have a chance, I'll contact my agent. She has a photo of my signature and ask her to prepare it. Zhang Lan responded that there was no problem signing autographs. She would also draw prizes for a small amount of money and send some autograph photos to fans. Thank you very much. It's nothing. I often send signed photos to fans. During the conversation, several people arrived at the first gathering place. At this time, 5 of the 6 people had arrived, and after one more person, everyone had arrived. About 10 minutes passed. The last member also rushed over, and after saying hello to each other, 2 men in military uniforms came over to. He quickly walked up to a few people, looked around in front of them, and then spoke slowly. Hello, everyone. I am your coach, Zhou Yang, and this is your assistant coach, Ning Shi. Hello, coach. Several people looked at the coach and said hello. There are many rules when entering the army for training. Many things outside are not allowed to be brought into the army, and mobile phones must be handed in. So the first task when entering the army is to check your suitcases. All things that cannot be brought into the army need to be handed over and will be returned to you after you leave the army. Please take your suitcases to the front and open them. Coach Ning and I will check them. Zhou Yang looked at several people and said in a very serious tone, Good coach. After hearing the coach's words, the 6 people took their suitcases to the front and opened them. The 2 coaches walked over to the suitcase and started looking at it. Zhou Yang checked the suitcases of the 3 boys, and Master Ning checked the suitcases of the girls. What's this? Instructor Ning took out a small bag from the first suitcase. After opening it, there were bottles and cans inside. Instructor, this is for makeup. The girl in question spoke up. Can I take this with me? I need to hand it in. Master Ning said as he took out the small bag and put it in a storage box not far away. Instructor, if I keep him, it won't affect training. No. Is it okay if I just keep one moisturizer? The woman opened her mouth to discuss. Nothing is allowed. Master Ning refused without hesitation, and then opened the suitcase again. He took out some of the things that were not allowed and put them in the storage box aside. Soon one suitcase was checked, and then he walked to the other suitcase and started checking it. You can't bring these foods either. Instructor, I only eat during breaks. No, the army has a canteen and you won't go hungry. Then can I just keep 2 bags? Not even 2 bags. Instructor Ning shook his head and refused, and found all the items in the luggage that could not be brought into the army. Zhang Lan watched Instructor Ning take out items one by one from the suitcase and sighed in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't bring anything with her, otherwise she would have to take them out. Soon I saw Instructor Ning finishing checking the suitcase next to him, then walking to his own suitcase, squatting down and slowly checking it. After a while, I looked up and saw that there were only so many things in your suitcase. Yes. Zhang Lan nodded. Upon hearing this, Master Ning looked at Zhang Lan seriously, then stood up and left at the same time. On the other side, Zhou Yang also checked all the suitcases. These things are not allowed to be brought into the army. We will keep them for you and return them to you after you leave the army. Zhou Yang looked at the 6 people in front of him and continued to speak. The next step is to arrange dormitories for you and distribute military uniforms. Please come with us. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he turned around and rushed toward the inside of the army. Before long, then he came to a dormitory building and walked in. Finally, we stopped in front of 2 vacant dormitories. These 2 dormitories are where you will live in the future. Bedding and other daily necessities are fully prepared for you. At the same time, each of your beds is marked with your name, which is your corresponding bed, and your clothes are also placed on it. Zhou Yang pointed to the 2 dormitories and said, "This is your dormitory." Master Ning waited until Zhou Yang finished speaking, then led Zhang Lan and the others into one of the dormitories. The clothes on the bed are customized according to your sizes. You will all change into them later. Training will begin today. But before training, there is one more thing you need to do. Master Ning looked at the 3 girls in the dormitory and said, "Instructor, is there anything else?" Inside the room, a girl asked. "Removing makeup. We don't allow makeup training here, so you have to take off all the makeup on your face later. Then come back and put on the clothes prepared for you, and we will start training today." Master Ning spoke quickly. The 3 of them were stunned when they heard the instructor's words. They were prepared when they came here today, but they were still a little hesitant when it really came to this time. Zhang Lan thought about it and took out a wash basin from under her bed. The other 2 girls also took out wash basins from under their beds. Instructor Ning saw this and turned to walk outside. "The washing area is here. From now on, this washing area will be used by the 3 of you. No one else will come here. Don't worry." Instructor Ning looked at the 3 people and said, "At present, this unit is a male training unit, and the dormitories are all male soldiers. In order to avoid some embarrassing situations that a dormitory was specially cleaned out, and there is also a place to wash, and she was also temporarily transferred from another unit." "We know, Instructor Ning." Zhang Lan and the others answered, and then began to remove their makeup in the sink. "After you remove your makeup, change into military uniforms. I'll wait for you downstairs." Instructor Ning said and left the washroom. After a while, training ground. Zhang Lan and the others all stood neatly in the training ground. Zhou Yang looked at the 3 people in the training ground and spoke slowly. "First of all, welcome to join the army. Next, we will give you some simple command training and military posture training. First of all, command training, stand at attention. At ease. Turn right." A set of commands came down. Zhou Yang turned his head and looked at Master Ning beside him. "Did you notice that girl? She reacted very quickly to every command." "Yeah, it was really quick." Master Ning spoke, and he had been paying attention to the other party since he checked the luggage. Zhou Yang nodded, looked at the 6 people lined up neatly, and spoke again. "Stand for military training for 20 minutes. Chapter 978, The Purchasing Power of Tomorrow Group Employees. So no matter what the reason is, he is not too worried about not being able to sell it tomorrow. Let's go in and talk." Mei Yun glanced at Wei Yan beside him, then turned to look at the many employees gathered at the entrance of Tomorrow Community, and then turned around and entered the community at the same time. After entering the community, Mei Yun looked at the many employees following him and spoke loudly. "Everyone knows where to buy a house. The door locks are all fingerprint password locks, and the initial passwords are all 4 zeros. You can go and view the house you purchased by yourself." There were more than 260 people, and he couldn't show them one by one. He could only let them find the house they bought and see it by themselves. As Mei Yun finished speaking, all the employees obediently looked for the location of the house they wanted to buy, walking and talking. It is indeed a community built by Mr. Chen. The greening alone is not comparable to other communities. I heard Mr. Wei say that there is an artificial lake over there, and it's the kind where you can fish. Really, I'm an experienced fisherman. It would be so happy if I could fish downstairs. What Mr. Wei said is still true. Let's go to the artificial lake first. I heard that the community activity building is also good. Let's take a look at it together. Finally, we will see how the house we bought looks like. Okay, let's go see the artificial lake. If you can really fish, that would be great. It would be great to buy this community. By the way, are you ready with all the loan information? It has been prepared for a long time. When the house comes down at the end of August, the bank will provide the loan directly. I'm also ready. I have to thank Mr. Wei and the others for this. They have already communicated with the bank in advance, so our loan is so convenient. After buying a house, you will be in debt immediately. There is nothing to worry about. Our salary, plus year-end bonus and project bonus, will be repaid in 2 to 3 years. That's true. I am now a director of the Freedom War Department. Now that Freedom War is booming, my project bonus and year-end bonus will definitely not be low. Maybe I can pay it back this year. I still envy you. You are in a game company. What's there to envy? Your boring short videos are not bad at all. Anyway, we will be able to move in a while. I'm quite looking forward to it. Mr. Wei, you have already visited this community. Let's go to the artificial lake. Now it has been completed and the fish have been put in. I also prepared some fishing rods just now. Let's go fishing at the artificial lake. Mei turned to look at Wei Yin, who was following him, and Li Shun and others spoke. Okay, I would like to experience fishing. Wei Yin nodded. He was quite interested in fishing, saying a few people arrived at the artificial lake. Hello, Mr. Wei. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Mei. Some employees who visited the artificial lake saw Wei Yin and others coming and said hello. You visit yours and don't worry about us. After Wei Yin said something to the employees, he followed Mei Yun into the pavilion by the lake. These fishing rods are all new ones I bought. You can choose from them. Mei Yin pointed to a few fishing rods on the edge of the pavilion and said these fishing rods were prepared by him in advance. Wei Yin took a look and couldn't see any difference, so he picked up a fishing rod and sat down on a lounge chair in the pavilion. There are 3 deck chairs in a pavilion facing the direction of the lake. There are fishing rod holders on the sides of the deck chairs to place fishing rods. Here's the bait. Mei Yin saw that several people had already selected the fishing rods, took out the bait and distributed it to the people inside, and at the same time taught him how to hang the ears. Okay, it's time to fish. Whether you can catch it or not depends on everyone's strength. As Mei Yun spoke, he hung bait on the hook and threw it into the artificial lake. Put the fishing rod on the stand aside and sit down comfortably on the recliner. How about Mr. Wei? Mei turned to look at Wei Yin, who was lying on the lounge chair next to him, and asked, It's very comfortable. When we retire, we can just lie on the deck chair and fish. This kind of life will be very good. Wei Yin said with a smile. Retirement? I'm afraid it will take a long time. Tomorrow Group is in the rising period of development. At least for now, we still focus on the development of the group. Mei Yin said, This is natural. I have a hunch that as long as Tomorrow Group continues to expand according to the current trend, sooner or later it will become the #1 group in China. And I will naturally work hard to contribute my strength before Tomorrow Group becomes the #1 group in China. Wei Yin smiled and spoke with some confidence on his face. The #1 group in China? It's such an attractive title. Then let's work hard together. Mei Yun sighed. If Tomorrow Group really became the #1 group in China, then as the manager of the company, he would be very proud. By the way, Mr. Mei, how is the new community project going? For the new project, the land has been acquired. There are still some procedures to be handled, but it will be done soon. It seems that the progress is still very fast. I have done a small-scale census in the company these 2 days and interviewed the company's employees. If the community of the new project is built, will they choose to buy it? More than 90% of them said that if the new community is built, they all want to buy one. Wei Yin looked at Mei Yun and said, This is a small census he did a few days ago. The census population is only employees of one department. Although it is only employees of one department, it can basically reflect the current views of all employees of Tomorrow Group on the new community. Is that so? That's even better. The housing price of the new community is not high this time. If most employees are willing to buy it, then when the community is completed, it is estimated that many suites can be sold in an instant. And according to the current number of employees in Tomorrow Group, the number of employees who buy new communities will definitely be much higher. If you calculate carefully, the community of the new project may be more profitable this time. Mei Yun smiled when he heard Wei Yan's words. Tomorrow Group has tens of thousands of employees, and these employees have the purchasing power for the new community. So even if the unit price of the community is low, the number of people who buy it is also increasing. Moreover, this time Mr. Chin invested 2 billion yuan, and the apartment type is no longer limited to 200 square meters. So the number of rooms in a building is at least twice that of Tomorrow Community. Chapter 979 Wei Yin organizes team building also. The decoration requirements for the community this time are not to be decorated like the community tomorrow. They are all overall decoration, and the requirements are also some simple hard furnishings. For example, ceramic tiles, latex paint. These are the most basic decorations, but not appliances and furniture. People who need to buy a house have to buy these things themselves. In this way, the cost of decoration of the new community project will be much smaller, and the project capital will be 500 million higher than that of Tomorrow Community. This new project will definitely build more buildings, and there will only be 400 households in the community tomorrow. Then this new community will have at least 3,000 households. If all were sold, it would be at least 6 billion. And if all the houses in the community are sold tomorrow, it will only be 4 billion. Mayan thought in his mind, and had already begun to fantasize about the sales situation of the new project community after it was built. Why are you in a daze? Did you take the bait? Wei Yin saw that Mei Yun's fish bobber was sinking, while Mei Yun was still there in a daze, so he couldn't help but give a reminder. Ah! Upon hearing this, Mei Yun quickly came to his senses, and then hurriedly closed the pole, only to see a big fish hanging on the hook. President Mei is quite capable, Li Shun praised from the side. Luck, luck! Mei Yun smiled, and then put the fish into the bucket aside. After the employees have finished their visit, we managers, let's go out for a meal and get together. Mr. Chun has developed many new projects recently, and we can also discuss them with each other. Wei Yin suggested. Can. Mei Yin nodded. I came here today to visit Tomorrow Community. Basically, all the managers came over, so we took advantage of the opportunity to get together. I'll go over and talk to the managers, Mei Yun said as he stood up and walked to the side. Some of the managers had just gone to visit their own houses, and some of them had followed him here to fish at tea this time. We are fishing in various fishing areas. Tell them that I will pay for all the expenses for today's dinner. Wei Yin saw Mei Yun stand up and said, as the proposer of the party, he naturally wanted to show off, and with his current income, the cost of the party was nothing at all. Okay, Mr. Wei. Mei Yun nodded and then walked away. Jiangcheng, Xingyu Restaurant, that I in a large private room. Are any of you familiar with this restaurant? Wei Yin looked at Li Shun, and Wang Maoyan and others asked. It's familiar. How could it not be familiar? Li Shun and Wang Maoyan spoke one after another. This Xingyu restaurant was the place where they had their first team building. Thinking of the scene during the first team building, several people couldn't help but feel nostalgic at that time. They were just ordinary employees in the clothing factory, but now they have become managers of various companies. Mr. Chen had never treated these old brothers badly. At that time, every old employee in the garment factory was basically in a supervisory or above position. Everyone, take a seat. The food has been reserved and will be here shortly. Wei Yin looked at the many managers of Tomorrow Group who came in and said hello. Mr. Wei, tell me about your team building at that time. Is it like team building now, where you have to drink red wine every time? Yao Beiguo approached Wei Yin and asked curiously. Companies under the Tomorrow Group basically have team building once a month, and this team building has always had a legacy, that is drinking red wine during every team building. That he never understood this. Red wine is not refreshing at all, and its stamina is stronger than beer. The tradition of drinking red wine has been around for a long time. As for why Mr. Chen asked us to drink red wine, he was probably worried that drinking too much would harm our health. If nothing else, when it comes to drinking beer, most of us don't even think about it, and we're basically very drunk. But red wine is different. People like us don't like the taste of red wine, so when we drink it, we don't drink so much. Wei Yin opened his mouth to explain. He had never understood much about drinking red wine during team building. However, after many company gatherings, he gradually discovered that because many people disliked the taste of red wine, company employees were not very active in drinking. He is sure that if the red wine is replaced by beer, many more employees will get drunk during each team building. but because of the red wine, there were far fewer drunk employees. Even he is the same. He usually only drinks 10 bottles of beer, but if he drinks red wine, he doesn't want to drink it after one bottle. Mr. Chun, you really think about our employees. For our health, you would rather spend a lot of money to drink red wine for us. Yao Bagwa couldn't help but sigh. He knew the price of the red wine, 1,000 yuan a bottle, 1,000 yuan, enough to buy more than 200 bottles of beer. Mr. Chun has always treated the company's employees very well, but there are not many companies on the market that can treat their employees as well as the Tomorrow Group. Wei Yin said with confidence, for those companies on the market, let alone the treatment of Tomorrow Group, even half of the treatment of Tomorrow Group may not be achieved. That's true. Yao Bagwan nodded in agreement. During the conversation, the waiter came in from outside pushing the dining cart and placed the prepared meals on the table. After the waiter served all the meals, Wei Yin poured himself a glass of wine, stood up and looked at the many managers of Tomorrow Group in the private room. As Tomorrow Group continues to grow, our managers have fewer and fewer dinner parties. It is rare to get together today and let everyone eat and drink well. We will not continue the legacy of team building by having a private dinner. Everyone can drink whatever they want. I will pay for it tonight. Here's a toast to you all. As Wei Yin spoke, he raised his glass and drank it in one gulp that I in the private room. All the managers heard Wei Yan's words and responded one after another, then raised their glasses and drank. Lao Wang, how is your takeaway shop prepared? Wei Yin looked at Wang Maoyan and asked. Since the last time he and Wang Maoyan discussed the takeout project, he has never heard any news about takeout. The takeaway shop is already in the final stages and will be officially open for business by the end of the month. Wang Maoyan replied, will it be online at the end of the month? Once it is online, I will give you a lot of support. Wu Yu immediately spoke after hearing this. Although there is a company canteen at work, there is no company canteen after get off work or on Sundays that he is too lazy to cook, so he basically has to order takeout several times every time he has a Sunday off. However, the taste of those takeaways is completely inferior to the taste of the company canteen, but I am too lazy, so I can only make do with takeaways. Chapter 980 Progress of the Real Game Club, but it's different now. He also understands the process of Nanshi takeout, that he doesn't have to worry about his cooking skills at all. Wang Maoyan, the manager of Nanshi Takeout, is a star chef, and the chefs he recruits will definitely have no problem with their cooking skills. As for the hygiene issue, let alone that. Even if there is no live broadcast, he still believes in the hygiene of Nanshi Takeout. So as long as Nanshi Takeaway is online, he will definitely order takeout from Nanshi Takeaway. I support this. There are also many young people in our company who order takeout on their holidays. If we recommend Nanshi Takeout to them, they will definitely like it. Yao Bagwa smiled and spoke. The internet-addicted teenagers in the club want to order takeout every day and then stay in the esports room all the time. That if there were no hard and fast rules, those internet-addicted teenagers would probably live in the esports room. I also told the employees of the Nanshi Takeout Platform Company they should like it very much. Song Xia also spoke. Thank you all so much. Wang Maoyan heard the speeches of many company managers and thanked them. According to Mr. Chen's non-publicity policy, after the Nanshi Takeout is built, it is not allowed to actively promote it. That if you don't publicize a newly built food delivery platform, how will anyone know about it? No one knows about Nanshi Takeout, so how could anyone place an order for takeout on Nanshi Takeout? So he has always been worried that no one will order from Nanshi Takeout after it opens. But now, after listening to the words of these managers, I feel more relaxed. No matter what, Nanshi Takeout will not have no orders after it opens. By the way, Mr. Liang, how's your real-life game club doing? I really want to go there and play. Li Shun's eyes fell on Liang Jiming. Yes, Jiming, that real-life game club has been under development for some time. Fong Chong also looked at Liang Jiming. Liang Jiming came from his department, so he would be relatively familiar with him. Well, the current design has been completed. Due to the location, it is impossible to replicate the extreme survival map 100%, so some modifications and deletions have been made in the design. For example, the issue of vehicles. Considering safety issues, we have customized some vehicles that are protective but not very fast. There is also the construction of the house. In order to ensure safety, All windows of the house above the second floor are equipped with protective bars to prevent players from falling from the windows. Behaviors like jumping out of the windows in the game cannot be achieved in reality. So, based on the current progress, it may take at least half a year to complete. Liang Jiming quickly described the situation of the real-life club when developing this project. He has always insisted on 2 points. The first is to retain the gameplay of extreme survival as much as possible. The second point is player safety. Does it still take half a year? I can only wait until half a year before playing again. Li Shun and Wu Yu sighed. They played the game Extreme Survival, so they really wanted to experience a real-person, extreme survival. Mr. Liang, do you have any ideas about the real-life extreme survival project in the future? Wei Yin suddenly spoke while listening to the conversation between the two of them. What are your future thoughts? It seems that I haven't thought too much about it yet. Now I am just thinking about how to develop the real-life extreme survival project. Liang Jiming shook his head. He really had not considered the future development of the real-life extreme survival project. I think we can think about it. Half a year is not fast, but it is not slow. It is also time to consider the future development of the project. For example, in terms of attracting customers, the current point of attracting customers is real-life extreme survival, which draws on the popularity of extreme survival. But for those who don't play extreme survival, the appeal of this real-life extreme survival game is much less attractive. Wei Yan's eyes fell on Liang Jimmy. This kind of entertainment project could not only attract customers, still need more attraction points to attract more customers. What Mr. Wei said makes sense. I'll go back and think about it carefully. Is there any way to increase the attraction? Liang Jiming nodded when he heard this. I think we can imitate the routine of the corner pet park and add some competitions. As long as you win the competition, you will get some rewards. Pang Tao said. The pet competition at the corner pet park is very popular, and many tourists bring their own pets to compete. The reason why it is so popular is because there will be cash rewards after winning the competition championship. This is a good idea. You can set up several more rewards, such as cash, gifts, discount coupons, etc. Wei Yin spoke. The gifts can be set with some figures, and since it is a real-life extreme survival project, the rewards can be set with some extreme survival-related figures. The figures can be made into limited editions and can only be obtained by the champion of the extreme survival competition. In this case, for some people who like figures, this competition is also very attractive. Yao Beiguis said that the production of figures is now managed by their BL Game Club, but he still has a lot of ideas about figures. For those who like figures, this limited edition figure is fatally attractive. Immediately afterwards, a few more managers made suggestions that could improve attractiveness. Liang Jiming listened to the suggestions of many managers and deeply experienced the enthusiasm of the managers of Tomorrow Group Company that he originally wanted to go back and think about how to improve the appeal of the Real Person Gaming Club. But he didn't expect that these managers of Tomorrow Group would directly help him solve the problem of attraction. Since he became the manager of the Real Person Gaming Club, because he is not very familiar with those managers, he has basically been in a state of diving after entering the manager group. Although Mr. Fong and Mr. Wei had told him that the managers of Tomorrow Group were very enthusiastic, and if there was anything they didn't understand, they could ask him at any time. But he didn't go to those managers for consultation. Today, for the first time, he experienced the enthusiasm of the managers of Tomorrow Group. They really tried to help him think about the problem, and the suggestions they made were all feasible. Thank you everyone. These suggestions are really good. I will go back and integrate them and make a detailed plan. Liang Jiming thanked him. If you have anything to say, thank you to. They are all managers of the group. We should help each other, Li Shun said with a smile. In our Tomorrow Group, the intrigues of other companies are not popular. We here can only work together to grow the Tomorrow Group. Chapter 981, the next step for Nanshi takeaway. That's right. You don't have to be restrained, no matter what position you held or what you did before. But now that you have become the manager of Tomorrow Group, it means that you have the ability, and Mr. Chin's vision is not bad. So don't look at us as seniors, relax your mind. There is no difference between my managers. Wei Yin saw the restraint in Liang Jiming's heart and emphasized it that he often pays attention to the manager group. After Liang Jiming entered the manager group, he basically didn't speak except for some key matters that he guessed that the other party should not have fully integrated into the manager circle. And today, observing Liang Jiming's state, he was more convinced of his previous guess. Okay, Mr. Wei. Liang Jiming felt more relaxed when he heard Wei Yan's words that he was indeed a little restrained here. After all, these managers were all veteran managers, and he was just promoted directly from a basic employee. Okay, no more words. Let's eat and drink. Wei Yin poured himself a glass of wine and then raised it. Isn't it just restrained? I will be less reserved after drinking a few bottles of wine later. Time passed by little by little. Chinamo drank tea, sat leisurely in the boss chair, and looked at the victory interface in the game. It is now the end of August. During this period, there were some unexpected things in the agency fees of Sangshui Games' Freedom War. In addition, the launch of Freedom War led to an increase in the overall revenue of Sangshui Game. According to the detailed statistics, Sangshui Game made 300 million more profit this month than before. Originally, Sangshui Game made 2.2 billion profit a month, but this month it has made 2.5 billion profit. Add to that the 500 million live broadcast licensing fee for Freedom War, a total of 3 billion. However, he invested 2 billion in a new community project sometime, AtoZ. He now has 1 billion system funds left to AT this time. There is still 1 month before the September settlement. This month, due to the emergence of Freedom War, the profit of Tomorrow Group has been raised to 2.5 billion. However, the popularity of Freedom War is still rising, so the specific income of Mingri Group in September is still uncertain. The only thing that is certain is that it will definitely not be less than 2.5 billion. Adding the remaining 1 billion system funds, if there is no accident. He only needs to spend another 3.5 billion. And he now has 2 expenditure projects, Nana Coffee and Nanchi Takeaway. These 2 projects can spend at least 1.5 billion. Then he still has 2 billion funds to support, but he still has 4.4 billion additional investment. Overall, he still has 2.2 billion in roundabout funds, and there is only 1 month left. Now all the projects of the group that should make money have made money, and basically there will be no more profit points. Basically, if there is no major change, there will be no problem with this settlement plan. However, he can't be too careless. In this month, he still needs to pay more attention to the development of each company in the group. His eyes continued to fall on the computer and started the game again. In the past 2 days, he gradually discovered that some people have started playing the jungle position. In 10 games. He can encounter 1 to 2 people playing the jungle position. If this continues, I am afraid that there will be more and more junglers. He needs to play 2 more games during this period to get more points. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Chinemo rubbed his arm. He had just finished a game and was about to take a break when the door of the office was knocked. Then Wang Maoyan pushed the door and walked in. Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan walked to the desk and greeted. Sit down. How is the progress of Nanchi Takeaway? Can it open normally tomorrow? Chun Mo pointed to the left and right of the desk and asked. Mr. Chun, Nanchi Takeaway is ready and can open normally tomorrow. But we don't do any publicity for Nanchi Takeaway. It is estimated that no one will notice our Nanchi Takeaway for a long time. I am afraid we will lose money in the early stage, Wang Maoyan said with some concern. Although there will be employees of Tomorrow Group to support Nanchi Takeaway after it opens, there are only so many employees of Tomorrow Group. If all of them order takeaway, it will not be enough for Nanchi Takeaway to make a profit. Moreover, employees of Tomorrow Group have to go to work, and there is Tomorrow Canteen during work. So if Nanchi Takeaway wants to make a profit, more people need to know about the Nanchi Takeaway platform. Chinmo heard Wang Maoyan's words and looked at him meaningfully. Promotion still want to promote? How is this possible? My policy of not promoting is that I don't want to make money. After going online, no one knows the Nanchi Takeaway platform, so there is no way to order Nanchi Takeaway. No one orders Nanchi Takeaway, which means no income. No income means losing money. This is exactly what he wants. Promotion is not possible. This is a long-standing heritage of our Tomorrow Group. And Nanchi Takeaway has just been built, so it is better to familiarize yourself with the work process. If there are many people ordering takeout from Nanchi at the beginning, can you ensure that every order is completed smoothly? Chinmo looked at Wang Maoyan seriously. This. Wang Maoyan hesitated, but then he spoke. Mr. Chun has thought carefully and will not publicize it yet. He just thought about it and realized that what Mr. Chun said actually made sense. The Nanchi takeout had just been prepared and had not yet officially opened. The business model of Nanchi takeout is different from traditional takeout, so after opening, you still need to be familiar with the production and delivery process of takeout. What I mean by not publicizing first is that before I change the company's non-publicity policy, I can't publicize it, you know? Chunemo glanced at Wang Maoyan seriously. I know, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan nodded. It's good to know. Now that the Nanchi takeout in Jiangxing has been completed, you can consider going to other cities to continue opening Nanchi takeout. Chunemo nodded when he heard Wang Maoyan's story. Mr. Chun, where should we choose the next city? Wang Maoyan heard Mr. Chun's words and asked quickly. Next place, go to Kyoto. Chunemo heard Wang Maoyan speak without hesitation. Kyoto was the city he had thought about for a long time and finally decided on. This time he mainly focused on consuming funds. The population density in Kyoto is very high, so there will be many more Nanchi takeout shops that need to be opened. Another point is that the housing prices in Kyoto are also much higher, so renting a house is also a big expense. Chapter 982. Suhong's investment 600 million was invested in Jiangxing. The housing prices in Kyoto are high, and because of the high population density, there are more stores. In general, the investment in Kyoto must be at least doubled or tripled. In this case, the investment must be 1.2 to 1.8 billion. Then, Nana Coffee will also invest in Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Nana Coffee store is not as large as Nanchi Takeaway, so the investment may not be as much as Nanchi Takeaway. But the overall investment must be around 1 billion. In this way, the total investment in Nana Coffee and Nanchi Takeaway must be at least 2 billion. After careful calculation, this is much more than his previous budget. Mr. Chun, the investment in Kyoto may be much larger, and the project in Jiangxing has just ended, and we don't know what it will be like after it opens. Should we wait for some results in Jiangxing before considering expansion? Wang Maoyan made a suggestion when he heard that Mr. Chun chose Kyoto as the location. Although he didn't know much about Kyoto, he knew that the housing prices and commodity prices were much higher than those in Jiangxing. Jiangxing has already invested 600 million yuan, so he couldn't imagine how much investment Kyoto would need. Another point is that Nanchi Takeaway in Jiangxing has just opened, and it is still uncertain what the future development will be. And according to the no advertisement policy, Nanchi Takeaway has a high probability of being in a loss-making state in the early stage, and if he were asked to go to Kyoto to continue developing Nanchi Takeaway in this state, he would be a little panicked. Not to mention going to Kyoto, he has always been a little nervous about the 600 million yuan investment in Jiangxing. If Wei Yin hadn't given him advice, he would have been in a mess that he is just a cook. Not only did he take over a 600 million project, but he also had to take over more than 1 billion. He really couldn't handle it. No, Nanchi Takeaway must develop quickly and can't be delayed. Just look at Nana Coffee. Nana Coffee was a little slow in development in the middle period. After Nana Coffee became profitable, it was seen by others and then copied the model of Nana Coffee. Now they are fighting a business war with Nana Coffee, which has not ended yet. If Nana Coffee was fully developed at the beginning, regardless of whether Nana Coffee was profitable or not, and Nana Coffee was quickly developed nationwide, would competitors still compete? Even if they want to compete, they need enough funds. They also have to see if they have enough funds. And now Nanchi Takeaway continues to follow the path of Nana Coffee. When it becomes profitable, if it wants to expand, I am afraid that competitors will have appeared by then. So this time, don't think about whether it's profitable or not. What we need to do now is to quickly open Nanchi Takeaway to the whole country. In this way, even if Nanchi Takeaway is profitable and there are competitors, our Nanchi Takeaway has already opened to the whole country. I know you are very worried now. Nanchi Takeaway has no publicity and no users. Nanchi Takeaway will definitely be in a state of loss in the early stage of profitability. I understand this and I won't blame you. The policy of not promoting is mainly to reduce the attention of others and buy more time for the development of Nanchi Takeaway. So now you have to consider not how to make Nanchi Takeaway profitable in Jiangxing, but how to quickly expand Nanchi Takeaway in Kyoto with quality and quantity. Chunemo heard Wang Maoyan's words and said in a very serious tone, But he secretly complained in his heart that I wanted Nanshi Takeaway to lose money. The more I opened, the more I would lose, and it can also consume more system funds, and consume more current system funds that if Nanshi Takeaway can make a profit, he will not invest in Nanshi Takeaway. Wang Maoyan fell silent after hearing what Mr. Chen said. Sure enough, what Mr. Wei said was right. They were all still considering the temporary profit and loss of the project, but Mr. Chen was always considering the overall situation. I understand, Mr. Chen. Then I will deal with the development of Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto as soon as possible. Well, it needs to be fast. Give me a budget in the next 2 days. Chen Mo looked at Wang Maoyan and nodded. Okay, Mr. Chen. Wang Maoyan nodded, then got up and left the office. Chen Mo watched Wang Maoyan leave, then picked up his phone and called Song Xia of Nanha Coffee. Now Nanshi Takeaway has opened at the end of August, and I don't know if Nanha Coffee has completed the task he arranged. Soon the call was connected, and Song Xia's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chen, what are the arrangements? Have all the Nanha Coffee projects in Magic City been opened? Chun Mo asked directly. Mr. Chun, all the stores have been opened, and a new office has been established in Suzhou and Hangzhou. According to the survey of Suzhou and Hangzhou, it will take about 72 stores to open Nanha Coffee to saturation in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The overall budget investment will be more than 500 million to open all the stores, and we have also conducted a store survey in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and basically the location of the store has been determined. Now all the preparations have been made, except for the funds to open the store. Song Xia heard Mr. Chen's question and immediately recounted the preparations made during this period. She attaches great importance to the opening of Nanha Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After all, this is Nanha Coffee's counterattack against Nanrui Coffee, so she doesn't want any mistakes or delays. That is after Mr. Chen gave the order. He asked Lu Ming and Lu Xiang to take the team to Suzhou and Hangzhou to conduct a series of store opening surveys. Chen Mo was stunned when he heard Song Xia's words. He just asked whether the Nanha Coffee in the Magic City had opened a store, that if the coffee shop in the Magic City had been opened, he could make the next investment and open a Nanha Coffee shop in Suzhou and Hangzhou. But he didn't expect that Song Xia and his team were so efficient. Not only was the Nanha Coffee in the Magic City ready, even all the preparations for opening a store in Suzhou and Hangzhou were done, and even the budget was ready. He only needed to invest the funds to start. This was very different from Wang Maoyan, who had just left the office. But this made him happy and a little worried. The good thing was that he could spend the funds quickly. What he was worried about was, with this work efficiency, who knows when Nanha Coffee will be able to turn a profit again, that he felt more at ease with Wang Maoyan, who was slow at work and was a chef by birth. So he wasn't very good at management. Chapter 983. Mr. Chen's counterattack. Shinemo muttered to himself. But now is the critical moment to spend money. He has no time to care about these, and now Nanha Coffee has a good ally. It is still very difficult to make a profit. After thinking about these clearly, he immediately spoke. Since you are ready, just start opening a store in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I will give you 600 million yuan of funds of more than 500 million yuan. Open the store in Suzhou and Hangzhou as soon as possible. The funds will be transferred to your Nanha Coffee account within 3 working days. There is still a month to settle, so spend the money first. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will deal with this matter as soon as possible. Nanha Coffee Shop. Song Xia hung up the phone with excitement and looked at Sudan sitting opposite. Teacher Su, Mr. Chun has already started to act. He has just issued a task to open a Nanha Coffee store in Suzhou and Hangzhou as soon as possible. The funds can be transferred to our company's account within 3 working days. It seems that Mr. Chun has made up his mind to fight a decisive battle with Nanrui Coffee, and we have enough reserve store managers, so we can develop rapidly in this way. But Nanrui Coffee doesn't have them, so it depends on what Nanrui Coffee chooses. Sudan smiled when he heard Song Xia's words that he also admired Mr. Chen's decisiveness in his heart. The reality maintained a slow pace of development, which made Nanrui Coffee always think that they had the upper hand and were complacent. But what Nanrui Coffee didn't expect was that we have been accumulating strength and slowly cultivating reserve store managers. Now that the number of reserve store managers has been cultivated to a sufficient number, Mr. Chun took decisive action at this time. First, opening Nanha Coffee in the Magic City to saturation. After waiting for the opening of Nanha Coffee in the Magic City. He opened Nana Coffee to Suzhou and Hangzhou without any stop, and it was still in a state of full development. This speed obviously does not want to give Nanrui Coffee more time to react. After we spread Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Nanrui Coffee may react. By then, it will be more troublesome for Nanrui Coffee to deal with it. I want to see how Nanrui Coffee will deal with it this time. Song Xia snorted coldly. After being disgusted by Nanrui Coffee for so long, now she can finally get some face back. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinemo slowly hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Nana Coffee invested 600 million yuan at once. Although Nanshi Takeaway did not have a specific budget, it was estimated that it would cost at least 1.2 to 1.8 billion yuan. These two projects can spend about 2 billion yuan. However, the specific amount still needs to wait for Wang Maoyan to make a budget to determine. But he is still very satisfied with this expenditure. While thinking, the office door was opened, and Shin Ro walked in with a thermostat. "Mr. Chin, it's time for lunch." "Is it time for lunch?" Chinemo looked at the time and found that it was already time for lunch, that he got up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Shinro had already placed the food on the table. "Sit down and eat together," Chunemo said happily. Nana Coffee and Nanshi Takeaway completed their tasks according to his regulations and started the next task accordingly. Although there were some minor accidents in the live broadcast licensing fee of Sangshui game, the overall situation was still under his control, and there was hope for settlement in a month. "Okay, Mr. Chun." Shinro nodded and went back to the office to get the tableware and sat opposite Mr. Chin. Looking at Mr. Chin's expression, she guessed in her heart that I don't know what happened to Mr. Chun, but he was so happy. Tomorrow's canteen, the dining table in the corner. Wang Maoyan looked at Wei Yin sitting opposite and told him in detail what Mr. Chin had arranged in the office. Well, Mr. Chun is right. Nana Coffee has indeed encountered competitors. If Nanrui Coffee also develops along the development path of Nana Coffee, it is very likely to repeat the current situation of Nana Coffee. So now Mr. Chin's rapid development is indeed very likely to avoid the situation of Nanshi Takeaway that Nana Coffee had before. You are right to worry. There are great risks in such development. But have you ever thought that the greater the risk, the greater the return? The current business model of Nanshi Takeaway is unique in the market and the most hygienic and safe. If Nanshi Takeaway can be successfully liked by many people after expansion, then our Nanshi Takeaway will grab a large part of the takeaway business. So you just do it according to Mr. Chin's requirements. As long as the takeaway store is well done, the chef's cooking skills, the hygiene of the takeaway, and the service quality and speed of the takeaway staff are all guaranteed, you can basically attract a lot of customers. Wei Yin simply recounted his thoughts. But Mr. Wei, the price of takeout is also critical. Mr. Chin has already asked for the price of takeout to be set at twice the normal price of vegetables. Such a high price can still discourage some customers. Wang Maoyan talked about his concerns. In fact, he has always been worried about this problem, but there is another problem that needs to be solved first. But his proposal to promote was directly rejected by Mr. Chun, so he thought of the issue of takeout prices. The price problem is actually easy to solve, and the double price is not much. Because the normal takeout price is more expensive than the normal vegetable price, then the price of Nanshi takeout is twice the normal vegetable price, which is just a little more than the normal takeout price. And the vegetable price issue can be compensated through other operations. For example, the amount of my takeout can be appropriately more than the normal takeout amount. Of course, I also know that some people will only buy those cheap takeouts due to economic problems. In fact, we can also take advantage of this. Since we cook by ourselves, the ingredients for cooking must be there is consumption and damage. For example, some vegetables are not fresh because they have been stored for a long time. It is definitely impossible to use these vegetables according to normal takeout. But these vegetables are just not fresh, not inedible. If they're thrown away, it will be a waste, so we can make use of those unfresh ingredients. My idea is to use those unfresh vegetables to make a takeout blind box. The price of this takeout blind box is uniform and very cheap. The only difference is the uncertainty. You don't know what dishes you bought, and all the dishes are made based on the remaining ingredients. Chapter 984 Takeaway Blind Box. Of course, We have clearly stated the purchase rules for this blind takeout box, so that buyers know that the dishes in the blind vegetable box are made from stale ingredients. But we also need to let them know that those ingredients are only stale, but it's not broken. It's completely edible. One more thing you can pay attention to is that this takeout blind box can be noted. Buyers can note their preferences, such as whether they can eat spicy food or what vegetables they are allergic to. These are still necessary. Wei Yin watched Wang Maoyan recount his thoughts. Takeaway blind box. Wang Maoyan was stunned for a moment when he heard Wei Yan's words. This was the first time he heard the term takeout blind box. But if you think carefully about what Wei Yin just said, there is still a lot of room for possibility. And blind boxes are very popular now. If you create a takeout blind box, it may be an attractive point. Mr. Wei, your proposal is really good. I think it is very feasible, Wang Maoyan said with excitement. I do have some detailed suggestions here. Li Shun sat aside and said, Mr. Li, tell me. Wang Maoyan turned to look at Li Shun. It's like this. For takeout blind boxes, it's not good if the dishes are too different. We can make two kinds of blind boxes. One is a vegetarian blind box, and the other is a meat blind box. The vegetarian blind box is cheaper than the meat blind box. A little. In this way, people who buy takeout blind boxes can have a relatively accurate choice. Li Shun gave his suggestions. Wang Maoyan nodded after hearing Li Shun's words. This is indeed something that needs attention. That if a customer wants to eat a meat dish but is unwilling to spend so much money, he can just buy a takeout blind box of meat dishes. Wang Maoyan sighed his heart. He didn't have much confidence in Nancy Takeout before, but after hearing the words of Wei Yin and Li Shun, he felt more confident that he could make arrangements at the takeout shop these days. Make a detailed plan for the takeout blind box project as soon as possible and then implement it. Lunch is over. Wang Maoyan quickly left the Tomorrow cafeteria. Wei Yin shook his head and smiled when he saw Wang Maoyan rushing forward. It was very similar to how he felt when he was promoted, and everything was full of motivation. Very nice. Brother Wang is still very motivated. Li Shun walked to Wei Yin and said with a smile, Isn't this great? Only in this way can we run the company well. We were all like this at the time, weren't we? Wei Yin turned to look at Li Shun. Ha ha ha. That's true. I still remember the scene when we went out to buy clothes. Li Shun laughed. When Wei Yin heard this, he couldn't help showing a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. At that time, it was just a small clothing factory. At that time, after the original boss sold the garment factory, he was thinking about changing jobs. Later, when he saw Mr. Chen, he made a big reform in the garment factory on the first day he came. Pay wages in advance and install air conditioning in the clothing workshop. That he decided to take a closer look to see what this new young boss was going to do. But he never expected that he would be there for more than 2 years and never thought of leaving the Tomorrow group. While the two were talking, after entering the Tomorrow building, we took the elevator directly back to our respective floors. Wei Yin returned to the office and just sat down when his cell phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID and was stunned for a moment that I rarely get this call. American Extreme Survival Game Agent Matt. After Extreme Survival was authorized to Matt, he did not communicate with the other party. More work content was handled by the people below that I don't know why the other party called him at this time. Wei Yin was confused and then answered the phone. Mr. Matt. What's the matter? Mr. Wei Yin, there is something I want to discuss with you. Matt's voice came from the phone. What happened? Wei Yin spoke in confusion. He didn't know what the other party needed to talk to him about. It's a matter of Freedom War. You Sanshua haven't found an agent yet, right? Mr. Matt's Freedom Battle has just been launched not long ago. The specific results are not yet certain. It may be due to lack of stamina and lack of subsequent traffic. But if you want an agent, I will not lower the agency fee because of those inaccurate factors. And based on the current data of Freedom Battle, we have reason to infer that Freedom Battle may surpass Extreme Survival. So the agent of Freedom Battle will not be lower than Extreme Survival. The price here is twice that of Extreme Survival. When Wei Yin heard that the other party was coming for the Freedom Battle, he thought about it and spoke directly. Freedom Battle has just been launched, and it is unknown whether it can maintain continued popularity. So if you come to him to talk about the agency of Freedom Battle at this time, it is very likely that the price of the agency fee will be lowered through this matter. So in order to avoid lowering the price, he blocked the matter from the beginning. This is why he is not in a hurry to find an overseas agent yet. After all, if you talk about agents at this time, you will most likely be priced out by those who want to be agents because the traffic of the game is not stable yet. Mr. Wei, the price of double is a bit high, right? After all, the current freedom war. Matt was stunned for a moment. Then he spoke, but before he finished speaking, Wei Yin interrupted him. Mr. Matt, if you want to use the current unstable traffic of the game to talk about the price, then there is no need to continue the discussion. If you want to continue the discussion, it will not be too late to wait until the traffic of Freedom War stabilizes. At that time, the price will be what it is. Matt heard Wei Yan's firm tone and knew that if he wanted to negotiate the agency of Freedom War now, he must follow Wei Yan's plan. Otherwise, there would be no way to negotiate. But he originally wanted to see if he could lower the price by taking advantage of the fact that the traffic of Freedom War was not stable at the time of its launch. But now it seems that it is definitely not possible, that if it was a normal game, he would have hung up the phone and given up the idea of downloading the game. But now it is different that he has carefully learned about this game and played it for a while. He is very optimistic about this game. This is a game mode that has never appeared before, and it is also very playable. Especially the 5v5 competition, this kind of competition against each other can easily arouse the player's desire to win. Chapter 985 Blizzard News, and with the popularity of the game, all 4 major live broadcast platforms in China are live broadcasting Freedom Battle, and the current popularity is comparable to Extreme Survival. Even in the United States, people have begun to play it, and it is very popular. He sees great potential in this game, so he wants to get the agent of this game in advance. Now the game Extreme Survival has made him a lot of money. If he takes over the agent of the game Freedom Battle again, he will wait until the popularity of Freedom Battle reaches the height of Extreme Survival. His Blizzard games will have one more place to make money. But the agency fee Wei Yin asked for caught him off guard. The licensing fee for Extreme Survival was 100 million, plus a 40% profit share. So twice the licensing fee for Freedom War is 200 million, plus 40% of the revenue share. 200 million. Although this price is high, it is not unacceptable. After all, they have made a lot of money by distributing the game Extreme Survival. That if you invest 200 million, it will be very worthwhile to get a game that can rival Extreme Survival. But the only thing that makes him hesitate is that Freedom Battle has just been launched. It is still difficult to judge whether the current popularity can be maintained. In history, there are also some games that were very popular when they first came out, and then there are also many games that quickly faded away from their popularity in a short period of time. So he couldn't tell whether the game Freedom Battle was just a temporary hit. Mr. Matt, if there is nothing else, I will hang up first. Being a company manager is very busy. Wei Yin waited for a moment and saw that Matt didn't reply, so he slowly spoke. Wait a minute, Mr. Wei Yin. Matt heard Wei Yin's words and quickly spoke to stop him. Anything else? We can talk about agency matters. I have already said that the price I want is twice that of Extreme Survival. There is no need to talk about it. Wei Yin said firmly, and he did not relent because of the previous cooperation between the two. He would not change the price for twice the price, and he also believed that the other party could afford it. During this period, Extreme Survival made them a lot of money. I can accept twice the price. Matt heard the words and spoke directly without any further hesitation. $200 million are gone, and Extreme Survival can make a profit soon, but if the agent of Freedom War is snatched away by others, it will not be worth the gain. Although the current popularity of Freedom War is still uncertain, it is better than falling to other game companies. Then find a time and send someone over, or come over in person, and sign the contract. Wei Yin nodded when he heard this. He had expected Matt's choice. Okay, Mr. Wei Yin, then I will buy a ticket for tomorrow and make an appointment with you when I arrive in Jiangcheng. In the office, Wei Yin put down his phone and fell in a deep thought that he had been waiting for the popularity of Freedom War to completely stabilize before considering overseas agents. But Matt's phone call just now reminded him that there was no need for him to wait until the popularity of Freedom Battle stabilized. Just like Matt, he is willing to win the Freedom Battle agent for twice the price. That he probably also understands Matt's psychology. He would rather win the game by himself. If the popularity drops in the future, it will be nothing more than a loss of 200 million in funds, and it may not necessarily be a loss. For a game that is so popular now, even if its popularity drops, it can still remain profitable, but the profit will be relatively small. But if this game falls to other game companies, it is okay to say that the popularity has dropped, but the popularity has remained or even increased. Wouldn't it mean that there is a more powerful enemy? Therefore, in order to prevent other companies from getting the agents of Freedom War and becoming powerful, they can only take down the agents of Freedom War in advance.in this case. He can take advantage of this and talk to other game companies that represent extreme survival about Freedom Battle Agents.as long as the other party thinks the price is too expensive and doesn't want to be an agent. Then he can just announce the agency that he believes that some people with sufficient funds are willing to take risks. Because as long as Freedom War continues to be popular, their profits will be very high. Businessmen pursue profits as long as there are enough benefits, someone will take the risk. Wei Yin thought for a moment, then got up and left the office. Finally, he came to Fong Chang's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. "Mr. Wei, what's the matter?" Fong Chang led Wei Yin to the reception area and then poured a cup of tea. "Tell you about the Freedom War." Wei Yin opened his mouth. Both of them are managers of the company, so they definitely need to communicate with each other about the Freedom War agency matters. "Did you encounter any problems in Freedom War?" Fong Chang raised his head and looked at Wei Yin. "It's not a problem. Matt, the agent of extreme survival in the United States, just call me." Wei Yin recounted in detail what happened to Matt's phone call just now. Matt accepted twice the price. Fong Chang spoke unexpectedly. He didn't expect that Matt would even accept double the price. Even if it maintains its current popularity, or if its popularity rises again in the future, it will be almost the same as extreme survival. Even if it surpasses it, the price will not double. This made him confused. The purchase at twice the price is currently for the agent of this game to fall into the hands of other companies. Peers are enemies. If your peer has obtained the agent of Freedom War, and his strength has improved a lot because of Freedom War, that is disguised support for the enemy. So he would rather take the risk to win this agent than other companies to win Freedom War and not give other peers any chance to improve. Wei Yin opened his mouth to explain. "So that's it. As expected of Mr. Wei, if you hadn't explained it, I wouldn't have thought of these things." Fong Chang looked at Wei Yin with some admiration. As the management of Sangshui Games, Wei Yin actually does more things. What he is good at is more game-related content. Things like negotiating with the other party are still handled by Wei Yin. We all have our own areas of expertise. If you ask me to develop games, I can't do it, so there is no need to belittle yourself because of these. Wei Yin smiled and then continued to speak. Chapter 986, Mr. Chin's Operation. Not to mention these, after thinking about Matt's incident, I don't have to wait for Freedom War to become more popular before looking for an agent. I can go talk to those extreme survival agents now. The battle for freedom. But what if those agents don't think like Matt and think twice the price is a bit expensive? Fong Chang heard Wei Yan's words and expressed his worries. There is no need to worry about this. If some agents think the price is expensive, then we can definitely find other agents to buy the product. I believe there will be game companies who will choose it. Wei Yin spoke confidently. "Okay, I believe Mr. Wei. Then we can directly arrange for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to communicate about this matter." Fong Chang nodded. He still trusted Wei Yan's judgment. After all, Wei Yin was the #1 person under Mr. Chen. In terms of ability, the entire Tomorrow Group, except for Mr. Chen, is also Wei Yin. Moreover, there are never any surprises in Wei Yan's decisions. "Okay, I will go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to communicate with them later and let them handle these matters as soon as possible." Wei Yin nodded, communicated with Fong Chang about other company work matters, and then left Fong Chang's office directly. Nari coffee door. Chen Mo wore a mask and held his peaked cap, then quickly walked to the big G parked in the distance, opened the door, and got in. "Mr. Chen, let's go there." Yang Dehai asked. Although he was curious about what Mr. Chen was doing at Nanrue Coffee, as a driver, he knew that these things were not his place to ask. He could just drive the car. "Go back to Changbai Jingyuan." Chen Mo replied. It was already afternoon, and there was nothing to do back at the company, so he might as well go home directly. Moreover, he had just informed the store manager of Nanrue Coffee that Nana Coffee was going to Suzhou and Hangzhou for full-scale development, and the store manager would inform his good allies that I in this way. It can also prevent Nanha Coffee from opening a store too quickly and Nanrue Coffee not being able to react. Chinemo smiled slightly. While spending money, he could still ensure that the project would lose money. This is the right way to spend your money. Soon, Yang Dehai parked the car in the underground garage. Chinemo got out of the car and turned to look at Yang Dehai. I have nothing to do tonight. You can move around freely. Okay, Mr. Chun. Yang Dehai nodded. Nanhu City, in a hotel, Sister Zhanglan, you will be participating in the show tomorrow. I heard that in this show, you will be asked to hand in your mobile phone and any cosmetics you have. Lu Shui sat opposite Zhanglan and said, I know this. I train according to the requirements of the army. This is normal. Zhanglan nodded when she heard Lu Shui's words. She did not wear makeup during Feiwu security training. That IT wasn't that he didn't want to put on makeup, but it was useless. He was sweating all over from training, and the makeup was all gone. Everything I brought is ready. Right over there. Zhanglan pointed at a trolley suitcase in the distance. Sister Lan, what did you bring? Lu Shui asked curiously. You'll know when you open it and take a look. Zhanglan said slowly, by the way, put my pajamas in it. Okay, Sister Lan. Lu Shui nodded, then went to the bed and picked up a folded pajamas, walked to the trolley case, and opened the trolley case. When I was about to put my pajamas in, I found that there were only a few sets of changes of clothes in the trolley suitcase, and nothing else. Sister Lan, just bring these things. I heard that the training there will be very difficult. How about I put 2 bags of snacks for you? I think the program team won't mind. Lu Shui said. Zhang Lan likes snacks very much and eats several bags every day. This time she entered the army, but she had to record for 2 months. Is it really okay to go without snacks for such a long time? No. Even if I take 2 bags and I'll eat them all in one day, it's better not to take them at all. The army is a very serious place. Don't be too playful. Since you have chosen to participate in this program, you are already prepared. Zhang Lan said seriously that these ideas were all experienced by her during group training some time ago. She learned how hard military training is. And during those 15 days of training, she also listened to some stories from those coaches in the army that in this regard, she gradually developed respect for the army. That is so since you go to the army for training, you must abide by the rules of the army. And you cannot ask for some privileges just because you are a star. I know, Sister Lan. Lu Shui nodded obediently. Well, during the time I'm participating in the show, I may not be able to receive messages from you at any time. If something happens to the music department and you can't contact me, you can go find Mr. Luo from Blue Picture Entertainment. Or Mr. Wang. Zhang Lan opened her mouth and reminded her that she had a hand in her mobile phone to participate in this show, so she would definitely not be able to keep an eye on the music department situation. However, she has arranged all the work in the music department in advance, and the contestants of The Voice of China currently have their own schedules that is under normal circumstances. There is basically nothing going on during this period. She just told Lu Shui because she was worried that the music department would encounter some unexpected problems and there would be no way to solve them. The next day, early morning, Zhang Lan walked out of the hotel with her trolley suitcase, got into the show's commercial vehicle, and then headed to the filming location. Vehicles moving slowly after an unknown amount of time, the vehicle finally arrived in a town. Zhang Lan knew this place. There was a Special Forces training brigade here, and their next training location would be here. The vehicle stopped slowly, and the door opened. Zhang Lan picked up the trolley case and got out of the vehicle. After looking around, he quickly noticed that there were several people waiting there in the distance. Those people were looking over at this time, and at the same time, several people walked over quickly. Zhang Lan took a brief look. These people had all seen the personnel list, and they could all recognize them. There are a total of 6 people in this show, 3 men and 3 women. Hello, I'll do this. A man stepped forward quickly and reached out to take the trolley case from Zhang Lan's hand. It won't sink. I can do it myself. Zhang Lan did not give the trolley case to the other party. The other party's name was Li Yi, and he was an old actor who had been famous for a long time. But now that we have entered the filming stage, if a senior is asked to carry the luggage, if it is broadcast, it is very likely that he will be accused of being a big name. Our whole family likes the songs you sing very much. Our family watches every episode of The Voice of China. And by the way, our whole family also goes to see Li Ying's concert. Li didn't insist when he saw this. After knowing that Zhang Lan was going to participate in the show, he came here with a mission. Chapter 987. Joining the army, his daughter is a loyal fan of Zhang Lan. This time she came here and asked him to ask Zhang Lan for autographs and photos. Thank you, Senior Li. Zhang Lan thanked him. He was a senior, so she still had to respect him. You don't have to be so polite. If I'm older, just call me Brother Li. I'm here to get an autograph for my daughter. Li smiled and spoke. Of course it's possible, but I don't have a pen right now, so I can't sign. When I have a chance, I'll contact my agent. She has a photo of my signature and ask her to prepare it. Zhang Lan responded that there was no problem signing autographs. She would also draw prizes for a small amount of money and send some autograph photos to fans. Thank you very much. It's nothing. I often send signed photos to fans. During the conversation, several people arrived at the first gathering place. At this time, 5 of the 6 people had arrived, and after one more person, everyone had arrived. About 10 minutes passed. The last member also rushed over, and after saying hello to each other, 2 men in military uniforms came over. He quickly walked up to a few people, looked around in front of them, and then spoke slowly. Hello, everyone. I am your coach, Zhou Yang, and this is your assistant coach, Ning Shi. Hello, coach. Several people looked at the coach and said hello. There are many rules when entering the army for training. Many things outside are not allowed to be brought into the army, and mobile phones must be handed in. So the first task when entering the army is to check your suitcases. All things that cannot be brought into the army need to be handed over and will be returned to you after you leave the army. Please take your suitcases to the front and open them. Coach Ning and I will check them. Zhou Yang looked at several people and said in a very serious tone, Good coach. After hearing the coach's words, the 6 people took their suitcases to the front and opened them. The 2 coaches walked over to the suitcase and started looking at it. Zhou Yang checked the suitcases of the 3 boys, and Master Ning checked the suitcases of the girls. What's this? Instructor Ning took out a small bag from the first suitcase. After opening it, there were bottles and cans inside. Instructor, this is for makeup. The girl in question spoke up. Can I take this with me? I need to hand it in. Master Ning said as he took out the small bag and put it in a storage box not far away. Instructor, if I keep him, it won't affect training. No. Is it okay if I just keep one moisturizer? The woman opened her mouth to discuss. Nothing is allowed. Master Ning refused without hesitation, and then opened the suitcase again. He took out some of the things that were not allowed and put them in the storage box aside. Soon one suitcase was checked, and then he walked to the other suitcase and started checking it. You can't bring these foods either. Instructor, I only eat during breaks. No, the army has a canteen and you won't go hungry. Then can I just keep 2 bags? Not even 2 bags. Instructor Ning sure shook his head and refused, and found all the items in the luggage that could not be brought into the army. Zhang Lan watched Instructor Ning take out items one by one from the suitcase and sighed in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't bring anything with her, otherwise she would have to take them out. Soon I saw Instructor Ning finishing checking the suitcase next to him, then walking to his own suitcase, squatting down and slowly checking it. After a while, I looked up and saw that there were only so many things in your suitcase. Yes. Zhang Lan nodded. Upon hearing this, Master Ning looked at Zhang Lan seriously, then stood up and left at the same time. On the other side, Zhou Yang also checked all the suitcases. These things are not allowed to be brought into the army. We will keep them for you and return them to you after you leave the army. Zhou Yang looked at the 6 people in front of him and continued to speak. The next step is to arrange dormitories for you and distribute military uniforms. Please come with us. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he turned around and rushed toward the inside of the army. Before long, then he came to a dormitory building and walked in. Finally, we stopped in front of 2 vacant dormitories. These 2 dormitories are where you will live in the future. Bedding and other daily necessities are fully prepared for you. At the same time, each of your beds is marked with your name, which is your corresponding bed, and your clothes are also placed on it. Zhou Yang pointed to the two dormitories and said, "This is your dormitory." Master Ning waited until Zhou Yang finished speaking, then led Zhang Lan and the others into one of the dormitories. The clothes on the bed are customized according to your sizes. You will all change into them later. Training will begin today. But before training, there is one more thing you need to do. Master Ning looked at the three girls in the dormitory and said, "Instructor, is there anything else?" Inside the room, a girl asked. "Removing makeup. We don't allow makeup training here, so you have to take off all the makeup on your face later. Then come back and put on the clothes prepared for you, and we will start training today." Master Ning spoke quickly. The three of them were stunned when they heard the instructor's words. They were prepared when they came here today, but they were still a little hesitant when it really came to this time. Zhanglan thought about it and took out a wash basin from under her bed. The other two girls also took out wash basins from under their beds. Instructor Ning saw this and turned to walk outside. "The washing area is here. From now on, this washing area will be used by the three of you. No one else will come here. Don't worry." Instructor Ning looked at the three people and said, "At present. This unit is a male training unit, and the dormitories are all male soldiers. In order to avoid some embarrassing situations that a dormitory was specially cleaned out, and there is also a place to wash." And she was also temporarily transferred from another unit. "We know, Instructor Ning." Zhang Lan and the others answered, and then began to remove their makeup in the sink. "After you remove your makeup, change into military uniforms. I'll wait for you downstairs." Instructor Ning said and left the washroom. After a while, training ground. Zhang Lan and the others all stood neatly in the training ground. Zhou Yang looked at the three people in the training ground and spoke slowly. "First of all, welcome to join the army. Next, we will give you some simple command training and military posture training. First of all, command training, stand at attention. At ease. Turn right." A set of commands came down. Zhou Yang turned his head and looked at Master Ning beside him. "Did you notice that girl? She reacted very quickly to every command." "Yeah, it was really quick." Master Ning spoke, and he had been paying attention to the other party since he checked the luggage. Zhou Yang nodded, looked at the 6 people lined up neatly, and spoke again. "Stand for military training for 20 minutes. Chapter 998. Beats other takeaways. Du Xiaoxiao looked at the comments in the barrage area at this time and nodded with relief. Through these comments, she could clearly see that everyone was very satisfied with all the processes of Nanshi takeaway and even liked them. Yes, after she saw such takeaway, she was also very happy. Now she works at the pet park. Although she is not an employee of the pet park, Mr. Pang also gave her a pet park identity card, which allows her to eat at the Tomorrow canteen of the pet park. But when she was doing live broadcasts directly in Kyoto, there was no Tomorrow canteen. At that time, she mostly ordered takeaways. For the issue of the health of takeaways, she was also very powerless. She knew that takeaways were unhealthy, but she was too lazy to cook, so she could only order takeaways. Now seeing a takeaway platform like Nanshi Takeaway, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If there was such a takeaway platform before, she wouldn't have eaten unhealthy takeaways for so long. Mr. Chun is really a genius. How did he want such a takeaway platform? It's a pity that the traffic is not high enough now. Nanshi Takeaway has been online for a while, but there are not many takeaway orders. Now Nanshi Takeaway is losing a huge amount of money every day it operates. After all, every takeaway store has a large number of employees. There are 200 chefs alone, and each chef is also equipped with a chef assistant. There are also food management personnel who are responsible for the side dishes after the order is placed and the distinction of fresh ingredients, which all need to be managed by personnel. There are also takeaways. Currently, each takeaway store has 200 takeaways, and this is not the final number of takeaways. After Nanshi becomes popular, there will definitely be more takeaways. After all, the quality of the takeaway must be guaranteed, and the delivery time must be guaranteed. With so many employees, plus the high salary of Tomorrow Group, the daily expenditure is huge. If you want to make a profit, you must make the takeaway store popular. However, she is just an anchor with some fans, but it is not realistic to rely on her alone to promote the takeaway platform. All she can do is to add more customers to Nanshi Takeaway. While thinking, the barrage in the live broadcast room changed again. Xiao Xiao, what's the matter? I downloaded the Nanchi takeaway platform. But why does it show that my area does not meet the standards for ordering takeaways? Me too, I downloaded Nanchi takeaway, but I can't use it at all. Xiao, how did you order? Or can you demonstrate it again? No, I did order successfully. I can already see the production process. Although the price is a little more expensive than normal takeaways, it is still within the acceptable range. Then why can't I order? Du Xiao looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and suddenly thought of a question, and then explained. Brothers, I forgot to say one thing. At present, the Nanchi takeaway platform is only available in Jiangxing, so brothers outside Jiangxing cannot order Nanchi takeaway. But don't worry, Nanchi takeaway has begun to expand outside. The next area is Kyoto, so after a while, friends in Kyoto can take a look and should be able to order. Yuri kidding me. I've already started to fantasize after saying so much. Now you tell us that it's only available in Jiangxing. CS, I want to order Nanchi takeaway. I'll give you 10 airships. Please help me find the boss of Nanchi takeaway and ask him to choose Suzhou and Hangzhou as his next location. I'll bring 20 airships to open Nanchi takeaway in Shanghai. Now I'm sick of eating garbage takeaway. No, let's go to Kyoto. I can't wait to order Nanchi takeaway. I'm not short of money. 30 airships. It's pretty good in Kyoto. Haha, I'm from Jiangxing. No wonder I can order Nanchi takeaway. I'm so happy to be in Jiangxing. Nanchi takeaway and the pet park are both in Jiangxing. You can go whenever you want. My border collie has been trained almost to the point where I'm going to the pet park to participate in the pet competition. I'll get some money. Yuri the only one who has a border collie? I have one too. I also have one, but I only have border collies, which is equivalent to not having one. Du Xiao stared at the comments in the live broadcast room in amazement, and the special effects of the airship gifts were constantly refreshed in the live broadcast room. These people have also spent a lot of money to have Nanchi takeaway in their cities. An airship is worth 1,000 yuan. Now in a short period of time, there are no less than 40 airships, but he still hurriedly spoke. Brothers, there is no need to refresh the airship. I can't influence where Nanchi takeaway will open a store next. Nanchi takeaway has its own development route, so it's useless for you to refresh it. What I can do is wait for Nanchi takeaway to develop in that city next, and then tell you through live broadcast. Du Xiao explained, and soon the bell at the door rang. Brothers, it should be outside. Don't go pick up the food directly at this time. We can open the food delivery platform first and enter the delivery live broadcast to watch the deliverman situation. Du Xiao said, and went directly into the delivery live broadcast of the food delivery platform. Brothers, I can judge whether the food delivery man has arrived at the door through this live broadcast. Such exclusive people can be much safer when they go to pick up food. Du Xiao said and saw the food delivery man standing at the door of his house with food, so he stood up and walked out. Soon, he took the food back. Brothers, this is the Nanchi takeaway I ordered. You can see the packaging. It is very tight. If you want to tamper with the food delivery, you have to destroy the packaging of the food delivery, and there is no way to restore it. Du Xiao took out the food delivery and showed it one by one in front of the live broadcast camera, and then opened the food delivery a little bit, that oh my god, this packaging is better than all the food delivery packaging on the market. It is so good. This food delivery has a lot of portions, and the price is expensive. Coupled with the quality of the food delivery and the thoughtful service, I suddenly feel that it is worth it. Now my mom is saying that I am unhealthy eating takeout, so I will recommend Nanchi takeout to her. If this takeout is unhealthy, then there is no healthy takeout. My takeout has arrived, and the portion is really big. It is really expensive for a reason. I feel that I can't finish it by myself. Stop talking. I am very uncomfortable without Nanchi takeout now. Chapter 999 Wang Yang come here tomorrow building. Outside, Chinemo rode a shared bicycle and parked it at a parking spot near Tomorrow Building. As soon as he stopped, a passerby quickly walked up, scanned the QR code to open the bicycle he had just parked, opened it, and rode away. Seeing such a scene, Chinemo nodded with satisfaction, which is enough to show that haha bicycles are still very popular now. Just yesterday, Chinsung called him and talked about the situation of haha bicycle. He also knew that Haha Bicycle has been fully launched in Jiangxing City and Kyoto City, that he has a 20% stake in the Haha Bicycle project. If Haha Bicycle makes a profit, he can also share dividends. I am still very concerned about this. I came to the company today. After entering the office to confirm that there was nothing important, I came down and bought a Haha Bicycle and rode it for a while. After this trip, I found that Haha Bicycles are very popular. I feel relieved knowing this. As long as Haha Bicycle is popular, it proves that Haha Bicycle can be profitable. As long as Haha Bicycle is profitable, he will be able to share dividends from Haha Bicycle, which is a great thing. Chinemo returned to the office in a happy mood, picked up the warm coffee on the table, and took a sip. He has spent almost all the money now, plus the Haha Bicycle thing. And there is news from Mayun that the community will be completely completed tomorrow, and he can move there at any time. This is a great thing. He plans to move there completely on Saturday and Sunday. But the only pity is that after he moves there, he will no longer be able to eat the food cooked by Dong Hong. But it doesn't matter. Now that Nanchi's takeout is profitable, he can definitely order takeout. As boss, there is no problem in tasting the takeaway from your own business every day. That if the taste of the takeout is wrong on any day, he can find out in time and ask Nanchi Takeout to make adjustments. Thinking of this, Chinemo laughed unconsciously. That he suddenly found that his fortune was changing, and everything that happened was beneficial to him. It seems that this time, I really have the opportunity to convert all the system funds in full, and 60 million will soon become my personal assets. Chinemo turned on the computer happily, then opened the game and started playing. He was almost at the master level in the past few days, so he still had to work harder. Afternoon, Tomorrow Community. Mayan looked at the people who kept coming in at the gate of Tomorrow's community with a happy smile on his face. The community will be completed tomorrow, and today is the time to hand over the house. Now it is the time when the Tomorrow group is off work. These employees who bought the house can't wait to come over to take over the house. And while taking over the house, they must pay the money to buy the house. Mr. May, I'm afraid I'm going to be busy today. Wei Yin walked up to Mei Yun and said, there are more than 200 people coming to collect the house today, and the process of signing the contract and paying the money will take a certain amount of time. It doesn't matter. I prepared in advance. There are 10 staff members handling this matter today, so it won't waste too much time. Mei Yun smiled and said, when he informed that the house was to be handed over today, he counted the number of people who were coming to take over the house today and arranged manpower according to the number of people. Then there will be no problem. Wei Yin nodded and then walked towards a direction where was a place to pay. Mr. Wei, please sit here and pay according to the procedures. The real estate certificate is still being processed, and it will take a while to be handed over to you. Mei Yin said. Wei Yin nodded, then sat down and handed over some of his information, completed all the procedures according to the instructions, and finally paid for the house by swiping the card. From this moment, the house is completely his, and as for the real estate certificate, he doesn't have to worry at all. Congratulations to Mr. Wei on getting a new house. When Mei Yun saw Wei Yin completing all the procedures, he smiled and congratulated. After all these people hand over their houses, they will have a total of 300 houses each, and their combined income will be exactly 3.3 billion, is already more than the number of people investing in Tomorrow Community, which shows that the project of Tomorrow Community is profitable. It can be considered a successful project. Come on, let's go for a walk in the community and go fishing by the way. Mei Yun said. Wei Yin smiled when he heard this, and then spoke. Maybe not today. Today is not the first day I've come here. My wife is still in the car. After the process is completed, we will be ready to move in. The house has been bought, so naturally we have to move in. Otherwise, wouldn't buying such a big house be in vain? Ha ha ha. Then I won't disturb Mr. Wei. Mei Yin didn't say anything after hearing this, and then walked away. Later, while walking, I also found many acquaintances, Li Shun, Wu Yu Fong Chong. All of these people came over. Like Wei Yin, he was ready to move in after completing the process, but this is not surprising to him. After all, the Tomorrow Community is well decorated, and all the furniture and electrical appliances are ready. You only need to bring some daily necessities to move in. It seems that I will find a time to move in tomorrow. With so many acquaintances in the company, I will have a lot to talk about when I live here in the future. And this time, all the managers live here, So when discussing things, there is no need to communicate in the manager group. Everyone can meet and talk, which will be more efficient. For example, go fishing together, talk while fishing, go to the activity building to play billiards, and then talk about things by the way. But Mr. Chen didn't come today. Did he avoid it deliberately because he knew that many people came to collect the house today? Mei Yin thought in his heart, and also thought that it was time to write a report on the affairs of Mingri community. After all, after the house was delivered today, the money for buying the house also entered the company's account. Billions of funds, naturally, must be reported. Now Wuling's short video, Songshue Games, Blue Film Entertainment, and Corner Pet Park have been in the limelight in Mingri. Group that it's time for him to show off his unmanned real estate. He also wants to participate in the training of Feiwu Security Company that I hope that his performance in unmanned real estate this time can enter the second batch of company training. Mei thought in his heart. Boss Mei, long time no see. Suddenly, there was a shout from behind. He met many acquaintances today, and he was used to meeting an acquaintance calling him here again, that he turned his head and found that the person calling him was not from the Tomorrow Group, but he was also very familiar. Boss Wang, long time no see. As he said that, he walked straight to Wang Yang, who was the manager of the construction company, and Wang Yang was the decoration designer appointed by Boss Chen. So there were many opportunities for the two to cooperate. Chapter 1000 Mid-Autumn Festival Introduction. This is my girlfriend Ji Xiaowei. Wang Yang looked at Mei Yin approaching and introduced him. Hello. Mei Yin looked at Ji Xiaowei next to Wang Yang and said hello, then looked at Wang Yang. Are you coming to collect the house today too? Yes. I received news from Mr. Mei yesterday, so I came here today. Wang Yang smiled and said that because of Mr. Chen's kindness, he also had the assets to buy tomorrow's community. I could have come over this morning to collect the house. But in order to bring Ji Xiaowei over, I waited until Ji Xiaowei got off work and rushed over together. Have all the procedures been completed? Mei Yin asked. Everything has been done, and we are about to go to our house to take a look. Wang Yang said. Then I won't disturb you. Mei Yin glanced at Wang and Yang, then turned and left. Let's go in. Wang Yang waved to Mei Yin, then turned to look at Ji Xiaowei. Enter the community. Wang Yang walked straight to the location where he bought the house and soon stopped in front of Building 6. This is the unit building where I bought my house, Building 6, Unit 1, 601. Wang Yang turned to Ji Xiaowei and said, and then walked in with Ji Xiaowei. When Ji Xiaowei just came over, she had been paying attention to the situation in the community. Because many green plants are newly transplanted, there are some special green plants that will not grow green leaves until next year. But judging from the coverage area of those green plants, and the green plants that still have green leaves now, that if all the green plants grow green leaves, then this community will basically feel like being in nature. Judging from the various communities she has visited, the configuration of Tomorrow Community is the best one she has ever seen. But the price is indeed expensive, with a house costing about 10 million. She couldn't even imagine such a price before. Soon the two entered the elevator and arrived at the 6th floor. Wang Yang opened the door and entered the room, and then took Ji Xiaowei to visit the room that he decorated the house himself, so he is very clear about the structure of the house. The main reason he came here today was to take Ji Xiaowei over to take a look. It's such a big space. Ji Xiaowei followed Wang Yang and walked around the room and couldn't help but sigh. The space of the house she bought was just over 60 square meters, but compared with the current house, it was too far behind. How about it? This will be our home from now on. Wang Yang turned to look at Ji Xiaowei and said with a smile that he himself was very emotional about owning such a big house. If Mr. Chun hadn't been around for a 10 million house, he wouldn't even have been able to see it, let alone buy it. Who wants to have a home with you? Ji Xiaowei said, a little embarrassed. Seeing Ji Xiaowei's embarrassed look, Wang Yang smiled and said nothing more. Continuing to talk would only make Ji Xiaowei even more embarrassed. After walking around the room, he sat down on the sofa in the living room, looked at Ji Xiaowei and said, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and it's time to visit Mr. Chen again. After all, my current achievements are all due to Mr. Chen's help. Can you take me with you? Mr. Chen also helped me a lot. I also want to thank you. Ji Xiaowei hurriedly spoke after hearing this. Some time ago, Tomorrow Group bought a car worth about 20 million from her. She also gained a lot from Mr. Chen. It's natural. I'm telling you this just because I want to take you there with me. Our current status and income are actually all thanks to Mr. Chen's help. So we must remember to be grateful. Wang Yang nodded. No matter what, Mr. Chen must be grateful. Ji Xiaowei is his girlfriend and has also received favors from Mr. Chen. Naturally, he hopes that Ji Xiaowei can go with him to express his gratitude. Then what kind of thanks should I give? The president of such a large group should have nothing to lose. Ji Xiaowei said worriedly. Just give it a red envelope. Didn't you give it once before? Mr. Chen doesn't have any objections. But this time, let's give it a little more. Last time it was 10,000, so this time it will be 88,000. Wang Yang suggested that although Ji Xiaowei and he had also received favors from Mr. Chen, in terms of income, Ji Xiaowei was far behind him. He accepted the renovations given by Mr. Chen, and now they are all priced in hundreds of millions. The total of all Ji Xiaowei's vehicle orders has just reached about 100 million. Of course, Ji Xiaowei benefited the most from these orders, which promoted her position and her overall income. It was much more stable than being a salesperson before. So he didn't ask Ji Xiaowei to give him any big red envelope, no more than 88,000, which was within Ji Xiaowei's financial range just now. And the meaning is also very good. Okay, then how big a red envelope are you planning to give? Is it also 88,000 yuan? Ji Xiaowei nodded when she heard this and had no objection to the 88,000 red envelope. However, she was still curious about the red envelope Wang Yang packed. 88,000 is too little. It will definitely not work. Wang Yang shook his head directly. He had given a red envelope of 188,000 yuan last time, and this year his renovation work has increased a lot. On the contrary, he gave less red envelopes, which made him embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Ji Xiaowei. The red envelope I'm going to give this time is 660,000 yuan. 660,000 yuan. Ji Xiaowei opened her mouth with a look of surprise on her face. She didn't expect Wang Yang to give such a big red envelope. But thinking of Wang Yang's renovation business, she suddenly felt that 660,000 yuan was also normal. Then it's settled. When I visit Mr. Chen, I will tell you in advance and take you there. Okay. The next day, in the early morning, Chen Mo leaned back in the car seat, his face silent. What's going on? How come there is suddenly more than 2 billion yuan in funds? What happened again? Chen Mo was confused. He couldn't think of what went wrong with the current state of Tomorrow Group. What on earth did that gang of six do to him again? He calculated a few days ago that by the end of September, he still needed to spend 3.5 billion yuan. And this 3.5 billion yuan has not been calculated. The revenue brought by the increase in traffic of Freedom War this month, so the funds needed to be spent must be higher than 3.5 billion yuan. However, he still has 4.4 billion yuan of additional funds, and the budget for Nanchi takeaway has not yet been released. So overall, he is not very panicked. But now the 2 billion yuan of income suddenly appeared, which made him a little panicked. Counting this 2 billion yuan, he has more than 5.5 billion yuan of funds to spend. Chapter 1001 Nanchi Takeaway Employee Welfare Plan. The funds that need to be spent of 5.5 billion have already exceeded the additional investment of 4.4 billion. Although there is still budget support from Nanchi Takeaway, it is already very dangerous. Chen Mo's face was ugly. He wanted to see who was doing this at this time. Mr. Chen, we have arrived. Unconsciously, the car door was opened, and Yang Dehai stood respectfully at the door. Chen Mo reacted to the sound and found that he had arrived at the Tomorrow building. He got out of the car silently and walked straight into the building. Entered the office, just sat down. Shinro came over with a cup of coffee. Looking at Shinro, who came over. All the reports of all companies are sorted out today. I want to take a look. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro put the coffee on the table and then quickly returned to her office. About 10 minutes later, she put the data report on the table in front of Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, this is today's data report. Well, you go and get busy. Chen Mo nodded and waved. Shinro left obediently after hearing what he said, but she was very confused in her heart. She felt that Mr. Chen seemed to be in a very bad mood today. She didn't know what happened in the office. Chen Mo picked up the information on the desk and read it, but the speed was very fast. After basically reading the general content to confirm whether there was any content he wanted to see, he directly picked up the next document and read it. About 20 minutes later, Chen Mo looked at a report submitted by Unmanned Real Estate. and his face became more and more ugly. After reading all the contents, although he had become much stronger because of the repeated settlement failures, his palms couldn't help shaking when he saw the information of unmanned real estate. Lao Lu. They are all Lao Lu. The employees of the entire Tomorrow Group are Lao Lu. He never thought that the foolproof real estate loss plan he thought of was destroyed by his own employees. Remote areas, high housing prices, coupled with the policy of not promoting. What a perfect loss plan. But such a perfect loss plan was destroyed by his own employees. There are 400 houses in total, and nearly 300 of them were bought by his own employees, and some of them were bought by those non-staff members. Chun Song and Du Zeding. Now only about 200 houses have been delivered, so 2 billion yuan of funds have been added. But there are still 100 houses that have not been delivered. If the remaining 100 houses are all delivered, then the overall income of the community tomorrow will be 3 billion yuan. In this way, he has 6.5 billion yuan to spend, and his additional investment is only 4.4 billion yuan. Even if all the additional investment is invested, he still has 2.1 billion yuan to spend. 2.1 billion. Even if the budget of Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto exceeds 2.1 billion, his settlement this time is very unstable. If there are some accidents, it will lead to the failure of this settlement. You are so good, Mei Yun. You quietly made such a thing for me. It seems that you also want to train. Chinemo snorted coldly, then opened a drawer beside him and took out a booklet. He flipped through the booklet and found that Mei Yun's name was not there. He was a newly promoted 6th in command. He had just become the 6th in command, and he had been given such a big one. He wrote Mei Yun's name on the latest page and then drew a cross behind it. He took a sip of the coffee beside him and sighed. He knew that every time he settled the bill, there would be a 6th in command to make trouble for him. Dong, dong, dong. The door of the office was suddenly knocked, and then Wang Maoyan pushed the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, the budget for Kyoto has been made. Wang Maoyan walked quickly to the desk. Sit down and talk about it. Chun Mo heard that the budget for Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto was out, and hurriedly invited Wang Maoyan to take a seat. What he needed to know most now was how much the budget for Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto was, so that he could have a general understanding of his current system funds. Okay, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan sat down on the chair. Mr. Chun, according to the survey data of Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto, because the population density in Kyoto is very high, in order to meet the takeaway demand in Kyoto, a total of about 64 takeaway points are needed. According to the standards of Nanshi Takeaway in Jiangxing, plus 10 years of rent, it takes about 50 million yuan to open a Nanshi Takeaway store. There are 64 stores in total. So if you want to fully expand Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto, a total of 3.2 billion yuan of funds are needed. Wang Maoyan quickly recounted the data of the capital statistics, and he was indeed a little uneasy in his heart. He didn't know whether Mr. Chun could accept the 3.2 billion budget. However, he had no way to deal with this budget. All the prices in Kyoto were very expensive, especially the rent of the house. 3.2 billion. Chinemo raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. His own budget was about 2 billion, and the budget given by Wang Maoyan was 3.2 billion, which was really beyond his expectation. But this is exactly what he needs. He is in urgent need of large-scale capital expenditures, so that he can once again increase his success rate of full settlement. The 3.2 billion budget is only Wang Maoyan's preliminary budget. There will definitely be some unexpected disagreements during the project progress, so the budget must be given more. Thinking of this, he looked up at Wang Maoyan. I will give you 3.5 billion funds, and I will spread Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto as soon as possible. Wang Maoyan was stunned for a moment, but soon came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. Okay, Mr. Chun. By the way, Nanshi Takeaway has been open for a while. How is the business now? Chinemo asked. He was running for Nanshi Takeaway to lose money, so he still needed to confirm the current status of Nanshi Takeaway. Wang Maoyan hesitated after hearing Chun Mo's words, and then spoke. Mr. Chun, Nanshi Takeaway has not had many orders. Most of the orders are from employees of Tomorrow Group after get off work or during their breaks. However, during working hours, we don't have many orders for Nanshi Takeaway. Even if there are employees of Tomorrow Group placing orders, it is not enough to support Nanshi Takeaway's profitability. After saying this, Wang Maoyan still felt a little ashamed. Other companies have hundreds of millions of profits, but Nanshi Takeaway, including the project in Kyoto, has already consumed more than 4 billion yuan. Chapter 1002 Wang Maonian's question. When Chinemo heard Wang Maonian's story, he felt a headache and rubbed his eyebrows. Lao Lu, the entire Tomorrow Group is the sixth generation. Garment factory agents. All of you employees have to be agents. If you get a real estate, you employees also buy it. Even if you open a takeaway shop, you should support it. They're all the sixth child. All employees in the entire group are Laolu.no. Now that Tomorrow Group has tens of thousands of employees and thousands of employees order takeout every day, his losses will be much less. Chinemo thought for a moment, then thought of a solution and looked up at Wang Maonian. I didn't think carefully about the matter of employees of Tomorrow Group buying Nanshi takeout. Since it is employees of Tomorrow Group who buy our takeout, there must be some preferential treatment. It is impossible to order takeout at the same price as others. So from now on, all employees of Tomorrow Group will get 50% off the price if they order Nanshi takeout. Please communicate this with the technical department and register some information of Tomorrow Group employees on the takeout platform. As long as employees of Tomorrow Group order food, they will automatically get half price. At the same time, you should also communicate with the managers of other companies and recruit all employees' information as soon as possible. Chinemo said slowly. He originally wanted to ask Tomorrow's group employees to buy Nanshi takeout for free, but the system reminded him. Finally, after testing, half price is the maximum range allowed by the system. Mr. Chun, if it is half price, based on our current cost, we will definitely lose money if we sell it at half price. Wang Maonian reminded him. It doesn't matter. This is the welfare of employees of Tomorrow Group, so don't calculate whether there will be a loss or not. Chun Mo said nonchalantly, loss? What he wants is loss, that if I didn't lose money, I wouldn't do it. Well, go ahead and get busy. 3.5 billion in funds will be transferred to Nanshi Takeout's company account one after another this month. Chinemo waved his hand. Now the Nanshi Takeout has basically been arranged, and there is nothing left to arrange. The most critical thing now is settlement. There is now less than a month left before settlement, and the incident in Tomorrow's community directly broke all his plans that he needs more ways to spend money to ensure the success rate of full settlement this time. Watching Wang Maonian leave, Chun Mo took out a piece of straw paper and started calculating on it. Now he still has an additional investment of 4.4 billion plus Nanshi Takeaway's expenditure budget of 3.5 billion in Kyoto. Then he can now spend a total of 7.9 billion in funds. And now the lowest income this month is 65 yuan. Calculated in this way, he can still have 1.4 billion in capital expenditures. Chinemo looked at the final capital expenditure and breathed a sigh of relief. There was still a capital expenditure of 1.4 billion. Overall, there was still a high success rate for full settlement. However, what happened in the community tomorrow gave him some warning. He still cannot be careless. He still needs to find more ways to spend money to be more secure. But now there is a sudden increase of 2 billion in funds, and from the beginning of the month to now, the original system funds have also reached 1.4 billion. So now his system funds are 3.4 billion system funds. What needs to be done now is to consume part of these funds first. The funds that can be consumed now are 3 projects that can add additional funds, as well as the Nanshi Takeout project. The 3 projects that can add additional funds are the additional investment of 3 billion in the event base. Learn about additional investment of 1 billion. Finally, Sanshua Game R&D server has an additional investment of 400 million. Looking at the 3 additional investment projects. If you want to retain a greater success rate of full settlement, it is better to retain more of this additional investment. After thinking about it, in the end, it was decided to spend on the 2 additional investment projects of school and R&D server first. The remaining 3 billion yuan for additional investment in the event base is almost enough. The additional investment in schools and R&D servers totals 1.4 billion. His current system funds are 3.4 billion, and all the funds for school and server additional projects have been invested. Then there will be 2 billion yuan left, and all of these 2 billion funds can be invested in the Nanshi Takeaway project, leaving an additional 1.5 billion investment. In this way, he also has an investment project of 3 billion yuan in the competition base. including the additional investment project of 1.5 billion yuan in Nanshi Takeout, got a total of 4.5 billion additional investment projects. And now there are still 100 suites in Tomorrow Community that have not been closed. If those 100 suites are closed, there will be a revenue of 1 billion, that the remaining revenue of Tomorrow Group in September will be at least 2.1 billion. So currently, by the end of September, Tomorrow Group's total revenue will be 3.1 billion. If nothing unexpected happens, he can settle the full amount. But there are really too many people in the Tomorrow Group. Now he has no way to ensure that from today to the settlement time, the Tomorrow Group will not have a large amount of income again. Chinemo put down the pen and paper in his hand, and he already had a rough plan for the next overall plan. Then he picked up the phone and called Mei Yin first. Mei Yin was in charge of the school project. Although he didn't want to talk to Mei Yin now, he still called her in order to spend money. When the call was connected, he quickly explained the school project and indicated that the remaining 1 billion yuan of funds for the school project would be transferred to the company account of Wu Ren Real Estate in the next few days. After communicating about the school, he called Wei Yin again and told him about the server R&D project. At the same time, he explained that the remaining 400 million yuan of funds for server R&D would be transferred to the account of Song Shui Game in the next few days. After the two calls were over, Chinemo sat back in his chair a little tired. It was not because of physical fatigue, but because of mental fatigue. The employees of Tomorrow Group were really too worrying. Now everything has been arranged. In order to increase the success rate of settlement, he still has to think about a new spending plan. Tomorrow Group, Song Shui Game, manager's office. Wei Yin hung up the phone and looked up at Wang Maoyan. Mr. Chun has arranged some things. Let's continue talking. I think we should take seriously the issue of group employees ordering takeout that you just mentioned. Mr. Wei, please go ahead. Wang Maoyan sat up straight unconsciously when he heard Wei Yan's words. After he came out of Mr. Chen's office, he went straight to Songshui Games to find Wei Yin. He thought he was not capable enough, so he would ask Wei Yin for advice on some new projects arranged by Mr. Chun. And today was no exception. Chapter 1003 Wei Yan Suggestions. Tomorrow, employees of the group will order half-price takeaways. We must make good arrangements, otherwise there will be many surprises. Wei Yan's expression became serious, and he continued to speak while watching Wang Maoyan listen. Half-price takeout in Nanshi is indeed a benefit for employees of Tomorrow Group. But if you just register the information of employees of Tomorrow Group and you can enjoy half-price benefits in Nanshi Takeout, there will definitely be many problems in the future. The most important thing is that Tomorrow Group can use its own Tomorrow Group information account to order half-price takeout for itself, but it can also use its own half-price account to order takeout for relatives and friends. Of course, if it's just friends and relatives, it's still acceptable. I'm afraid some people will have evil intentions and use their own accounts to make profits. For example, rent out your own account or order takeout for other people at half price, and then charge more than half price, but cheaper than the original price, so you can make a profit on the difference. It's not that I think too badly of the employees of Tomorrow Group. And as Tomorrow Group continues to grow, it is very likely that some hostile opponents will take advantage of this to exploit the loopholes of Nanshi Takeout. Wang Maoyan immediately became alert when he heard Wei Yan's words. Wei Yan was right. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you should also have the intention to guard against others. That if the half-price takeaways offered by employees of the Tomorrow Group in Nanshi are really taken advantage of by some thoughtful people, then the losses of the Tomorrow Group will definitely be even greater. This kind of thing must not happen. Thinking of this, Wang Maoyan looked up at Wei Yan and asked nervously, "Then, Mr. Wei, how should we solve this kind of problem?" The solution is very simple. As long as you register the employee information of Tomorrow Group on the food delivery platform, you can set an address. Only when mailing to this address, the price of the food delivery will be the moving price. If you click on Other, the address will always be calculated based on the original. For example, if you set this half-price address as your home address, then you will enjoy a half-price discount when you order Nanshi Takeout for your home. This way we can avoid the practice of renting out accounts or using accounts to take advantage of loopholes. Of course, this address can also be changed, but the change must be limited. It can be set to change once a month. Of course, if you want to change it urgently, such as moving and no longer living at the original address, you can write an application report for approval. Of course, there are still some details that need to be implemented on a case-by-case basis. Wei Yin briefly expressed his thoughts. If he wanted to prevent Tomorrow Group's Nanchi takeaway half-price account from being exploited, he could restrict more than half of it by restricting the address. I understand, Mr. Wei, thank you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have thought of this. If it is really used by someone after it is implemented, Nanchi takeaway will suffer a big loss. Wang Maoyan said with a grateful expression. He knew that there was absolutely nothing wrong with discussing work matters with Wei. That he knows his own abilities as a cook, but he is not very good at things like company management, especially this kind of big project worth billions. It doesn't matter. We are all managers of Tomorrow Group, and we just want to help each other. I don't need to repeat these words. By the way, the office in Kyoto has been set up and a general survey has been done. Now, let's go to the specific details of opening a store. Do you have any plans? Wei Yin waved his hand and then continued to ask that he is very optimistic about the Nanchi takeout business. Nowadays, takeout has a very bad reputation. There are unhygienic merchants, pre-made dishes, unhealthy ingredients. Takeaway workers deliberately dirty the takeout. A lot of negative news appears one after another. If it weren't for the huge demand for takeout in the current social environment, it is estimated that not many people would like to eat takeout. In this case, the emergence of Nanchi takeout completely broke the problem of word of mouth for takeout. After all, the entire takeout process is completed in front of customers, waiting for Nanchi takeout to gain a certain amount of trust and gain comprehensive publicity. Then he is very confident that Nanchi takeout is likely to take away 80% of the takeout market. Of course, Mr. Chen's current policy is to develop quickly and in a low-key manner without publicity. After all, if Nanchi takeout appears in the public eye too early, it is likely to cause real problems. Just like Nanchi coffee now. Mr. Chen's previous consideration was indeed reasonable. Currently, they have only conducted a census on the population density of various areas in Kyoto and calculated the number of stores to open in Kyoto, but more detailed plans have not been made yet. Wang Maoyan said that in the past few days, he mainly asked the Nanchi Coffee Kyoto office to make a budget for opening a store. This was something that Mr. Chen needed urgently. As for other things, he had not had time to arrange it. Well, I can definitely communicate with the Nana Coffee office in Kyoto. They open a store in Kyoto, and they will know more about Kyoto. Another point is that you can try to open takeout shops near Nana Coffee, so that you can do some linkage in the future. For example, if you order takeout in Nanchi, you can get coupons for Nana Coffee. There are also Nanchi Takeout, Nana Coffee, and Changfeng Clothing all nearby, which can also better demonstrate the strength of our Tomorrow Group. At the same time, you can do some card collection activities such as signing in at 3 nearby stores to buy an item to get a card. When you collect the 3 cards of Nana Coffee, Nanchi Takeaway, and Changfeng Clothing, you can choose a coupon in the 3 stores or collect more cards. Collect all the coffees in Kyoto and you will get a bigger reward. And collecting cards is also very attractive to some enthusiasts who like to collect. Of course, this card must be attractive. The point of attractive cards is easy to handle. You can communicate with the BL Game Club. At present, they are responsible for the 2-dimensional projects of Tsangshui Games. They can make some cards based on several games of Tsangshui Games. For example, ordinary cards, silver cards, gold cards, rare cards. The more precious the cards, the fewer they are. Specific operations require cooperation and communication with the BL Game Club. In the card collection activity, you can find a professional to make a more detailed design and make it more attractive. Of course, you can also do some other attractive activities. In short, if the stores are open nearby, we can do more content. Wei Yin talked about his thoughts. Chapter 1004 Mid-Autumn Festival activities like collecting have always had a large audience and are enduring. When I was a kid, I collected cards from instant noodles, bags from coffee shops, and various figures. So if you write some articles on similar collections, there will definitely be a very large audience. I know, Mr. Wei. I will make a note of this matter, and I will get started on it after Nanchi Takeaway opens a store in Kyoto. Wang Maoyan quickly recorded what Wei Yin said in his notebook. When he finished recording, he put the notebook in his chest pocket. I came here to ask Wei Yin for advice today, and he learned a lot. After a few brief exchanges, he said goodbye and left the office. After Wei Yin sent Wang Maoyan outside the office, he returned to his desk and sat down. Just as he was about to take a look at the recent Freedom War data, the office door was knocked again, and then Fong Chong walked in from outside. "Mr. Wei, are you busy?" Fong Chong looked at Wei Yin, walked to the desk, and sat down. "There's nothing to be busy with. By the way, I have one thing to tell you. Mr. Chen just called and said that the remaining 400 million yuan for the R&D server will be transferred to the company's account in the next few days." Wei Yin looked at Fong Chong sitting opposite and said, "For this matter, once the funds come in, I will just transfer it directly to the server project team. The project there has already made initial progress." Fong Chong nodded when he heard this. He had never worried about funds that he knew that Mr. Chen would send over the project funds sooner or later, so he was not too surprised when Mr. Chen sent over the project funds. "I also came here to say one thing. The overseas agents of Freedom War have all been discussed." "Oh, how did it turn out?" Wei Yin looked at Fong Chong when he heard this. He was the one who proposed the overseas agency matter of Freedom War, but the project was handed over to the company's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The process went through some setbacks. At first, some agency companies felt that twice the price was a bit expensive and refused to represent Freedom War. They even felt that the current traffic of Freedom War was unstable, so they lowered the price. However, the final result was as you predicted. After those game agents refused to represent Freedom War, I expressed that I would find other game companies to discuss agent matters. Those game companies that originally refused to represent Freedom War have changed their minds and expressed their willingness to represent Freedom War. Currently, those game companies have sent personnel over to prepare to sign the agency contract for Freedom War. Fong Chong briefly told the story of the overseas agency Freedom War, and he admired Wei Yin even more in his heart. This time's overseas agency is basically in line with Wei Yan's previous guesses. If the result is good, that's a good thing. Wei Yin nodded. After negotiating with the overseas agents of Freedom War, he did not think about the revenue share they would receive after Freedom War was launched overseas. After all, the game has not yet been officially launched in overseas servers, so he cannot yet estimate the overseas profits of Freedom War. But the most clear benefit now is overseas agency fees. The previous agency fees for Extreme Survival totaled 1 billion, and this time, he wants twice the overseas agency fee for Freedom War. Then 4 Extreme Survival. So the agency fee received by Freedom War this time is 2 billion. Wei Yin thought to himself and nodded with satisfaction. At least for now. The Freedom War he was responsible for developing was considered a success. Whether it can reach the level of Extreme Survival now depends on whether the current popularity of Freedom Battle can be maintained. Kyoto, Lexi Film and Television, Editing Department. Director Yu, the movie has been edited. The head of the editing department looked at Yu Zheng and said quickly, "Well, play it and let's take a look." Yu Zheng nodded. "Good guide, Yu." The head of the editing department quickly clicked play. While Yu Zheng turned to look at Wang Chong. "Let's sit down and take a look." He pulled out the seat and sat down. Upon seeing this, Wang Chong also pulled out his seat and sat down aside. The movie was shot half a month ago and has been edited during this period. Now that it has been edited, he also wants to see what the movie he shot this time will look like. The movie plays slowly. After a while, the movie ends. Yu Zheng and Wang Chong looked at each other with smiles on their faces. "I have a feeling this movie will be successful." Yu Zheng was the first to speak. "Well, there's nothing wrong with the plot and acting." Wang Chong nodded. "Ha, you fit this character too well, and it adds a lot to the entire movie." Now that the movie has been edited, I have communicated with the theater and the review team. Now we are waiting for the movie to be released in the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival is still very popular. I hope it will become a hit. Yu Zheng said with a smile. "I'm also looking forward to the movie coming out." Wang Chong nodded. This film is the third film he has shot. The first one was The Legend of the Demons, in which he played only a supporting role. The popularity of The Legend of the Demons actually had little to do with him. The second one was Long Journey, which he collaborated with Yu Zheng and was released during the Spring Festival, which was a small hit. This was his first movie as a leading actor, and he was very happy that the first movie he starred in became popular. However, there were also many bad comments on the internet, saying that the reason why he was so successful in Long Journey was that he played his true self. It was not because of how good his acting skills were, but because he played his true self. If he played other types of movies, his acting skills might be exposed. This time, starring in Chinatown Detective was his time to prove himself. When he was watching the movie just now, he paid more attention to his acting skills. After confirming that there was no problem, he was relieved. The next step is to wait for the movie to be released during the Mid-Autumn Festival to see what the audience thinks of the movie. That if the movie can be released during this Mid-Autumn Festival and become a hit, it means that he has no problems with his acting skills. And it can completely block those who say that his acting skills are good. Moreover, his income from this movie is a share of the box office. If it becomes a hit, he can get more share. In this way, Blue Film and Television can also get a certain share. Oh, now it is Blue Film Entertainment. He can have the current success thanks to Lanyu Entertainment, so he still wants to do something for Blue Film Entertainment. Chapter 1005 Moving Magic City. Inside the backstage of an exhibition hall, Linda looked at Su Yining, who looked nervous, and comforted her. Don't be so nervous. Your design is still very good, and you still have a high chance of advancing. I know, Sister Linda, but I still can't help but feel a little nervous. Su Yining took a deep breath. Since the communication with Linda, the design of this competition was basically designed by her independently. Today is the competition between the top 64 and the top 32. Although Linda said that the costumes she designed were very good, there was no big problem in wanting to advance. But until the results came out, she still couldn't feel at ease. Because this is about the future reputation of Changfeng Garments employees. As long as they advance this time, they can advance to the top 32, WY becoming one of the top 32. You can get some attention in the design circles here. So, she still very much hopes to advance in this competition. The game is about to start. Let's go to the stands and watch. Linda looked at Su Yining's nervous look, smiled, and said nothing more. She had been through this situation before, and there was nothing anyone could do to help her. The only way to improve this situation is to continuously improve your design capabilities and make yourself more confident. Tio put it bluntly. The reason why Su Yining is nervous now is still because of his lack of confidence. However, self-confidence is developed slowly, not in an instant. The two got up and left the lounge, heading towards the stands. I found a seat in the stands and sat down. Before long, the game begins. A famous model walked out. Su Yining looked at the clothes worn by the models and observed the advantages of their designs. Regardless of whether this competition is successful or not, she will have to look at other people's designs, understand some of the design concepts of other designers, and learn some experience from them. A random name walks out, and the judges will give points based on the clothes the model is wearing. Soon, after all 64 models finished walking, the scoring session ended, and the stage of counting scores entered. Su Yining clenched her palms tightly, feeling very nervous. After a while, the final scores are tallied up. Congratulations. I will say there is no problem with your design being promoted. Linda looked at the promotion list, turned to Su Yining, and congratulated. Su Yining finally relaxed after looking at the promotion list. Thank you, Sister Linda, but I am able to advance this time thanks to the advice given by Sister Linda. Su Yining said with a smile. Not to mention these, we have a month to plan for this promotion, and then the top 32 will advance to the 16. The next game is the key. So this time we're going to work together. Linda got up and walked outside the exhibition hall. This time, Su Yining basically completed the design by herself. Su Yining also regained her own ideas in the design and no longer relied on her. Then the next design was discussed by two people. Okay, Sister Linda. Su Yining stood up and followed Linda. If Changfeng Clothing can advance to the top 16, the reputation of Changfeng Clothing will be greatly improved. Saturday, Changbai Jingyuan. I'm moving to the building built by Brother Chin. Yang Duoduo was in the room, running and shouting. Chinemo looked at Yang Duoduo's appearance and shook his head helplessly. Just yesterday, he finally found out that Yang Dahai and his family were among those buying the Tomorrow community. Therefore, Yang Dahai and his family also contributed to the 3 billion yuan in income. But things had happened and he had no way to change it. The only thing that could comfort him was Yang Dahai's family bought a house downstairs from his, and they can continue to cook for him in the future. I was planning to order takeout before, but now I don't think so. Mr. Chun, is there anything you need to get? Yang Dahai asked it. Well, There are a few suitcases over there, but nothing else. Chin Mo pointed at the packed suitcase in the living room. Tomorrow, the community will be finely decorated, and all the furniture and appliances will be complete. This time he only needs to bring his clothes and some daily necessities. Mr. Chun, let me get it for you. Upon seeing this, Yang Dahai hurriedly chased the two suitcases and walked outside. Dong Hong also followed behind, dragging a suitcase. Aunt Hong, aren't you moving? I can take it here myself. Chun Mo asked. Here we are. We've already packed it up, put our luggage in the car, and a friend has come over to help drive, so we don't need to worry. Mr. Chun, you don't have to worry, Dong Hong said with a smile. When Chun Mo heard this, he didn't say anything more. Seeing that there was only a small suitcase left in the living room, he picked up the suitcase and followed him. Then he turned around and looked at the house that had been packed up. He had lived here for more than a year and was somewhat used to it. Now he was still somewhat reluctant to leave. But when I think of my big house in Tomorrow community, the reluctance that just arose in my heart is gone for an instant. That is his own house. Close the door and leave, will not be returning here. Take the elevator to the underground garage. Yang Dahai has already put all the luggage in the trunk. Chin Mo opened the door and got in the car, and found that only Yang Dahai was in the driver's seat, and Dong Hong and Yang Duo did not get in the car. Let Aunt Hong and Duo get in the car and go to where Mingri went out. No need, Mr. Chun, Duo and the others will go there in another car later, Yang Dahai said with a smile, and then started the car and left the underground garage. More than half an hour later, Yang Dahai slowly drove the car to the underground garage of Mingri community. Mr. Chun, going up from this side is building number 8. We could just take the tram up directly. Yang Dahai pointed to an elevator entrance not far from the parking lot and said. While speaking, the trunk had been opened and all the suitcases were taken down. Well, let's go over there. Chun Mo nodded, dragged the two suitcases and walked towards the elevator entrance with Yang Dahai. Entering the elevator, directly pressed the top floor. When the elevator stopped, the elevator door opened. Chun Mo walked to the door and unlocked it directly with the fingerprint. The fingerprint was recorded by Mei Yun when he came to see the house last time. Just put the luggage at the door, you go, and do your work. Okay, Mr. Chun, then just call me if you have anything, I'll be downstairs. Yang Dahai obediently put the suitcase at the door of the room, and then took the elevator downstairs. Seeing Yang Dahai leave in the elevator, Chun Mo closed the door and took the suitcase to the bedroom, took out all the clothes and hung them in the closet. After finishing everything, he left the room directly. He wanted to take a good look at Mingri community. After all, this is basically where he lives. Chapter 1006, they are all acquaintances. Enter the elevator. When we reached the next floor, the elevator stopped and the elevator door opened. Chun Mo stood quietly in the elevator. He knew that Yang Dahai and his family were downstairs. They should also use the elevator to go downstairs. But when the elevator door opened, a very familiar person walked in. Hello, Mr. Chun. Shin-ro was stunned for a moment when she saw Chun Mo in the elevator, and then hurriedly said hello. Why are you here? Chun Mo was stunned for a moment when he saw Shun-ro coming in. Didn't Shun-ro live in Changbai Jingyuan? How could she appear here? But he soon thought of a possibility. Yang Dahai and his family had bought a house here, so why couldn't Shin-ro? Moreover, Shin-ro's assets are sufficient to buy a house here. After all, he gave the other party a bonus of 10 million yuan as a year-end bonus. When Shin-ro heard Chin-mo's question, she smiled sheepishly and then spoke. Mr. Chun, I bought a house here. Really, hearing Shin-ro's answer, Chin-mo secretly thought that it was indeed the case. No one in the Tomorrow group was innocent. They were all the sixth child that he failed to settle in full, and all employees of Tomorrow group are responsible. Chin-mo sighed secretly, and the elevator started again, but stopped again on the next floor. The elevator door opens. Song Xia and Tang Xiu walked in from outside the elevator, but after seeing Mr. Chun in the elevator, they hurriedly said hello. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Looking at the two people who came in, he nodded silently and didn't bother to ask. You don't need to think about it to know that these two guys must have bought the house in Tomorrow community, that he paid these people so many bonuses and gave them so many benefits. This is how he gave back to me. He found that the money he finally paid out to employees through benefits came back after making a lot of money. The elevator fell into silence for a while, but the elevator did not stop midway again, and continued until it reached the first floor. Mr. Chun, do you have something to do? Do you need help? Get out of the elevator. Shinro thought for a while and then asked. It's okay. I'm just strolling around the community. What are you guys going to do? Chun Mo opened his mouth to answer, then looked at a few people and asked. Oh, we moved here last night. We haven't prepared some daily necessities. We are going to buy some at a nearby supermarket. Shinro answered that it was no coincidence that the elevator stopped just now. Instead, she made an agreement with Song Xia and Tang Xiu to go shopping together. Oh, then go ahead. Chen Mo nodded and prepared to take a walk to the community activity building. Mr. Chun, you just moved here. Do you need anything? If so, I can bring some for you. Shinro asked. Chen Mo thought for a moment after hearing this. In order to save trouble when moving this time, he did not take many things with him. For example, paper towels, mops, towels, some simple daily necessities. Well, I'm short of some tissues, mops, and other daily necessities. If possible, you can bring some for me. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded and then left with Tang Xiu and Song Xia. Chen Mo watched the three people leave and then went straight to the community activity building. Entering the first floor of the community activity building, he heard the sound of banging basketball. Someone was actually playing basketball. Chen Mo walked towards the indoor basketball court curiously. There are a total of 8 basketball courts in the building, and there are actually 4 basketball courts where basketball is being played at this time. With 2 playing the whole court, the remaining 4 are playing half the court. Just got closer to the team that was playing halftime stopped, and several familiar faces quickly ran over. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Chen Mo looked at Li Shun and Wu Yu who were running over and nodded with twitching lips. Needless to say, these few were all seniors. They would definitely not run away when it came to slowing down the house in the community. Mr. Chun, I have been the director and minister of the company these days. Li Shun nodded when he saw Mr. Chun, and then pointed to the people on the basketball court behind him. I understand, you can play. Chen Mo walked feebly toward the second floor because there was nothing to see. Come to the second floor, it is table tennis, badminton, billiards, and other areas. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chun. Pool area. When Wei Yin and Fong Chong saw Mr. Chen coming over, they quickly put down their billiard cues and walked over. You go ahead and play. I'll take a walk. Chun Mo nodded, and after walking around the second floor, he found that there were people moving in every area. Then there is the fitness area, yoga area, and massage area on the third floor. The video game area, esports area, and movie viewing area on the fourth floor. After walking around all the floors, you can basically see people from the Tomorrow Group in every area. Chen Mo walked up to the 5th floor helplessly. Is there a place where he could stay for a while without Lao Lu? The 5th floor is the swimming pool. You need to change your swimsuit before entering the 5th floor. Chen Mo wanted to give up the idea of entering the 5th floor, but he saw the only warm place on the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, he saw the president's special locker room. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment when he looked at the sign on the door of the room. It was obvious that this room was reserved for him. Meiyin still had a conscience that I don't know what it looks like inside. Chen Mo was curious and prepared to open the door to take a look, but soon found that the door was a password lock and needed to enter the password. How did he know what the password of the door was? He was about to call Meiyin to ask, and then he remembered that Meiyin seemed to have sent him a message the day before yesterday, which seemed to be a password. But at that time, he just knew that 300 houses had been sold in Mingri community, and he was very dissatisfied with Meiyin, so he didn't look at the message sent by Meiyin. Thinking of this, Chen Mo took out his mobile phone and found Meiyin to check the message sent a few days ago. Only then did he find out that the message was about the password to enter this room. And not only here, but also on other floors, for example. On the table tennis side, there is a cabinet dedicated to him to store the cue. Thinking of this, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little relieved, but as soon as this idea came up, Chen Mo quickly killed it. These old 6 people stabbed him in the back so many times, and he was still relieved. Is he crazy? Chen Mo opened his room silently. The space inside was about 30 to 40 square meters, and the basic structure was similar to that of a bathroom. Outside was a wardrobe and a sink, on which were placed some necessary items such as a hairdryer. Inside was a shower room, a bathtub, and a toilet. The overall design was still very good. Chen Mo curiously opened the wardrobe and found that there were swimsuits and swimming trunks inside, and there were more than one. Every style that he even saw a few women's swimsuits, and he didn't know what. Mei Yin meant. Chapter 1007 Fishing in the Artificial Lake. Shinemo complained, then took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to rinse off. That I chose a swimsuit in the closet and put it on myself. That IT fits him very well, and I don't know how Mei Yin knew his clothes size. After changing clothes, he opened another door of the room. Opening the door, you directly entered the swimming pool. The entire swimming pool is divided into 3 swimming pools. One shallow pool is for children to swim, and the other is the middle water area. The water depth is about 1 meter. This water depth is the area for adults, but how can they swim? The last thing is the deep pool. To enter here, you need to know how to swim. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Chinemo, wearing a swimsuit, had just taken 2 steps around the swimming pool when he saw 2 women in swimsuits walking over from the opposite side. That he recognized these 2 people. They were the finance and personnel at the headquarters of Tomorrow Group. They had joined the company when they were in the clothing factory. Later, when the Tomorrow Group was established, he brought 2 people to the headquarters of the Tomorrow Group. One was the financial director, and the other was the human resources director. I didn't expect to see it here, and I knew without even thinking that the 2 of them must have bought a house in the Tomorrow community. Chen Montak nodded. Did Mr. Chen come here to swim? Financial director Zhao Lingling asked. Come and take a look. You can just play your own game and leave me alone. Chen Mo spoke calmly, and then continued to stroll around the swimming pool. There were still many people in the swimming pool. Some women dress very boldly. For example, the financial director Zhao Lingling just now wore a bikini to I'm a little tired after walking around for so long. Chinemo looked around and found a row of lounge chairs not far away, so he walked over. Lying down on the lounge chair, looking in the direction of the swimming pool. Time passes little by little, more and more people came into the swimming pool. Even Li Shun, Wu Yu, and others came to the swimming pool after playing basketball. Chinemo felt it was boring, so he got up and left the community activity building and then walked straight towards the artificial lake. From the message Mei Yin sent him just now, he also knew that Mei Yin had also prepared a personal fishing area for him at the artificial lake, that he was going to go fishing there. And he was quite interested in fishing. Come to the artificial lake. After Chinemo looked around, he saw his own fishing area. Other fishing areas will have several deck chairs connected together. His fishing group only has 2 deck chairs, and the surrounding configuration is better than other fishing groups. There was a separate cabinet, and based on Mei Yunfa's information, he knew that it contained some fishing tools. Fishing rod, fish food, fish hook. When I walked to my fishing area, there was an electronic door outside. I entered the password and walked in. I came to the cabinet. The cabinet is also locked. Enter the code to open the cabinet. Several fishing rods stand in the cabinet, and there is a small refrigerator in the lower left corner. The bait is stored in the refrigerator. There are several small drawers above the refrigerator, and some fish hooks are placed inside. Fish float, etc. fishing gear. Seeing these, Chinemo sighed with emotion. Apart from anything else, Mei Yun was very well prepared in this regard. Hello, Mr. Chun. Just as I was about to take out a fishing rod and catch a fish, I heard a greeting from behind. Chinemo turned around and saw that it was Yao Bagua from the BL Game Club. Well, do you want to come over for fishing? Chinemo looked at Yao Bagua and asked. Yes, Mr. Chun, there's no point in being upstairs. I'm going to come over and go fishing. Yao Bagua answered. He was also very surprised to see Mr. Chun here. Are you good at fishing? Chinemo asked again. I'm not very proficient, but during my holidays, I will go fishing occasionally. Yao Bagua replied. Then let's drop it together. I also have a recliner here. Chinemo pointed to another deck chair in his fishing area. He was not good at fishing. Since Yao Bei knew how to fish, he could ask if there was anything he didn't understand when he went fishing. Okay, Mr. Chun. When Yao Bagua heard Mr. Chen's invitation, he hurriedly responded. How could he refuse Mr. Chen's invitation? Taking the fishhook, he walked into Mr. Chen's exclusive fishing area. Sit down, you fish first, and I'll get the fishing rod. Chinemo pointed at the recliner, then took out a fishing rod from the cabinet, opened the refrigerator, and took out a pack of fishing bait. How do you get the bait? Chinemo sat on the recliner and opened the bait. Looking at the appearance of the bait, he turned to look at Yao Bagua, who had already started fishing. Oh, I'll get it for you. Upon hearing this, Yao Bagua quickly reached out to take the bait, and then began to adjust the bait, explaining how to make better bait while doing it. Soon everything will be ready. Chinamo hung up the bait and started fishing according to the method taught by Yao Bei. The fish hook had just been thrown into the lake, and not long after, the fish float on the lake started to move. Yao Bagua has been paying attention to Mr. Chin's movements from the side. He found that Mr. Chin seemed to be a novice at fishing. In this case, he must pay more attention. When he noticed that the fish float was moving, he hurriedly spoke. "Mr. Chun, you can stop the fishing rod now. The fish is hooked. Don't worry, just reel it in slowly. Yes, pick up the net next to you and catch the fish in a while." Following Yao Bagua's instructions, Chinamo finally succeeded in catching a fish. He put the bait on the hook again and threw it into the lake again. That it wasn't long before the float started to move again. With the experience just now, he was very skilled in catching the fish this time. Yao Bagua saw that Mr. Chun had already caught the second fish, and then looked at his float, which didn't move at all, and fell into doubt. Did his bait fall off? Why didn't it move? Yao Bagua pulled the hook up in confusion and fell silent when he saw the intact bait on the hook, but he couldn't figure it out. They were all in the same waters. Why did Mr. Chin catch 2 fish, but he didn't catch any fish? That it's not that he didn't catch any fish, but that the fish didn't bite his bait at all. Is his bait not tasty? They all went to eat Mr. Chin's bait. Yao Bagua turned his head to look at Mr. Chin's bait, reeled in the hook, took off his own bait, replaced it with Mr. Chin's bait, and threw the hook back into the water. The result was still the same. Mr. Chin had already caught the 3rd fish, but there was still no movement on his side. Is fishing still very simple? Yao Bagua heard Mr. Chin sigh on the side and saw that Mr. Chan had skillfully reeled in the rod and had already caught the 4th fish. This Chapter 1008 Competition Rules. Shin Mo turned his head to look at Yao Bagua and suddenly thought of how he had been looking for ways to spend money. It had been almost a year since the last game competition, and now it was just the right time to hold another competition. And this time there was a new Freedom War, and one more Freedom War competition could be held. For these 2 popular games, it would definitely be no problem to increase the prize money for the competition. The prize money for the last competition was 60 million, so it would be no problem to increase it to 100 million this time. Thinking of this, he looked at Yao Bagua and asked, "It has been a year since the last extreme survival competition was held, right?" "Yes, Mr. Chun, it has been almost a year," Yao Bagua said without hesitation. He was the one who held the competition, and he still remembered the date of the competition very clearly. "In that case, let's hold another competition," Chun Mo said without hesitation, but after thinking about it, he continued to speak. "Now that Extreme Survival is already a very popular game, it would be too shabby to hold only one competition every year. How about this? After this competition is held, make a 1-year competition schedule for me. Moreover, the game Extreme Survival has already expanded overseas, so the competition can also be expanded to the international world competition. Also, Freedom War is also showing signs of being very popular. In this case, the competition for Freedom War should also be the same as that for Extreme Survival. Make a schedule for all of them." "Okay, Mr. Chun." Yao Bagua nodded solemnly after hearing what Mr. Chun said, that it is very necessary for a popular game to have a professional competition process, especially for competitive games like Extreme Survival and Freedom War. Having a good competition process is also very helpful in attracting popularity. By the way, there must be a large competition process, and there must also be some small competitions, such as school leagues. Chinamo thought for a while. If there is only one competition process, then the prize money will definitely not be much. If there are more competitions, then the funds consumed will increase. That he had heard of the school league in his previous life, and it could be applied here. "I understand, Mr. Chun, but how should the prize money be determined?" Yao Bagua nodded and then asked a key question, that if a competition is to be held well, the prize money must be in place. Only when the prize money is in place will more people be willing to participate in the competition, and the competition will be more competitive. The prize money must be sufficient, especially for a game like Extreme Survival that has become popular. After a year's competition process for a game, you can plan how to divide the 100 million yuan prize money for a game according to the competition process you have formulated. It's already September this year, and the competition can be held according to the process of the competition held last year. However, in terms of prize money, the prize money for Extreme Survival is 50 million yuan, and Freedom Fight has just become popular, and it can also hold an official competition with a prize money of 50 million yuan. In addition, Tianlong also holds competitions every year, and the prize money is set at 25 million yuan. This is the prize money for this year's competition. Next year, we will follow the newly planned competition process. The prize money for each of the two games Extreme Survival and Freedom Fight is 100 million yuan. The prize money for the event is 50 million for Tianlong and 250 million for a tournament. Plus the prize money for the three events this year is 125 million. So the total funds needed are 375 million. In addition, to hold the event, it is definitely necessary to do some operations and rent the venue, which also requires funds. I will give you a total of 500 million. These funds will be transferred to your BL Game Club account one after another. The only requirement is to make the rules of the event as soon as possible. Chinemo really described the requirements for the event. In this way, the game event can consume 500 million funds a year, which is also a good consumption. I know, Mr. Chun. I will definitely make the rules of the event as soon as possible. Yao Bagwell was shocked when he heard Mr. Chen's story. 50 million in prize money for the event is a big deal to AT present. The highest prize money for all esports events is still the esports event held by Mr. Chen last year. The total prize money for the two games Extreme Survival and Tianlong is 60 million, and this 60 million also includes the expenses of hosting the event. The final prize money for Extreme Survival should be more than 30 million. And this time, the prize money for Extreme Survival is as high as 50 million. He can imagine that as long as this news is announced, many esports clubs will go crazy to get this prize money in all esports competitions. Everyone wants to win the championship and get that honor. But behind this honor, there is also a generous prize money support that if an esports competition does not have any prize money, but only awards championship trophies and other honors, then this competition will not last long. This 50 million prize money is the stimulant for those esports clubs. And the higher the prize money, the more game clubs will participate, and the more clubs participate, the hotter the competition will be. As the popularity of the event increases, the popularity of the game will also increase again. This is a virtuous cycle. However, this year's event is very easy to hold. Just follow the process of last year. But how should the rules of next year's event be made? How should the prize money of 100 million be planned? Yao Bagwa became a little nervous and began to think about how to do the process of this event. After all, Mr. Chen assigned him such an important task, and he must want to do it well. Time passed by little. Yao Bagwa was thinking about holding the event in his heart, and he was a little absent-minded about fishing. Chinemo looked at the fish caught in the bucket and had a headache. He didn't know how to deal with these fish. After thinking about it, he looked at Yao Bagwa. I'll go back first. You can take these fish in the bucket home. You didn't catch any fish. When you leave, remember to lock the door. As he said, he got up and put all the fishing gear back in the cabinet and left the fishing area. It was already noontime, and he was ready to go back and rest. Okay, Mr. Chun. Yao Bagwa nodded, got up and sent Mr. Chun outside the fishing area, then returned to the recliner and began to think about the rules of the competition. Mr. Yao, you're still fishing. It's noon now. How about having a meal together? It wasn't long before a familiar voice came from behind. Chapter 1009, Sharing the Fish. After hearing this, Yao Bei would turn around and look back and found that it was Wei Yin, Li Shun, Fong, and his group that he knew they had been at the activity building these past few days, and they had called him in the morning, but he wanted to fish, so he didn't go over to play with them. Mr. Wei, are you done playing? Yao Bei was stood up and asked. Well, it's noon. Let's have a meal together. Do you still want to go fishing? If you want to eat, let's go eat together. Wei Yin invited. Okay, wait while I pack up the fishing rod. Yao Bagwa nodded and then put away the fishing rod, but he was a little troubled when he saw a few fish in the bucket that he could go home and eat 1 or 2 fish. But there were 6 fish in the bucket, and he couldn't finish them all. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and looked at the group of people behind Wei Yin. Mr. Wei, here's some fish. Share them. I can't finish them all by myself. Saying, he carried the bucket out. Okay, Mr. Yao, I caught so many fish. Wei Yin looked at the fish in the bucket and couldn't help but praise it. He moved here on the night when he handed over the house and went fishing in the artificial lake several times, but only caught 2 fish once. Mr. Wei, I didn't catch this fish. It was Mr. Chen who caught it, but he just left. Yao Beigua hurriedly explained, but he still didn't understand. Although he was not an experienced fisherman, he was still a fishing enthusiast. Every time I go fishing, there is something rewarding that Mr. Chen is obviously a newbie in fishing and does not understand some basic knowledge of fishing. But just like that, he didn't catch a single fish, but Mr. Chen caught 6 big fish. Did I ask this the legendary novice protection period? Yao Beigua sighed in his heart. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so good at fishing. In this case, I will take a fish back and let my wife make fish soup when I go back tonight. Wei Yin praised him and then asked for a fish. When Yao Beigua heard Wei Yan's praise, he wanted to explain, but he thought that it was Mr. Chen. He couldn't say that Mr. Chen was a novice at fishing and was lucky enough to catch so many fish. I want one too. Fong Chong said from the side that her wife prefers to eat fish. The two of us don't want it anymore. We're both single, and we won't do anything if we take it back. Li Shun and Wu Yu spoke. Two of them are single, let alone cooking fish. It will be a problem for them to go back to cook that. In the past, I might cook it occasionally, but now that Nancy is out, I basically don't think about cooking and just order takeout. And after eating today, I ordered Nancy takeout. After Li Shun and Wu Yu finished speaking, several other managers also said that they had nothing to do with the fish. Yao Beigua was a little embarrassed. It would not be good if these fish were released back into the lake. After all, the mouths of the fish caught were basically injured. When they return to the water, the injured parts will breed a lot of bacteria. As time passed, many of the fish caught were released, and many of them died. Dead fish will also pollute the environment of the artificial lake, so the fish caught here will basically not be released back. Let's do this. Later, we will gather all the employees of the Tomorrow Group who bought the houses in the Tomorrow community into a group, and then ask in the group if anyone wants to eat fish. Please tell us. Whoever catches the fish in the future, if there is no, you can talk to the group about how to deal with it. Wei Yin thought for a moment and said, "This method works." Yao Beigua nodded when he heard this, so that he would not have to worry about having no way to deal with the fish he caught in the future. Let's go and eat. Wei Yin opened his mouth, and the group walked forward. Mr. Wei, let's go there to eat. Yao Beigua followed Wei Yin and asked, "Go to Li Shun's house. He lives in a 200-square-meter house by himself, which is enough for the rest of us to eat together. The food is taken out from Nanxi, and the drinks and everything will be delivered to us." Wei Yin said, "Going out to eat is nothing more than going to a restaurant. However, they are more assured of Nanxi takeout. The ingredients are fresh, healthy, and hygienic, and they are delivered to their homes, so they can feel more comfortable eating at home. If you drink too much, you can just find a room to sleep in, or it's easy to go home." That's it. Yao Beigua nodded. Soon, the group came to Li Shun's home. Let's eat here soon. This side of the table can be folded and opened. After opening, more than 10 people can sit down. I asked Wang Yang to specially design this. As Li Shun spoke, he walked to a dining table in the restaurant. After some operations, the dining table with normal specifications was nearly doubled in size. I ordered the takeout in advance. I just checked the progress of the live broadcast, and it has reached the delivery stage. It will be here soon. Let's all sit down and take a rest first. Li Shun called everyone to come down, and not long after, the doorbell was rang, and the ordered takeout arrived. Several people went to the door, took the takeaways into the house, and placed them on the dining table. The packaging of our Nanxi takeout is really good. This packaging has surpassed all the takeout packages now, Fong Chong said. Not to mention the Nanxi takeaway established by Mr. Chen. Among all Mr. Chen's businesses, the quality of which one is worse? Wei Yin spoke in agreement. Everyone sit down and eat. The beers are at your feet. Li Shun greeted loudly, and then found a seat and sat down. I'll bring you a drink first. Wei Yin poured himself a glass of wine and then stood up. This is the first time we all have a dinner together after moving to the Tomorrow community. We are all employees of the Tomorrow Group, so if you have any difficulties in the future, just ask if you can help. I won't tell others, but Wei Yin, will definitely help. Brother Yin, I don't like to hear what you said. You don't say anything to others, as if we don't help. I'll leave it at that. If anyone needs help, I, Li Shun, can help. I will definitely help. But there is a prerequisite, and the interests of Tomorrow Group cannot be harmed. Li Shun stood up and said something. That's right. We will definitely help if we can. Others also echoed. Wei Yin smiled when he heard this and slowly raised his glass without saying anything else. Then I'll do it first as a sign of respect. Saying he drank the wine in one sip. Seeing this, the others also drank the wine in their glasses. Then a few people started chatting while eating. By the way, Mr. Yao, I just saw you fishing in Mr. Chen's fishing area. Wei Yin turned to look at Yao Beigua, who was sitting not far away, and asked, well, Mr. Chun has arranged a new project. I happen to be a little undecided about this project. You can help me give some advice. Yao Beigua replied. Chapter 1010, Li Shun's understanding of esports competitions. There is strength in numbers, and these people in front of me are all capable. With these people's help and reference, the event regulations will definitely be well prepared. What project, Mr. Yao, tell me? Wei Yin asked after hearing this. It's like this. It's been almost a year since Extreme Survival last held an event. Mr. Chen requested to hold another event. But it's easy to hold the event this time. Just follow the plan for the last event. But Mr. Chen felt that for a game as popular as Extreme Survival, there is only one game, which is too small and does not meet the current popularity of Extreme Survival. So he asked me to make a game schedule for the entire year. The main requirement is that the schedule must have a systematic plan, and it cannot be just a single type of competition. It needs to be diversified, such as school leagues. At the same time, in addition to Extreme Survival, the newly launched Freedom Battle and Tianlong will also have to make a tournament schedule. Yao Beigua briefly told Mr. Chen's requirements for the event. Well, Extreme Survival is already a very popular game, and it does need a complete schedule system, which will be of great help to the development of the game. But I don't know much about game events. I'm afraid not much help. If others have any opinions on esports competitions, they can share their opinions and strive to complete the planning of this event. When Wei Yin heard Yao Beigua's story, his eyes fell on the other people at the table. He didn't know much about the competition, so he could only see if others had any good suggestions. I often watch some esports competitions and have some understanding of it. Li Shun put down the chopsticks in his hand and said that to be honest, before Mr. Chen entered the clothing factory, he was probably an internet-addicted teenager. Basically, he would play a dozen games after get off work that I also pay more attention to some esports competitions. Even now, in my spare time, I still play some games or watch esports competitions during my breaks. First of all, esports competitions are indeed very helpful to the development of games, and competition planning is also very important. There is absolutely no problem with Mr. Chen's request. So the planning must be comprehensive. The first thing we need to determine is the size and time period of the competition. Take Extreme Survival as an example. Now that Extreme Survival has developed overseas, this competition cannot only be here in China, so there must be an international version of the World Championship. This World Championship can bring together the top teams from various countries to compete at the highest level. It can also bring audiences from various countries to the World Championship to maximize the exposure of the game. To hold this World Championship, the top teams from each country will definitely be able to attend, so this requires competition. We can divide each country into various divisions, and then the teams in each division will hold a selection competition. The winning team will get a spot to enter the World Championship. So this involves regional competitions under the World Championship. Take our Chinese region as an example. The World Championship is usually held from October to November, so the final selection must be done before October. Then the event will be held in September, and we can set it as the autumn season. And only the autumn season is definitely too little. We can hold a spring season after the year, and then design a point system. This point is the key to deciding whether to enter the World Championship. After the spring split, the summer split can be held, and the points will be calculated in the same way. Finally, when the autumn split is reached, the points from the 3 seasons will be added up, and the top teams will be eligible to participate in the World Championship. Li Shun briefly talked about his views on esports competitions, which he summarized from watching other game competitions, that a good game and esports competition are needed all year round. Yes, Mr. Lee said it very well. In this way, there will be a lot more games, and the time period is also well planned. But this game mode is basically the same as the game mode in his game. Isn't it too old-fashioned? Yao Bei was said worriedly when he heard Li Shun's words to ask the manager of the game club. He knows more about the patterns of these games than Li Shun do, and can even speak in more detail. But these game modes have been around for a long time, and he worries about the lack of novelty. I think the game should not be mixed with too many things. The biggest highlight of the game is the excitement of the game. So it is not important whether the game is novel or not. What is important is how to select strong teams and then present them to the audience. Have a great game. So don't worry about whether the competition is novel or not. You can add some novel elements when hosting the competition, such as the lottery from the last competition and cosplay, which are all very good. But don't deviate from the essence. The essence of esports is still a game. Wei Yin expressed his thoughts. Yao Beihua heard Wei Yan's words and suddenly realized that he had thought too much. Yes, the audience always wanted to watch the game, that a wonderful game is more important than anything else. Thank you, I know how to make the rules of the game. That's good to know. Let's drink. Wei Yin smiled and raised his glass. Others also raised their glasses. Mr. Wei, our boring short video will start to be promoted on Monday. When the traffic surges, the income will definitely increase again. Your Tsanxue game may not be the first in revenue. Li Shun put down the glass and said to Wei Yin with a smug look, "Is that so? But the popularity of our Freedom War has been rising, and the income has been growing. Also, Freedom War has already negotiated the overseas agency. The agency fee is twice that of Freedom War. The agency fee alone is 2 billion. When Freedom War is launched overseas, Tsanxue Games' income will definitely increase again. So in the end, whether you, Wuling Short Video, can take the title of the first in Tomorrow Group's income is still uncertain." Wei Yin said with a smile. Wuling Short Video's explosive income will increase greatly, but Tsanxue Games' income is not bad, and there will be more project income in the future. For example, authorizing the development of mobile games to Tinga Club. When the mobile games are developed, they, Tsanxue Game, will also have a large share of income. Chapter 10-11 Real Estate Discounts. Then let's see who will be the first in Tomorrow Group's income. Li Shen smilat indifferently. He didn't care who was the first in Tomorrow Group's income. He was just joking that he would be happier if Tsanxue Games could earn more, that if every company's income was in a loss, he would start to worry. Can you two consider us when you talk? Your company's monthly income is more than 1 billion, and some of our companies are not profitable yet. Several other managers couldn't help but speak up. This is a long-term thing. Your company is in a loss now, but it's only temporary. It will definitely be profitable in the future, so you don't have to worry. Let's take a step back. Do you think Mr. Chin will invest in a loss-making industry? Wei Yin said with a smile. That's right. With Mr. Chin's ability, how could he invest in a project that is destined to lose money? The loss is only temporary. Sooner or later, it will be profitable. Managers of other companies heard Mr. Chin's words and nodded in agreement. Come on, let's have another drink. Wei Yin raised his glass. Building number 8, top floor, Chinamo sighed as he looked at the food on the table. He was ready to order takeout, but he didn't expect Yang Dehai's family to cook for him. Brother Chun, eat well. I'm going back to decorate my room. I have a nice desk. Yang Duo said excitedly, and then ran out of the door quickly. Chinemo smiled when he saw this. Children are always happy for a long time because of some small things. Sitting at the table, he was thinking about the settlement while eating. From now until the end of September, if there is no accident, he will have to spend 3.1 billion yuan. And his event base has an additional investment of 3 billion yuan. And Nanchi Takeout has an additional investment of 1.5 billion yuan. If there is no accident, he can settle the full amount in this state, and there will be 1.4 billion yuan of additional investment left. But now Lao Lu is too active, and it is hard to guarantee that there will be no accidents. But today he found a new investment project holding a game event with a total of 500 million yuan in funds. In this way, the probability of his full settlement has increased a lot. Chin Mo nodded with satisfaction. At present, he is still better. Next, he should pay more attention to the things of the companies under the Tomorrow Group to prevent any accidents. However, a group of old 6 people live in this Tomorrow community, which still makes him a little unhappy. But there is no way. He can't go back to the rental house. After all, this Tomorrow community is his first property in Jiangxing. After lunch, Chen Mo went upstairs to the roof and walked around. The whole roof has been well decorated, but the place reserved for planting flowers and plants is still empty. This is what Mei Yun and others left for him. He can plant some plants or vegetables at will. Planting, Chen Mo thought about it and then shook his head. Even if he planted it, he didn't seem to have the heart to raise it, so he left it alone. And the matter of Tomorrow community also reminded him of one thing. Now a large number of people from Tomorrow Group have bought Tomorrow community. Then when he invests in another property, will there be more employees of Tomorrow Group to buy it? Now only 300 houses in Tomorrow community have been sold, and the most fundamental reason is that the rooms are too expensive. Even if Tomorrow Group's treatment is very good, those grassroots employees still can't afford it. But the price of the house in the new real estate project he invested in is 20,000 yuan per square meter. With the current treatment of Tomorrow Group employees, more than 90% of employees can buy his new property. If so, his new property is another place to make money. No. He also invested in the employee community project, and those employees can live in the employee community for free. With a free employee community to live in, they should not buy his newly built property. Chun Mo rubbed his head with a headache. He was not very sure about this. Who knows what those old 6 employees think? It seems that in the future, investing in real estate projects can no longer be in Jiangxing, but in other places. In this way, those employees in Jiangxing can't buy houses in other places. Chinamo nodded, and he has a new plan for the real estate project. As for the current real estate project, he had no way to change it. The project had been implemented, and Mayan had already started construction. He had no way to change it. The only thing he could do was to make some preferential policies, but he had just tested the system. It would definitely not work to directly offer half the price like Nanchi Takeaway. Under the permission of the system, the biggest discount he gave to Tomorrow Group was 9.5%. That he calculated that the discount for one house was about 500,000. A total of 300 houses were sold, and he could earn 150 million less. Not bad. With 150 million less funds, his success rate of full settlement increased a little. But now is the break time, and the 9.5% discount for Tomorrow Group employees to buy houses can only be discussed on Monday when they go to work. While thinking, the phone suddenly rang. Chen Mo took out his phone and took a look and found that it was Shun Ro calling. Remember that they went out to buy things and they should have returned now. After answering the phone, Shun Ro's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chun, the daily necessities I bought for you have been bought. Are you at home? I just rang the doorbell, but there has been no response. Wait a moment. I'll go open the door. Chun Mo heard Shin Ro's words and replied. There is also a disadvantage of a big house. That is, if he rings the doorbell upstairs, he can't hear it to go downstairs, walk to the door and open the door, only to see Shin Ro, Song Xia, and Tang Xiu standing at the door, and they all hold a bunch of daily necessities in their hands. Mr. Chun, these daily necessities are placed there. Shin Ro looked at Mr. Chun, who spoke, and asked, Put them all at the door. I'll sort them out later. Chinamo pointed to an empty space at the door of the room and said, while speaking, he reached out and took some items from Shin Ro's hand. At the same time, Song Xia and Tang Xiu also followed into the house and carefully placed the daily necessities on the ground. Mr. Chun, have you had lunch? We ordered Nanchi takeout. If you haven't eaten, we can eat together. Shin Ro clapped her hands and asked, I have already finished my meal, so I won't eat anymore. Thank you for the daily necessities. How much did it cost in total? I will transfer it to you later. Chinamo shook his head. Dong Hong had just prepared a large table of food for him. Chapter 10-12. Report on boring short videos. As for Shinro and the others ordering takeout, he doesn't think it's a big deal. After all, employees of Tomorrow Group now order takeout at half price. And Nanchi's takeout is a loss-making sale. So now he hopes that the employees of Tomorrow Group will order more takeaways. The more Nanchi takeaways he orders, the more he will lose. Mr. Chun, we don't have much money, so we'll leave first. As Shinro said that, she turned around and walked toward the elevator entrance. When she was shopping for Mr. Chun, she never thought about asking for Mr. Chin's money. When Shinemo saw this, he didn't say much. He closed the door and took a look at the daily necessities purchased by Shinro. Mops, paper towels, laundry detergent, face towels, very diverse and complete. Shinro is still very careful in this regard. On Monday, Tomorrow Group President's Office, Mr. Chun, this is the tournament schedule I planned. Please take a look. Yao Bagua placed the prepared tournament regulations on the office desk in front of Mr. Chun. Ever since he discussed the event plan with Wei Yin and the others the day before yesterday, he had some ideas about the event. After going back and discussing with AtoZ, the rules for the competition were drawn up in order to ensure that the audience can watch the game. The 3 games will be staggered as much as possible. Chun Mo heard Yao Bagua's words and reached out to pick up the tournament regulations on the table and read them, that he has already decided on the money for hosting the event, so he doesn't really care about the specific event regulations. After briefly looking at the event regulations, it turned out that the planning was very rigorous. Well, the regulations are very good. Just follow the regulations. Chun Mo put the information with the tournament regulations on the table. Okay, Mr. Chun, then I'm going to prepare for the competition. Yao Bagua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mr. Chun nodding. Before he came over, he had been worried that Mr. Chun would not be satisfied with his tournament schedule. Now seeing Mr. Chun nodding, he finally relaxed. Well, go and do your work. Chun Mo nodded. After Yao Bagua left, it didn't take long for Shunro to bring a stack of information. Mr. Chun, you want the information reports submitted by each company. As Shunro said that, she put the information on the desk in front of Mr. Chun. Chunemo looked at the stack of information reports on the table and nodded. It was almost time for settlement. He also had to keep an eye on the trends of the companies in the Tomorrow Group. This way, he could ensure that before settlement, the companies under the Tomorrow Group, there will be no more surprises, that he reached out and picked up a piece of information and read it carefully. Of course, what he focused on was very simple. That is, whether each company had any new profitable projects recently. If there is, he can discover it immediately and then find a way to solve it. He picked up one piece of information, looked through it, and confirmed that there was no problem, then put it aside and picked up another piece of information and started reading it. Time passes little by little. Putting aside the information one by one, at present, the companies under the Tomorrow Group are basically developing normally, and no profitable projects have emerged. Hey, Chun Mo was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that the companies under the Tomorrow Group were quite peaceful, when he saw the information report of the boring short video. Looking at the contents of the report, Chun Mo's palms trembled unconsciously. Boring short video. Another boring short video. You can really make things happen for me. After a while, Chun Mo put the data report aside. Helplessly. According to the report on boring short videos data, he knew that boring short video was completely ruined and there was no chance of saving it. The government actually wants to promote their boring short video, and it will start promoting it today, Monday. With official government endorsement, the traffic of boring short videos will definitely increase exponentially. Nowadays, the most basic reason why boring short video can make money is that it has a good reputation, and then buyers trust the boring short video platform and then buy goods. Now that the government is helping to promote boring short videos, this reputation will definitely rise to a higher level. Coupled with government propaganda, the number of users of boring short videos will definitely grow again. And now is the critical moment for settlement. Boring short video did such a thing for him, obviously because he didn't want him to settle successfully. Li Shun, Wu Yu. For these two guys, the non-military security training has no effect at all. They did this to them just after the training. Chun Mo sighed with a headache. Li Shun and the others had just finished training. He wanted to let them train again, but the system did not allow it. Large-scale collective training like this can only be conducted once a year per company. So this year, he has no way to conduct training camps for the 4 companies: Sanshua Games, Boring Short Video, Lampion Entertainment, and Corner Pet Park. However, unmanned real estate can still use some training. Mayan sold the Tomorrow community to the employees of the Tomorrow Group, which also seriously affected his settlement plan this time. Therefore, Mayan must be trained, but now is the critical moment of settlement. There is no extra time to do this matter at the moment. You can wait until after settlement. And now that the official side has begun to promote boring short videos, he should always pay attention to the changes in boring short videos. Isn't there something that can make him feel less worried when the settlement is done? Chin Mo complained helplessly, then put the information of the boring short video aside, picked up the information below, and read it, until he finished reading all the information. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only. The boring short video had problems, and it was not a very bad result. BL Game Club, Yao Bagua went to AtoZ's office with a relaxed look. How is it? What does Mr. Chen think about the competition rules we made? AtoZ saw Yao Bagua coming in and hurriedly poured a cup of tea and asked. Mr. Chen thinks there is no problem with our competition rules and can be implemented. Yao Bagua smiled and said, there is nothing more pleasing than having his own plan recognized by Mr. Chen. In this case, let's implement it as soon as possible. AtoZ nodded when he heard it, and then continued to speak. I thought about it. We can explain the event in the official website of the game and the game announcement. We will tell you all about our series of event plans and prize money for next year. That's no problem. We just need to communicate with the technical department and ask them to add an announcement in the game. But we still need to make a detailed plan for the event prize money. After all, there are so many events, so we must make a good plan. Only when the prize money is described in detail can it be more attractive. Yao Bagua said seriously. Chapter 1013 Tournament Prize Planning. I have made a detailed plan regarding the bonus. You can take a look. As he spoke, AtoZ took out a planning sheet and handed it to Yao Bagua. He started planning for this bonus yesterday, but he was never sure whether Mr. Chen would agree to the tournament regulations they made, so he didn't come up with it. But now that Mr. Chen has agreed to their tournament regulations, his bonus plan will be put to use. Yao Bagua reached out and took the bonus plan handed over by AtoZ and opened it to read. Because Mr. Chen asked for diversity in events, they set up a lot of events. One is the main event, which is divided into spring, summer, autumn, and world championships. Other competitions are divided into China Division Secondary League, City League, School League, and Passerby King competition. With so many main event prizes, the majority will definitely be taken up, and the World Championship has the highest prize money. The prize money for the spring competition is 5 million. The first prize is 3 million. The runner-up is 100, the third is 500,000, and the third is 500,000. The total is exactly 5 million. The prize money for the summer competition is the same as the spring competition, both 5 million. The autumn competition is more important, related to the quota for the World Championship, and they have added a new rule to this competition schedule. The champion of the autumn competition can directly advance to the World Championship. Whoever ranks first in points in 3 seasons can also advance directly to the World Championships. Then the remaining teams can plan based on the World Championship quotas in different divisions. For example, the China division has 4 World Championship quotas. Then the remaining 2 quotas are the second and third place in the 3 season points to get the World Championship quota. But the quotas for this World Championship are not direct access to the World Championship. Instead, teams in the World Championship and other regions that are not directly connected to the World Championship must go to the knockout rounds. The winning team will enter the real World Championship. So the prize money for the autumn competition is 10 million. The first prize is 5 million. The runner-up is 2 million. The third runner-up is 1 million. The third runner-up is 600,000. And the 4 teams in the top 8 are each 100,000, a total of 10 million. And this is only a bonus for one competition area. In order to expand the influence of the game, other competition areas must also have bonuses. However, how other competition areas will select the final places for the World Championship will be decided by each game agency. However, their official side will have the right to review and confirm that there are no problems with the schedule. So other competition regions have given out a total of 30 million in bonuses. At the same time, agents in each competition region have also allocated part of the funds as bonuses for their own competitions. Therefore, the overall bonuses are not much different from those in the Chinese competition area. The last remaining thing is the World Championship. The prize money for the highly anticipated World Championship must not be too shabby, so the prize money for the World Championship is set at 40 million. The prize money for the champion of the World Championship is 30 million. The prize for the runner-up is 8 million, and the prize for the third and third place is 1 million each. The overall World Championship prize money is this model. Mr. Chun gave a total of 100 million in bonuses. A total of 90 million was used in the official main event, and there is still 10 million left. And these 10 million will be used for prize money from city leagues, school leagues, and Roadie King competitions. The secondary league is held 3 times a year. This event is the most formal competition in the Chinese division besides official events. The participants in the competition are also very powerful teams, and it is also a competition to select talents for the main event in the Chinese division. Participating in this competition may be new players trained by different gaming clubs to adapt to the rhythm of the game, or they may be the dark horses of the rookie teams who have emerged from the bottom. The prize money for each competition of the secondary league is 2 million, with the champion receiving 1 million, the runner-up 500,000, the third runner-up 300,000, and the remaining top 8 teams each receiving 40,000 yuan. In this way, the annual bonus required by the secondary league is 6 million. Next is the city league, which is held twice a year. The competition bonus is 1 million, with the championship bonus of 600,000, the runner-up 200,000, and the remaining 5 teams in the top 8 getting 40,000 bonuses, which is a bonus of 2 million a year. Then there is the school league, which is held once a year. The bonus is also 1 million, with the champion receiving 600,000, the runner-up 200,000, and the remaining 5 teams in the top 8 receiving 40,000, which is 1 million in a year. In the end, there is still 1 million left for the Passenger King competition. This competition is different from other competitions. This competition is mainly an online competition and continues the Tomorrow Cup held previously. This competition is for passerby players to form their own teams. There will be a competition every quarter. At the beginning of the game, each player forms his own team, enters the competition through the game's Tomorrow Cup, and is randomly matched with other players. The schedule is relatively complicated and is mainly divided into audition, semifinals, knockout, top 100, rematch, top 64, top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4, championship. In order to prevent some excellent players from being eliminated due to poor teammates, players from the top 100 teams can reorganize their own teams to play in the playoffs, or they can choose to join other top 64 teams as reinforcements, but the top 64 teams can strengthen a player. As for the bonus, it is 250,000 for each quarter, and the total for the 4 quarters is 1 million. The championship bonus of each quarter is 100,000, the runner-up is 50,000, and the third runner-up is 30,000. The remaining 70,000 will be equally divided among the top 8 teams. At the same time, the champion and runner-up teams of the City League, School League, and Tomorrow's Cup can all qualify to participate in the knockout rounds of the secondary league. Yao Beigui carefully watched the bonus plans for each event filled in by AtoZ. AtoZ had basically planned the bonuses for all events very reasonably. After a while, Yao Beigui slowly put down the tournament prize money plan in his hand and looked up at AtoZ. Your prize money plan for this event is already very reasonable and can be adopted directly, but there is one thing I think I can add. Brother Yao, tell me. AtoZ hurriedly asked for advice. He thought his plan was perfect, and he didn't know what needed to be added. Actually, it's not a big problem. Although our game is a team competition, which pays more attention to teamwork, there must be a core figure in a team. He is the soul of the team, or he is crucial to the victory of the team. Important role. So, I think we can set up a Best Player award. This award is not awarded to the team, but to the individual. As for the bonus, the top 8 bonus can be reduced a bit and then given to the best player. Yao Beigui slowly said that this Best Player award, also known as MVP, is also available in other game competitions, and this will also encourage each player to show themselves in the game. Yes, how could I forget this matter? AtoZ heard Yao Beigui's words and nodded in agreement. This Best Player award is very necessary. Chapter 10:14 When in doubt, look for Wei Yin. It's not too late now. We will announce this event as soon as possible. I believe those gamers and various game clubs will be very excited when they see our announcement. Yao Beigui said happily, As the manager of the club, he has been working in the game club for so many years that he knew full well how big a sensation this announcement would cause once it was sent out. That let's talk about each game club first. After seeing a complete series of events, they will definitely react accordingly. The first point is to invest more energy into the two games Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle. These two games themselves are very popular, and now various game clubs have formed Extreme Survival esports teams. But because there are only Tange Club and two events held by them a year, these clubs do not invest much in it. Although the prize money for their official tournaments is very generous, what the club wants more is exposure. What does the club want? The bonus for winning the competition is huge, but what they want even more is the popularity the club will gain after winning the championship. That popularity allows them to sell a lot of game peripherals and receive a lot of business. The money earned here is more than the tournament prize money. But before Extreme Survival only had 2 games a year. Even if the game was very popular in terms of team exposure, only the team that won the championship received more attention. But for other teams, there are only 2 games a year. Maybe you will still know your team's name after watching the game. After waiting for a long time, no one may remember the name of your team. But this time it is different. There are more opportunities for competitions, and coupled with the popularity of the game itself, as long as there are games, there will definitely be many viewers to watch.in this way. The teams of each gaming club are more likely to be remembered by the audience. After all, this time the game is not remembered, and there will be games in the next quarter. Sooner or later, the audience will remember your team, and it is possible that in many competitions, your team will show a unique playing style, or there will be a very popular esports player. In this way, even if the team does not win the championship, your team will still be able to make profits through operations. Moreover, the prize money for each game is also generous. As the manager of the game club, he knows the prize money of each game very well. A game competition with a prize of 1 million is already very high. But the minimum prize money for their main event is 5 million. And even the prize money for the secondary league is 2 million. Stimulated by such generous bonuses, more gaming clubs can participate. And those city leagues, school leagues, and the Tomorrow Cup every quarter are also very friendly to players who are not playing professionally but have a certain level of strength. After all, playing games on weekdays is entertainment. But if you form a team and participate in the Cup tomorrow, if he is strong enough and directly wins the Cup tomorrow, there will be a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Extreme Survival has 4 team members, and each person can get 25,000 yuan. Freedom Battle has 5 team members, and each person can also get 20,000 yuan. Whether you are an office worker or a student, 20,000 yuan is a good income, and it doesn't cost much. After all, even if you don't go to the competition, you still have to play games at home. And if you are lucky, you can win the cup, get a place in the knockout rounds of the secondary league, and then win the championship in the secondary league. The prize money is 1 million. Of course, this possibility can be said to be slim, but it does not prevent the contestants from fantasizing. As long as they have fantasies, they will be very motivated. And the possibility of winning the championship is very low, but if you perform well in the game, you are very likely to be spotted by those esports clubs and become a professional esports player. Therefore, this is the only announcement of the event regulations that has been released. It is a happy thing for both esports clubs and ordinary gamers. This is natural. I will make arrangements right now and try to get the announcement out today. AtoZ nodded when he heard Yao Beigua's words, but then sighed. But it's a pity that as the organizer of these leagues, our own team's players cannot participate. This is also a very cruel thing for them. Indeed, I don't know what those esports players will think after seeing our announcement. Yao Beigua also sighed. As a professional esports player, it is indeed a pity that he cannot participate in the biggest official event. Let's take a look first. If this continues, it won't be the case. We have to find a solution. AtoZ said, "Yeah, if it doesn't work out, I'll go ask Mr. Wei for advice. He's pretty good at company management. He might have some good solutions." Yao Beigua nodded. He no longer had any burden on asking Wei Yin for advice. After all managers in the company will discuss it with Wei Yin when they encounter some problems, and the results of each discussion are very rewarding. When in doubt, look for Wei Yin. This is something that managers of all companies in Tomorrow Group have agreed on, and Wei Yin is not impatient with their inquiries, and is even very enthusiastic. Okay, AtoZ nodded. Tomorrow group, boring short video. Brother Shin, how is the data of boring short video now? Is there any change? Wu Yu looked at Li Shun sitting opposite him and asked expectantly. The official side has already promoted boring short video today, but for the effect of the official promotion, they can only check the background data of boring short video. That Li Shun looked away from the computer and turned to look at Wu Yu. At present, the growth rate of users downloading boring short video has increased significantly, but it should be because it was just promoted today and the effect is not very obvious, so the growth rate is not very large. Is that so? Then we can only wait 2 days to see the effect. Wu Yu nodded a little disappointedly. He thought that after the official promotion, boring short video would have a leap forward. Li Shin was about to say something when he heard Wu Yu's words, but suddenly found that the real-time data of the boring short video suddenly changed. Chapter 10:15 The Future of Boring Short Videos. Li Shin found that the number of downloads that had just been increasing slowly suddenly increased rapidly, which was a bit surprising. What's wrong, Brother Shin? Wu Yu noticed the change in Li Shun's expression and asked. The data of boring short video has changed, and the number of downloads is growing rapidly. It may be that the official has increased its publicity efforts. Li Shin guessed. This situation can happen because the exposure of boring short video has increased, which in turn leads to an increase in the number of downloads of boring short video. And the increase in exposure is nothing more than the official has increased publicity. Let me see. Wu Yu walked behind Li Shun with curiosity and looked at the real-time data of boring short video on the computer. That it can be clearly seen that the number of downloads of boring short video is rising rapidly. At this time, the rising curve has reached a 45-degree range and is still rising rapidly. Seeing this scene, Wu Yu curiously picked up his mobile phone and searched it, ready to see how the official side increased publicity. After watching the live broadcast, he found that the official publicity had not changed, so the claim that the official increased publicity was wrong. That is so, since there is no change in the official propaganda, why did the download volume of boring short video suddenly increase so fast? Wu Yu was a little puzzled, and then he began to look through it on his mobile phone, looking for the real reason for the increase in the download volume of boring short video. After a while, Wu Yu was surprised and turned to look at Li Shun. Brother Shin, I found the reason for the sudden increase in the download volume of boring short video. Well, what is the reason? Li Shun looked at Wu Yu. Our boring short video is on Weibo Hot Search again. Wu Yu answered. Just now he found the news of boring short video on Hot Search. No wonder the download volume of boring short video has increased so much. The traffic of Hot Search is very large. Official propaganda is basically inserted into TV ads, but now there are fewer people watching TV, so the effect of official propaganda is actually much slower. But Weibo Hot Search is different. That is a place where many people pay attention every day, and once it is on Hot Search, many people will pay attention. Before, Professor Yuan promoted boring short video on the interface, and it was on Hot Search once, which led to the rapid increase in the download volume of boring short video. Weibo Hot Search. Li Shin heard Wu Yu's words and quickly opened Weibo to check. When he saw the news about the boring short video on Weibo Hot Search, his expression was a little surprised that he didn't expect that this time the boring short video actually had a total of 5 hot searches, and 2 of them were in the top 10 hot searches. Above that were some news about the scandals of popular stars. Li Shin was a little surprised to see such a ranking according to the current social atmosphere. Even if the news of the boring short video is on the hot search, it is far less popular than some of the revelations between those stars. Now, the hot search of the boring short video can enter the top 10, which is already very good. However, the hot search of the boring short video is now higher than the last hot search, and the number of hot searches is even more. And this time it is officially promoted in person, and the degree of trust is higher than the last time Yuan Lao promoted it. It is conceivable that the download volume of the boring short video this time will definitely be higher than the last time. The last time people saw the hot search, they might not care much and didn't download the boring short video, but this time they saw it again and found that it was promoted by the official. Anyone who is curious will think about downloading it to have a look. As for the practicality of boring short videos now, he believes that as long as those people download it and know the practicality of boring short videos, even if they don't use it often, they will keep it in their mobile phones. After all, everyone will encounter difficulties or want to learn something. You can find the answer in the boring short video, and it is directly answered in the live broadcast room, which is much more convenient than searching on the internet. So this is a very practical software. It is not used frequently like those entertainment live broadcast software, but it is impossible not to use it. After all, everyone may encounter difficulties. Brother Shin, our boring short video is going to be a big hit this time. Will you looked at the real-time data of boring short videos on the computer? At this time, the download volume of boring short videos is still rising rapidly. According to this progress, boring short videos will explode sooner or later. After this exposure, the traffic of boring short videos should be similar to those of the major live broadcast platforms. Yes, according to the current growth in downloads, the traffic of boring short video is very likely to double. Li Shin nodded with a smile on his face. Double, Wu Yu exclaimed when he heard Li Shun's words. Then the monthly income of boring short video will also double. Now the monthly profit of boring short video is 1.2 billion. So if it doubles, the income of boring short video will not reach 2.4 billion. It shouldn't be so exaggerated. Those users who download boring short video now have just downloaded it, and their trust in boring short video is still not high enough. So even if the download volume of boring short video has doubled now, the profit should not increase so fast. But even if it can't double, it should be no problem to increase it by a few hundred million. Li Shun analyzed. According to normal thinking, you will definitely not buy things immediately after entering a platform. You will at least have to pay attention to it for a few days to see the situation before deciding whether to buy it. So if you want to cash out, you have to wait at least a few days before there will be a significant increase. It's not bad to increase a few hundred million so that it will exceed the income of Tsangshui Games. Wu Yu said with a smile. That's right. Li Shun also smiled and said that the cash-out ability of Tsangshui Games' Freedom War has not yet reached its peak. After all, Freedom War has just signed an overseas licensing contract, so it will take some time to go online overseas. During this period, the newly added users of their Boredom Short Video have already developed trust in Boredom Short Video and started to place orders on Boredom Short Video. In this way, even if the income of Tsangshui Games increases, the income of their Boredom Short Video will also increase, and they can still maintain the status of being the first in revenue. Before, he didn't have much confidence in whether Boredom Short Video could maintain the first in revenue, but now seeing Boredom Short Video on the hot search and the growth rate of downloads, he has confidence that at least when the mobile game authorized by Tsangshui Games to Tinga Club appears, their boring short videos can always maintain the top profit position of Tomorrow Group. Chapter 1016 Su Yuan Suggestion. After the broadcast, will you go have a drink with Mr. Wei? Wu Yu said with a smile. Now everyone lives in the same community, so it is very convenient to have a drink together. No, we just had a drink the day before yesterday. Brother Yin is different from us. We drink every day as long as it does not affect work. But Brother Yin has a family. It doesn't matter if he drinks with us every day. He always has to leave some time to accompany his wife and children. You don't want your sister-in-law to look at you when you walk in the community. Li Shun joked that a wife wants her man to drink with others every day. He is very clear about this, so he usually has a limit on drinking. For so long, he has a good relationship with Wei Yan's family. Sometimes when he goes to Wei Yan's house as a guest, he will be treated warmly. But if he goes to Wei Yan to drink every day, then he may face different treatment when he goes to Wei Yan's house in the future. Brother Shun is still thoughtful. Wu Yu woke up instantly, and he suddenly thought of something. When he was in school, there was a guy in his dormitory who was dating, and he would ask that guy to go to the internet cafe or go out for drinks every day. Not long after, he found out that the girlfriend of that guy didn't like the people in their dormitory very much, and they thought that girl was too hypocritical at that time. Now think about it. It's not that they dragged that guy to the internet cafe to drink every day, which affected their time together, that it's a pity that the guy broke up later. The reason for the breakup was that the girl felt that the boy didn't care about her and didn't accompany her enough. Now think about it. If they didn't always drag that guy to the internet cafe to drink, they shouldn't have broken up. Thinking of this, Wu Yu shook his head secretly. He and that guy are still on good terms now, and they will meet up for a drink some other day. Sanshui Game, manager's office, conference room. Okay, that's all for today's meeting room. Let's adjourn. Wei Yin waved at the many leaders in the conference room. Today is Monday. All game departments of Sangshua Game have now been established and have begun normal operation. At this moment, Sangshua Game has officially entered a state of full development. PC games, mobile games, and standalone games. For he held a collective meeting for all departments and developed future development strategies for each department. Mobile games and standalone games are mainly based on innovation, and there is no time limit, but the game must be innovative, and strive to launch a game online to directly open up the market for mobile games and standalone games. Therefore, innovation in the two departments of mobile games and standalone games is very important, and this is also the concept that Mr. Chen insists on. In addition, there is the PC game department. Now, the two games Extreme Survival and Freedom War of the PC game department have supported the entire company of Sangshua Games, that is O, instead of innovation and development. The most important thing is to maintain the two games Extreme Survival and Freedom War, that as long as the quality of these two games is maintained and the environment in the game is maintained, these two games will exist for a longer time. So at the meeting, the future development goals of Sangshua Games were briefly described. Wei Yin announced the adjournment of the meeting. All managers in the conference room stood up and left the conference room. However, there were still a few people who stayed in the conference room and did not leave. Tell me, what do you think? Wei Yan's eyes fell on Su Yuan, who is now the manager of the mobile game department. Just before the meeting, Su Yuan came to him to talk about her idea for the development of a turn-based mobile game. But it is necessary to obtain the consent of the head of the terminal game Freedom War Department. So before the meeting, he notified Fong Chong, Lu Run, and Zhao Bowen. After the meeting, do not leave the meeting room. Fong Chong is the manager of Sangshua Games, and he must participate in some things related to the game. And Zhao Bowen is the manager of the terminal game department, and Lu Run is now the head of the Freedom War Department. So he must also participate. After all, Su Yuan's new mobile game project is related to Freedom War. It's like this, Mr. Wei. I have some ideas about turn-based games. First of all, turn-based games definitely need characters. Let's not talk about whether these characters are cards or 3D characters. I was thinking, what if the characters in this turn-based game are the characters in the game Freedom War? Moreover, the popularity of Freedom War has been rising. If the turn-based game uses the game characters in Freedom War, it will naturally increase the popularity of the turn-based game. Su Yuan expressed his thoughts. Wei Yin nodded after hearing Su Yuan's words, and finally turned to look at Zhao Bowen and Lu Ren. What do you think of this idea? Now Zhao Bowen is the head of the terminal game department, and Lu Run is the head of Freedom War. So Su Yuan's idea is naturally to ask for the suggestions of these two people. It is naturally a good thing to be able to increase the popularity of turn-based games. Any character can be used. It may take more time to develop new characters by yourself. It is much more convenient to use the characters of Freedom War. I have no problem. No matter what, although we are not in the same department, we are all affiliated to Sangshua Games, so as long as we can create value for Sangshua Games, there will be no problem. Zhao Bowen elaborated on his thoughts. If the mobile game department can make a profit, it will also be a good thing for Sangshua Games. How could he object? And you? Wei Yan's eyes fell on Lu Ren. Lu Ren and Su Yuan were both important personnel in the research and development of Freedom War. However, Freedom War was proposed by Su Yuan, and Lu Ren intended to rely on his own professional knowledge to do good research and development for the Freedom War project that needed to be proposed. Therefore, Freedom War can be successfully developed, and both people play an important role. However, Su Yuan may not be as good as Lu Ren in terms of game expertise, but he is far superior to Lu Ren in terms of innovation and out-of-the-box thinking. So in the end, he handed over the head of the mobile game department to Su Yuan. And fundamentally speaking, if Su Yuan had not proposed the Freedom War project, Freedom War would not have been developed at all. I had no problem using the characters from Freedom Fight. Lu Ren smiled and nodded, and then continued to speak. But there is a critical issue that needs to be addressed. What's the problem? Wei Yin asked. That's the problem with the number of characters. Now Freedom Battle only has more than 10 heroic characters, but a turn-based game with more than 10 characters is definitely not enough. Chapter 10, 17 Commonalities. Lu Ren directly stated his concerns. He had no problem using the characters of Freedom War. However, according to the current turn-based games, the characters needed are only more than 10 game characters, which is definitely not enough. This is indeed a problem. Do you have a solution? Wei Yin nodded when he heard the question raised by Lu Run and turned to look at Su Yuan. When he was the project leader of Freedom War, he also investigated a lot of information about turn-based games that he also knew that a turn-based game requires a lot of characters. However, Su Yuan must have a better understanding of the game than him, and he must also know the problem of the number of game characters. But even so, it was still raised, and there must be a response. Well, I have an idea about the number of game characters. That is, our mobile game department will continue to develop new characters and design relevant skills for these game characters. As for the characters, director who has also prepared the world background of Freedom War. In the world background of Freedom War, there are still many game characters that have not been developed. So in terms of game characters, our mobile game department can completely develop new hero characters based on the world background of Freedom War, which will not violate the development of Freedom War. And another function is that after our turn-based game is developed, those players will know that this is a turn-based game developed based on Freedom War. I found that there are many hero characters in the turn-based game that have not appeared in Freedom War, which can also become a point of discussion for those game players. They may guess when the hero characters in the turn-based game will appear in Freedom War. And when Freedom War wants to have a new hero, the turn-based game mobile game can have a voting session to vote for the hero character that they want to appear the most, and we can choose the new hero to go online based on the voting results. Of course, the development of new game characters also requires the participation of Freedom War's technical personnel, so that the two games can be better matched. Su Yuan talked about the turn-based game characters in detail. In summary, the turn-based game will develop the game characters first, and Freedom War can select characters from the characters developed by the turn-based game from time to time to go online in Freedom War. Wei Yin heard the idea proposed by Su Yuan and nodded slightly. From the perspective of feasibility, this plan is indeed no problem. But it still depends on the ideas of Zhao Bowen and Lu Run. What do you think? I think this plan is feasible as long as we master the rhythm. Zhao Bowen said, whether it is the mobile game, turn-based development of heroes, or Freedom War, developing heroes by itself, they are all developed in the world background of Freedom War. That's so fundamentally speaking, it will not affect Freedom War. The appearance of hero characters only increases the freshness of the game and gives players new heroes to play. How and when to release new heroes? As long as they balance the skills and values of heroes, there will be no problem. I have no problem either, but Freedom War must have relevant suggestions on the development of heroes, especially in the design of heroes' skills, but it cannot affect the game balance of heroes in the Freedom War game. Lu Rei noted. The balance of the game is very important. Once the balance in the game is broken, it will cause dissatisfaction among players. There is no problem with this. In turn-based games, you don't necessarily need all the skills of a hero. You may only need one or two of them. In this way, players will also guess what the other skills of the hero are, and the hero will not lack mystery when it goes online. Su Yuan smiled and nodded. He knew about the balance of the game. Then there is no problem. I will go back and form a team to discuss the development of new heroes with you. Lu Ren nodded after hearing Su Yuan's words. Since both parties have no problem, then this matter is settled. You can discuss the specific development details on your own. I have something else to do. I will go back to the office first. Wei Yin saw that the two had reached a consensus and announced directly. As he said, he stood up and left the meeting room. Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen also stood up and left together when they saw this, as if they had something to discuss. Soon, Su Yuan and Lu Run were the only ones left in the meeting room. The two looked at each other and smiled. They had been cooperating when they were developing Freedom War. Although the two competed at first because of different turn-based game projects, it did not affect their subsequent cooperation at all. In fact, their relationship became very good during the cooperation. I didn't expect that we would have a new cooperation because of the turn-based game in the end. Lu Ren looked at Su Yuan and said, yes, but this time it's a mobile game, And this time the turn-based development can't be as radical as Freedom War, so we need to keep some basic gameplay of the current turn-based game. Su Sai. He still had a headache about this new turn-based game that he thought of many ways, but none of them could think of how to keep the basic gameplay of the turn-based game and make innovations. We discussed this at the beginning. We always think that the current turn-based games lack freedom. We also developed Freedom War because of this. But although we need to keep the basic gameplay of the turn-based game now, I think freedom is still the key to innovation. Lu Ren expressed his opinion. Indeed, the current turn-based games have too little freedom. You have to choose a team of decks, put them on the battlefield, and then let the decks of both sides fight each other. More importantly, the quality and rarity of the cards of both sides may be different due to different Krypton gold. The more Krypton gold you have, the stronger the deck and the higher the combat power. So fundamentally speaking, turn-based games will eventually be classified as Krypton gold games. The more Krypton gold you have, the stronger your deck will be. In the case of a huge disparity in combat power, it is difficult to reflect the strategies and tactics of both sides. And I found that the two most popular games of our Sangshui game, Freedom War and Extreme Survival, have one biggest common point. Su Yuan looked at Lu Ren and said very seriously, Chapter 10:18 Fairness. What do they have in common? Lu Ren heard Su Yuan's words and asked. The common thread between them is the fairness of the game. Extreme survival, so they all take a plane and parachute to an island together, and then start the struggle for survival. They are all the same in the initial stage. All competitions rely on their own game skills. The same goes for Freedom Battle. The 5 people on both sides are the same in the initial stage. The final victory or defeat is all based on the skills and performance of the 5 people on both sides. Including Tianlong is also relatively fair. All equipment can be obtained through farming. There are also some popular games now, which are relatively high in terms of game fairness. So our turn-based game also needs to work hard on the fairness of the game to make the game more fair in gameplay. Su Yuan expressed some of his views on the turn-based system to be developed. Indeed, the fairness of the game will indeed make everyone like it more. No one likes the feeling of being crushed by a Kryptonian money boss. Life in the real world is already very hard, but when you go to the game, you still have to feel the money in real life. Suppress. But fairness can be easily solved. The biggest money-making aspect of those games is to draw cards and draw rarer characters. However, we adopt a card application system. As long as you apply for a monthly card, a weekly card, or a daily card, you can ensure the same number of card draws. As for the final card draw, it all depends on luck. In this way, it is also fair. Lu Ren expressed his opinion. In other turn-based games, there are many money-making bosses who can spend a lot of money to directly draw rare characters to the full level. However, they adopt a card application system, just like drawing skins in Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle. Everyone has the same probability of winning. Whether they can draw a good character in the end depends entirely on their luck that I end this way. It is already very fair, and the money required to apply for the card is not much. Applying for all 3 cards in a month only costs 18.1 yuan, which is very low compared to other games. That Su Yuan shook her head when she heard Lu Ren's suggestion. If you do this, it's actually unfair. After all, there are still people who want to save money and don't want to apply for a card. It's unfair between those who apply for a card and those who don't. There is also the aspect of luck. If a person is very unlucky and cannot draw a good character after a long time, the game experience will not be good. This is different from Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle. Even if you are unlucky in Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle, the most you can do is not have that skin, but it will not affect your combat power in the game. So using card draws to maintain game balance is not a good idea. Lu Ren heard Su Yuan's words and nodded. It is true. The suggestion of drawing cards cannot completely ensure the fairness of the game, but what can be done to ensure the fairness of the game? Furthermore, the fairness of the game is important. We must maintain our own innovation and increase the freedom of turn-based games. Lu Ren was thoughtful as he spoke. If these 2 points can be solved, then there will be ideas for a turn-based game. As long as you have an idea, you can expand and develop around this idea. In terms of fairness, we can learn some experience from Freedom Battle and Extreme Survival. So Zuan spoke. In the two games Freedom Battle and Extreme Survival, their fairness is already reflected at the beginning of the game. And now those turn-based games that cost money are already unfair when they first enter the game. When they enter the game, they already have the rare characters they got with money. Lu Ren nodded in agreement when he heard Su Yuan's words. If that's the case, then we want to make this turn-based game absolutely fair. So let the game be fair from the beginning. That's right, that's what I think too. Su Yuan agreed. But how can we ensure that the game is completely fair at the beginning? It is better to set all characters to be free. At the beginning of the game, players have all the characters and can set their own cards at will. Group. This is not true. If so, in order to ensure the highest combat power, players must enter the game and set those rare cards into their decks. In that case, the ordinary cards we design will be of no use. That's true. Lu Ren nodded distressfully when he heard Su Yuan's words, then rubbed his brows with a headache, but he quickly thought of an idea. In this case, we put all the character cards into the game, and then players select those character cards in the game and arrange them into teams. But there is no idea how to proceed with this gameplay. Su Yuan's eyes lit up instantly when she heard Lu Ren's words. Brother Lu, your idea is very good. I think there is a lot of room for discussion. Let the cards be selected during the game, rather than being assembled before entering the game. This perfectly solves the imbalance of the game before entering the game. But after putting the character cards into the game, how can we let the players choose fairly? Lu Ren fell into thought. Putting character cards into the game is indeed a way to ensure the fairness of the game. But after the card characters are put into the game, how should the game proceed? Su Yuan fell into deep thought, and then thought of a way. I think we can make a card pool in the game just like drawing cards by lottery. The probability of players drawing cards is the same, and then players draw cards in the game. In this way, players can fight according to the cards drawn in the game, so it is relatively fair. Yes, Su Yuan, you can do it! Lu Ren's face lit up when he heard Su Yuan's words, and all the problems were solved. And there are innovations in the game. After all, this way of drawing cards in the game has never appeared in other turn-based games. Brother Lu, thank you for your compliment. Your suggestion is the most important. However, it is still just a concept. Simply drawing cards in the game is still too vague. I need to go back and improve it to see how players can fight each other after drawing cards in the game. Also, the card professions in traditional turn-based games are too single. I also have an idea to add more card professions so that there will be more choices when making decks. Chapter 1019 Yao Beigua's suggestion. Su Yuan slowly said that the setting of a game is the most difficult thing, and their conversation just now had already solved the setting issue. The next step is to enrich the gameplay of this game based on this setting, that he is still very confident about this. The company has many experienced employees, and the gameplay can be improved bit by bit through everyone's discussion. Have you made a lot of career settings? It's a good way to play. Lorraine noted. In the current turn-based game, in the final analysis, there are only a few roles: shooter, mage, warrior, auxiliary, tank. This results in a very monotonous deck battle, with just the same deck combinations over and over again, without any novelty. That if some new career settings are added, it will be considered a good innovation. Brother Lu, I'm going back first. I have a lot of ideas from the discussion just now. I need to go back and plan it carefully. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside the conference room. Lu Ren smiled when he heard this, and got up and followed, but his office was on this floor. Su Yuan's mobile game department was downstairs, so the two separated as soon as they left the conference room. Sangshua Games in the manager's office. Mr. Yao, come and sit here. I have already made arrangements for the event announcement. Now the 3 games Extreme Survival, Freedom Battle, and Dragon have been released. When Wei Yin saw Yao Beigua coming in, he quickly took him to the reception area to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Oh, I've seen the announcement, but I didn't come here today to talk about the announcement. Yao Beigua took the tea and sat on the sofa in the reception area. When the announcement came over, he had already seen it in the game. After all, they are just a club, and it is up to Sangshua Games to make announcements. But last night, they prepared the detailed tournament regulations and bonuses and sent them to Tsangshui Games. Anything else? Wei Yin poured himself a cup of tea and sat across from Yao Bagua. Our BL club has encountered something, and I would like to ask Mr. Wei for advice. Yao Bagua said. Tell me about it. Wei Yin became somewhat interested after hearing this. That's right. Didn't we perfect 3-game competitions next year? This is a very good thing. If the competition is well organized, it can effectively increase the popularity of the game. But it's not a very good thing for our BL Game Club. Our BL Game Club is the organizer of the event, so our own team cannot participate in the game event. But our BL Game Club has formed an esports team, and those children are very talented. It would be a pity if, for various reasons, I am unable to participate in so many events. Yao Bagua briefly talked about the BL Game Club. The children in the club all have very good gaming talents. And since they have entered the esports industry, they definitely want to win the highest honor in esports competitions, that if there was only one competition in the previous year, it would be okay not to participate. After all, you can still participate in the competitions held by Tange Club. But it's different now. Their official side has improved the competition of 3 games. And there are many more games than before that as an officially organized team, they are not allowed to participate in these competitions to avoid suspicion, which would be too cruel for the children in the club. So he had a little headache about this matter. He couldn't violate the club's rules, but he didn't want the kids in the club to stay in the club like this. Even though with the club's treatment, they would have no problem staying there for the rest of their lives. But he still hopes that those children can shine in the esports arena. This is what happened. Wei Yin frowned when he heard Yao Bagua's story. It would be a pity if an esports player could participate in any official event. But he picked up the tea and took a sip, then looked up at Yao Bagua. I wonder if Mr. Yao accepts club members to go to other clubs? Mr. Wei means to let the esports players in the club leave and go to other gaming clubs to become esports players. Yao Bagua tried to understand what Wei Yin meant. You can understand it this way, but you don't have to leave. You can rent. When the competition is at the beginning of the season, we can rent our esports players to other clubs. Those clubs can acquire players from our club, and we can also earn a certain amount of income through leasing, and those players can also shine in official arenas. Of course, leasing is only one of the options. If there are players who don't want to stay in the BL Gaming Club, they can charge a transfer fee and let those esports players leave to compete in other clubs. Wei Yin briefly stated his thoughts. But if we want to do these things, we need to ensure the strength of our club's players. If the club's esports players are not strong, even if they want to rent out the players, no club wants to rent out players who are not strong. There is definitely no problem in terms of strength. Yao Bagua said confidently that I am the competition held by Tange Club. BL Game Club won the championship, so there is absolutely no problem in terms of strength. If that's the case, there won't be any problem. And I heard that each club has training matches with each other before the game. You can definitely contact those clubs at this time. Let the players from our club come over for training, and if possible, we can talk about renting them. Of course, before doing these things, we still need to discuss it with the players in the club and get their opinions. As employees of Tomorrow Group, we must respect the choices of every employee. Even if those esports players choose to leave the BL Gaming Club, we will not stop anything. Wei Yin opened his mouth to remind Yao Bagua. He was worried that Yao Bagua would ignore the thoughts of those esports players and do things exactly according to his own ideas. Mr. Wei, you can rest assured on this. Forceful behavior is not worth the loss, and if you don't do it right, it may damage the club's reputation. Yao Bagua smiled and spoke. After Mr. Chen requested that the contract signed with those esports players do not have sky-high liquidated damages, he understood that Mr. Chen did not want to tie up those players, that is, he won't do anything to force players. Chapter 10-20 discussion. That's fine, but it won't be possible for our BL Game Club to become famous through esports competitions in the future. Wei Yin didn't say anything after hearing Yao Bagua's words. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the BL Game Club can't participate in esports competitions. But if the esports players we rent to other teams can get good rankings, maybe we can take the opportunity to increase our popularity. Yao Bagua talked about his thoughts. After all, The esports players came from his BL game club. If they really achieved good results or won the championship, then their BL game club would indirectly have a certain exposure. The two talked in the office for a while, and Yao Beigwa got up and left the office. Wei Yin got up from the reception area, then walked to the desk and picked up the information on the desk and read it. He soon found that the agent of Freedom War had signed a contract with those overseas agents. The agency fee will be deposited into the company's account in the next few days. Since the agency contract has been signed, it's time to write a report and submit it. Wei Yin thought to himself, then turned on the computer and started writing. Yao Beigwa left the Tomorrow building and went directly back to the BL game club. He first found AtoZ and told him about the plan he had just discussed with Wei Yin. Well, this plan is not bad. Let's go and discuss it with those esports players to see what they think. AtoZ heard Yao Beigwa's words and then spoke. Well, let's go now. We have started preparing for today's official competition. Today's competition is still the same as last year, but the prize money is 50 million, which is more than last year. In addition, the popularity of extreme survival this year is definitely higher than last year. So there must be more clubs participating in this competition today than last year. And it is indeed the key time for our players to participate in this competition and negotiate transfers with those clubs. And our esports players can win the championship in the Manga Cup. Even if they are rented, they can achieve a good result. Yao Beigwa nodded. Then the two got up and walked out of the office, and then stopped at the esports room of the Extreme Survival Department, knocked on the door and walked in. Hello, Mr. Yao and Mr. Tao. The players in the esports room saw the two people coming in and hurriedly greeted them. Well, everyone sit down. I came here to discuss some things with you today. You all noticed the event announcement, right? Yao Beigwa waved his hand, signaling the esports players in the esports room to sit down. He and AtoZ also found a chair and sat down at the same time. We all saw it, Mr. Yao. Lingdang said. The event announcement would pop up directly when entering the game, and it was difficult not to notice it. Since you have seen it, what do you think? Yao Beigwa looked at the few people and asked. Since these people have seen the event announcement, there must be some ideas. However, as Yao Beigwa asked, the conference room was silent. It's okay. Everyone feel free to speak. I came here today to discuss this matter with you. Seeing the silence of the few people, Yao Beigwa spoke again. He also saw the worries of the few people in the esports room, but because he was the manager of the club, he didn't dare to say it. There was silence again for a moment. Wei took a deep breath and looked up at Yao Beigwa. Mr. Yao, can the rules of the game really not be changed? According to the current rules of the game, our BL Game Club has no way to participate in the official events of Extreme Survival. After seeing the announcement of the event, he thought of this problem and discussed it with several other team members. But they were just esports players. They had no right to change the rules of the event. Yao Beigwa shook his head when he heard Wei's words. The rules of the event have been determined, and there is no problem. The official game team will not participate in the events held by the official. In order to provide fairness, the official must not let its team participate. But we also want to play the game. Next year, our official will hold so many games, and even a world game, but the players of our BL Game Club can't participate. This is a pity. Wei couldn't help but speak. He really likes the esports arena. After winning the Manga Cup, that he has been looking forward to the emergence of new events and then leading his team to win the championship again. But the latest event announcement broke his fantasy. He found that the only events they could participate in were those held by the Manga Club, and they had no way to participate in the real official events. I know this is a pity. You are all very talented players in esports. Since you have entered the esports industry, you must win the championship in the competition. More qualified Extreme Survival will hold the World Championship next year, the highest event hall. You missed the highest event because you were just an official team. It's too pity. So AtoZ and I came here today to solve this problem. As for what you said about changing the system for official teams to participate in the competition, this is impossible. Now there are only two options for you to participate in official competitions. Yao Beigwa spoke seriously. What is Mr. Yao's choice? When Wei and the others heard that they had the opportunity to enter the official competition, their expressions instantly became expectant. Yao Beigwa looked at the expectant people and slowly told them their solution. The core content of this solution is transfer. You can't participate in the official organized competitions here at BL Club, so you can join other esports clubs and then participate in official competitions. Mr. Yao, can we leave BL Game Club? Is there no other way? Lingdang heard Yao Beigua's words and spoke quickly. Yao Beigua shook his head directly after hearing this. It is definitely not possible not to leave BL Game Club, but I am not asking you to leave completely. Let me propose a plan first. The first plan is a rental relationship. BL Club will rent you to other clubs, and then you will go to other clubs to participate in competitions. When the lease expires, you can return to BL Game Club if you want. The second plan is that BL Game Club will directly sell you to other game clubs and completely leave BL Game Club. Chapter 10:21 The Contestants' Choices. Yao Beigua briefly explained the two plans, and then looked at several professional players in the esports room. If you really want to play games and get your highest honor in the esports arena, then the two options above are the way you want to go next. The club will not stand in any way against you. No matter what choice you make, the club will support you. As Yao Beigua finished speaking, the esports room resumed its evaluation. Several esports players looked at each other. They had been in the BL Game Club for more than a year and had achieved championship results in the competition. This time, they were very reluctant to let them leave the BL Game Club. But if they don't leave the BL Game Club, they have no way to participate in official events. As a professional player, he naturally wants to show his strength on the court, especially in official competitions. This moment, the two roads that appeared in front of them made it very difficult for them to make a choice. Don't feel burdened. Just follow your heart. As long as you don't do anything that harms the interests of BL Game Club or Tomorrow Group, our place will never be your home, and you are welcome to come back at any time. Yao Beigua looked at the undecidable expressions of several people and spoke again that he has watched these esports players grow up, and each of them is very talented in gaming. It would be a pity for him if they were really buried in the BL Gaming Club and did not participate in the competition. It seemed that Yao Beigua's words had an effect. Wei stood up and said, Mr. Yao, Mr. Tao, I have a choice. I choose to retain the identity of the BL Club and be assigned to other clubs to participate in competitions as a rental. After Wei finished speaking, he bowed deeply that he is really grateful for the training of the BL Club. Whenever there is a chance to participate in the game, he will choose to stay in the BL Game Club. No problem. Do you have a club you want to join? If so, we will help you get in touch. Yao Beigua nodded happily after hearing Wei's words. He had no dissatisfaction with Wei's choice to leave the BL Game Club on a lease. Mr. Yao, I haven't learned about other esports clubs yet. Mr. Yao knows more about the clubs than I do. I just listened to Mr. Yao. Wei said he had not paid much attention to other game clubs since he entered the BL Game Club, so he didn't have any idea about which esports club he wanted to join. Well, I'll go back and sort out the information about some good clubs and then show it to you, and you can make your own choice. Yao Beigua nodded. He definitely wanted Wei to join a good gaming club and fully utilize his abilities. With Wei taking the lead, several other players also stood up to speak. No one chose to leave the BL Game Club completely. They all chose to rent to other clubs. As for leaving the BL Game Club completely, they would not choose it. Point one is that I have a deep gratitude to the BL Game Club, and the other is that they will be satisfied with the treatment of the BL Game Club. Okay, now that you all have your choice, let me sort out the information about other clubs and send it to you. BL has started preparing for today's event during this period. If you join other clubs during this period, you can definitely catch up with this official competition. After Yao Beigua finished speaking, he stood up and left the esports room. AtoZ also stood up and followed. When the two managers left the esports room, all the players in the esports room gathered around Wei. Wei, how should we choose a club? We work together so well, so it's better not to separate. Yeah, let's all go to a gaming club. Yes, as long as we are together, I believe we can definitely win a championship back, and this time it will be an official competition. Several players were talking to Wei one by one. Wei is now not only the commanding captain in the game, but in daily life, they will also listen to Wei's suggestions. It's not realistic for us to go to a club together. Nowadays, those big clubs have their own professional players. If we all go there, we need to squeeze all their professional players in, but this is not realistic at all. So we will basically be separated. In this case, we have to make a good strategy. The best situation is that the four of us are divided into two groups and join two esports teams. The Bells and Beast Assaulters positions 1 to 2 work perfectly together, so it's best not to separate them. The club you need to find is one that is not very strong at positions 1 to 2, but has a very professional commander. In this way, with your 2 shooting skills and professional command, the strength of the overall team will not be bad. As for me, as the leader of the team, Ahai is a very good free man. There is no problem for us to team up as 2 of us, but we don't need to find a team with a good leader because I am a very good leader myself. So what we need to look for is a team that plays well in positions 1 to 2. In this way, we have each formed a very strong team, which can also make us very competitive in the competition. If we can win the championship, it will also be helpful for BL Game Club. After all, we came from BL Game Club. And if our results are good and we perform well in the competition, BL Game Club will also get more attention. So this time we are not only fighting for our own team, but also for the reputation of BL Game Club. We want to let those audiences know that the strength of people who come out of BL Game Club should not be underestimated. Away said seriously. They're just temporarily leaving BL Game Club, and they will come back sooner or later. But before they come back, they must do something for BL Game Club, and getting good results in the competition is the way he thought of it. He wants everyone to know that there is no bad player from BL Game Club. And he also knows that BL Game Club currently has no way to participate in official competitions. So over time, BL Game Club will gradually be forgotten. Once BL Game Club has no achievements in the game, it will become very difficult to make a profit. But if they perform well in official competitions and let all clubs know that the players from BL Gaming Club are very good players, then in the future, BL Gaming Club can also earn a lot of income by renting players during the transfer period. Chapter 1022 Comic Exhibition. Don't worry, Viagra. We will go all out when we go to other esports clubs. There is no competition until the end. We are competing for the final championship position. Ling Dang said with a smile on his face. If that's the case, then it's naturally better, but if you really encounter him on the field, I won't show mercy. Alway said with a smile on his face. If it is really their 2 teams that compete for the championship in the end, then it will prove their strength even more. Haha, I won't show mercy either. Bell said with a smile. In the esports room, there were bursts of laughter. Manager's office. AtoZ looked at Yao Bagua. I'll go communicate with you about the club. The Comic Expo will be held in the next few days, so you need to deal with the matters there. Okay, leave the comic exhibition matters to me. Yao Bagua nodded upon hearing this. The 2D comic exhibition is a project they have planned for a long time. The venue is Tange Plaza built by Chun Kong. There is only about a week left before the Comic Expo starts. And he will start paying attention to the Comic Expo during this time, that I just don't know how much money I can earn from this comic exhibition. Yao Bagua secretly thought in his heart that the main source of income for this comic exhibition is the ticket money to enter the comic exhibition, as well as the sale of lifespan figures and other related items. However, he didn't know much about comic exhibitions, so he was still worried about being able to make a profit. The next day, Tianda Plaza, Mr. Wei, I have made arrangements for everyone. When the comic exhibition starts, many people will come to cosplay. Zhou Mei opened her mouth and said, she's the person in charge of the Maid Cafe and has a lot of connections in the 2-dimensional world. She also put forward a lot of suggestions for the opening of the comic exhibition. After all, before joining Nana Coffee, she had always been a 2-dimensional enthusiast and had participated in many comic exhibitions. Therefore, she understands some of the arrangements and requirements of the comic exhibition. Thank you so much for this Comic-Con. Yao Bagua thanked him. It was thanks to Zhou Mei's help that the comic exhibition was successfully held this time. I asked the manager of an esports club. Although he knew about things like the 2D comics exhibition, he only knew about it. He was completely confused about how to operate it. Mr. Yao, you are too polite. Helping you is also helping our Nana Coffee, isn't it? Zhou Mei said with a smile. The profits from the comic show are divided into ticket sales, merchandise sales, booth revenue, and finally advertising and endorsement fees. Tickets are easy to understand. That is, the ticket price to enter the comic exhibition is basically in the range of 30 to 50 yuan. They set the price this time because they were just testing the waters, so they only priced it at 35 yuan. However, they're holding a comic show this time, and there's also a show. If you want to watch the show, you need to add another 65 yuan to watch the show and buy a ticket with the show, which costs 100 yuan. However, the number of tickets is limited. After all, priority is given to watching the performance in Tianda Plaza. Then there is the sale of products, which are peripheral figures and the like. Extreme Survival, Freedom Battle, Dragon, and other peripherals will appear at the comic exhibition. People who watch the comic exhibition will buy related peripherals. It is also an income for them. Of course, a comic exhibition with only a few related peripherals of their Tsangshui game will definitely not be able to attract many two-dimensional enthusiasts. So this time, they also introduced many other popular anime or game peripherals, and they will take a certain share of the revenue from this sale. Then there are the commercial stalls. Comic exhibitions usually last about 10 hours. During this time, tourists coming to visit will definitely want to eat something. This time, it is also necessary to introduce some food stalls, and these stalls are also based on extraction of shares or charging based on stall fees. Finally, there is the advertising fee. Some businesses also want to take advantage of the popularity of the comic exhibition to advertise themselves. For example, some brands do some co-branding. And their Nana Coffee will also appear at this comic exhibition. They will specially set up a small booth and arrange some staff to go there to give free tastings of their coffee to people who went to the comic exhibition. At the same time, Nana Coffee will also prepare some prizes co-branded with Extreme Survival, Dragon, and Freedom Battle. For example, some peripheral dolls, picture albums, mugs. Therefore, if this comic exhibition can go well, then their comic exhibition will also be remembered by those two-dimensional fans that I end this way, no matter. Where they hold comic conventions in the future, there will be some loyal fans there. The two-dimensional group is very sticky. As long as the content you create is in line with their wishes, they will always like every comic exhibition in the future. Nana Coffee will also appear at the comic exhibition, which is also a good way to increase its popularity. Ha 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 ha, mutual benefit and win-win. Yao Bagwa smiled and nodded, and the two of them walked towards Tianda Plaza together. He was still looking forward to this comic exhibition. Now BL Club has been directly banned by Mr. Chun in terms of endorsement. In addition, the impact of the last championship of Extreme Survival has weakened a lot, and the ability to monetize has also weakened. AtoZ. The current income of BL Game Club is basically supported by the sale of several game peripherals of Tsangshui game. However, if this comic exhibition can have a good profit, he plans to hold this comic exhibition irregularly. Of course, now BL Game Club has another income, that is, renting players for this matter. After obtaining the consent of those professional players, he went back and made a plan with AtoZ. That is, there will be many small competitions next year, such as the online Tinga Cup, offline city leagues, and school leagues. They will focus on the players in these leagues. If they find excellent or talented players, they need to immediately attract them to the BL Game Club. Then, through systematic training and cultivation, the other party will become a strong professional player that as long as the strength is recognized. They can rent it to other clubs through leasing, which will also be a source of income for them in the future. If one day a player from their BL club wins the world championship and performs very well in the competition stage, then, considering the current popularity of the game, the transfer fee of the player will be very high. Of course, they will completely follow the player's ideas and will not make more interventions. While chatting, the two of them checked inside Tianda Plaza to find out the shortcomings. Try to make the comic exhibition in a few days more perfect. Chapter 1023. Hot Search on Extreme Survival Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Mr. Chun, this is the data report of boring short video that you want. Shinro put a piece of information on the desk in front of Mr. Chun. Well, I know. Chun Mo nodded, waited for Shunro to leave, and reached out to pick up the information report. Officially promote boring short video. He is going to see the changes of boring short video after the promotion. This can also better predict the future income status of boring short video, that if the download volume does not increase much, he can rest assured. If the download volume is not large, it means that boring short video does not have many new users, and the income will not increase too much. But if the download volume increases a lot, then he should be more vigilant and make more preparations that a lot of download volume increases, which means a lot of new users. With more new users, consumption will increase, and the income of boring short video will also increase a lot. Chinemo thought in his heart, and his gesture had already turned over the information and looked at the data changes before and after boring short video. When he saw the very obvious curve in the data, the whole person instantly became gloomy. This curve is no longer a state of increase, but a leap forward increase that is the official promotion effect so good now. Chinemo was a little confused. He looked at the official promotion of boring short videos yesterday. They were all during the time of watching TV dramas. Or posting banners about boring short videos under the news. Many people don't watch TV now. Logically, this kind of promotion effect should be very long. How can the download volume increase so much? Chinemo was confused. After seeing the official promotion method yesterday, he didn't worry too much. After all, how many people still watch TV now? What effect can the promotion video of boring short videos play on TV have? But now seeing the trend of new downloads of boring short videos, he knows that he thought too simply. Such a download volume now is definitely not achieved by TV drama promotion alone. There must be other ways of promotion. Chinemo was confused, then picked up his phone and started to search, and finally found the reason on Weibo that it turned out that boring short videos were on the hot search again, and the ranking was higher than the previous hot search, and the number was more. Chinemo took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and randomly clicked on a hot search about boring short videos to read it. The content of this hot search is very simple. It roughly means what is the charm of boring short videos that can be promoted by the official. Then some of the current live broadcast content of boring short videos and some help to the current society are listed. Chinemo took a simple look, and then his eyes fell on the comment area below that this boring short video is good. No wonder the official promotion of boring short videos, education, agriculture, many things are related to people's livelihood. Why do I know this short video platform now? I spent $6,800 to sign up for a dance class some time ago. I didn't expect that I could learn the content for free in the live broadcast room. I noticed the boring short video on the hot search last time, but I didn't care much at the time. This time it is on the hot search again. I want to see what is in this boring short video. I downloaded the boring short video a long time ago. The things in it are really practical. I didn't expect that many of you don't know. This short video platform is really practical. I have downloaded it. Looking at the unanimous praise in the comment area, Chinemo fell into silence. This time, it can be basically confirmed that the boring short video has become popular again. And the time of the explosion is when he is about to settle. I just don't know how much more income this time will bring him this month. Chinemo rubbed his eyebrows and took a sip of coffee on the table. Now he wants to know how much income this time will increase this month. There are only about 20 days left before the system settlement. If the profit of the boring short video increases a lot, it is very likely that he will not be able to settle in full. That I have to keep an eye on the income of the boring short video in the next 2 days. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart and was about to quit Weibo, but in his peripheral vision, he found a familiar name in the ranking below Weibo's hot search. Extreme Survival event announcement. Isn't Extreme Survival a game under his group? How can a game be on the hot search? Chinemo was instantly alert. At this critical moment of settlement, any disturbance in the Tomorrow group could cause his settlement to fail. Quickly click on the hot search about Extreme Survival. The content of the hot search mainly talks about Extreme Survival being improved next year and adding many competitions, and the prize money of the competitions is also very generous. It can be seen that the game officials of Extreme Survival are very concerned about the development of the game and believe that Extreme Survival will develop better and better in the future. The entire hot search content fully expresses the optimism about Extreme Survival and its future development. Chinemo quickly read the content and then fell on the comments below. He didn't care about the content of this hot search. He cared more about what the comments were like. It's really great. I used to say that Extreme Survival is good in every way, except that it only holds one official event a year, which is too little. I like watching esports competitions very much. Now there are finally no shortage of competitions to watch, and with such generous prize money, I believe that with the bonus, the competition will definitely be very exciting. Extreme Survival is really fun, but there were a lot of cheats a while ago. I always thought that the official Extreme Survival did nothing, and I was very disappointed. However, I recently entered the game and found that the game environment inside has improved a lot. Looking at the current complete competition and prize money, it can be seen that the game officials attach great importance to extreme survival, and these can be played with confidence. With such a high prize money, I want to play professionally. It's not that easy to play professionally, and even if you want to play, can you find a way? What way do you need? Haven't you seen the online Tenga Cup? If you want to play professionally, go to the Tenga Cup first. As long as you can win the championship in the Tenga Cup, you can not only get a prize, but also participate in the official secondary league. Yes, the design of Tenga Cup is really good. It can effectively screen out those who want to play professionally but have low talent so that they can know themselves clearly. I don't know how talented I am, but it seems that there is nothing wrong with participating in a Tenga. Anyway, I play games after get off work. If I participate in the Tenga Cup and get a place and a bonus, it is still very good. Extreme survival is awesome. Chapter 1024, Celebrating the Festival. Looking at the comments in the comments, Chinemo knew it was over. Extreme survival can be said to be very popular now, but when he just scrolled down under the hot searches about extreme survival, he also saw the hot search for Freedom Battle. Freedom Battle has just been online for more than a month, and it has not yet reached its peak in terms of popularity and number of players. But now that this hot search appears, the number of Freedom Battle players will increase a lot. The increase in the number of players in Freedom Battle means that the income of Freedom Battle increases. Chinemo sat weakly on the boss's chair. With the increase in income from the Freedom War and the increase in income from boring short videos, his previous monthly income estimate must have been inaccurate. But now, whether it is boring short videos or games, the popularity has just exploded, and there is no way to confirm how much revenue will be increased. Thinking. Find records of your previous financial budget. There is an additional investment of 3 billion yuan in the competition base, and an additional investment of 1.5 billion yuan in Nanchi Takeout. The remaining 1 billion in system funds will be the money after all 100 apartments in Tomorrow Community are handed over. But now more than a week has passed in September, and 800 million system funds have been added to the account of Tomorrow Group. These funds are basically games and boring short videos, as well as the profits from the Corner Pet Park. However, he has arranged for the financial department to transfer the prize money from the game event to the BL Game Club. A total of 500 million. So now his total system funds are 1.3 billion. If calculated based on previous income, he can still make a profit of 1.4 billion this month. And he currently has a total of 4.5 billion additional investment funds. After investing all the estimated profit of 2.7 billion, he still had 1.8 billion left. It was enough for him to fully convert his personal assets. But the difference now is that both Songshua games and boring short videos are likely to see a significant increase in the company's revenue because of their company's exposure on Weibo. Therefore, for the rest of this month, the total income will definitely be greater than 1.4 billion, but he is not sure how much it can increase. But now it has become a hot search, and the growth rate is definitely not low. Therefore, he still needs to be vigilant and needs to find some places to consume funds to maximize the consumption of funds. Chinemo had some plans in mind, then put the papyrus aside and took out a pamphlet from the drawer on the side. Then I found the pages of Li Shun and Wu Yu and drew a cross directly on them. The official promotion of the boring short video has absolutely nothing to do with these two people. It's a pity that they have just finished training and there is no way to let them go to training again. Then he turned the booklet to the pages of Yao Beigua and AtoZ, but when he made a cross, he hesitated. It was he who proposed the idea of improving the game competition, and he also gave the generous bonuses. So this time the game event appeared on the hot search. He also had something to do with it.do. You have to make a cross for yourself. The thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly thrown away by Chinemo. Although he came up with the event, the final operation was discussed by Yao Beigua and AtoZ, so they also have a lot of interests. Relation. Thinking about it this way, Chinemo did not hesitate to draw a cross on both of their pages. Yao Beigua and AtoZ have not participated in the training of Feiwu Security Company and Mei Yun of Unmanned Real Estate. The candidates for the next company training should be almost ready. He doesn't want to let go of any of these old men. Every one of them has to be trained by me in the security company. Chinemo picked up the coffee on the side and drank half of it. The bitter taste of the coffee surged down his throat. As soon as he put down the cup, Shinro walked in at some point, took another cup of water for him, and put it on the table. Mr. Chun, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in a few days. I don't know how to arrange this holiday. Shinro slowly asked. Tomorrow Group always has more holidays than statutory holidays, so we still need to ask about the holiday time. Mid-Autumn Festival. When Shinimo heard this, he glanced at the calendar on his desk and realized that the Mid-Autumn Festival was in 1 week. The Mid-Autumn Festival. Shinmo's eyes lit up. He was worried that he had no place to spend money. Now he finally found a good reason. Mid-Autumn Festival. It is definitely necessary to distribute Mid-Autumn Festival gifts to the company's employees. And now the company continues to grow. According to recent statistics, the company's employees have exceeded 50,000. In this case, if the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts are prepared, they can also consume part of the system funds. Now is the critical moment for system settlement, and we must not give up any opportunity to consume system funds. I looked at the calendar and saw that the Mid-Autumn Festival is next Tuesday, and the normal statutory holidays are Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Only these 3 days of vacation are too little, and vacation can also reduce the work efficiency of employees, so the more vacations, the better. After thinking briefly, he looked up at Shinro and said, Mid-Autumn Festival is a day for family reunion, and everyone must go home for reunion. However, considering that many employees in Tomorrow Group live too far from home, they cannot go home for reunion during the 3-day holiday. So I thought about it and decided to make the 3-day holiday into a 5-day holiday. We will not take the statutory holiday and move our Mid-Autumn Festival holiday from Monday to Friday. Shinemo picked up the calendar and his finger moved from Monday to Friday. Shinro's eyes followed Mr. Chin's finger, but soon found a problem. That is, if it is moved from Monday to Friday, then the two ends will be Saturday and Sunday. How should we arrange this Saturday and Sunday? Thinking of this, he asked, Mr. Chun, the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday is from Monday to Friday. So do we have to go to work on the Saturdays and Sundays before and after? Go to work. Chunemo heard Shinro's words, and then raised his head and looked over seriously. Is there anything to ask about this? Aren't Saturdays and Sundays just days for rest? Why would you work? If you work on Saturdays and Sundays, then can the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday still be considered a 5-day holiday? Isn't it just a 1-day holiday? In the future, remember that Saturdays and Sundays are days for rest, while festivals are holidays. The two are not related at all, so don't confuse them. Chapter 10, 25 Holiday Arrangements. I understand, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded and secretly remembered what Mr. Chun just said, but she was still shocked that if we have a holiday like this, Saturday, Sunday, plus the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there will be a total of 9 days of holiday. The number of days in this room can match the annual leave of some companies. Mr. Chun, I will convey the news about the holiday. Saying about to turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Things haven't been arranged yet. Seeing that Shinro was about to turn around and leave, Chunemo reached out his hand to stop her. The vacation has been arranged, but his spending plan has not yet been arranged. Mr. Chun, please tell me. Shinro stood quietly by the desk, waiting for Mr. Chin's arrangements. As a group company, we must give out holiday gifts to our employees during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Gifts? Chunemo pondered for a while, trying to find a gift with a higher value, but he didn't have any good ideas for a while. That it's definitely necessary to give out mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but ordinary mooncakes don't cost much. Let's do this. You inform Yang Dahai and ask him to wait downstairs. Let's go out for a walk and see what kind of prizes are better for employees. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro smiled and nodded when she heard this, and then quickly returned to her office. After a while, downstairs at Tomorrow Building, Chunemo and Shinro sat down in the big black G at the same time and headed straight for the largest cake shop in Jiangcheng. That if you want to spend more expensive prizes through holiday gifts, you definitely need to go to such a high-end cake shop to customize mooncakes every time during the holidays. Cake shops like this sell a batch of mooncakes of the corresponding brand. They taste great, but the prices are usually very high. Half an hour later, Chunemo and Shinro got out of the car and walked straight to the cake shop not far ahead. Into the cake shop, Shinro didn't wait for Mr. Chun to speak and took the lead to talk to the cake shop clerk, and then the cake shop clerk left. Mr. Chun, I have already communicated with the clerk. Their store manager will come over later. We can just wait in the rest area. Oh, Chunemo nodded and then sat down in the rest area of the cake shop. Within a few minutes of sitting down, a middle-aged woman in formal clothes walked over quickly, as soon as he got closer. He said with a smile on his face. Mr. Chun, how can you come here in person for such a small matter? If you want to customize mooncakes, just give me a call, and I will go to your group to place them in person. It doesn't matter, let's talk about the mooncakes. Our Tomorrow group currently has more than 50,000 employees. We probably need 2 mooncakes per person. I don't know if you can handle it. Chunemo looked at the manager of the cake shop and said seriously. During this period of time, he didn't pay attention to the Mid-Autumn Festival at all, so he didn't think about Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. And now there are only 3 days left before Saturday's holiday, that he was worried that the other party would not be able to accept his order. After all, the construction schedule was too tight. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. Let alone 50,000 people. We can complete it even if it's 100,000 people. The manager of the cake shop said without hesitation. Tomorrow Group is now very famous in Jiangxing, with its terrifying development speed, wide range of fields, and enviable treatment. Nowadays, not only is it difficult to enter the Tomorrow Group, but even cooperation with the Tomorrow Group is something that many companies are looking forward to. Those companies that cooperate with companies under the Tomorrow Group are not filled with smiles every day. The biggest advantage of cooperating with Tomorrow Group is that as long as your work can be completed as required, you will not be short of money. You don't have to worry about finishing the project and having trouble getting paid, of course. Another more important reason is that their current cake brand has a cooperative relationship with Boring Short Video. The pastries sold in Boring Short Video every day have huge sales. Their cake brand originally only developed well in Jiangxing, but after cooperating with Boring Short Video, it has begun to expand outwards, and the results are very good. At this time, the group president in the Boring Short Video came here. Could she handle it accidentally? In that case, let's talk about it. My requirements for this mooncake are very simple. That is, it must be high quality, and the quality of all mooncakes must pass the standard. Chunemo looked at the store manager opposite and said seriously. The price of giving a gift is a little, but he doesn't want to spend a lot of money and buy an item of poor quality. Mr. Chun, you can rest assured in terms of quality. The brand of our cakes is in cooperation with your company. All pastries coming out of my place need to be inspected from time to time. The cake shop manager said with a smile on his face. Do you cooperate with our company? What company? Chunemo was stunned when he heard this. Didn't he just come here to customize a batch of gifts and consume some funds? Why is there still cooperation? The cake shop manager was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he quickly came to his senses. The other party is the president of Tomorrow Group, and they're just a partner of Boring Short Video. It must be normal for the other party not to know about them. Thinking of this, I opened my mouth to explain. Mr. Chun, we have this cooperation with Boring Short Video. Isn't the main focus of Boring Short Video on live teaching? What is the connection between your cake shop and live broadcast? Chunemo was even more confused. Mr. Chun, you don't know this. We have also opened an online baking teaching here. There will be professional pastry chefs teaching people to make pastries online. That's the live broadcast area. I can take Mr. Chun to have a look. The manager of the cake shop said, and then stood up and walked towards a room in the cake shop. Seeing this, Chunemo stood up and followed. Soon, several people came to the door of the room. There was a glass next to the door of the room, and you can see the scene inside through the glass. Chunemo looked inside along the glass and saw a pastry chef making some pastries while looking at the mobile phone next to him. That look is clearly a live broadcast. Although you can't hear what he said, you can know that he should be teaching. Can this also be monetized through live broadcast? Chunmo's face sank. He didn't expect that Boring Short Video is so comprehensive now, and even cake shops have cooperated. Thinking in his heart, he didn't have the extra mood to communicate with the store manager. He simply communicated the price. The price of mooncakes was 100 yuan per piece, that he ordered more than 100,000 pieces in total, and each employee of the company had 2 pieces. In this way, he consumed more than 10 million system funds here for mooncakes. After confirming these things, he no longer paid attention to the mooncakes and handed them over to Shinro to deal with. And mooncakes were just the first step in his spending money. Chapter 1026 Travel Allowance. Under the warm hospitality of the cake shop manager, Chunmo's trunk was filled with all kinds of pastries, and he returned to the car with a membership card for a cake shop. This membership card is different from those ordinary membership cards. It has a monthly limit of 2,000, that as long as he takes this card to any cake shop of this brand to buy cakes. As long as the 2,000 yuan limit is not used up, he does not have to spend any money in the car. Chinemo looked at the membership card in his hand, played with it casually, and then put it in his pocket. Not bad, at least if you want to eat pastries in the future. You don't have to spend money. The gift has been prepared, and he also made some special arrangements for this gift. He also put lottery tickets in those mooncakes. There are various prizes in that lottery ticket, such as 1,000 cash prizes, electrical appliances, digital products, and the most valuable thing is that there are 3 cars worth 100,000 yuan. These coupons are dispersed into mooncake gift boxes, and employees who know the coupons can redeem them with the coupons. You can ask for a prize or exchange it for cash of equivalent value. And he can also use this plan to harvest the wool of the system. Again, back to the company, Chinemo sat back on the office chair. Shinro quickly made a glass of honey water and placed it on Mr. Chin's desk. Does Mr. Chin have any other arrangements? Shinro asked. Well, this time the company has another activity during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and that is travel. I thought about it, and the Tomorrow Group has been established for so long, but it has not yet conducted a group trip. So this Mid-Autumn Festival, the group will hold a trip tomorrow. The location of this trip is set to be in Sanya, and the duration of the trip will be 3 days. We will depart on Thursday night and come back on Sunday. This holiday is not compulsory. Everyone participates voluntarily. You can bring your family with you at the same time. All travel expenses, accommodation, and basic food and drink during the trip will be reimbursed by the group, including family members. Of course, employees who do not go on this trip can each receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan. There are also some special jobs, such as game companies. There are some positions where you can't be absent, you can't take a break, and you can't travel. For these employees, all wages will be paid 3 times during the holidays, and a travel subsidy of 5,000 yuan will be provided. You convey this news as soon as possible, and then ask all company leaders to count the number of people participating in the trip as soon as possible and customize the travel plan. Chinemo simply told his plan, and he made some simple calculations for this trip. The minimum amount of funds consumed is in hundreds of millions. In this way, it should be able to replace the sudden increase in income from boring short videos and sangshui games. Not bad. This Mid-Autumn Festival comes just in time. When I return from the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there will only be 1 week left before the settlement time. As long as the full settlement is successful, he will receive 60 million. System funds. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded, feeling deeply that Mr. Chun was really kind to the company's employees. Those employees who have no way to take vacation during vacation do not have no vacation, but after the overall vacation is over. Those employees who have not taken vacations will also take vacations one after another. But even so, Mr. Chun also gave these employees a lot of compensation, 3 times their salary during work, which is the most basic. At the same time, because I was unable to travel due to work, I was actually given a subsidy of 5,000 yuan. Right. Chinemo looked at Shinro and suddenly thought of something. Over there at the orphanage, go and count them and take them out with you on this trip. Shinro was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then quickly said her thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chun. She didn't expect that Mr. Chun would still think of those children about the trip. It doesn't matter. I like those children too, and taking them out to play is just a casual thing. But those children are still young, so I need to pay more attention to them this time. The staff of the orphanage and the teachers will also come together. They can also help take care of the children. Chunemo opened his mouth and told him that playing is a happy thing, but if a child gets lost because of playing, it is not a happy thing. I know, Mr. Chun, I will make arrangements. Then I will go back and make good arrangements for the holiday. After Shinro said that, seeing that Mr. Chun did not arrange any other tasks, she turned around and returned to her office. Sit down at the office desk, quickly edit a document about the things that Mr. Chun just arranged, and then distribute it to the managers. After everything was arranged, Shinro opened the drawer on the side, then reached into the innermost part and carefully took out a small notebook. Turn to the latest page and record it quickly. The content of the record is probably the type of pastry that Mr. Chin likes. When we were in the cake shop just now, we talked about good things. The manager of the cake shop took them around the cake shop and also gave them a taste of various pastries. She carefully observed Mr. Chen's taste. Mr. Chen didn't like some pastries that were too sweet, and he also didn't like some pastries with too much cream. Soon, Shinro looked at the recorded content, turned to the front, and took a look, and finally carefully put the small notebook back to the innermost part of the drawer, and finally locked it, and then she felt relieved to deal with other work. Manager Group.as Shinro sent the holiday arrangement to the manager group. It instantly caused a sensation. Li Mauda. There are a total of 9 days of holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival, which is too arrogant. Pang Tao. Travel to Sanya? I have always wanted to go, but I didn't have money before. Now I have money, but I have never been there. I didn't expect to go there at public expense. Tang Xiao. Mr. Chen's arrangement is very thoughtful. He asked everyone to go home for reunion in the first few days and then travel to Sanya for the next 3 days. It just avoided the peak period of the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. And after reuniting with the family, I can take the family to Sanya for fun. AtoZ. Mr. Chen is really generous. Now Tomorrow Group has more than 50,000 employees. I don't know how much this trip will cost at Li Shin. It's a pity that I may not be able to go to Sanya this time. Wang Maoyan at Li Shun? What's the matter? Li Shun. Well, the number of users of boring short videos has increased a lot because of the hot search, and the extras performance section has suddenly become popular. Now many film and television platforms want to come and discuss cooperation. Wang Maoyan. So, this matter is more important. You can go to Sanya anytime in the future. Wei Yin. Today is Tuesday, and there are only a few days left before the holiday. Everyone should convey the holiday arrangements as soon as possible. Chapter 1027 No Rest During Mid-Autumn Festival Li Shun. Don't worry, Mr. Wei, we can chat, but I have already forwarded the holiday schedule to the work group of boring short video. Yao Bagua. Haha, me too. The most important thing now is to count the number of people going on the trip so as to design the reimbursement. Meng Xiaohong. It has been arranged, but will all the people going on the trip depart from Jiangxing? Will there be too many people? Wei Yin. The departure point does not need to depart from Jiangxing. Otherwise, tens of thousands of people will depart from Jiangxing, and it will be difficult to buy tickets out a few days before the holiday. Many employees will definitely choose to go back to their hometowns. Those employees can go to Sanya from their hometowns, and then all employees can gather in Sanya. When traveling together, each company should manage its employees and don't be too chaotic. In the office, Wei Yin arranged the details of this trip in detail. After all, the number of people traveling with their families will definitely not be low. When there are a lot of people, it is definitely something that needs to be managed. After telling all the details of this trip, Wei Yin picked up the water cup beside him and leaned back in his chair. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door, and Fong Chong walked in. Are things arranged? Looking at Fong Chong, who came in, Wei Yin asked. Just now, he saw the holiday plan sent by Shinro in the manager group, and he communicated with Fong Chong, who was responsible for issuing the holiday plan. And he was responsible for communicating with other managers and trying to make this holiday plan more perfect. Everything has been notified, and several department managers will coordinate. Fong Chong sat down on the chair in front of the desk with a relaxed look and said with emotion, "It is the least stressful to issue a holiday task in Tomorrow Group." Why do you say that? Wei Yin looked puzzled, and at the same time poured a cup of tea for Fong Chong. Mr. Wei, you don't know how other companies take holidays, right? For a game company like ours, no matter what holiday it is, some people must work overtime in the company. And the selection of overtime workers is very troublesome. In other companies, it is very rare to get double salary for overtime work during holidays. Most of them pay normal salary. In this case, how many employees like to work overtime? They can't rest on holidays and can only get normal salary for overtime. They must feel unbalanced. So every time you arrange a rest on holidays, it is a difficult task to execute. Even if those employees agree to work overtime, they will scold you in their hearts. Fong Chong said with emotion. He has been a game planner for more than 10 years and has worked in many game companies, so he is very familiar with the holiday situation. What about our Sangxue game? Wei Yin looked at Fong Chong with a smile. Needless to say, when it comes to overtime, not only is there no aversion, but some people will compete for the quota for overtime. You have to know that overtime at Tomorrow Group is triple overtime pay. and there are some overtime compensations. For example, for this trip, people who work overtime will receive 5,000 yuan in compensation. And after overtime, when all employees are back at work, they can still rest, and the number of rest days is the same as the number of holidays. The only thing to note is that they need to take turns to rest, and several people who rest cannot bump into each other. But there is also an advantage, that is, they can choose their own rest time. Take the 9 days this time as an example. If they choose to rest on Thursday, then after 9 days of rest, it will be Saturday. In this way, they can directly rest for 11 consecutive days. Who doesn't like 11 consecutive days of vacation? Now, every time there is a break that requires overtime, many employees are scrambling for the quota for overtime. Fong Chong said with a smile that now, in order to avoid the situation of snatching overtime, overtime is implemented in rotation. Of course, if it is your turn to work overtime, you have something to do, you can let others do it, and others are willing to do it. And this rotation overtime is different from the rotation overtime of other companies. Other companies rotate overtime because too many people do not want to work overtime, so they implement rotation overtime. But in Tomorrow Group too, many people want to work overtime, and there is no choice but to rotate overtime. Wei Yin smiled when he heard Fong Chang's story. He had never experienced this situation. After all, in the garment factory, there is no such thing as rest in the workshop. Tomorrow Building, Su Bing punched in after get off work with an undisguised smile on his face. This time it was finally his turn to work overtime, and it was a 9-day long holiday. He could choose to rest on Thursday in the future, turning the 9-day holiday into an 11-day holiday. Brother Bing, why don't you take a rest? I'll treat you to dinner today. Give me the overtime opportunity this time. A colleague walked to the side and begged. No, the next holiday is my turn. How about we take turns? Not so good. Su Bing shook his head without hesitation. The number of days of rest can be different each time. Maybe the next rest time will only be 2 or 3 days, which is not worth it. And this time there is a compensation of 5,000 yuan, which is too good. I'll treat you to a week's meal. I'll just eat at tomorrow's canteen. How many of the meals outside can be as good as tomorrow's canteen? The colleague stopped right there. Yes, how many of the restaurants outside can be as good as tomorrow's canteen? I have an appointment with a friend today, so I'll leave first. Su Bing said hello to his colleague, then came to the area where electric vehicles were parked, got on his electric vehicle, and left. That it can't be considered his own electric vehicle. It was provided by the company. That he came to the subway entrance, parked the electric vehicle in the parking area beside it, and entered the subway. That he was going to meet an old classmate today. Restaurant, Brother Bing, long time no see. Well, why did you think of coming to Jiangsheng? Su Bing looked at his old friend and felt a little emotional. It seemed that the two hadn't seen each other for 2 years, and they didn't chat much, just a few words during the holidays, but their relationship was still good. Even if they hadn't seen each other for 2 years, they didn't feel strange at all. The company sent me here on a business trip, and I just happened to think of you, Brother Bing here, so I called you. Lu Chenwei said with a smile on his face. He was very happy to meet his old friend who he hadn't seen for 2 years. Well, I'll stay in Jiangxing for a few days. I calculated that the project is a technical matter, and it will take about a month. Then don't you take a break during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Su Bing calculated after hearing this, and a month had passed the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 10:28 Come to my company. What's the point of resting? We're all working on computers, so we don't have that much rest. Brother Bing, why don't you take a rest? Lu Chenwei sighed. Since entering the computer industry, he no longer wants to rest. It would be great if he could make more money. I don't take any breaks either. I also work overtime. Su Bing nodded. Hey, it's all the same. I shouldn't have learned computers at that time. Now I don't even have a holiday for overtime work, and I don't get overtime pay. It's like a beast. Let's not talk about this anymore. I checked this restaurant before coming here, and it's pretty good. I'll treat you to it. Brother Bing, let's see what you want to eat. Order whatever you want. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. Let's have a drink. Lu Chenwei pushed the menu on the table to Su Bing and called the waiter over at the same time. Su Bing didn't refuse after hearing this. He took the menu, ordered a few dishes, and then pushed the menu back. Soon the two of them finished ordering. Brother Bing, how is your current salary in the company? How much is your current salary? If not, I will come to our company. Although I'm a little tired, the salary is still very considerable. I am now considered a small leader in the company. There's no problem getting you in. Lu Chenwei waited until the waiter left and then asked. The current salary is about 14,000 a month. Su Bing did not hide it. His current salary is 14,000. 14,000 is pretty good, but Brother Bing, if you join our company, you only need to work for 2 months, and I can help you increase your salary to at least 16,000. Do you want to join our company? And with my help, there is still a lot of room for advancement. Lu Chenwei said. That's no need. I'm quite comfortable in our current company, and there's room for advancement. Su Bing shook his head and refused without thinking. What he just said was his salary, but he didn't mention various subsidies that if you include subsidies, you can get more than 20,000 yuan a month. And his salary this month may exceed 40,000. After all, he has 3 times the salary and a 5,000 subsidy. All right. When Lu Chenwei heard this, he didn't try to persuade him. They were all adults and had their own choices. But this time I came here on a business trip. Although I didn't have a rest after all, I was on a business trip to buy things, and no one was in charge. It was relatively free. It would be great if you had a rest, Brother Bing. We can have a good time. Well, I'll take a break at the end of the month, and we can play together during that time. Su Bing said that when those holidays are over, he can apply for a rest at that time. Lu Chenwei was still here on a business trip, so there was no problem in hanging out together for a few days. Brother Bing, didn't you get some rest? Lu Chenwei was stunned when he heard this. Oh, there is no break during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Our company can take the rest. Can your company take time off? Yes. How many days can I take off? Well, the number of days off is 9 days. If you add in the days off, you can catch up with the Sundays. In total, you can have 11 days of rest. How many days? Is it 1 day? Lu Chenwei was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Bing, secretly thinking that he must have heard wrong. 11 days off. How can a computer programmer have 11 days off? During the Chinese New Year, he didn't even take 11 days off. This is impossible. 11 o'clock. 11 days? Yes. Su Bing nodded and looked at Lu Chenwei's incredible expression and couldn't help but smile. In fact, when he saw the holiday plan in the work group, he was stunned. He never thought that he could take so many days off during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Brother Bing, are you changing your job? Are you no longer a programmer? Lu Chenwei still couldn't believe it. No, I'm still a programmer, but my current company has better benefits and doesn't allow overtime work. Even if I work overtime during holidays, I will make up for it through time off. Su Bing smiled and explained. He was not surprised at all by Lu Chenwei's surprise. Companies like Tomorrow Group were really rare. When he joined the Tomorrow Group and heard about the various benefits offered by the Tomorrow Group, he probably looked like Lu Chenwei now. Your company doesn't work overtime, so what should I do if the workload is too much? Our company has enough employees, and one employee will not be asked to complete too much work. Moreover, every employee in our company has a very serious work attitude, so the work efficiency is also very high. So it is basically rare to work overtime due to too much workload. And even if it does, we employees are willing to work overtime, and overtime hours are paid at 3 times the salary. Su Bing said with pride. Then your 9-day rest this time will also be paid at 3 times your salary. Yes. Didn't you take a leave of absence? This has nothing to do with time off. As long as you work overtime, you will get 3 times the salary. And there will be subsidies for overtime work during holidays. Just like this time, our company organized a trip to Sanya. I couldn't go because I worked overtime, and the company will pay it. A subsidy of 5,000 yuan. Ah, then your monthly salary is 14,000? Oh, that 14,000 is just the most basic salary. Our company also has many subsidies. In general, we can make more than 20,000 a month. If it is like this month, it will be more. As the question and answer went on, Lu Chenwei gradually became silent. He found that his work was compared with Su Bing's work. Well, there is no way to compare. There is no comparability that he has become a small leader, and his monthly salary is only more than 20,000, but Su Bing's job is 2 days off a week, more holidays than statutory holidays, and various welfare rewards that he worked hard to earn more than 20,000. while Su Bing got more than 20,000 for normal work, or even more. When he thought about it, he was just trying to persuade Brother Bing to work in his company. With such treatment, who would work in his crappy company? Sir, your dishes. The waiter suddenly came over and put the prepared meals on the table. Liu Chenhui came back to his senses after hearing the voice and looked up at Su Bing. Brother Bing, is your company still hiring? He used to think that although his job was a little tiring, the salary was acceptable. But now that he heard about the treatment of Brother Bing's company, he only had 2 words to describe his current company. Rubbish. Is Brother Bing's job a job? Well, our company's treatment is very popular, and there will be no shortage of people. If you want to join the company, you can only wait until the company expands. Chapter 1029 Wang Yang's Visit. Our company has just expanded, and we have recruited all the staff. If you want to join our company, you have to wait. When we expand again, I can help introduce you, but I'm not sure whether I can be admitted. Su Bing et lai. It was not that he did not want Liu Chenhui to join the company, but that was the fact. Then please pay more attention to me, Brother Bing. If you can help me join your company, you are my father. Liu Chenhui picked up a bottle of wine and quickly poured a glass for Su Bing. Su Bing's company. Isn't that the company of his dreams? Then I will wait for you to call me father. Su Bing Samai. If he had the opportunity to get his friends into the company, he would do it. But he still had to warn him. But even if you have the opportunity to join our company in the future, you have to remember that there is no such thing as connections in our company. All work must be done based on your own strength. And during work, you need to be focused, and it is best not to be absent. Don't worry, Brother Bing. If you can really join the company, then the company will be my home. Liu Chenhui made a promise. Although he has not yet joined the company, he has already begun to look forward to it. Okay, let's not talk too much. Don't stay in a hotel during your business trip. Come stay at my place. My place is quite big. Then I won't be polite. Why should we be polite? That's right. By the way, Bing, are you talking about the benefits of your company? Well, there are a lot of benefits. We held a sports meeting before. I won a cash reward of 100,000 yuan in the lottery of the sports meeting. How much? 100,000 yuan. Okay, Bing, please continue. Well, the group will send us mooncakes for the holiday this time. This benefit is normal. Our company also distributes mooncakes. Well, our mooncakes have lottery tickets. The lowest lottery ticket has a bonus of 1,000 yuan, as well as home appliances and digital products. The largest lottery ticket has 3 cars worth 100,000 yuan. If you don't want the car, you can exchange it for cash. Liu Chenhui. The next day, Chunglin Decoration.I in the manager's office. Boss Wang, the gifts are ready and put in the back of the car. Okay, I see. I'll bring them when I visit you in the afternoon. Wang Yang looked at Chibu, who was sitting opposite, and said, Okay, Boss Wang, I'll get busy then. Chibu said as he stood up and left the office, feeling very emotional. Sure enough, when a person becomes a leader, he will make great progress in his work. When he didn't miss the festival before, he always tried his best to persuade the other party to bring some gifts to visit Boss Chun to maintain the relationship. But at that time, Wang Yang insisted on giving Boss Chun a cash red envelope. Would the president of Tomorrow Group ask you to take a red envelope? Fortunately, under his insistence, Wang Yang always gave gifts according to his request. But this time, it was different that he said that the company headquarters had prepared a gift for Boss Chun. If it was before, Wang Yang would definitely refuse, saying that it would be better to give Boss Chun a cash red envelope. But this time, Wang Yang didn't say anything and directly said that he would bring it when he visited in the afternoon. This is progress. In the office, Wang Yang watched Shibu leave and reached out to take out a red envelope from the drawer. The red envelope was very flat and looked empty. Wang Yang opened the red envelope, confirmed that there was no problem with the card inside, and put it directly in his pocket. This red envelope was the thinnest one he had ever given, but the amount was the largest. Inside was a card with an amount of 660,000. As for talking to Chibu about sending a red envelope, he no longer planned to say it. Every time he said it, he would be persuaded again. There was no need. It was good that he knew that there was no problem with sending a red envelope. As for the gift prepared by the company headquarters, it was a gift prepared by the company headquarters that it would be better to give it separately to Mr. Chun as before. Wang Yang thought in his heart, picked up his mobile phone to check the time. It was almost noon, so he got up and left the office. He was going to pick up Ji Shui first and then go to Tomorrow Group together. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Mr. Chun, this is the list of people who will go to Sanya for the trip and the approximate budget. Shinro put the information she had sorted out in the morning on the desk in front of Chunimo. Chunimo quickly picked up the information on the desk and opened it to check. This budget is related to the consumption of system funds and the success rate of full settlement. After a while, Chunimo closed the information with a happy face. According to the statistics just now, there are a total of 20,000 employees who want to go to Sanya for fun, and these 30,000 employees bring their families, a total of 70,000 people. And the final budget for the travel expenses of these 70,000 people this time is 270 million according to his requirements. This is also counted with the mooncake money for the festival and the lottery tickets placed in the mooncakes. This mid-autumn festival event can basically consume 300 million of his funds. Good. Chunemo nodded with satisfaction. But the only shortcoming was that of the 50,000 employees. Only 20,000 wanted to travel to Sanya. That if 40,000 people can travel and bring more family members, then the consumption of this mid-autumn festival activity will be more than 600 million. What a pity. However, he is quite satisfied with the consumption of 300 million. The probability of his full settlement this time will be greatly improved. Chunemo sat back on his seat and looked up at Shinro, who was still standing beside him. I remember Wang Yang is coming over today. He suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Wang Yang called to make an appointment and said he would come to visit today, that he very much welcomed Wang Yang's visit. After all, every time Wang Yang visits, he doesn't come on time. In addition, it was the mid-autumn festival soon, and he was even more sure of the purpose of Wang Yang's visit. Yes, Mr. Chun, the agreed time is 2 o'clock this afternoon. Shinro heard this and said, Well, I understand. Chunimo nodded when he heard this, sat back on his seat, and began to wonder how big a red envelope Wang Yang would give him this time. And now Wang Yang didn't come here by himself, but still took Ji Xiaowei with him. From now on, there will be 2 red envelopes. The time has come to go down. Chunimo walked out of the lounge early and found that it was not 1 o'clock yet. He waited for Wang Yang to find nothing, so he opened Freedom Battle on the computer. During this period of time, he has been looking for places to spend money. In addition, it is almost time for settlement, and he has been paying attention to the trends of various companies, so he has not played. However, the Mid-Autumn Festival event caused him to consume 300 million in funds at once, and the success rate of full settlement was greatly improved, so he could relax a little. Chapter 1030. All our jungler Shinemo entered the game and wanted to directly choose the jungle position according to the original gameplay. But what I didn't expect was that this time, 4 of the 5 people chose to take punishment. Brothers, believe me, my playing style is very powerful. I went to the jungle and got a man to resist the pressure. I also want to play jungle. Brother, I know this style of play. Let me play. I want to play too. I discovered it yesterday. Jungling is really fun. Looking at the comments in the chat interface, Chunemo fell into silence. He understood that he would not be able to enjoy the jungle game in the future. In the past, when he was in the jungle, he could play in a square position. There was no one to compete with him in the jungle. It was as fun as he wanted. But now the situation is different. In one game, 3 teammates all know how to play jungle, so there is a high probability that many players know how to play jungle. It's just that he hasn't played games these days. How come this jungle style spread so quickly? Chunemo was confused. This time he was choosing a hero on the 5th floor and had no say in choosing a jungler. Finally, a mid lane was selected based on the remaining positions. It's no fun to go out on the road and fight against the pressure. In the bottom lane, if he goes, it seems that he will have to fight 1 versus 2 to resist the pressure because he saw 2 people choose to bring punishment. Everyone wants to play jungle, but they don't want to give up their position. There is no way. This kind of situation happened often when I played games in my previous life, so I am used to it. Enter the game, seeing that a player on the opposite side also brought punishment. He confirmed that many players already knew this jungle method. Since the jungler doesn't have such a big advantage, it's not bad to play other positions, Chunemo thought in his mind, and began to control his hero to go to the middle to confront the opponent's hero. Relying on my advanced understanding of the game and my relatively good operations, I quickly made a solo kill. But not long after, news came that two of his junglers had died in battle, that if two junglers farm at the same time, their economy is not high, their level is not high, and they have to go to the other side's jungle to cause trouble. As a result, he was directly killed by the opponent's jungler and shooter support. However, his own shooter was constantly being pushed out of the lane and had no way to support him. And when he wanted to go to support, he was held back by the opponent's center and had no way to pass out of course. If only two people died, the game would still be playable. The key thing is that the two dead junglers started scolding each other. At this, Chinemo was speechless. After seeing this situation, he knew that this game would not go far. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Although I exchanged 1 for 2 at the limit, I was still defeated by the opponent 3-on-4. I destroyed my base in a wave and exploded directly. Looking at the failed interface, Chinemo started the next round of the game with an expressionless face. This time, there were two people who wanted to play jungle, but they were both pretty good, and they both preferred to be humble, so there was no situation where there were two junglers. The game started smoothly, after a while. Looking at the final victory game interface, Chinemo smiled relaxedly that I was about to start another game, but thought that Wang Yang might be coming soon, so I gave up this plan. The other party is here to give you a red envelope, so you still have to treat him well. After thinking about it, he took some pastries from the cake shop out of the lounge, and at the same time put the coffee beans and tea prepared by Nana Coffee beside the desk. Reciprocity. Did Wang Yang send red envelopes? He also wanted to express his gratitude. Outside the Tomorrow building, Wang Yang slowly parked the car in the parking lot, then opened the door and got out. Ji Xiaowei also walked out of the other door. Let me help get some. Ji Xiaowei looked at the trunk full of gifts and said, well, these are easier to get, just take these. Wang Yang looked at it, then handed several lighter items to Ji Xiaowei. While he picked up the remaining gifts that I signed my heart, the head office of Qinglin Decoration also prepared a lot of gifts this time. And just looking at these packaging bags, you can see that these gifts are quite expensive. 2. The order volume of Qinglin Decoration has now more than doubled compared to previous years. And the ones that came out were all orders from Tomorrow Group. Some time ago, the boss of Qinglin Decoration invited him to dinner alone to learn more about the Tomorrow Group. And the day after the dinner, I gave him another 5% of the shares that he now owns 10% of the shares of Qinglin Decoration, and he knows this very well. This is because the boss of Qinglin Decoration is worried that he will leave Qinglin Decoration and go it alone. That's why he was given so many shares. Do it alone. He had thought about this before, but later rejected his idea. The main reason is that Mr. Chun has given himself too many orders. If he works alone, he will need to form a lot of decoration teams, but the decoration team is a problem for him. After working for such a long time, he did know a lot of decoration teams, but he still didn't have as many contacts as Qinglin Decoration. Once Mr. Chun had another big decoration order, he would not be able to quickly find a suitable decoration team. Just for this reason, he gave up the idea of working alone. After all, Mr. Chen's decoration project could come down at any time. He couldn't delay Mr. Chen's decoration just because he didn't have enough decoration teams. And working alone is not just about the decoration team, but also the operation of the entire company, designers, finance, personnel. There are many things that need him to deal with. And he is just a college student who has just graduated for 2 years. He can have the current success basically relying on Mr. Chen. Without Mr. Chen, he is nothing. In addition, Qinglin Decoration gave him 5% of the shares later. So he directly gave up the idea of working alone. On Qinglin Decoration, he doesn't have to worry about the decoration team's affairs, and he doesn't have to worry about the company's operations. The only thing he needs to do is to do the projects arranged by Mr. Chen well and prevent mistakes from happening in the decoration projects. That he is very good at this, and he is very satisfied with this job now. The two of them took the gifts and entered the Tomorrow building. This time, the entire Tomorrow building has already belonged to the Tomorrow Group. The 17th floor was originally the company's front desk, and it has now moved to the first floor. After saying hello to the company's front desk, he walked towards the elevator. Now the entire building is owned by Tomorrow Group, and the elevator has also canceled the card swipe function. He and Ji Xiaowei took the elevator straight to the top floor. The elevator opened. Wang Yang took Ji Xiaowei to the direction of the live broadcast president's office. Chapter 1031 New red envelope. Standing at the door of the president's office, Wang Yang knocked on the door gently, then slowly opened the door and walked in. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei looked at Mr. Chen sitting at his desk and hurriedly said hello. You are here. Chen Mo saw Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei coming in and stood up from the boss chair. Come and sit here. He brought the two of them to the reception area of the office, and at the same time poured them both a cup of coffee that had already been brewed. Try it quickly. This is the latest coffee developed by Nana Coffee. It tastes pretty good. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Wang Yang was flattered when he saw this and hurriedly took the coffee handed over by Mr. Chen. Ji Xiaowei on the side also thanked him and took the coffee. You're so polite. Chen Mo smiled and poured himself a cup of coffee. Mr. Chen, the main reason we came to visit today is to thank you. Besides, it's not a holiday, so we're also preparing some gifts. Please don't mind, Mr. Chen. Wang Yang said and handed the gift beside him to Mr. Chen. You are too polite to say that. Chen Mo said, reaching out to take the gifts handed over by Wang Yang, and looked around the gifts one by one that he knew some of these gifts, and they were not cheap. But to give so many at once, the overall price of the gifts would be around 200,000. That the most expensive one is probably the ginseng. If you go to a drugstore, you can exchange it for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chen Mo thought to himself, but he didn't see what he wanted to see in these gifts. However, given the previous gift-giving situations, he was not in a hurry that really, as soon as he put the gifts away, Wang Yang spoke again. Mr. Chen, those gifts just now are a little thought from our Qinglin decoration headquarters. But Mr. Chen has also been very helpful to us personally. So he also prepared some small gifts individually and asked Mr. Chen to accept them. Wang Yang said, took out a prepared red envelope from his pocket and handed it over to AT the same time. Ji Xiaowei also took out a red envelope. I told you not to be so polite, but you are still so polite. The smile on Chen Mo's face could no longer be concealed, and he directly reached out and took the red envelopes handed over by Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei. But after receiving the red envelope, I felt a little confused that he felt the thickness of Ji Xiaowei's red envelope and found it was probably tens of thousands. But he couldn't find anything out of Wang Yang's red envelope. It was a little thick, but it was a little uneven inside, and it didn't look like cash. What's this? It felt like there was no cash in it. No wonder Wang Yang gave him a gift in exchange for it this time. If I exchange the gift, I don't know if I can exchange it for money. Chen Mo suppressed his curiosity and put the red envelope aside silently at the same time. He called Shinro over and asked her to bring over the gift he had just prepared. You all came here to visit, and I also want to say that you can just keep these gifts. Chen Mo took the gift from Shinro and then handed it to Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei. Wang Yang did not shirk this time and directly accepted the gift handed over by Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Mo smiled when he heard this. He was extremely satisfied with these two people and invited them to sit down again. Then a few people started chatting about work and some life matters. After about half an hour, Wang Yang looked at the time and stood up to leave. Mr. Chen, we still have some things to do in our company. Okay, remember to take these gifts. Chen Mo nodded and pointed at the gifts at their feet. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang quickly picked up the gift, then got up and walked out of the office with Ji Xiaowei. Mr. Chen, there's no need to send him off. The two of us can just take the elevator down. When Wang Yang saw Mr. Chen getting up and following behind him, he hurriedly spoke that it would be too rude to ask the president of a group to send them away. Shinro, go and see her off. Chen Mo heard this and then turned to look at Shinro. Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei are his money-giving boys, so they should be treated well. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro nodded and then left the office with Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei. When Chen Mo saw the three people leaving, he quickly returned to the reception area. First, he picked up the red envelope given by Ji Xiaowei, then opened it and took out the cash inside and counted it. The amount of the red envelope was finally confirmed to be 88,000. Not bad. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. In this way, he received another 88,000 personal funds, put the cash back into the red envelope, and then picked up the red envelope sent by Wang Yang. That he was very curious about this red envelope, that I quickly opened the red envelope and found that there was an envelope inside. Looking at the envelope, Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. Wang Yang wouldn't have written him a thank you letter this time. Chen Mo guessed in his mind and opened the envelope bit by bit that a folded paper was exposed at the mouth of the envelope. Looking at the folded paper, Chinemo couldn't help but guess whether it was really a thank you letter. This Wang Yang not taking the path of gratitude to reality, but the path of gratitude to literature. Chinemo slowly opened the paper and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the contents inside. There was no thank you text inside. There was only a concise sentence, password. 000000 password. What password? Chinemo put the paper aside in confusion and then emptied the envelope, and soon a bank card fell out. The moment he saw the bank card, Chinemo understood what the password meant, that IT was clearly the password of the bank card. IT seems that Wang Yang still went to the route of real thanks, but I don't know how much money is in this bank card. The last time I used a suitcase for 188,000 this time I used a bank card, which should be more than 188,000. Chinemo thought in his heart, and then quickly got up and walked out of the office. Just after opening the door, I saw Shinro walking back from not far away. Mr. Chun, are you going out? Shinro asked when she saw Mr. Chun coming out. Well, there are some things to deal with. You could do your thing, Chinemo said, and walked straight to the elevator. Shinro looked at the direction where Chinemo left, feeling a little curious, wondering what was going on that made Chinemo so anxious. Going downstairs, Yang Dahai had already parked his car and was waiting at the door of Tomorrow Building. Chinemo opened the door and got in the car, saying the name of a bank that he wanted to check how much money was in the card, and then transfer all the money to his own name. After a while, Yang Dahai slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Mr. Chun is here. Well, just go to the parking lot in front and wait for me. Chinemo opened the door and got out of the car, rushed straight to the bank, and then found an ATM machine and put the bank card in. Enter the password. I don't know how much money Wang Yang sent him this time. Chapter 1032, Going Home for the Holidays. As the password was successfully entered, Chinemo quickly noticed the balance of 660,000 in the bank card. 660,000. Chinemo was stunned for a moment. He thought that Wang Yang's red envelope would exceed 188,000 this time, but he didn't expect it to exceed so much. This is more than 700,000, including the 88,000 sent by Ji Xiaowei. Chinemo looked at the balance of the bank card and felt that Wang Yang really understood him the most. That he operated on the ATM and took out the money in the red envelope sent by Ji Xiaowei. After the operation, all the money was transferred to his personal account. Chinemo looked at his personal assets and it had reached 4.1 million. This money was accumulated by him, constantly taking advantage of the system and the income from the songs he gave to Zhang Lan. Thinking of Zhang Lan, Chinemo couldn't help but feel a little heartache. If Zhang Lan hadn't joined Blue Film and Television, the money from those songs would have been his personal assets. Even if the settlement task was not fully converted, he would have tens of millions of personal assets. This amount has exceeded his previous highest amount. If the full settlement is successful this time, his personal assets will reach more than 64 million. 10 million assets, plus the real estate in Tomorrow Community. He can be regarded as a boss. Chinemo walked out of the bank with a smile on his face and went to the parking lot to get in the car. Back to the Tomorrow Group office, Chinemo looked at some gifts from Chenglin decoration given by Wang Yang and thought about it, just in time to take them home for the holidays. As for the ginseng, he would not exchange it for money. He now has more than 4 million personal assets. Going home and letting my dad soak this ginseng in wine is also pretty good. Chinmo thought in his heart, preparing to put these gifts in the trunk of the car when he got off work. When the holidays come, just drive them home directly. He has everything he needs at the company. 2 days later, Tomorrow Community, Chinemo drove directly out of the underground garage, and at the same time Song Xia was still sitting in the car. Are you really not going to Sanya for a trip? During the driving phase, Chinemo turned his head and looked at Song Xia. I won't go. I'll stay at home for a few days during the holidays. There will be many opportunities to travel in the future. Song Xia shook her head. Although the trip organized by the company this time was very good, there were too many people traveling together that if it was for fun, she planned to wait until the annual leave to take her family out for a trip alone. And she now has enough funds, so there is no pressure to travel anywhere. After hearing this, Chinemo didn't say anything more, but it was a pity that there were too many people who thought like Song Xia when organizing the trip this time. Otherwise, they would definitely spend a lot more money. But this time, he didn't plan to take his parents out for fun. First of all, It was difficult for him to conceal his identity during the entire company team building, and now was not the time to confess to his family. His plan was to wait until he successfully settled the full amount this time, and then reveal his identity to his parents little by little. The second point is that there are too many people on the company's team building trip, and he can't take his parents out to play. Well, now his personal assets are enough, and he can find an opportunity to take his parents out to play alone in the future. By the way, how is your driver's license test? Chinemo suddenly thought of Song Xia's driver's license test. Song Xia's last test number has been used up. She reapplied for the driver's license, and she doesn't know what the current progress is. Song Xia's face froze when she heard Mr. Chin's question, driver's license. The thing she doesn't want to face the most now is the driver's license. She has failed the second subject 3 times in the new driver's license. Now Zhang Lan, Shin Ro, Lawyer Tang, Yang Yao Yao, and the Sisters of Nana Coffee have all got their driver's licenses for a long time, but she hasn't passed the second subject yet. Although she doesn't want to face the driver's license, she can't help but answer when Mr. Chen asks. Mr. Chen, I failed the second subject 3 times again. Chen Mo fell into silence when he heard Song Xia's words that he suddenly felt that it was not a good idea to let Song Xia continue to take the test. Even if she really passed the test, she would be a road killer when she drove on the road in the future. Then don't let her take the test. Well, isn't this saving money? Chen Mo shook his head secretly, but soon made a decision. When Song Xia really got a driver's license in the future, he would arrange a driver for her. Mr. Chen, why don't I take the test? Seeing that Mr. Chen didn't reply, Song Xia said, don't be discouraged. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. One day you will pass the test. I believe in you. Chen Mo looked at Song Xia and encouraged, Baiming County, Xinjiang community, clean the fish and make a braised fish for your son. Is the chicken melted? Yang Shulian was busy while directing Chun Jingrui to help. Today her son came back and she wanted to make some delicious food. You are the son, and how is the assistant doing? Don't worry about it. How they develop is their own business. His son is so old. How can he not know? When my son comes back, he should ask less about this matter. If he asks too much, he will annoy his son. If he no longer has contact with the assistant, just cry. Chun Jingrui said, I'm just curious. I don't know what kind of character that assistant is. It's best to meet him and check it out. Yang Xiuyan replied, you'd better stop being so cautious. With your perspective, even good girls must be regarded as bad girls by you. What's wrong with my eyesight? Don't you know what your taste is like? Don't you know what the girl you introduced to your son during the last Chinese New Year was like? It's a shame that my son didn't like her. Chen Jingrui couldn't help but speak that in the past. She didn't stop Yang Xiuyan from urging her son to go on a blind date. She also felt that it was time for her son to find a partner. Just last month, he heard a colleague chatting at work saying that a girl in the town was engaged to a man, and then secretly hooked up with a small boss. In the end, the small boss's wife came to visit him. It made a fuss that he originally heard the gossip, but later he found out that the girl was the blind date introduced by his wife to his son during the Chinese New Year. Who are these people? They were already engaged, and they were also involved with other people. Fortunately, my son didn't like her. Chen Jingrui felt a little lucky and told his wife about the incident when he got home, that he also learned that after his son refused, the girl's mother still chatted with his wife from time to time to inquire about his SON. In this regard, he no longer believed in Yang Shulian's vision and decided not to let her get involved in his son's affairs anymore, that if you really marry a restless daughter-in-law, then this family will not even think about having an easy time. Chapter 1033 Going Home. Red envelope. Yang Shulian knew that she was in the wrong, and she was a little lucky in her heart. Fortunately, her son did not fall in love with that girl. It's okay if I don't get involved. That is, we can just take care of our son's affairs from now on. Society is different now. Chen Jingrui said, you know better. If my son dies alone in the future, it's up to you. The two of them were busy in the kitchen while bickering. Baiming County. Chinemo slowly parked the car at the entrance of an old community that a group of people walked over quickly not far away. Chinemo opened the door and got out of the car, looked at the person who came up and said hello. Second aunt, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to my second uncle. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to my eldest brother. Song Xia, who got out of the car after him, also said hello. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Mo is handsome again. Xiaoxia, your sister was busy getting food at home and didn't come down. The second aunt Li Xiuhe looked at the two of them and smiled, then greeted them. Come on, let's go upstairs first. We have prepared meals and are waiting for you to come back. Second aunt, I won't go up. I've prepared delicious food at home. Come to my house during the Mid-Autumn Festival and let's have a good family reunion. Chinemo looked at his second aunt and said, now they have moved to a new house. The house there is very spacious, and there will be no problem for all their relatives to move there. Okay, Xiaomo, you are a promising kid, unlike your elder brother who just idles around at home all day. Li Xiuhe turned around and glared at his son. Mom, I'm not bad either. I'm at the agricultural base now, and I'm a small leader with an income of more than 20,000 yuan. The second brother, Li Jingqi, said with a dissatisfied look. Your brother didn't contact you about your agricultural base. Otherwise, would you be able to get in? There are so many people trying to get in at that agricultural base, but they can't get in. Li Xiuhe said angrily. Li Jingqi smiled when he heard this and looked up at Chen Mo. That's because we have a good relationship as brothers. Chen Mo also smiled when he heard this. When he returned to Jiangxing for the last Chinese New Year, he introduced his eldest brother Li Jingqi and his wife to the agricultural base. The eldest brother is in charge of agricultural production, and his wife is in charge of logistics at the same time. My uncle's daughter was also assigned to the logistics side of the agricultural base. They are all my family members. If I can help them, I must help them. However, he only talked about this matter with Qin Hong, the manager of the agricultural base, and did not ask him to take special care. He just worked normally. After all, as an ordinary employee at the agricultural base, the salary is more than 90% higher than that of people here in Baiming County. Second aunt, I brought you some Mid-Autumn Festival gifts when I came back. Saying, Chinemo walked to the trunk, opened the trunk, pointed at the several gifts in the trunk and said, this is the gift Song Xiao bought for you. I prepared it. You said that you, a child, know how to spend money randomly. And so do you, Xiaoxia. What are you doing with your sister here like this? Second aunt Li Xiuhe said. However, the action of his hands was to take down the gifts one by one, and at the same time call his second uncle and eldest brother to come forward to help. When Chinemo saw that all the gifts had been taken down, he closed the trunk again and chatted for a while until he got in the car and left. The next stop was my uncle's house. I gave him the gifts I had prepared for my uncle's house, and finally hurried towards my own home. The vehicle drove slowly to the underground garage of Xinqing community, and then took out all the gifts in the trunk that it's better to move to a new community and never have to go home to face the inquiries of those old people. Otherwise, every time he went home before, he would have to face inquiries from a group of old people, and he was still not used to it. Enter the elevator with the gift and rush to the 6th floor. The elevator door opens. Chinemo pressed the doorbell, and soon the door opened and his parents were standing at the door. Xiaomo, you're back. Come in quickly. Why are you buying these things again? It's a waste of money. Mother Yang Shulian looked at the gift in Chinmo's hand and couldn't help but speak. Oh, it's all given by the company. It doesn't cost any money. Chen Nemo opened his mouth to explain. The company sends so many things. Our garment factory is developing well now and has made a lot of money in the past year, so we have more gifts. Chinemo opened his mouth to explain that he would now reveal the news about the company's growth bit by bit. And this time he came back to open Big G, and he also wanted to tell his parents that the company had grown and his income had also increased a lot. Rather than telling his parents directly about his current identity, he felt it was better to let them accept it little by little. That's it. Then you have to work hard. Yang Shilian didn't say anything more after hearing this, and took the gift to the living room and put it away. You must be hungry after a long journey. The food is already prepared. I'm going to wash my hands. Chinemo looked at the food on the table and walked quickly to the bathroom. After driving all the way and not eating, I was indeed a little hungry. Moreover, although the food cooked by my parents does not taste as good as tomorrow's canteen, it still tastes delicious. This is probably the taste of home, that I quickly washed my hands and sat down at the dining table. Eat quickly, it's all you like. Mother brought a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Chen and Mo. You guys should eat too. Chinemo saw that his parents didn't even use their chopsticks and said, "We've all finished eating, just eat." Mother spoke. Chinemo didn't say anything after hearing this and chatted with his parents while eating at the same time. He also talked about how to gather several relatives together for a meal during the festival. Parents also expressed support for this. After dinner, Chinemo got up and went back to his room to rest. He was still a little tired from driving all the way. Time passes, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Night, several relatives all rushed over, and a large family gathered together, chatting, eating, and playing cards. Because there were enough rooms, the relatives did not leave and directly arranged to rest in various rooms. Chinemo returned to his room, took a shower, and prepared to rest. When I turned on my phone, I realized I had missed a lot of Mid-Autumn Festival blessing messages. Shinro, Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival and Family Reunion. Transfer, 20,000 Wei Yin. Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Transfer, 20,000 Li Shun. Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Transfer, 20,000 Tang Xiao. Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chinemo looked at the blessing messages one after another and made every transfer. In addition to the managers of the company, some old employees of the company who had his contact information also sent blessings, and at the same time, a transfer of 20,000 was attached. For example, Yang Dahai, Yang Yao Yao, Lu Weiwei, and Zhao Bowen. And with the expansion of the company's managers have also increased a lot, and this time there are many more people blessing the transfer. Chapter 1034. Inspecting the agricultural base. Shin Mo really counted it, and there were 32 people who transferred money this time, that he received 640,000 yuan just from this Mid-Autumn Festival blessing transfer. Not bad. However, these old six are far behind Wang Yang. Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei alone received more than 700,000 yuan in red envelopes. However, he did not expect much. The employees in the company were the same as Wang Yang, and they only wanted those old six to do things for him. Chun Mo sighed, but these transfers were good things anyway. His personal assets increased by 640,000 yuan again, and his total personal assets have reached more than 4.8 million yuan. Originally, after Wang Yang sent out red envelopes, his personal assets reached 4.1 million yuan, but before the holiday, he won a car lottery ticket worth 100,000 yuan in the mooncakes he distributed, and once again received 100,000 yuan in cash, adding the 640,000 yuan employee blessing transfer just now. His total personal assets have reached more than 4.8 million yuan, that a little more accumulation will basically break through 5 million yuan. However, 5 million is no longer his current goal. He wants the upcoming full settlement. After all, how can 5 million be compared with 50 million? Chinemo smiled slightly, walked to the window, and drew the curtains. No matter what, he now has more than 4.8 million personal assets, which is also a happy event. And the holiday transfer is the only comfort given to him by those old six, that he walked to the bed, went to bed, turned off the lights and rested, that he made an appointment with Qin Hong tomorrow. When he returned to Jiangxing today, he naturally had to go to Jiuhan Agricultural Base to take a look. Although it is not allowed to continue investing there, he still has to pay attention to the situation there to see if there are any unexpected things happening. As for continuing to invest, he can only wait until next year. The number of investments allowed by Jiuhan Agricultural Base is currently once a year, but the maximum investment amount allowed at one time is not fixed. It all depends on his continuous testing. However, next year's affairs will not be considered for the time being. Chinemo slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Chinemo drove a black G-Class with his elder brother Li Jingqi, elder sister-in-law Song Qing, and elder sister Yang Ping to the Jiuhan Agricultural Base. Eldest sister Yang Ping is the daughter of his uncle. The three of them joined the Jiuhan Agricultural Base under his introduction. Because the crops in the agricultural base basically need to be taken care of every day, they take turns to rest during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. No one from the agricultural base went to the Sanya trip organized by the Tomorrow Group, but they also gave enough compensation. Xiaomo, what is your relationship with the boss of the agricultural base? It is very difficult to work in the agricultural base now, but you directly helped us all to work there. Song Qing asked curiously while sitting in the back seat. When she first entered the agricultural base, she just thought that the treatment there was good, and it was introduced by Qin Mo, and it was more reliable, so she went to work with Li Jingqi. After working for a while, she found that the welfare benefits here were better than what Shinmo described. There would be an event every month. As long as you participated, even if you didn't get a place, you could get a bonus of 2,000 yuan. This was simply giving money. Take the sleeping competition last month, for example. She never thought that sleeping could be a competition. She signed up for it in a daze and then fell asleep in a daze. Although she only lasted for a while, she was eliminated. But she directly received a reward of 2,000 yuan, plus Li Jingqi's 2,000 yuan. The two of them inexplicably increased their income by 4,000 yuan this month because of a game. And the badminton game last month, basically every month, the two of them would get a total of 4,000 yuan in rewards in one game. She used to work as a cashier in a supermarket in the town, and she earned less than 2,000 yuan a month, but here at Juhan Agricultural Base, it was just a participation award for an event competition, and they got a reward of 2,000 yuan. This welfare benefit is simply too good. Now the treatment of Juhan Agricultural Base is basically known to the surrounding towns and villages, but the employees in Juhan Agricultural Base have been recruited to saturation, and no employees want to leave, so it is basically impossible to work in Juhan Agricultural Base now. But Chunmo is different. He directly arranged the three of them in. It can be imagined that Chunmo has a very good relationship with the boss of Juhan Agricultural Base. Oh! Juhan Agricultural Base has some connection with my Jiangxing company, and I'm also a leader in Jiangxing company, so I have a good relationship with the boss of Juhan Agricultural Base. There is no problem arranging you in. And as long as you work hard and don't do anything, you can keep working there. Chun Mo said with a smile. I said that my brother's status is not ordinary. You can see that he is doing well in Jiangxing and has already driven AG. Li Jingqi said excitedly. He was still very happy that his younger brother had such great ability, and he didn't forget that he, as the older brother, introduced this job to him, which was much better than his previous job in the factory. The salary is high, there is rest, and the overall work content is not very tiring. This kind of treatment, he thought that only civil servants or white-collar workers in big cities could have it. Unexpectedly, he too will be able to enjoy it one day. Big G is a car provided by the company, not mine. Chunmo opened his mouth to explain, and he wasn't lying. Although he can drive this Big G now, it can't be considered his personal assets. Even if the company provides a car, it's only because I have the ability. Otherwise, what boss would give me such an expensive car? The eldest sister Yang Ping also said with a smile. The atmosphere in the car gradually became lively. Chunmo was driving while chatting with several people in the car. What pleased him was that although these relatives of his had some shortcomings, they still valued family ties that after so many years, the relationship between the three families is very good. There is no jealousy because of his ability to soon. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of a greenhouse made of tempered glass and looked at the serial number above the greenhouse, which read Greenhouse Number 6. Thanks, bro. Li Jingqi opened the door and got out of the car, heading straight for the entrance of the greenhouse. Greenhouse Number 6 is where Li Jingqi works every day. Chunmo looked at several other greenhouses and then started the vehicle again. After a few minutes, the vehicle slowly parked in the parking lot at Juhan Agricultural Base. Chunmo opened the door and got out of the car and looked around. The office space of Juhan Agriculture was no longer the one temporarily rented before, but the newly built office space of Juhan Agriculture. Chapter 1035 Crop Cycle. Chunmo took a quick look and found that the office space at Juhan Agricultural Base had a structure similar to that of Changfeng Clothing. Office building, employee activity building, employee canteen, and employee dormitories. From the appearance and structure point of view, the overall appearance is still very good. Hello, Mr. Qin. While observing, two greetings came from beside me. Chunmo turned around and saw that Qin Hong was walking over. Qin Hong looked at Chunmo, then turned to look at Song Qing and Yang Ping. He knew the identities of these two people and did not dare to neglect them. He nodded with a smile. Xiaomo, let's go to work, Yang Ping said, and then left quickly with Song Qing. That I just learned that Chunmo and Mr. Qin have a good relationship, so they must have something to talk about, and it is not convenient for them to interrupt. And it's getting late now, so they have to go to their workstations quickly. Hello, Mr. Chun. When Qin Hong saw Yang Ping and Song Qing leaving, he hurriedly said hello. Well, I see that the office space here has been built. Let's chat while we walk. Chen Montak nodded. Okay, Mr. Chun. Chin Hong nodded and then took the lead in walking inside the company. First, we went to the staff activity building, the staff canteen, and finally the staff dormitories. Mr. Chun, all the construction here is based on that of Chongfeng Garment Factory, but there is a little problem with the staff dormitory. Oh, what's the problem? Chun Mo said in confusion. He had just walked around the staff dormitory. The overall decoration design was very good, and he didn't see any problems. Mr. Chin's current employees working at Juhan Agricultural Base are basically farmers nearby, and those further away are also farmers next door. Although the employee dormitories here in our company are well built, no one wants to live here. They basically go home to rest after get off work, so 90% of the employee dormitories here are now vacant. Chin Hong talked about the problem of employee dormitories. Well, this isn't really a problem. If you have a family nearby, you will definitely like to go home. As for the spare employee dormitories here, don't worry. Juhan Agricultural Base will still expand in the future, so sooner or later some employees who are far away will join. By then, this staff dormitory will be in use. Chen Mo said casually that he didn't care if anyone lived in the staff dormitory, since the money had already been spent anyway. Okay, Mr. Chun. Chin Hong nodded when he heard this, and after thinking about it, he felt that what Mr. Chun said made sense. Let's go take a look at the greenhouse. Chen Mo looked around and saw nothing of interest, but he was still very interested in the greenhouse. Okay, Mr. Chun, let's go this way. Chin Hong nodded when he heard this, then took the lead to a parking shed and finally chose a tram and drove out. Chen Mo took a look and saw that this tram was the same as the tram from Chongfeng Clothing and Jinhao Canning Factory. Mr. Chun, the greenhouse is not far from here. It will be more convenient for us to drive there by tram. Chen Mo nodded and then sat in the car. After a few minutes, Chin Hong slowly parked the tram at the edge of greenhouse number 1. Mr. Chun, this is greenhouse number 1, and pineapples are cultivated in it. Chin Hong said as he took the lead into the greenhouse. Just got closer, a warm breath hit his face, making him slightly uncomfortable. Mr. Chun, the crops we grow here are all from the south, so the greenhouses here imitate the climate of the south. Chin Hong noticed the discomfort in Mr. Chin's expression and explained. Well, I know, you continue. Chen Mo nodded and looked around the greenhouse curiously. Okay, Mr. Chun. After hearing this, Chin Hong continued walking towards the greenhouse. Mr. Chun, this is the thermostat. If the temperature in the greenhouse is too high, it will automatically open some windows of the greenhouse for ventilation and cooling. If the temperature of the greenhouse is too low, the greenhouse will be heated immediately until the temperature is suitable. This side controls the humidity of the greenhouse. If the humidity does not meet the requirements, it will automatically make adjustments. The person here controls the shade cloth above the greenhouse. He will control the lighting time of the crops according to the southern climate. Chin Hong was walking inside the greenhouse. Every time he passed an instrument, he would explain it accordingly. From time to time, employees passed by and saw Chin Hong, and they all said hello. Soon, the entire greenhouse has been visited. Chen Mo looked at the entire greenhouse and nodded. This greenhouse is still very high-end. Everything is intelligently controlled. Then his eyes fell on the crops in the greenhouse, which was growing pineapples. But now the pineapples in the greenhouse can only be regarded as seedlings. How long will it take for these pineapple seedlings to bear fruit? Chan Mo asked the question he was most concerned about: when will the pineapples bear fruit, which is related to when he can make a profit. Mr. Chun, we haven't determined yet whether the pineapple will bear fruit. After all, although the greenhouse imitates the climate environment in the south, no matter what, there is no way to completely replicate the environment in the south. So whether these pineapples can bear fruit in the end is an unknown. The cycle from planting to bearing fruit for pineapples is about 18 to 24 months. So if you want to see the results, you have to wait at least 18 months to get confirmation. If there are no fruits on the pineapple trees after 18 months, we need to modify the environment of the greenhouse. Chin Hong quickly explained the situation of pineapple planting. There are a total of 5 greenhouses for planting pineapples here, and the temperature, humidity, etc. of each greenhouse are different. The purpose is to increase the success rate of planting pineapples, and even if the pineapples in the last 5 greenhouses are not successfully planted, he can also obtain multiple data for analysis to see where the problem is. But this experimental cycle is really too long. If the pineapples are not planted after 18 months, then we have to wait for the next 18 months. Even if the pineapples are successfully planted in the next month, they have spent more than 3 years, and the employees' salaries and various greenhouse costs during these 3 years are huge. This is also the reason why no one is willing to invest in this project. Thinking of this, Chin Hong turned to look at Mr. Chun, and finally couldn't help but tell him what he had just thought about. Mr. Chun, the project of planting southern crops is still too risky. If we use greenhouses to plant some northern crops, we can get results early. Chapter 1036. Rising Star license fee. The cycle is too long and the consumption is too high. Chin Mo smiled secretly in his heart. Why did he invest in this project? It was to consume funds. It would be best if all southern crops were planted in this greenhouse and then cultivated year after year. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about Juhan agricultural base's profitability. It doesn't matter. Since you have invested in this project, you must do it to the end. What's the challenge in growing northern crops in the north? And if we can successfully grow southern crops in the north, that would be a very meaningful thing. So, just go ahead and do it. You don't have to worry about funding. Tomorrow Group will give you the greatest support. Chin Mo patted Chin Hong's shoulder and said slowly that it's hard to find such a safe and money-losing project, so he naturally wants to strongly support it. I know, Mr. Chun. He saw unprecedented trust in Mr. Chin's eyes, that he felt Mr. Chin's determination, that he was very excited about this. As a scientific researcher, he naturally wanted to successfully develop the project of planting southern crops in the north. This was also a great achievement for him. Chin Mo left the number 1 greenhouse in a happy mood and then walked towards the other greenhouses. Pineapples were not the only southern crops here. There are also mango, banana, dragon fruit. Finally, we walked around the greenhouse of each crop and finally confirmed that the research and development cycle of all crops takes a long time. Chin Mo completely relaxed and began to consider that by the end of this year, the agricultural base would still need to expand further, that as long as the agricultural base is large enough, more funds will be consumed. What's going on over there at the black bitter fruit tree? Leave the greenhouse. Chin Mo thought of initially investing in black pants fruit trees. Mr. Chun, the black bitter fruit tree will bear fruit in October next year. Chin Hong answered. He was also very worried about the black pants fruit tree. Although Professor Yuan knew that the core of the black bitter fruit tree contained precious medicinal ingredients, more than a year had passed, and there had been no progress in the extraction of medicinal ingredients at the medical school, that if the medical school has not thought of a way to extract the medicinal ingredients from the core of the black bitter fruit when the black bitter tree bears fruit next October, then the black bitter tree project will also face losses. After all, the black bitter fruit is not delicious in terms of taste. It can even be said to be unpalatable, that it is basically difficult to sell such a fruit. Chin Mo became even more relaxed when he heard Chin Hong's answer. The results will not be until October next year. He will not have to worry about the profitability of Juhan agricultural base for at least a year. And even if the black bitter fruit tree bears fruit in October next year, it will still be a very big problem in terms of sales. Therefore, he is very relieved about the black bitter fruit tree project. Mr. Chun, don't you want to sit in the office? Chin Hong looked at Mr. Chun and said, Don't sit down anymore. Go and do your work. Chin Mo said, opened the door, and sat directly in the cab. Now that he knows everything about the agricultural base, he has found nothing profitable. So there is no need to stay here any longer. After staying at home for 2 days, he will leave for Sanya, that he needs to drive back to Jiangcheng, and then take a plane directly to Sanya from Jiangcheng, Tomorrow Group, boring short video. Brother Shin, how was your mid-autumn festival? In the office, Wu Yu looked at Li Shun and said with a smile, It's just a normal holiday, let's get together. Li Shun said that he drove home the night before the holiday. After celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival yesterday, I rushed back from my hometown this morning. Nowadays, the Rising Star section of boring short video has gradually become popular after the traffic of boring short video has increased. Now many people are looking forward to the new episode of Rising Stars. And the demand is very high that he started the Rising Stars project before, initially just to give those extras or grassroots people who wanted to act, who wanted to learn acting, but had no way to learn, a place where they could learn. But I never expected that this rising star would become popular. Nowadays, many video platforms want to sign the copyright of this rising star and then broadcast it on their own film and television platforms. Oh, he returned to the company after the holiday just to deal with this matter. Yeah, just a reunion. Wu Yu sighed. As a child, he looked forward to every festival because he could eat a lot of delicious food every time. But now during the holidays, I no longer have the same expectations as when I was a child. Those delicious things are only eaten symbolically now. The only thing left is to reunite with their families, and this is the treatment that can only be obtained in Chen's company. Most companies nowadays will not give them too much vacation to let them go home for reunion. By the way, Brother Shin, which film and television platform should we choose? I calculated the quotations of those film and television platforms, and there is not much difference in the overall price, so I think it is better to choose Banana TV. We have cooperated with Banana TV many times, and there have been no problems. The cooperation is also very pleasant. There is no need to change to other platforms. Li Shin picked up the tea on the table and took a sip slowly. Well, that's true. What price did Banana TV offer? Wu Yu asked. The price there is 200 million yuan in licensing fees and 3 yuan for each valid play. Valid play is the same as a movie. It is considered a valid play only if you watch it for 15 minutes. This price is indeed very high. Indeed, although the Tomorrow Star project is very hot now, whether it can continue to maintain its popularity in the future is still an unknown. In this state, the licensing fee of 200 million yuan is already very high. Li Shin nodded and then continued to speak. Now that the Star of Tomorrow project is popular, we have to take it seriously. I plan to go to Kyoto Film and Television City tomorrow to arrange the location for the extras to perform. The previous arrangement was a bit too simple, but we still need to sign a contract with Mango TV tomorrow. This matter will be handed over to you. All the details have been discussed over the phone. Lawyer Tang has also prepared the contract. Just take the contract and sign it with the person sent by Mango TV tomorrow. Don't worry, Brother Shin. Just leave the contract to me. Wu Yu nodded. Well, then it's settled. I'll leave for Kyoto Film and Television City tomorrow, Li Shin said. After the contract was signed this time, they had another 200 million yuan in licensing fees for boring short video, and there would be continuous broadcast income. Chapter 1037, The Child's Dream Blue Film and Television, Manager's Office. Have you read the script? What do you think? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin and asked with a smile. Some time ago, after the group's training camp ended, he had been contacting Wang Bin's crew to see if there were any good scenes he could act in. However, he has never found any suitable roles, but just a few days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, a director he knew contacted him. He expressed that he wanted to invite Wang Bin to participate in a movie, and the role was to be the starring role in the movie, and he offered a salary of 50 million yuan. The main content of the movie is about the anti-Japanese war, and the character is more consistent with Wang Bin's appearance. Wang Bin's overall appearance is relatively tough, which is quite appropriate for his status as a soldier. He and Wang Bin thought it over and agreed to participate in the film. Wang Bin has been reading the script for the past 2 days, and after signing the contract, he will go to the crew to prepare for filming. I'm already familiar with the script, but my newly grown hair may have to be shaved off again. Wang Bin touched his hair. When he starred in Wandering Blue Star, he shaved his hair very short in order to better fit the character's appearance that in the past few months, I've just grown my hair out, and now I have to shave it off. You can just keep your hair short. With your appearance, you will basically be cast in tough guy roles in the future. For those types of roles, your hair will probably not be very long. Luo Xiao smiled and said, This is also true. Wang Bin nodded when he heard this. Of course, the more important thing is that many people say that he looks more handsome with short hair, so he will keep his hair short in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. We will leave for Kyoto tomorrow and meet with the director there to discuss the details. If there is no problem, we will sign the contract. Luo Xiao finally spoke. It's no problem. We're finally filming again. It's been a long time since I've been filming. Wang Bin smiled. Since the filming of Wandering Blue Star ended, He was sent by Mr. Chun to pick up poor elderly people. He has not filmed for more than 3 months. You have a scene to shoot, but I'm still idle. Luo Xiao sighed. Brother Xiao, the animation department is still being established, and there are various things in the company that need to be dealt with. How can you say there is nothing going on? Then how about you handle these things in the company, and I go out and be the director? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin and said, now that Lampy Film and Television has become Lampy Entertainment, and with the newly added animation department, there are more and more things that need to be dealt with in the company before it is on track. The company definitely needs one person to manage it, and Wang Bin went out to be an actor, so he would definitely be the one left to manage. No, I don't have any management skills. If you can, please do more work. It's up to Brother Xiao. Wang Bin quickly shook his head when he heard this. How could the management company be so interesting as being an actor? Let's not talk about this anymore. The movie Detective Chinatown starring Wang Chong has been released. I have already bought the movie tickets and will go and watch it tonight. By the way, Li Shun and Wu Yu are also coming to the company today. You can invite them to come with you. Luo Xiao directly changed the subject. Although he also wanted to go out and shoot movies, compared to being a director of movies invested by others, he was more comfortable shooting movies invested by himself than in a movie invested by others. He will be restricted by many investors. How to shoot is sometimes beyond the control of the director. But it's different with the movies he invests in. He can shoot according to his own ideas without anyone interfering. That's okay. After the movie, we can go home and have a drink. Wang Bin smiled when he heard this. Jiangcheng Tamara community, Xiao, I feel relieved to see you living so well. But I'm used to staying at the orphanage, and I can still look at those children every day, and I feel at ease. In the current situation in the orphanage, because of Mr. Chun, there is no need to worry about survival. There is also Yang Ju taking care of me, so you don't have to worry. You just work well in the Tomorrow Group and solve Mr. Chin's problems. There are not many companies like the Tomorrow Group anymore. Inside the room, Grandma Wu looked at the children playing in the room and said with a kind face, her biggest concerns in this life are two things. One is the children in the orphanage, and the other is her wife who has passed away for many years. Now that the children in the orphanage are funded by the Tomorrow Group, she doesn't have to worry at all. After all, under the care of the Tomorrow Group, the lives of the children in the orphanage are many times better than before. The daily meals are no longer as simple as before. The living environment has also been renovated, and there are many professional teachers teaching. She no longer has to worry about the growth of those children. What she misses most now is her deceased wife. How wonderful it would be if he were still alive. He left with regrets. Before his death, he was still worried about his children's life problems every day, that I'm afraid I'm still worried about another world now. Sister Shun, don't worry. With me taking care of Grandma Wu, there won't be any accidents. Yang Ju said from the side. Now that Grandma Wu no longer manages the affairs of the orphanage, she has officially become the director of the orphanage. Now all matters in the orphanage are managed by her. Well, then I'll trouble you. Shinro nodded. She had expected that Grandma Wu would reject her invitation. Sister Shun, why isn't Sister Lan here? Suddenly, several children ran over. Sister Lan is filming a show, but after a while, you may see Sister Lan on TV. Shinro looked at the children who surrounded her and said softly. Zhanglan also often went to the orphanage with her to visit the children, so these children were very familiar with Zhanglan and liked her very much. Sister Shun, I have decided that I will become a big star in the future, just like Sister Lan. A little girl said innocently. Sure, but before becoming a big star, you have to study hard. Shinro patted the little girl's head and then looked at the other children. I want to be an architect, and I want to build big houses like the Tomorrow community. I want to be a designer, and I want to design lots of beautiful clothes. I want to be a boss like Brother Chen, make a lot of money, and help more children in need. I want to be a scientist, develop a super large spaceship, and go to outer space to look for aliens. You've been fooled. There are no aliens. Ha 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 ha. Yes. No. Yes, I will definitely find it. Chapter 1038 Comic Exhibition Results. Shinro was listening to the two children quarreling. The people around her all laughed happily when they saw this scene. Sister Shinro, do you think there are aliens? The two quarreling children suddenly looked at Shinro, as if they believed her words. Shinro was stunned for a moment when she heard the two children's questions and looked at the two children's expectant eyes with some hesitation. Are there really aliens in this world? After thinking for a moment, she finally looked at the two children and spoke. I don't know whether there are aliens or not. After all, outer space is so big. Before it is fully explored, no one can confirm whether there are aliens. Sister Shin doesn't know either. The two children didn't hear the answers they wanted, and they were a little depressed. Yes, Sister Shun is not a scientist and has never been to outer space. How can she know if there are aliens in the distant universe? But I can't do it, but it doesn't mean you can't do it. Maybe one day you will really become a scientist and drive a spaceship to explore the universe. After you explore the universe, remember to come back and tell me whether there are aliens. I also want to know, Shinro said seriously. Then I will become a scientist, build a spaceship, and go to the universe to look for aliens. I will definitely find them. A child's eyes lit up instantly when he heard Shunro's words, and then he puffed up his chest and said, Sister Shun, don't worry, if I find aliens, I will come back and tell you as soon as possible. Okay. Shinro smiled and nodded. Then the two children left together, and they discussed as they walked. I want to develop spaceships with you. Didn't you say there are no aliens? Why do you want to develop spaceships with me? I'll go with you to find aliens. When you don't find aliens, I'll laugh at you. Haha. I will definitely find them. Shinro listened to the children's conversation and shook her head and laughed. We're going to Sanya for a trip the day after tomorrow. Mr. Chun is worried about the safety of the children, so he chartered a plane for us. Have you arranged everything else? Shinro turned to look at Yangju. Everything has been arranged. All the teachers are going together. There is no problem taking care of those children. Yangju nodded. The most important thing when taking the children in the orphanage to play is safety. Well, that's good. Shinro nodded. Not long after, the doorbell suddenly rang. Shinro knew that the takeaway she ordered had arrived. After all the children in the orphanage came today. It would be too much trouble to cook by herself, so she directly ordered Nanshi takeaway. She was very confident about Nanshi takeaway. Come and have dinner. After dinner, I'll take you to the cinema to watch a movie. After placing all the food neatly on the table, Shinro greeted them. The movie is starring Wang Chong, an actor from Lampion Film and Television. It's just right for the children in the orphanage to watch it. Supporting the movie can also let those children experience it. The next day, east of Jiangcheng, Tiana Plaza, Yao Bei stood at the window and looked at the building being demolished below with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Mr. Yao. This comic exhibition was very successful. Chun Sung walked to Yao Beigua and congratulated him. I still have to thank Mr. Chun. Without Mr. Chun providing such a good venue, it wouldn't be so successful. Yao Beigua turned around and thanked him. The comic exhibition was held as scheduled today, and the popularity of the entire comic exhibition far exceeded his expectations. There were 50,000 tourists alone, and the ticket money earned 1.5 million in addition to advertising fees, sales of his own peripherals, and the share of other peripheral sales, as well as the share of stalls. The commercial performance held this time finally earned more than 10 million, and the success of this commercial performance also allowed BL Game Club to find a new profit point that he has begun to consider holding another comic exhibition in other cities. However, comic exhibitions cannot be held too frequently. Now you can prepare first. With the experience of this time, it will be easier to hold comic exhibitions next time. It's the same. Tianda Plaza has also received a lot of publicity after this comic exhibition. Chun Sung smiled. Now that Tianda Plaza in the east of the city has just been established, it must need some publicity, and this comic exhibition has played a publicity effect. Yao Beigua nodded when he heard this. This cooperation is a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. After chatting with Chun Sung for a while, he left Tianda Plaza directly and returned to BL Game Club. Entered AtoZ's office casually. I'm back. How are the results of the comic exhibition? AtoZ saw Yao Beigua coming in and then asked. The club had other things to deal with today, so he didn't go to the comic exhibition. The comic exhibition was very successful, with a final income of more than 10 million, which can be used as a long-term development project. Yao Bei was sat opposite Tao Ze with a smile on his face, and then spoke. How are you doing there? Has the contract been signed? All have been signed. The package price for the two players is 15 million. The total price is 30 million. It will be credited to our company's account within 3 working days. Tao Ze said, not bad. If they can show their value in this year's game, their value will definitely increase in the future. Yao Beiguan nodded with satisfaction when he heard the signing price. Those players were able to have such a worth solely because they won the championship in the Tange Cup. And this time, if they join a team, they can once again achieve good results and perform well in their official competitions. Then the value will definitely increase again in the future. They all have great status. As long as they perform normally, there should be no problem. This can basically confirm that the project of leasing players can indeed bring benefits to the club. Tao Ze said with a smile. In this case, we should further improve this project. Yao Beiguo poured himself a cup of tea. Now the players' contracts have been signed, and the BL Game Club has also made a profit. If we want to make money by leasing players, our BL players must be very strong. Otherwise, without strength, which club would be willing to spend money? Tao Ze nodded upon hearing this. That's for sure, so we need to set up a professional department that is responsible for selecting talented players and providing professional training to these professional players. Chapter 1039 Venue. This department must be established, and it must be taken seriously. Both games, Freedom Battle and Extreme Survival, must be involved. Another point is the selection of professional players, which can be done through the online Tomorrow Cup, next year's offline City League, and school leagues. We can observe whether there are any talented players through competitions. Also, after those players who are recruited to the club have gone through systematic training, they must show their strength before they can be noticed by other clubs and then sign contracts. However, the only game competitions that our BL Game Club can participate in are the game competitions held by the Tange Cup, and we certainly cannot train only a few players. So there is still a need for other ways to show the strength of our club's players. Yao Beigua has made detailed plans for the establishment of the department. The only thing that needs to be solved now is how to show the players' strength to other clubs after the training of those talented players. After all, only when players show their strength can those clubs spend money to rent players over. Is it about showing strength? Hearing this, Tao Ze raised his hand and touched his chin. There were indeed too many limitations to having only one Tange Cup, but he soon came up with an idea. I do have some ideas. Tell me about it. Yao Beiguo looked at Tao Ze. Since we want to show the strength of the players, we still have to show it in the competition. And the competition that our BL club can participate in is the Tange Cup, held only by the Tange Game Club. The Tange Cup has been held twice, and it is a very formal competition in the eyes of those players. If they can achieve good results in the Tange Cup, or even win the championship, then the value of those players will definitely not be the same. Low ones, just like Awei and Ling Ding now, the number of players participating in the Tange Cup is limited, so the players participating in the Tange Cup must be the strongest among the personnel we train. As for the remaining strong players, I think we can contact other clubs and try out and play training games. Take Extreme Survival as an example. In a club's team, the assaulter at position 1 is a shortcoming. Then we can contact this team and recruit the players we train to play the assaulter position. Players recommended. The team can allow the players we recommend to go to the training matches for trial training. If they perform well, we can discuss the price. Of course, the final result of the negotiation will be that the rental price will not be very high. But we don't need the rental price this time. The purpose is to get players to enter other clubs and then successfully enter official competitions. As long as players enter official competitions, players show their value through competitions, and lead the team to achieve good results, their worth will increase in the future. The rental prices in the future will not be very low. Tao Ze briefly stated his thoughts. Yao Beiguan nodded when he heard this. He still agreed with Tao Ze's story. The top players of the club show their strength through the Tange Cup. Those players who are unable to participate in the Tange Cup can go to other clubs to try out and participate in training matches to show their strength. Then it's decided here that the online Tomorrow's Cup will start for the first time in early October, So we need to completely form this team in September and start looking for talented players at the beginning of the Tomorrow's Cup. Kyoto, Film and Television City. Mr. Lee, Mr. Luo, this is where the stars of tomorrow are currently performing. Hu Bian led Li Shun and Luo Xiao into a very spacious but simple auditorium. Isn't there a better place? Li Shun looked at the structure of the auditorium, frowned and spoke. Nowadays, the programs of the rising stars are already very popular, but the current performance venue is relatively simple. Play it out. Those viewers thought that they were too petty and incompatible with the current strength of the Tomorrow Group. Luo Xiao looked around and frowned a little. To be honest, Blue Film Entertainment is still responsible for the overall arrangements before tomorrow. If the venue for the performance is too crude and affects the audience's perception, that would be very bad. Hubien heard this and hurriedly explained. Mr. Lee, it's not that I don't want to make this performance venue very luxurious, but there is simply no suitable performance venue for us in the film and television city. Even this venue is currently a filming location. But don't worry, Mr. Lee and Mr. Luo, we will decorate this place during the filming. The pictures will not give the audience a very crude feeling. Li Shun and Luo Xiao looked at each other when they heard this, and finally nodded. Then try to decorate it as well as possible, and then look for new shooting locations. Shooting here all the time is not a long-term thing. I know, Mr. Lee. Hu Bian nodded. Let's go to the crew and have a look, Luo Xiao said from the side. Now the two crews have been filming for 3 months. He would also watch the video Hu Bian sent him. But he has not come to the filming site for such a long time. After all, when the crew was filming, he and Wang Bin went to pick up poor elderly people, and they were gone for 2 months. After returning, Mr. Chen arranged a group training for him. After the training, he has been dealing with the establishment of a new department of Blue Film Entertainment. There is no time to come to Kyoto Film and Television City to check the situation of the crew. Okay, Mr. Luo, please follow me. Hu Bian took the lead in leaving the auditorium and rushed to the direction of the live crew. While walking, he talked about the current situation of the crew in detail. Mr. Luo, the filming progress of the crew of Dream of the Westward Journey has been completed by about 70%. I calculated that if there are no accidents, the filming will be completed in 2 months, and the movie could be released in time for this year's Spring Festival. The filming progress of the crew of Legend of Sword and Fairy is about 50%. According to the current progress, if there is no break during the Spring Festival, basically, the filming can be completed in February. If there is a break during the Spring Festival, it may be postponed to March. Finally, with the post-production work such as editing, it can be released in April. Soon, several people came to the filming crew of Legend of Sword and Fairy, which was filming a scene at this time. Luo Xiao took a simple look and finally nodded with satisfaction. No matter how the performance was, the attitude of those actors was very good. As long as they arranged to reshoot, they would reshoot without showing any emotions. Chapter 1040, visiting the set of Fairy Sword as a director. An actor's attitude is what he cares about very much. You can make mistakes, and you can shoot several times without presenting a good result. But as long as you have a positive attitude and want to shoot the movie well, you will not have any complaints even if you shoot it again and again. Then even if your talent is a little worse, you can still shoot perfect pictures in one shot after another. The kind of actor he fears most is those who have a little acting talent and think that their shooting is very good. Even if you support some inappropriate places, he still goes his own way and insists that the pictures he shoots are the best. Though what's more uncomfortable is that such an actor is likely to be arranged by the investor, and you can't kick him out of the crew. This is also the case with some movies that have good scripts, but the movies shot give people a very rubbish feeling. Well, just shoot it like this, acting first and put the progress behind. Don't think about rushing to the Spring Festival to release it and give up the quality of shooting. Luo Xiao turned his head and looked at Hu Bian and said that he was still worried before. Without him in the crew, can he really shoot a good movie? But now it seems that he thought too much and thought too much about himself. The crew can still operate normally without him. Mr. Chen may have thought of this when he arranged a new director to shoot the movie at the beginning. Human potential is unlimited. When a person really wants to do something well, he will work twice as hard for it. Hubien is like this. He didn't know how to shoot a movie at the beginning, but he was in a very studious state every day when shooting. During the shooting, he asked the assistant he arranged for him, at the end of the shooting, he would contact him to learn some knowledge about shooting. Even the books about actors and directors recommended by him were read at least twice. When you do everything to pave the way for one thing, even if you have poor talent, you can get a little progress in it. Especially for people with good talent like Hu Bien. After such efforts, the results are also very obvious. Now he can guide the shooting very skillfully. Luo Xiao sighed inwardly. After walking around the crew of Legend of Sword and Fairy, he walked around the crew of Dream of Westward Journey. There were no problems with the filming of the two crews, and Huang Ying, the director of Dream of Westward Journey, had made significant progress. Now he can also independently provide filming guidance as long as the filming of these two film and television works is completed. Blue Film Entertainment will gain 4 mature directors Hu Bien, Huang Ying, and the assistant he arranged to help them at the beginning. If he is included, then there are a total of 5 directors in this way. At least 5 works can be filmed at the same time in the future, which is much better than before when the company had only him as a director. Let's go. The filming of the film and television will be handed over to you two. Luo Xiao looked at Huang Ying and Hu Bien in front of him and said, Mr. Luo, don't worry, we will definitely shoot seriously. Hu Bien assured. Luo Xiao nodded upon hearing this. He still trusted Hu Bien very much. With the two of them in the crew, he could also deal with the new department of Blue Film Entertainment with peace of mind. Mr. Luo, I heard that our Blue Film Entertainment has established a new animation department. Yes, it is now in the establishment stage. Mr. Luo, do you have any good ideas for the production of the first animation of the animation department? Not yet. I plan to think about this matter after the animation department is fully established. Luo Xiao shook his head, then turned to look at Hu Bien. You asked this question. Do you have any good ideas for the first animation of the animation department? Hu Bien is the screenwriter of Blue Film Entertainment. Will he have a good animation script in his hand? It is indeed a good idea. Hu Bien smiled, then continued to speak. It's like this, Mr. Luo. Didn't I write the background story for Sangshui Games' Freedom War? In fact, everyone in the background story of Freedom War is related. If necessary, I can completely improve this background story and write it into an animation script. Can you write the background story of Freedom War into a script? Luo Xiao looked at Hu Bien with some surprise. Of course it's possible. When I wrote the background story of Freedom War, I wrote it according to an overall story, but the world background of the game doesn't need to be too detailed, so I didn't write it. If Mr. Luo has the idea of writing the background story of Freedom War into an animation, I will write the world background of Freedom War in detail. Hu Bien said, Well, I know about this, but this is no longer the time for our Blue Film Entertainment Company. I need to go back and discuss it with Sangshui Games. If it's possible, I will give you news. Luo Xiao nodded. He had no objection to filming the world background of Freedom War into an animation. After all, Freedom War is now in a state of explosion. If they make the world background of Freedom War into an animation when Freedom War is popular, it will definitely attract many gamers to watch. In a sense. This is also riding on the popularity of Freedom War. So for this matter, he must communicate with Sangshui Games. Okay, Mr. Luo. Hu Bien nodded. Compared to being a director, he thinks he is best at writing scripts. When he heard that Blue Film Entertainment had established an animation department, he had the idea of filming the world background of Freedom War into an animation. Now in the evening when he has nothing to do, he also began to improve the world background of Freedom War little by little. However, the world background of the entire Freedom War is very large. If you really want to make an animation, you must divide it into volumes. What he needs now is to make the first-person perspective of Freedom War from the perspective of the heroes that have appeared in Freedom War, and it is even more difficult to attract those players to watch it. After all, those heroes are the heroes they usually play, and they definitely want to see what the heroes they usually play will look like in the world background of Freedom War. Chapter 1041 Beach Volleyball. However, he did not express these thoughts. After all, he was not sure whether Mr. Luo could communicate well with Sangshui Games. But based on his understanding of various companies in the Tomorrow Group, he felt that there was basically no problem with this matter. Kyoto Airport. Wanban walked around the terminal and found Luo Xiao and Li Xin sitting far away and walked over. Brother Xiao, Brother Xin, is the matter over? Luo Xiao looked at Wang Bin approaching and asked. The negotiations have been completed, the contract has been signed, and the crew will start filming in a week. Wang Bin sat down on the seat beside him. I'm already looking forward to Mr. Wang's new movie. Li Shun said with a smile. It's better not to have too many expectations. After all, there is no way outside crews can compare with our crew. All I can guarantee is my own acting skills. As for the overall quality of the movie, I have no way to control it. Wang Bin shook his head and said that in their own crew, they require the acting skills of all actors, including those supporting actors who do not have many roles. But he had no way of determining what the actors in other crews were required to do, and he doesn't care much about it. Now there is no new crew in blue film and television. If he doesn't go to other crews to shoot movies, he can only manage in the company. Luo Xiao is better at company management, so he might as well make a movie and earn some money for the company. Oh, he wouldn't care much about the quality of the final movie, since it's not a movie from their blue film studio, but he just needs to ensure his acting skills in the movie. Haha, I still have to go see the movie when it comes out, Li Shun said with a smile. 2 days later, Sanya, the top floor of a hotel. Chinamo was wearing a bath towel, holding a glass of juice in his hand, looking at the sea in the distance. Mr. Chun, I did some statistics and found that all employees have arrived in Sanya. Shinro walked aside and said, well, let the person in charge of each company arrange their own travel itinerary. I have arranged for people to communicate with them. As long as they hold the pass, all the projects in Sanya can be visited. Chen Montag spoke slowly. There were tens of thousands of people coming to play now. It was impossible for everyone to play together. In the end, they had to play separately. Shinro nodded after hearing this, hesitated for a moment, and then asked again. Mr. Chin, what project are you going to play later? Me. Chinamo took the juice and looked at the beach in the distance. I think beach volleyball is quite fun. Go and call some people over. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro responded, then quickly turned around and left. After a while, seaside beach, Chinamo looked at the people brought over by Shinro and fell into silence. Mr. Chun, everyone has been called over, and we have found a spot on the beach. Shinro said, didn't you call some male colleagues over? Chinemo looked at Tang Xiao, Yang Yao Yao, Lu Weiwei, Zhao Lingling behind Shinro. They were all girls, not even a boy. The more important thing is that some of these girls were a little too boldly, that he knew the finances of Zhao Lingling's company, but he didn't expect that he usually wore glasses and looked very introverted at a tea this time. He was wearing a bikini, and he was worried that the strap would break when he played ball. There is another girl whom Tang Xiao introduced when she came here. She is a trainee lawyer and is also Tang Xiao's current assistant. Except for a few necessary points that were blocked in the outfit I was wearing, there was nothing that couldn't be leaked out. Of course, there are those who dress boldly, and there are those who dress conservatively. The most conservative among them is Shinro, who looks like she is wearing a diving suit. Except for her head, hands, and feet, everything else is covered tightly. Mr. Chun, I called my male colleagues, but Mr. Wei said that those male colleagues don't like to play beach volleyball. They all drive motorcycles and go diving. Shinro hurriedly explained. Chinamo nodded helplessly when he heard this and looked around the girls. There was no other way, but everyone was already here, so he had to stop playing. Then let's divide into groups and start playing. Okay, Mr. Chinwon. Shinro nodded. The grouping ended soon. Chinemo, Shinro, Tang Xiao, and Tang Xiao's assistant, a group. Soon the game begins, watching the volleyball keep flying through the air, and from time to time, a piece of white snow passes in front of me, basically running after the ball. Moreover, these women's physical strength is also surprisingly good. After playing for half an hour, no one said they were tired. You guys play, I'll take a break. Chinemo waved his hand, walked to the beach chair nearby, and lay down directly to really still comfortable to lie down on. Mr. Chen, coconut juice. It didn't take long. Shinro came over with a coconut with a straw inserted. She remembered that Mr. Chen had been drinking coconut water for a few days. Well, you guys have been playing for so long. Aren't you tired? Chen Mo reached out to take the coconut juice and looked up at the girls who were playing outside in the distance. So far, they didn't seem to be tired. Mr. Chun, all employees of the group's companies have morning exercises every morning. If you do morning exercises for a long time, your physical strength will improve. Shinro said. Forehead. Chinemo fell into silence after hearing this. He seemed to be the only employee in the entire group who did not do morning exercises. Mr. Chun, is there anything you want to do this afternoon? I'll prepare it in advance. Shinro asked, diving and jet skiing. Chinemo thought for a moment and said, even though it was very tiring to play, you have come here and you still have to experience it. Then he looked at Shinro and asked, aren't you going to play with the children in the orphanage? Shinro liked the children in the orphanage very much. He was surprised that she didn't play with those children this time. Oh, there's someone in charge of those kids. Shinro said with a smile that although she also wanted to take those children to play, this time the group came over for team building and fun. There are many things to arrange, travel, stay, eat. Mr. Chin is also here. Mr. Chin is kind-hearted in letting those children come over to play. But she still has to distinguish between official and private matters. Well, I will be with Wei Yin and the others tomorrow, so you can move around freely. Chun Mo thought for a moment and said that I feel like this. The first is to let Shinro and those children play for a day. The second is to play with these female employees. I can't stand it, not at all. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Shinro heard Mr. Chin's words and quickly thanked him. The next day night, Chinemo lay exhausted on the deck chair on the top floor. He played a lot of projects today, and he was so tired now despite how much fun he had. Mr. Chun, I know a blind massage company. I will take you to massage when I get home. It will relieve your fatigue. Wei Yin lay on the couch beside him and said, Chapter 1042, is this serious? Massage. Chinemo was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, he turned his head to look at Wei Yin. Is it serious? Mr. Chun, I guarantee it's serious. During the previous training camp, everyone was very tired from training, so they would go for a massage which could relieve a lot of fatigue. Wei Yin explained, how could Mr. Chun, the president of a group company, introduce those unserious massage shops with Mr. Chin's status and personal charm? If he wants to find a woman, as long as he spreads the word, there will probably be a lot of women willing to follow Mr. Chin. However, Mr. Chin seems to have never thought about this. There are so many young and beautiful girls in the group company, but there is no scandal with Mr. Chin. Assistant Shun, her appearance and figure can be said to be top-notch, and she also spends time with Mr. Chin day and night, but even so, there is no ambiguous situation. And yesterday, he specially arranged for Mr. Chun to play with female employees, but they only played for one day. And today they came to follow their schedule. That it can be said that Mr. Chun is a cold person, and he is usually very kind to the employees of the group. But he is not aloof. He is really not interested in women. Wei Yin couldn't help but feel confused. He could guess the arrangement of many projects of Mr. Chun, but he couldn't guess the emotional aspects of Mr. Chin at all. Let's talk about it when we get back. Chinemo glanced at Wei Yin vaguely. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen during the group training, and no wonder these people were exhausted at night during the group training. But they were still full of energy the next day. That it turned out that she secretly went for massage without his knowledge. Is this massage really that effective? Chinemo was also a little curious, but after returning to the company this time, there was less than a week left before the settlement. That he had to deal with the settlement as soon as possible. After the full settlement was successful, he would go to see the massage mentioned by Wei Yin to see what was going on. There is also the matter of the next batch of group employees training. Now that Lao Lu has appeared one after another during this period of time, the poor elderly will not need to pick up and drop off in a short time after receiving this batch. Yang Xingwei needs to continue to investigate for a period of time, so we can only let those who have not participated in the company training organize another training. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart. By the way, Mr. Chun, there is something I want to report to you. I originally wrote a report, but I was caught up in the trip, so I didn't report it in time. Wei Yin was lying on a recliner next to him and reported. What's the matter? Chun Mo turned his head to look at Wei Yin when he heard it. When he saw Wei Yan's smile that could not be concealed, a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. He was very familiar with this smile. It's like this, Mr. Chun. Isn't Freedom War a big hit? Given the current situation, it is very likely to develop to the same level of popularity as Extreme Survival. And now, Extreme Survival has already developed overseas. So we communicated with those game companies that represented Extreme Survival. And finally, we also negotiated with the overseas agents of Freedom War. In terms of price, it is still twice that of Freedom War. Calculating the time, the payment should have been made in the past 2 days. The agency fees of all agents add up to 2 billion. Wei Yin reported with a smile on his face. Overseas agent of Freedom War, all the agency fees add up to 2 billion. Hearing Wei Yan's words, Chen Mo's eyes darkened a little. At this critical time of settlement, he got him 2 billion in income. Consciousness immersed in his mind, he found that the system at this time did have more than 2 billion because he was playing in Sanya these 2 days, and under his monitoring, there were no more unexpected situations on the group's side. So he didn't pay attention to the changes in the system funds these 2 days that I didn't expect that after just 2 days of slacking off, Wei Yin, the trader, would do something like this too. He recalled the previous calculation of the income and expenditure of Tomorrow Group. If nothing unexpected happened, he would invest all the profits in September into the 4.5 billion additional investment project that he still had 1.8 billion left for additional investment. During this period, Freedom War was popular and Boring Short Video was popular, and the income of Sanshua Games and Boring Short Video would also increase. But overall, he could still save a lot of additional investment, and there was no problem in fully settling all system funds. But now, the agent of Freedom War directly brought him 2 billion in income. In this way, his additional investment had no way to consume all system assets. Then if he still wanted to settle the full amount, he needed to find a new project to spend money, and the funds consumed by this project could not be less. Otherwise, the record of full settlement would become very low. Chinemo collapsed on the recliner. He didn't want to say anything or do anything now. He worked hard for a year, trying his best to spend money, and spent hundreds of millions of yuan just to settle the 60 million system funds in full. However, under the manipulation of Wei Yin, the trader, his fantasy of settling the 60 million in full was shattered. There was less than a week left. How could he find more projects to spend money on? During this period, he had considered all possible investment projects and ways to spend money. It was too difficult for him to think of new projects to spend money on now. Wei Yin saw Mr. Chun lying on the recliner without any reaction, and secretly admired him. Mr. Chun was indeed Mr. Chun. Facing 2 billion yuan in revenue, he did not show any excitement or joy. Is this the cultivation of a group president? Yes. With the current assets of Tomorrow Group, what is a mere 2 billion yuan in funds? Looking at Mr. Chun again, Wei Yin thought it would be better not to disturb him, so he got up and left gently. Time passed little by little. Chinemo sighed deeply on the recliner, turned his head to look at the recliner next to him, and found that Wei Yin had disappeared. What a Wei Yin! He came to report a bad news and left secretly. The emotions that had just calmed down almost broke out again. He took a sip of juice on the side and gradually calmed down. The 2 billion yuan of income has entered the company's account, and he has no way to change it. All he can do is try to find new projects to spend money on. And now he is traveling in Sanya, so he has to wait until he returns to the company to spend money. But when he returns to the company, it will not be long before the system settles. Can he really find a project that can consume a lot of funds? Chinemo couldn't help but feel a headache. Chapter 1043 Lao Lu Company 2 days later. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinemo sat back in the boss chair and picked up a document from the pile of documents on the table. This document was a report on the information of various companies that he asked Shinro to prepare. After returning from Sanya last night, he told Shinro in advance that she should integrate the information of various companies after work today. Now there are still 6 days before the settlement time, and he has to pay more attention to the company's trends to avoid any unexpected impact on the full settlement this time. The first document is the information from Chongfeng Clothing. The overall development direction of Chongfeng Clothing is not much different from what he expected. The only thing that was beyond his expectation was that he ordered the group employees to act as agents for Chongfeng Clothing, and they would pay it after making a profit. After this incident was reported, the number of employees acting for Chongfeng Clothing increased a lot. Originally, there were only 6,000 agents, but after this order was issued, the number of Chongfeng Clothing agents has increased to 9,000. That in addition to the agents recruited before, Chongfeng Clothing now has more than 9,000 agent stores. Even if each of these 9,000 agency stores sells one piece of clothing per day, and the price of one piece of clothing is about 400 The revenue for that day is 3.6 million. That the revenue of all stores in a month is more than 100 million. Of course, this more than 100 million is just the revenue, and the clothing factory cannot get all of it. In addition, the factory of Chongfeng clothing has expanded, and the consumption of the factory has increased a lot every day. So even if there are more than 9,000 stores at present, the clothing factory is still in a state of great loss. He is not worried about the loss. The only thing that worries him is the number of stores. Now, the number of Chongfeng clothing stores is more than some well-known mass brands that it's okay if it's not famous now. The sales of Chongfeng clothing's clothes are not good. But once the brand of Chongfeng clothing has a reputation, that he dare not think about how much benefit these more than 9,000 franchise stores will bring to Tomorrow Group. Chin Mo rubbed his eyebrows. He felt that he must pay more attention to the situation of Chongfeng clothing, otherwise he would really make a name for himself one day. Then the income of Chongfeng clothing will also be a terrifying existence, and it may even be comparable to the two platforms of Sangshua Game and Wu Short Video. Put the information of Chongfeng clothing aside. No matter what, the current status of Chongfeng clothing has no effect on him. At least it will not affect the system settlement in a few days. Then he picked up the second information, which was about Juhan Agricultural Base. He had already learned about Juhan Agricultural Base. There was no change, so he didn't need to pay much attention. He simply took a look and put it aside after confirming that there was no problem. Then Feiwu Security, Warren Real Estate, Extreme Survival Real Game Club. He read all the information of these companies, and they were all developing in the direction he expected without much change. Then he picked up another information and checked it. Hey. Chinemo narrowed his eyes slightly at the content of the information. This information is from Blue Film Entertainment, and the most content is the establishment of the animation department. There is no problem with these. The only problem is the return in the small paragraph at the end. Wangbin joined a crew with a salary of 50 million. Doesn't this mean that his Tomorrow Group has another 50 million in revenue, and the system funds have increased by 50 million? If it were in other time periods, he could completely ignore this 50 million in revenue. But there are still a few days before the settlement, and this 50 million in funds is very likely to become the key factor for his failure to settle the full amount. Chinemo took a deep breath, then put the information of Blue Film Entertainment aside and picked up the information below to read it. This information is about the Corner Pet Park. The pet park is still pretty good, and it has been much quieter during this period. Put the information of the Corner Pet Park aside and pick up the information below. Boring Short Video. Needless to say, it has been on the hot search again recently, and the income has also increased a lot. Chinemo opened the information of the Boring Short Video with an unhappy face and read it. When he saw the end, his unhappy expression became even worse, that he never thought that there was an additional section of Tomorrow's Star in the Boring Short Video. The information also introduced that because Mr. Chen asked the crew to select actors from the extras, it was seen that Mr. Chen wanted to train those extras and give them a chance to be on the big stage. That SOA project that can guide acting was established because it has teaching significance and can provide a way for any grassroots people who want to be actors to learn. The Star of Tomorrow project was established. After the Star of Tomorrow project became a hot search on Boring Short Videos, it also became popular and attracted a lot of likes. In response, many film and television platforms came to discuss cooperation and wanted to put the videos of the Star of Tomorrow on their own film and television platforms for playback. The film and television platform that finally reached cooperation was Banana TV. The price negotiated was a licensing fee of 200 million yuan and a price of 3 yuan for each effective playback volume. You are a goodly shun. As expected, Lao Lu is Lao Lu, and the group's training has no effect at all. The last time the group trained, only the Corner Pet Park did not cause trouble for him. The remaining 3 companies, Sanshua Games got him 2 billion overseas agency fees. Blue Film Films directly received 50 million in film remuneration, and Boring Short Video received 200 million in licensing fees for the Star of Tomorrow. After returning from the holiday, a total of 2.25 billion in revenue was earned for him. He slammed the information of Boring Short Video on the table beside him and picked up the next information to read, that he thought that the remaining companies should have no problems. But after seeing the report of the BL Game Club, he was not feeling well. Lao Lu. Another Lao Lu, that it's okay for you to cause trouble for me at ordinary times. but why do you have to cause trouble for me when I settle accounts? The BL Game Club, which originally had no continuous income, actually has a relatively stable income. He held a comic exhibition and made a profit of 10 million at a time. There is also the rental of professional players. Because his own players could not participate in the professional competitions held by his family, he rented out the 4 players of Extreme Survival. These 4 players won the championship in the Tinga Cup, so the rental price was not cheap. In the end, they were rented to 2 game clubs at a price of 30 million for each 2 players. The total is 60 million, plus the 10 million income from the comic exhibition. The total is 70 million. Chinemo put the information of the BL Game Club aside with an expressionless face and picked up the remaining company information to read. Chapter 1044 New PC Game Project. After a while, Chinemo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no more accidents in the next few companies. Looking at the information of several companies placed separately on the right, the Wu Rin Short Video, Songshui Game, Blue Film Entertainment, BL Game Club. These 4 companies brought him a total of 2.32 billion yuan in revenue during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. And there were 1.3 billion yuan of funds that had not been spent before. In addition to the continuous income of Tomorrow Group during this period. If Wu Rin Short Video had not been on the hot search, there would have been the explosion of Freedom War. The normal income during this period was 1.4 billion, but because of the hot search of Wu Rin Short Video and the explosion of Freedom War, the income during this period has increased a lot, according to the data analysis in Songshui Game and Wu Rin Short Video. The profit of Songshui Game has increased by about 500 million yuan in total. The profit of the previous month was 1 billion, and now it has increased to 1.4 billion. The income of Wu Rin Short Video was 1.2 billion before, and now it has increased to 1.8 billion. And this data is still based on the current data analysis, and the heat brought by the hot search has not subsided, and the number of download users of these 2 companies is still increasing. So the subsequent income of these 2 companies will still increase. All the income of everyone has increased, and his current system funds are 6 billion. Chinemo looked at the system funds in his mind, and the whole person leaned back on the boss chair. Weekly 0.6 billion. He now has an additional investment of 3 billion in the event base and 1.5 billion in Nanchi Takeaway.in total. He only has 4.5 billion in additional investment to AT present, even if he fills up all the additional investment of 4.5 billion. His system funds still have 1.5 billion left. And more importantly, there are still a few days before the settlement, and these few days will bring continuous income. Chinemo rubbed his head with a headache. With the current financial situation, he needs to find a project that can consume funds on a large scale. But what kind of project should he find? During this period, he has arranged to do some projects that can be invested in the group. What other projects can be invested with large amounts of money? That's right. He has not yet implemented the PC game project of Songshui Game, that he can arrange for Songshui Game to start working on a new PC game project. Developing games can consume a lot of money. Thinking of this, Chinemo relaxed a little. With a new project to invest in, he still has the opportunity to settle the full amount this time. Thinking of this, he immediately called Wei Yin and explained the PC game matter, and asked him, Fong Chong, and the person in charge of the PC game to come over. After hanging up the phone, Chinemo took a sip of the coffee beside him, sorted out the information on the table, and put it aside, then opened the drawer and took out the booklet that he found the pages of Wei Yin, Fong Chong, Li Shun, Wu Yu, Wang Bin, Luo Xiao, Yao Beigua, AtoZ and others, and drew a big cross behind them. These people made trouble for him during the settlement, which is unforgivable. He put the booklet back in the drawer and then went to the reception area and waited for Wei Yin and others to come. This time, 3 people came, and it was a bit crowded to sit in front of the desk, so they could only come to the reception area. Songshui Games. Wei Yin put down his phone, then stood up and left the office and went straight to Fong Chang's office. Mr. Wei, did Mr. Chun tell us what it was that he asked us to do? In Fong Chang's office, Fong Chong waited for Zhao Bowen to come in and asked, It's about the PC game. Mr. Chun is going to develop a new PC game, so he asked us to go over. Wei Yin explained. Is that so? Does Mr. Chin have any requirements for the project? Fong Chong heard this and asked again. This is not detailed. We need to go over to find out. Wei Yin shook his head. Mr. Chin just said a few things on the phone and then hung up. Then I'll bring a few game projects I made before. Maybe they can be used. Fong Chong nodded and then took out a folder from the filing cabinet next to him. Yeah, Wei Yin nodded. When Fong Chong was ready, the three of them left the office directly and walked straight to the elevator. Manager's office. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Wei Yin, Fong Chong, and Zhao Bowen greeted Mr. Chun, who was sitting in the reception area. Please sit down. I hope you all understand what I have called you to do. Chinemo looked at the three people who came in and pointed at the sofa in the reception area. We all know that we are going to develop a new terminal game. I wonder if Mr. Chun has any requirements for the new terminal game. Fong Chong nodded and asked, do you have any ideas for the new terminal game project? Chinemo did not answer, but asked back. Now Sanshua Games already has two popular games and another game with high user stickiness Tianlong that so Sanshua Games does not need profitable games. The requirements for new games must be to lose money and be unpopular to certainly. As for whether the game is losing money or not, he has new feelings through the birth of the two games Freedom Battle and Extreme Survival that he suddenly discovered that even if he gave a game plan that could make a loss, it would still be affected by these old 6 magical changes or overinterpretation. The final game was contrary to his original intention. Take Freedom War as an example. He just wanted to develop a turn-based game. So now he understands that if he wants to develop a loss-making game, he just proposes a loss-making game plan. There is no way to confirm that the developed game will definitely be a loss-making game. So under this feeling, he thought of a new idea. That is to increase the production time of the game, making it impossible to develop the game for a year or two. In this way, even this last game, after successful development, may be liked by players and eventually become a profitable game. But what is the development time? At least 1 or 2 years. He doesn't have to worry about whether the game is profitable. But before, he still wanted to see if these people had any game projects. Then he can make changes based on the other party's game projects that, after all, he doesn't know much about games, so it's simply unrealistic for him to come up with a loss-making game project on his own. Mr. Chun, there are indeed several game project plans here. You can take a look. Fong Chong heard Mr. Chin's words and immediately handed over the folder he had prepared that looking forward to. Mr. Chun can take a fancy to one of those game plans. Chapter 1045 Game Settings. Shinemo looked at the folder that Fong Chong handed over and took it. Then he opened the folder, took out the game plan on the top and read it, but soon put it aside that he had seen this game plan before, and he was very familiar with it. It was somewhat similar to the dungeon in his previous life, that he also knew the glory of the dungeon before, and this game plan must not be adopted. Then he took out several other game plans and read them, and finally kept one of them that he read all these game plans, and the content was very detailed. Even if he didn't understand the game, from a player's perspective, if these games were developed, he would want to play them. If all of them were developed according to this game plan, it would definitely not work. But he noticed one of the game plans, which could be changed, and he already had a good plan. Regardless of whether it can be profitable in the end, if this game plan is implemented, the development time of the game will definitely not be short. The name of this game plan is Game Life, and the overall game type is similar to strategy management and infrastructure simulation games. The general content is that when players enter the game, they will start as a civilian and can choose various grassroots occupations. For example, supermarket cashier, waiter, cleaner. Earn money through work, then build your own house, improve yourself, and finally become the richest man in the world. Some of the details of this game are well planned. If it is developed, it will definitely attract a group of players. But this game cannot be developed according to Fong Chang's plan. This game plan can be used, but it needs to be improved. Chunemo said, and put the game plan on the coffee table in front. Fong Chong hurriedly picked up the game plan that Mr. Chun had just put on the coffee table. He was very curious about which game plan Mr. Chun would choose. That he flipped through the plan and took a look. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This game plan was the least optimistic among his several game plans. This game is just a slightly more complicated strategy management game. It may make money and attract some players, but it is still impossible to achieve the popularity of Freedom Fight and Extreme Survival. Fong Chong confirmed the game plan selected by Mr. Chun and then put it back on the table. Mr. Chun, how do we change this game plan? Chun Mo heard Fong Chang's question, tapped the table with his fingers, and finally spoke slowly. The design of your game plan is very interesting, but I think it is too limited and not grand enough. I think this game can be designed to be more grand. Since it is a strategic management, let's make it more comprehensive and more realistic. Mr. Chun, this is more comprehensive and more realistic. How to explain it? Fong Chong was a little confused that he didn't quite understand what Mr. Chun meant. To put it simply, this game is too small. It is only developed in one town. It is too small-minded. We can design this game into a global mode. The entire game map completely replicates the real world. According to a certain proportion, design a real world in the game. The map in this game is exactly the same as the real world, and the landscape is also the same, such as some famous mountains, some rivers, etc. We can do our best to replicate various landscapes in the real world into the game. Then there is the gameplay. The gameplay planning in your current game project is attractive, but all the content is not real. For example, a restaurant waiter can get more than 10,000 game coins after working for 1 hour. What I require is that the game coins in the game are equal to the money in the real world, and 1 game coin is equal to $1. In this way, it is not very real to get 10,000 game coins by working in a restaurant for 1 hour. In reality, there is no restaurant that can earn 10,000 yuan by working for 1 hour. So the currency issue also needs to be adjusted. There is also the issue of careers. It is not very realistic to start from the grassroots level. In reality, do all people start from the grassroots level? This is impossible. Some people were born in Rome. So in terms of careers, it cannot be called a career, but an identity. Just like in the real world, the game is set to different identity levels, and players are born into families of different classes when they enter the game. Then go to school, there are corresponding exams, and you can also choose not to go to school and directly learn the skills you want. In short, this game can be regarded as a replica of the real world. Players enter the game just like a second life. There is no chance to start over except death. But one thing is that players cannot commit suicide and then restart the game. Of course, even if you restart, the game will not be reset, but the time in the game at that time will be born into a new family. This is my new idea for this game. How to improve it specifically and how to do the details. You Sanshua game will discuss it yourself. Because the setting of this game is relatively large, the modeling alone requires a very large project, so I will not set a time limit for you for this game project. You can arrange it at your own pace according to the actual workload. As for the funding for this game, the initial investment is 1.5 billion. After half a year, additional investment will be made according to the progress of the game and the actual needs, so you don't have to worry too much about the funding. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he took a sip of the tea on the table. The concept of this game is very large, but the gameplay is very monotonous that a cow and horse in the real world, after entering the game, if born in an ordinary family, has to study and take exams, just like in the real world, that if one does not do it well, he will be a cow and horse in the game again. Who would like to play such a game? Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart, and Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen, who were sitting opposite, all showed shocked expressions when they heard what Mr. Chun said. Mr. Chen's game concept is really too big, projecting the map of the real world into the game world. This game modeling is a huge project. This game modeling cannot be designed like other games based on the inspiration of the designer, but needs to be compared with the scenes designed in reality. For example, 3 mountains and 5 peaks. These landscapes at least need to be investigated on the spot before they can be modeled into the game. Chapter 1046 Fong Chang's worry. In addition to the game modeling, there is also a gold coin system. Just like the real world, you need to get the currencies of multiple countries and then convert them according to the currency exchange rate in the real world. In addition, there is the identity setting. The identity of each player is random when entering the game. It can be a rich second generation or a grassroots family. Different identities face different lives, and the real world is similar. After all, in the real world, everyone is born differently. If this game is really developed, it will really be like what Mr. Chin said, like Second Life. But can this game really be developed? This is a very large company, and even if it is developed, can it really be regarded as a game? But in these contents, he can't see the entertainment content in this game at all. The most basic thing about games is a way of entertainment. If there is no entertainment content in the game, will anyone really like it? Fong Chong was a little worried and then asked about his worries. Mr. Chun, according to this game plan, there is no entertainment content at all. I am worried that no one will like it. No, your idea is wrong. Chun Mo shook his head when he heard Fong Chang's words. I said that this game is the second life of the player, and life is cruel. You need to experience all kinds of things. Entertainment is just a part of life. So this game is not purely entertainment. As for whether anyone likes it, we can only know it after the game is developed. And what you have to do now is to develop the game. Only after the game is developed, whether anyone likes it or not, that is a matter for the future. Chun Mo really spoke and thought to himself that IT is that no one likes it. If someone likes it, how can I implement this game project? There are already 2 popular games, and he doesn't want another popular game to appear. I understand, Mr. Chun. Fong Chong nodded. Although he still didn't understand this game in his heart, Mr. Chun had already spoken, and he couldn't go against it. And Mr. Chun insisted on doing this, and he must have his own reasons. He was short-sighted and must not have seen it, that I will go back later and consult Wei Yin, and I should be able to understand. Okay, that's all about the project. The project funds will be transferred to your company's account in the next few days. Okay, Mr. Chun, let's go back first. Wei Yin nodded, and when he was about to get up, he seemed to think of something and asked Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, do you want to try that massage? Let's talk about it in a few days. Chun Mo waved his hand. There were still a few days before the settlement, so how could he have time to go for a massage? I understand, Mr. Chun. Wei Yin nodded without saying anything else, got up and left the office with Fong Chong and others that I in the office. Chun Mo walked back to the office desk and sat back in the boss chair. The new terminal game project directly invested 1.5 billion yuan, which is the maximum amount of funds currently allowed by the system. Subsequent additional investment needs to be made in half a year based on the progress of the current project development. But being able to invest 1.5 billion yuan is already very good that he now has a total of 6 billion system funds, 1.5 billion invested in the terminal game project, and 4.5 billion remaining funds. And he currently has 4.5 billion additional investment, which can just consume the remaining 4.5 billion system funds that if time is frozen at this moment. He will fill up the 4.5 billion system funds, and his system funds will be directly consumed. But there is no way, there are still a few days before the system settlement time. In these few days, even if there is no accident in the Tomorrow Group, but the daily income of the Tomorrow Group in these few days is at least 100 million. However, according to the time, the autumn sports meeting will also be held that it is completely possible to consume the income of those days through the sports meeting. But the only pity is that the collective sports meeting was just held last year. And this time the sports meeting can only be held privately by each company or several companies that in this case. The consumption of funds will definitely not be as much as when all companies hold the sports meeting together. But we can only try to consume it. Chun Mo thought in his heart and then called Shinro over. The autumn sports meeting has not been held yet. Send the message down. All companies must hold the autumn sports meeting before the end of the month. For the funds, Tomorrow Group will allocate funds uniformly. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will arrange it now. Shinro nodded and then quickly returned to her office. Thinking to herself, the 9-day holiday has just ended and the autumn sports meeting is going to be held. It takes 2 days to hold a sports meeting. In addition, there are 2 other Saturdays and Sundays for days. There are 15 days off work this month. And in Tomorrow Group, some old employees have summarized some rules that if you want to know how much salary you will get this month, then look at how much extra rest you have this month. The more extra rest you have, the more salary you will get this month. After all, if there are more extra breaks, it means that Tomorrow Group has held an event, and every time Tomorrow Group holds an event, employees will receive a lot of event rewards. And working in Tomorrow Group, sometimes the event rewards you get are even more than the salary you get from normal work. The employees at Tomorrow Group are really happy. Shinro sighed, and then sent the news of the sports meeting to the manager. Group, this sports meeting has been held many times. As long as the news is passed on, everyone knows what to do. Songshua Game, manager's office. Mr. Wei, how did you see Mr. Chen's game project? Fong Chong looked at Wei Yin sitting opposite and asked, what do you two think? Wei Yin did not answer directly, but asked back at the same time. He brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for each of them. I think this project is too big, but lacks entertainment. In the end, this game may not be popular after it is developed. Fong Chong thought for a while and then slowly spoke. The game is developed to entertain people, especially now that life is very stressful. Many people want to relax themselves through games, but he couldn't find any place to relax in the game project given by Mr. Chen. Yes, you can't start over after entering this game. You can only start over after dying, and you can't commit suicide. Even if you really wait until you die and start over again, it's not like starting over again in other games. Zhao Bowen also echoed. Chapter 10:47 Life starting over. This setting was completely incomprehensible to him. When other games die, they are resurrected directly. At most, you have to pay a small price and have no impact on the entire game. But according to the setting given by Mr. Chun, after death, he is really dead. Even if you really start over, you will open a new account, and all the assets of the dead character will not be inherited by the new character. This really seems to be the same as in real life. When you die, you are really dead. All the things you accumulated before your death have nothing to do with you. Even if there is reincarnation, he will be reincarnated into another family. He couldn't imagine how many people would like to play such a game. IT feels like entering a game, and you have to play it carefully, because once you die, all the previous management will be gone. Not a good feeling at all that he couldn't imagine how many people will want to play such a game. If it hadn't been the project proposed by Mr. Chun, he might have rejected the game plan directly. Wei Yin smiled slightly when he heard the two people's stories. If you look at it from a game perspective, what you said does make some sense. It's not very entertaining and has many limitations. It's really not a good game. Speaking of which, Wei Yin picked up the tea and took a sip, then changed his tone. Then have you ever thought about it? Mr. Chen very seriously requested that this game should be in line with the real world, and there are many restrictions. He also said that it is Second Life. What do you think Mr. Chen is trying to do? Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen shook their heads when they heard Wei Yan's words. How could they know what Mr. Chen was thinking? That IT is estimated that only Wei Yan in the entire Tomorrow Group can understand Mr. Chen's intentions. Then let me tell you my opinion. Wei Yin slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Today, Sangshui Games has 3 games: Tianlong, Extreme Survival, and Freedom Battle. And these 3 games, Tianlong, are not as popular as Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle. But in the market, Tianlong is also ranked high in popularity. Not to mention Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle, they are already popular games on the market. These 3 games alone, as long as they maintain their current popularity, are enough for Sangshui Games to occupy a place in the PC game market, and can even be said to be the leader. And with Sangshui Games having 3 games like this, does it still need a popular game to support it? Even if there is a new popular game, for us Sangshui Games, it will only be in the game. Just increase your income. So the purpose of the new game project proposed by Mr. Chin this time is not how popular the game will be after it is launched, but the hidden meaning of the game. Can you imagine that in the game you can see 3 mountains and 5 mountains? You can see the Great Wall, you can see the snow falling in the north, you can see the 4 seasons of Changchun, and you can also experience exotic customs. Although it is impossible to reproduce all the scenery in the world in the game, as long as it can be reproduced to 60%, it will be enough to shock people. Another point is, do you really think that if this game is developed, there will really be no entertainment projects? How would a man who works every day feel when he is suddenly born into a wealthy family? You must know that the game currency in the game is equivalent to reality, and the feeling of spending money in the game will definitely be the same as in reality. Has a similar feeling. There is also a terminally ill patient who can experience a longer life in the game. There are people who want to travel around the world, but because of the pressure of real society, they don't have time or money to play. But they can do it in the game. They can use all the money they earn in the game. Travel on your own without having to face the pressure of real society. If this game can really be developed according to Mr. Chen's requirements, then it will be more than just a game. He is really like Mr. Chen said, that will be the second life for each of us. In the second life, we can completely experience it. In our real society, we cannot experience it because of social pressure and family pressure. Life. So I think this game is a very meaningful game, But in order to achieve the effects I just mentioned, we still need to put a little more effort into game production. Wei Yin said seriously. He didn't have much professional knowledge about the game, so he saw more of the other side of the game. Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen fell into deep thought after hearing Wei Yan's words. After a while, the two of them gradually came back to their senses, and they understood what Mr. Chen originally thought about the new game project. Also, now that Songshua Games already has two popular games, there is no need to stick to the most popular games. And a meaningful game may further enhance the level of Songshua's games.mr. Wei just made some points about this game very clear. They only saw the entertainment aspect, but they did not see the changes that this game would bring to some people if it was really developed. Fong Chong sighed. As expected, Mr. Wei understood Mr. Chen best. Mr. Wei, we know. How should we develop this game? If we really develop it according to Mr. Chen's requirements, the current game team will definitely not be able to complete it. At least the mountains and rivers in the real world must be completed by professionals, as well as the initial settings of the game, the exchange rate of the currency, and the professional knowledge of various jobs. If we really complete it according to real life, we need a lot of professionals to help. Fong Chong expressed his thoughts. That's for sure. For the modeling structure in the game, we need to organize a geological exploration team to investigate various places in the world. It is definitely difficult to replicate it completely, and there are many places in the real world that cannot be accessed. We mainly target those famous places and places that can be reached for replication. And some ordinary landscapes in life do not have to be completely replicated. We can construct them bit by bit according to satellite maps. And Mr. Chen also knows that this game is too large and cannot be completed in a short time, so we should not be too anxious. First, organize an investigation team to investigate all over the world, and then depict it on the spot.